Chapter 1. Just a charlatan. Goodness gracious, have I traversed through time? Jiang Hao surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. Just moments ago, he had purchased a bag of crispy noodles, only to discover a winning card nestled within. After scanning the QR code on the card with his phone, he found himself inexplicably transported to another realm. I have so many fully developed characters in my accounts. Jiang Hao lamented as he tugged at his hair. Well, since fate has brought me here, I might as well make the best of it. He delved into his memories. The original owner of this body had been an orphan, raised by an elderly man from the village, who passed away 2 years prior. The original owner had just graduated from a mediocre university, struggling to secure a decent job. Coincidentally, the live streaming industry was flourishing, with some individuals reaping substantial rewards. Thus, Jiang Hao, with a spirit of experimentation, signed a contract with a modest live streaming studio. The studio provided meals and accommodation, barely enough to make ends meet. An orphan and a graduate from a subpar university, what a click beginning. Readers will surely scoff, Jiang Hao remarked. Where's my lucky break? No response came. Seriously, with a plot this trite, could you not throw in a lucky break for me? Still, no answer. Jiang Hao's lips twitched in frustration. At that moment, a voice called from outside, dinner time. Jiang Hao opened the door and stepped out. Just then, a female streamer from the opposite room emerged, yawning in her tank top. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, she flashed a mischievous smile. Good morning, Xiao Hao. Good morning, Lu Jie, he replied, returning her smile. After the stream tonight, they'll treat you to seafood noodles, she offered. Jiang Hao chuckled. You've certainly made quite the sum, Lu Jie. She winked playfully. Hee hee, do you think I just dance in front of the screen for nothing? What use is my degree in finance from a 211 university? I still have to shake my hips to earn a living. Jiang Hao gave her a thumbs up, insightful. At the dining table, 2 female streamers were having their meals. Morning. Jiang Hao glanced around and asked, Where's Li Jie? One of the streamers laughed. She went out for dinner with the top supporter last night. She hasn't returned yet. With a conspiratorial gesture, she added, he offered her 200,000. Jiang Hao inhaled sharply. Li Jie, a woman weighing over 140 pounds and barely 5 feet tall, transformed into an online goddess only through camera filters and beauty effects. Was there truly someone willing to pay such a sum? He could certainly shake his hips too. At that moment, the studio owner rushed in, urgency etched on his face. Everyone, you need not come in from today onward. Here is your salary for last month. What? The group stared in disbelief. Boss, what's happening? We were doing just fine. The owner's expression was furious. It's all because of Li. What happened to Li Jie? I told you not to take private jobs. Now look what's happened. She secretly met with the top supporter yesterday, and the boss felt the service was lacking. In a fit of rage, he terminated our contract. You all should leave quickly. If you can take the company computers, do so. I'm getting out of here. Panic spread across their faces as they hurriedly began to pack their belongings. Jiang Hao, feeling helpless, picked up his salary and returned to his room. Inside, he began to gather his things. The computer on the table was broadcasting a live page. Online fortune-telling. 1 airplane predicts career, 2 airplanes predict future, 1 rocket predicts romance. The barrage of comments was non-existent. This was the essence of Jiang Hao's live stream, a trivial trick he had learned from his grandfather. He had anticipated some buzz, hoping to attract an audience. Yet, after a month, not a single viewer had appeared. Meanwhile, on the same platform, in a live stream room with 1 million viewers, an extraordinarily beautiful goddess named Qin Yu ran stretched and remarked, Brothers, let's call it a day for the game. I'm tired of going offline to have breakfast. The comments read, There's my crawling in Sakurajima. And don't go. Ranjia, stream a little longer. Check my qualifications. Someone wrote, If only Ranjia were my dorm supervisor, then she could check my attendance. Another added, Ranjia, as per tradition, let's check a room before signing off, especially those small streamers with little popularity. Right. Let's check a room, came another comment. Qin Yu Ran yawned, saying, All right then, we'll check a room before I log off. She clicked on the last page of live streams, where all the rooms displayed 0 viewers. She randomly selected a stream hosted by someone named Shimin Chue Jiang. Immediately, a flood of viewers surged into the room. The comments erupted. Bro, Ranjia has arrived. Quick, catch this immense traffic. What's this guy doing? Packing up to leave? Ha. A fortune-telling live stream? This path seems rather tough with only 20 followers. Come on, man. He's a street swindler. At least he should appear a bit older, right? At least wear some makeup. Haha. As Jiang Hao was tidying up, he inadvertently turned his head and caught sight of the barrage of comments scrolling across his live stream. Huh. Jiang Hao leaned closer, realizing that a prominent streamer had stumbled upon his broadcast. He waved his hands dismissively, saying, don't look, the streaming company has gone bankrupt. I'm done. Qin Yuran had never encountered such a situation during her room checks and found it quite amusing. Then, she invited Jiang Hao to connect. Jiang Hao decisively declined, stating, not connecting him off to find a job. Brothers, does anyone have good job recommendations in Linen City? On the other side, Qin Yuran paused, a glimmer of interest appearing on her face, and typed, you're from Linen City too? What coincidence? Let's chat, I'll send you a super gift. Seeing this comment, Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled. A super gift worth 2,000 yuan would net him 1,000 after the platform's cut. After a month of hard work streaming, he had only earned 4,000 yuan total, and that was all he had. Hey, if you're talking about gifts, then I'm interested, he replied. He settled back in front of the computer and continued, however, this is a company account. How about you add me on WeChat, and you can transfer directly? I'll send you my number in private. Bullet comments. Wow, this guy has some skills. Is he really asking for Rand's contact information? 666, absolutely true. Bro, after adding you, could you please share? I spent $100 to get Rand's contact info. On the other side, Qin Yuran couldn't help but twitch her lips, then initiated another request to connect. Jiang Hao accepted the connection this time. Handsome, that's quite pricey for a call, costing me 2,000. Qin Yuran lamented. Jiang Hao chuckled. That's nothing. I know someone who charges 20 grand just for a night out. Qin Yuran. All right, I'll add you, just accept it. Jiang Hao grinned upon seeing the transfer. Thank you. He glanced at her ID, Ran the Beautiful, and continued, the transfer from the Beautiful Ran. The boss is going to get rich. Qin Yuran then cheerfully remarked, I see you're doing fortune-telling in your live stream. How about helping me with a reading? Jiang Hao cleared his throat. Beautiful Ran, I'm just a charlatan. If my readings were truly accurate, wouldn't my live stream have more buzz? Bullet comments. The host is quite honest. What's the point of live stream fortune-telling? You might as well set up a stall and earn some business. Maybe this guy is afraid of getting chased while selling on the street. Qin Yuran rolled her eyes. You're quite straightforward. If all else fails, why not showcase a talent? Jiang Hao replied, that comes at a different price. Qin Yuran. Damn. Fine, I'll pay. I shouldn't listen to this audience. Checking a room cost me 4,000. Transferring now. Jiang Hao grinned at the sight of another substantial sum arriving. Okay, brothers and sisters in the live stream, I'll now perform a little twist for you. Qin Yuran. Bullet comments. Hey man, don't scar my eyes. Seriously, if I wanted to watch someone shake there, but I could find plenty elsewhere, why watch you? Change it up. Rant's live stream is for normal people. Qin Yuran couldn't help but roll her eyes. You could at least sing. Jiang Hao scratched his head. Not really good at that. Can't sing either? Then what do you? Her gaze caught sight of a sword resting on the bed through Jiang Hao's camera. What's that sword for? A fortune-telling prop? Jiang Hao picked up the sword and casually replied, oh, it's just a regular wooden sword. I occasionally practice with it. I suppose it counts as a prop. Qin Yuran said, perfect. Dancing with the sword is 100 times better than shaking your butt. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I can do that. He then began to twirl the wooden sword in front of the screen. At that moment, in a pink, cozy room, Qin Yuran sat at her computer, watching Jiang Hao dance with the sword on screen, unable to suppress a smile. Suddenly, she spoke in a sweet tone to the screen. Thank you to Brother Qi Yi for sending a super rocket. Boss Qi Yi, may you prosper in your nightly revelries. Me? I'm about to conclude my broadcast. Before I do, I checked the room and stumbled upon a fortune teller, How could that be? If they aren't from the underworld, let's not discuss it. If they truly were, their circumstances would be rather unfortunate, wouldn't they? Qin Yuran casually glanced at Jiang Hao on the screen, her eyebrows suddenly knitting together. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Jiang Hao's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, you have activated the godly brain, endowed with extraordinary learning, perception, and analytical abilities, capable of sensing and triggering tasks at any moment. Completing these tasks will yield rewards. Ding, the godly brain has detected spiritual energy in the air and is currently absorbing it. Ding commencing cultivation, learning successful, realm elevated. Ding practicing swordsmanship, successfully mastering the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Ding releasing 10,000 swords returning to the origin, proficiency 1010. Huh. Jiang Hao stood there bewildered. At that moment, numerous sword shadows materialized around him. The sword shadows multiplied, proliferating endlessly, all aimed directly at the camera. The audience? Chapter 2. The probability of finding a goddess-level girlfriend, 100%. The viewers in both live streams were utterly stunned. In their perspective, dozens, if not hundreds, of sword shadows had inexplicably appeared around Jiang Hao, all quivering slightly towards the lens. They appeared as if poised to launch. Comments flooded the screen. No way. Man, aren't you just a charlatan? What are you doing? Are you performing 10,000 swords returning to the origin? Oh my goodness. Host, you can't possibly be legit, right? Don't disgust me with this act of playing the fool. Don't let this unfold before me. Ha ha wow. This special effect is incredible. Brother, if you have this kind of live streaming capability, why is there no one in your room? 666 followed. This host has quite the flair for entertainment with the immense traffic. Sister Ran is indeed catching it. Ah, so it's all an act. You scared me half to death. I thought that saying truly existed. Everyone, let's stick to science. Science is good. I love science. No Jiang Hao remained frozen, glancing at the trembling sword shadows beside him. Yes, the system had activated. He understood that much. However, what was he to do with such a scene? As an ordinary person for many years, what had he ever encountered like this? Would these sword shadows inadvertently lead to his demise? Or would he suffer the kind of backlash often depicted in novels? He was utterly perplexed. How was he to resolve this? How could he cancel it? Jiang Hao's expression was one of utter confusion. Qin Yuan observed the unfolding spectacle. The broadcast effect was indeed impressive. Would her audience be drawn away by him? These were all the fans she had diligently accumulated over the years. Comments rolled in, milky white snow. Haha. Host, don't mess around just for this broadcast effect. I'm following you. Skyvane's Dao host is amazing. 10,000 swords returning to the origin has appeared. These swords quivering truly do seem authentic. Wow, I have observed in the television dramas, masters can conjure thousands upon thousands of sword shadows. You already have over 100. Your cultivation is impressive indeed. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Dear host, I just searched for you on Baidu. It seems that canceling the release of a powerful move is quite perilous, as it may lead to backlash. Therefore, you must unleash it. Haha, I also did some research. I found the incantation for the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Remember this. Sword intent soars to the heavens. All chi transforms into might. Edge breaks the 9 heavens. 10,000 blades return to the sect. Jiang Hao cautiously glanced at the myriad sword shadows beside him before turning his attention to the barrage of comments. Brother Fei Yang, is this incantation reliable? Qin Yuan, observing Jiang Hao's immersion in the performance, chimed in from her computer. It is indeed reliable. Once you recite it, it will manifest. Let me give it a try. Sword intent soars to the heavens. All chi transforms into might. Edge breaks the 9 heavens. 10,000 blades return to the sect. In that instant, as Jiang Hao completed the incantation, the multitude of sword shadows surged forward in unison. Boom! At that moment, a deafening sound erupted, and the computer before him was reduced to ashes, while the wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Immediately following, the live stream went completely dark. At this moment, within the pitch-black live stream, countless question marks spiraled chaotically. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yuan, initially watching Jiang Hao's performance from her bedroom, witnessed the final second of the scene where sword shadows flew towards the screen, leading to the abrupt blackout of his live stream. Simultaneously, a tremendous noise emanated from a nearby office building. What on earth? Qin Yuan was taken aback. She removed her headphones and turned to look through the window at the smoke billowing from the ground floor of the building. It can't be that coincidental, can it? She recalled the host mentioning he was from Linen City, and she herself was also in Linen City. Brothers, I must log off now. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. With that, Qin Yuan hastily ended her stream, leaving a flurry of comments in her wake. Comments? No way, this must be a staged effect, right? Someone come tell me this is part of the act. Brothers, let's not focus on the sword shadows and the Shimin Shui Jiang livestream for now. Did you hear that tremendous sound just now? Was that also staged? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We must trust science. I love science. This is all part of the show. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao stared at the collapsed wall, unable to suppress a gulp. Good heavens! This truly is the 10,000 swords returning to the sect? Fortunately, his cultivation level might not be high enough to unleash significant power otherwise. It could have been disastrous. Ding proficiency in 10,000 swords returning to the sect increased by 10. At that moment, the company owner rushed over, looking utterly bewildered. What happened? He asked, staring at Jiang Hao in confusion. I have no idea. It collapsed on its own, and it has nothing to do with me, Jiang Hao replied bluntly. This is a newly constructed wall at the back. The quality must be poor. Forget it. Let's leave quickly. The boss waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Hao hurriedly descended the stairs. Wow, this system is impressive, Jiang Hao exclaimed with excitement. Open the panel. Divine Brain. Host, Jiang Hao. Age, 22. Little Jiang Hao. 18. Race, human. Realm, Chi Refinement. Stage 1. Chi Refinement. Foundation Establishment. Golden Core. Nascent Soul. Out of Body. Transformation of Spirit. Each realm is divided into 10 stages. Task. None. Divine Brain possesses unparalleled capabilities in learning, analysis, and perception. Current study material. The return of 1,000 swords. Progress. Major achievement. 30,100. Wow. Jiang Hao opened the door to a new world. Although he had encountered numerous similar novels, the reality of it all transpiring in his own life felt surreal. Ding spiritual energy detected in the air, commencing cultivation. Current progress. 99. Ding realm elevated to Chi Refinement Stage 2. This system notification filled Jiang Hao with immense joy. This extraordinary learning ability automatically commenced upon sensing the spiritual energy in the air. Divine Brain, an extraordinary capacity for learning, analysis, and perception. How does one even begin to explain the subsequent phenomena? At that moment, an urban beauty in high heels approached him. In an instant, his mind raced with calculations. Height, 171.11 centimeters. Weight, 107.1333 gene. Total eyelash count, 213. Total hair strands, 86131. Minimal blood loss. Based on her current walking pace, her gaze, and slightly accelerated heartbeat, there is an 83.6 probability she is smitten at first sight. There is a 63.1 chance she will initiate conversation with me. Her likelihood of using the ankle twist method for striking up a conversation stands at a staggering 88.8. If I assist her, the probability of developing a romantic relationship is 29.9. Jiang Hao could analyze such intricate details about a person with just a glance. As the beauty passed by him, oh no, she feigned an ankle twist and leaned towards Jiang Hao. He swiftly sidestepped, causing her to tumble to the ground. Are you serious? Did you not see me fall? Why did you dodge? The woman clumsily rose to her feet, hurling insults at Jiang Hao before storming off in frustration. Jiang Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. I do not wish to embark on this romantic escapade, for with my current capabilities, the probability of finding the ultimate goddess-level girlfriend is a smile gradually spread across his face. 100%. Chapter 3. Do you have a top supporter at home? It was an otherwise unremarkable day, yet it took a turn when a con artist emerged, unleashing a spectacle that stirred the online community. At this moment, Qin Yuran returned home. After a brief excursion, she found no sign of a streamer known as Shimin Shui Jiang. Her messages went unanswered. After a meal and a massage, she returned once more. As was her custom, Qin Yuran reclined on her bed, scrolling through videos. It was then that she stumbled upon the trending news. Trending. 1. A certain 3-character top male star faces scandal. 2. Wang Feng's new song Radiant Love is officially launched. 3. Shock. A streamer on Huanghua Live reveals 1,000 swords returning to their origins. Is this for real? Qin Yuran clicked on the third trending topic. The comments read, heard there an ultrasound at the hospital. Wow. This does seem quite authentic, intriguing indeed. Heard niece really performs Laysai. It appears to be a collaboration between a female and male streamer, likely orchestrated by the streaming company to elevate the male streamer's popularity. Honestly, Given the production quality, the company has certainly put in effort. Purple Palace. Initial snow. I must admit, being present at the scene, there were several moments I genuinely believed it was real. It was indeed impressive. She claimed it was Air Jean's sabotage. Also present, folks, let us not circulate misinformation. It's probably just for show. The male streamer himself admitted to being a con artist, and the female streamer asked him to predict fortunes, which he couldn't. Simply a performance. Let us trust in science. Qin Yuran sighed, trending third, still the third most searched topic online. This fellow must be collecting fragments of his Maybach quite rapidly. Suddenly, her brows furrowed. There truly are fearless individuals out there. She stepped outside. Jiang Hao had finally secured a rental apartment. A 2-bedroom unit in the city center for $800 a month. A fortunate find. He took out his key and opened the door. Just then, the neighbor across the hall also opened their door. Jiang Hao turned to glance. Is it you? They both exclaimed in unison. Qin Yuran could hardly believe that her new neighbor was none other than the live streamer, Shimin Chue Jiang. Jiang Hao was equally astonished. At this moment, he was appraising Qin Yuran. If he were to score her, she would undoubtedly receive full marks. He had assumed she was merely beautiful in the streaming room. Yet in reality, she appeared even more stunning. Qin Yuran, tall and possessing an exquisite figure, was clad in a sleek black office attire, complemented by a white blouse. The black high heels accentuated her height further. Most alluring were her impeccably straight and smooth legs, clad in black stockings. Does this beautiful lady have a top supporter at home? Jiang Hao inquired with a smile. Qin Yuran's lips curled into a slight smirk as she leaned against the doorframe, exuding an irresistible charm. Well, would you care to join me? Jiang Hao sighed. Forget it, I'm broke. Qin Yuran's lips curled into a playful smile. Your popularity is soaring. You'll likely gather enough Maybach shards within a month. Why not give it a try? A female streamer with 1 million fans. Isn't that worth it? Ding. Learning to seduce men. Progress. 1. Jiang Hao retorted. Hey, curse system, don't learn aimlessly. He turned to leave for his room. How much is your rent? Qin Yuran suddenly inquired. 800. In the city center. A 2-bedroom apartment for $800 a month. Doesn't that seem odd to you? She asked with a smile. Is there a ghost? Jiang Hao rolled his eyes. Well, someone did die here. Jiang Hao responded. Normally, I'd be quite afraid of such haunted places, but now that I can cultivate, what is there to fear? It's getting late. I need to tidy up. You should get back to your business. Goodbye. Jiang Hao then entered his room. Qin Yuran lazily stretched and returned to her own room. The apartment was surprisingly clean. Jiang Hao tidied up a bit and then sat on the bed, lost in thought. What should he do? Making money had always been his sole focus. But now, suddenly able to cultivate, he felt that cultivation was of utmost importance. Yet, to be honest, Jiang Hao was completely ignorant about cultivation. He possessed a top-tier divine brain, but he needed something to learn from. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He picked up the wooden sword nearby and waved it through the air. Ding! Sword waving successful. Your strength increased permanently by 5. Ding! Learning to control the sword. Progress. 1. Wow. Is this for real? Jiang Hao exclaimed, his mouth agape. He began to wave the sword rapidly. Ding! Sword waving successful. Strength increased permanently by 5. Ding! Learning to control the sword. Progress. 2. Ding! Ding! After an unknown amount of time and countless swings, Jiang Hao found himself slightly out of breath. However, he genuinely felt his strength increasing with each attempt. Ding! Learning to control the sword successful. Oh! Jiang Hao observed the wooden sword in his hand, then mimicked what he had seen on television, bringing his right index and middle fingers together to attempt to channel his spiritual energy. The wooden sword floated effortlessly in the air. Jiang Hao maneuvered the sword back and forth with his fingers. So incredibly cool. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered the quest. Livestream popularity exceeds 10 million. Quest reward. System points 1,000,000. Unlocking the first system store. The sudden system notification left Jiang Hao momentarily stunned. Time to make some money. With a snap, Jiang Hao pulled out a lighter and lit a cigarette. Ding! Learning to control fire. Progress. 5. Jiang Hao. He may have underestimated the power of this divine brain. With another flick, he ignited the lighter once more. Ding! Learning to control fire. Ding! Ding! successfully learned to control fire. Impressive. Jiang Hao stepped outside. Knocky, 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 Honda me. Click. The door swung open. At that moment, Qin Yu Ran donned an adorable rabbit-themed pajama set. What is up? Ah. Jiang Hao gazed at her attire and remarked, quite playful. Qin Yu Ran playfully twirled the strings of her pajamas, cheerfully saying, I invited you, but you didn't join. Next time, I'll be live streaming. Do you have an extra computer? Just wait. Qin Yu Ran soon emerged with a laptop in her arms. Here you go. Thanks a lot. I'm live streaming. Shall we connect? Qin Yu Ran inquired. Trying to ride on my popularity? Qin Yu Ran. Goodness. You truly have no shame. Get lost. Bang. Qin Yu Ran forcefully shut the door. Chapter 4. Sword Control? Fire Manipulation? Are you truly a rogue of the Jiang Hao? Inside the room, Jiang Hao had just registered a new account with the ID Jiang Hao Rogue, Shimin Chue Jiang, and subsequently began a live stream. At the onset of the broadcast, the room was devoid of viewers, given that it was a fledgling account with no prominent recommendations. However, with such an intriguing ID, audiences began to trickle into the live stream. She said she didn't count it as a gift. Is that the morning streamer? I'm here. Host, will there be any special effects today? Check my arrival and presence. Third on the trending list. The host is making a name for themselves. But there is really no need to include rogue in your ID. Who doesn't he know that? Haha, who admits to being a rogue? Tulip without a stock. Host, could you perform 10,000 swords return to the sect again? Thinking of Sydney S. brother. Sister Ran S. army has arrived. Host, could you please do 10,000 swords return to the sect once more? Indeed, Qin Yu Ran had searched for the stream and entered Jiang Hao's broadcast. Consequently, her legion of viewers surged into Jiang Hao's room, rapidly increasing the number of viewers and the overall popularity. However, to reach a viewership in the millions, a substantial number of viewers was essential. A simpler method was through gifts. Gifts could temporarily elevate the stream's popularity, and with enough of them, soaring past billions of views was entirely feasible. For the time being, Qin Yu Ran transformed into an eating broadcaster, enjoying a late-night snack while observing Jiang Hao's next moves from her computer. Watching the viewer count rise, Jiang Hao grinned. Thank you all for joining my humble stream. As for 10,000 swords return to the sect, I will refrain from showcasing it just yet. Let us explore some other entertaining effects today. The barrage of comments responded. Sounds good. What else do you have, host? We want more entertainment. Those who had joined from the trending list were eager to see what skills this host possessed. Host, you're third on the trending list. Only Fan and Teacher Wang Feng are ahead of you. If you seize this surge of traffic, you might just collect enough fragments for a Maybach in a few days. It was truly amusing. Nowadays, anyone and everyone could become a streamer, and this industry had seemingly no barriers to entry, filled with all manner of eccentric characters. Jiang Hao replied with a smile. If you find the upcoming performances enjoyable, I kindly ask that you shower me with some small gifts. The comments naturally echoed their agreement. Watch closely. Jiang Hao then grasped the familiar wooden sword. Channeling his spiritual energy, he initiated the sword control technique. Before the astonished eyes of the audience, Jiang Hao's right hand opened palm up, and the wooden sword suddenly stood upright, its tip pointing toward his palm, beginning to spin above it. The audience? Comments. What the? Sword control? This host has some skills. Oh my, you truly possess an impressive stage presence. You are destined for fame. Dear host, please impart your wisdom, for I wish to perform a splendid act before my goddess. Astonishing indeed. However, what is there to marvel at? It is merely a straightforward logic, is it not? A transparent thread is affixed to the sword hilt, creating an illusion of levitating swordplay. Quite commonplace, really. At this moment, Qin Yu Ran found herself choking on her spicy hot pot upon witnessing this scene. This fellow, has he mastered swordplay? She could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. Qin Yu Ran was certain that Jiang Hao was at the Qi refinement stage. The Qi refinement stage merely signifies the threshold of the cultivation realm. One could argue that even at the 10th level of Qi refinement, without establishing a foundation, one is not much different from an ordinary person, merely possessing slightly greater strength and the ability to wield some extraordinary power. However, cultivation is far from simplistic. Although this swordplay is relatively basic, one would generally need to reach the foundation establishment stage to even qualify for such training. How has he accomplished this? Could it be that this individual is not as ordinary as he seems, perhaps possessing a notable background? Yet, a background does not necessarily correlate with this skill. It is indeed perplexing. Initially, many viewers in the live stream thought Jiang Hao was simply using a transparent string attached to the hilt. It was an easy conclusion to draw. However, Jiang Hao then aligned his right hand's index and middle fingers and swiftly gestured to his right. With a swoosh, the wooden sword that had been spinning in the air suddenly darted in the same direction. Subsequently, Jiang Hao's hand moved with the finesse of a skilled remote control. Wherever he pointed, the wooden sword flew, exhibiting remarkable agility. This transformed the nature of the performance entirely. The barrage of comments erupted. "Wow, so handsome. Dude, now I'm really brainstorming how you achieve this. Are there more tricks? Host, please explain how you did that. It feels just like the special effects from the dramas I watch. Host, are you a genuine con artist or a true master masquerading as one? You can't possibly be from the underworld, can you?" A torrent of comments continued to flood in. Simultaneously, various gifts began to pour into Jiang Hao's livestream. In a brief span, the room's popularity surged from 100,000 to 1 million. Meanwhile, in another live stream on the same platform, viewers were frantically commenting, "Everyone, rush to room 66886 to witness the host's swordplay. It's incredibly cool." That's the same host who showcased the myriad swords returning to their source earlier. There's more to see. Hurry, brothers, no exaggeration, it truly feels authentic. Wherever the host points, the sword follows, and it appears incredibly lifelike, not staged at all. In no time, many esteemed guests flocked to the live stream. The host revealed an annoyed expression, questioning why so many viewers were flocking to another stream. The reason being, he was a relatively popular feng shui host on the platform, and he genuinely had some expertise in the field. He speaks of feng shui, destiny, and various esoteric philosophies, delving into an array of mystical subjects and taboos. In certain respects, he shares the same domain as Jiang Hao, both being streamers of similar ilk. However, dear friends, can you truly believe such transparent fabrications? When I share these mystical concepts with you, I always clarify that they are merely for reference. Yet, this fellow claims to wield the power of 1,000 swords and master the art of sword control. Surely, this is merely a spectacle for entertainment. With a resigned sigh, he thought, "Fine, I shall join you and reveal some insights." Thus, he entered Jiang Hao's streaming room. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Jiang Hao skillfully manipulating a sword. It was quite simple, dear friends. The sword was tethered with a transparent line. Some of you might wonder how the sword could fly with such speed and agility. Without hesitation, he remarked, "It is merely a matter of having someone off-camera assisting with its control. The impressive fluidity is due to extensive rehearsals." Previous videos of the 1,000 swords returning to the origin clearly demonstrate the meticulous preparations involved. This individual is likely a target of promotion by a major influencer agency. The comments read, "Dao Gu is right. Watching the stream is fine, but let's not delve into superstitions." It was quite amusing. Those who have followed Dao Gu for a significant time should perceive this streamer as merely jesting. What nonsense is this? Sword control? I could just as easily breathe fire. Dao looked at the reactions in the comments, feeling quite pleased. However, in the next moment, Jiang Hao pointed a finger toward the camera, and everyone watched wide-eyed as a flame ignited at his fingertip. The audience was left in stunned silence. Dao, too, gaped in astonishment at this unexpected spectacle. Chapter 5, Brother. I was just a bit loud earlier. The sword can be explained. However, at this moment, the streamer conjured a flicker of flame from his fingertips, which indeed felt quite extraordinary. Even the esteemed host, who specializes in feng shui, found it astonishing. One can only imagine the reactions of the viewers in the live stream upon witnessing such a spectacle. Butterfly shape elementary. What the heck? Fire control? Are you for real, streamer? Don't scare me. I can't play Genshin Impact. Come on, dude, don't ruin my perception of this world. Please send flowers to Mom. Wait. I'm contemplating whether there exists a scientific explanation. Can someone enlighten me? Becoming a perfect wife. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The streamer. observing the barrage of question marks flooding the chat, grew increasingly irritated. This was simply inconceivable. Surely, it must be some trickery. Suddenly, he had an epiphany and declared, "Dear viewers, do not panic. Is it really so difficult to comprehend? If a mere flicker of flame at one's fingertips astonishes you, then consider how many magic tricks we have witnessed that surpass this. It's a straightforward notion. There is likely a small prop hidden from our view, producing that flame." Comments. Yes. Dao Ge makes a valid point. We have seen countless fire-related magic tricks, so what is the big deal? This is merely a variant of magic. A gimmick at best. Believe in science. This is the work of a con artist, and a rather lowly one at that. His age is telling. The streamer glanced at the shifting tide of comments, nodding in satisfaction. Yet the next moment, his expression abruptly changed. Initially, Jiang Hao had merely summoned a flicker of flame at his fingertip. However, in the following instant, he opened his right hand towards the camera. The palm, which had been empty, suddenly ignited with a brilliant flame. Comments. If the previous display could be attributed to a hidden prop, then how does one explain the fire spontaneously erupting from an empty palm, witnessed by all? Fear not. There must be an explanation. Surely there is. Dao Ge silently wiped the sweat from his brow. He refused to believe. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Hao tossed a ball of tissue into the air. Subsequently, he brought his index and middle fingers together, pointing at the tissue that arced through the air. The flame in his hand surged forth, striking the tissue, which disintegrated into ash before their very eyes. The crowd? Comments. It's not that I don't believe you, Dao Ge. As a loyal follower for 5 years, I instinctively stand by your side. But it appears that Jiang, or rather, Brother Jiang, might indeed possess some extraordinary abilities. Brother, no, Master, teach me to control fire. Teach me the ways of cultivation. Is there really such wisdom in the world of Tao? The entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. It was clearly a deception. After regaining composure, someone inquired, "Everyone, this is something that can easily be achieved with props. Do you understand the concept of misdirection? Just because he didn't see anything in his palm doesn't mean there was nothing there. Furthermore, that which appeared to be flames being controlled and flying out was merely a type of flame prop. Just give me a moment, and I can effortlessly recreate that scene." The comments flowed in. Indeed, it's just props. It looks incredibly realistic, but many magic tricks appear quite mystical, don't they? Regardless of how authentic it seems. Since Dao Ge claims he can replicate it, it suggests there's truly nothing astonishing about it. Just a spectacle to attract attention. Did any of you feel compelled to watch by the host? You keep spewing negativity. Come on, folks, let us be rational and trust in science. It's merely for entertainment. Don't be fooled. However, doubts still lingered. Yet, in the next moment, everyone watched in disbelief as dozens of sword shadows materialized around Jiang Hao. Many skeptics continued to perceive this scene as mere special effects. But then, with a flick of his wrist, Jiang Hao sent these sword shadows soaring, leaving behind clear, distinct sword marks on the wall. The comments erupted. Here it comes, the myriad swords returning to their source. My goodness, is it really this impressive? It feels so genuine, it hardly seems fake. Those sword marks on the wall are astonishingly clear. This can't be mere special effects, right? Wow. You're not a charlatan, are you? Upon completing this display, Jiang Hao revealed a slight smile, expressing gratitude for the gifts from the viewers in the live chat. He thanked Brother is a rough man for sending 5 large rockets and the husband sleeping nearby for a super rocket. Jiang Hao glanced at the viewer count. It had surged to 7 million. While the numbers were one aspect, the multitude of gifts was equally significant. Gulping, the host widened his eyes, unable to suppress a swallow. To be frank, he began to doubt his own beliefs. Well, it would be quite simple to expose the trick. Without saying much more, let us have him point the camera at the sword marks on the wall so we can ascertain whether they are indeed special effects or props. Feigning calmness, he suggested. Jiang Hao glanced at the comments, noticing the request to aim the camera at the wall. With a smile, he replied, "No problem. However, brothers, the viewer count is about to break 10 million. If you feel satisfied later, please consider sending some small gifts to help the host reach that milestone." He then positioned the camera in front of the sword marks, focusing intently. The previously diverse barrage of comments transformed into a single, overwhelming expression of astonishment. The comments read, "What the heck? These scars on the wall are not mere special effects or stickers. They are undeniably real." This implies that the multitude of sword shadows witnessed moments ago also genuinely existed, thus leaving behind such profound marks. Moreover, these are not mere superficial scratches. They're quite deep. Host, why not insert something into that crevice to investigate? Goodness, it truly fits. That scar is indeed authentic. Surely, there must be an explanation for this. Daoge, do come forward and unveil the truth. What on earth? Gulp, the host inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow with a nearby tissue. Could it be that there's something genuinely there? To be frank, it seems unnecessary for him to risk his own safety for the sake of a live broadcast. Winda felt a surge of tension and hurriedly typed in Jiang Hao's live stream. Brother, I may have disrespected you earlier. It was truly unintentional, and I sincerely apologize. Allow me to send you some gifts. System notification. Winda has gifted the host 10 super rockets. Winda then hastily removed his headphones, stating, "Brothers, I must end the broadcast now. I may take a break for a while. I'm off." The stream then abruptly went black. Viewers? Chapter 6. Why did you close the bedroom door? The viewers in the live stream displayed expressions of astonishment. The well-known metaphysical broadcaster, who had come to debunk the Cucumber live stream, was startled and hastily ended the broadcast. This undoubtedly left those skeptical or uncertain viewers in a state of confusion. Could this possibly be real? After all, the broadcaster had initially been a non-believer. After watching the live content for a while, he apologized, sent gifts, and ended the stream. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanyin let out a satisfied burp. It was entirely normal to be frightened. This Jiang Hao was not merely acting. The broadcaster, being a metaphysical host with a considerable following, likely had a stronger belief in such matters than the average person, even if he wasn't a practitioner. Yet Jiang Hao, so brazenly displaying his extraordinary powers in the mundane world, given his still developing skills, revealing such powers could attract the attention of those with ill intentions, posing a real danger. Thank you for the 10 super fire gifts from the broadcaster. Much appreciated. Sending love. Jiang Hao gestured a heart towards the screen. After the broadcaster's gifts worth 20,000 were displayed, the heat of Jiang Hao's live stream finally surpassed 10 million. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. Live stream heat surpassing 10 million. Reward. System points 1,000,000. Unlocking the first system all. Upon hearing this gratifying system notification, Jiang Hao smiled. He then glanced at the barrage of comments on the screen and said, there is no such thing as celestial magic. The host is merely a con artist. If I truly possess celestial powers, would I need a live stream for money? Think about it. If you had celestial abilities, would you choose to live stream? Comments flooded in. 1 day without accumulating virtue, 2 days without accumulating virtue. Then how do you explain what just happened? Let me test the depth. Of course I'd live stream. If I had celestial powers, I'd definitely flaunt them. The steel door of youth will rise. Who says those with celestial powers don't need to live stream? Haven T, the hosts, read those urban novels? The protagonists gain systems that require them to live stream, to complete tasks and earn rewards. Did the host force you to watch? Always complaining. Stop pretending. You're clearly not just a con artist. You have to show off and face slap others, right? Haha. Jiang Hao casually chatted with the viewers for a while, receiving numerous gifts. All right, everyone, this concludes today's live stream. Good night, and may you all have sweet dreams. Jiang Hao smiled and waved at the camera. However, at that moment, the lights in Jiang Hao's room suddenly went out. The darkness itself was not alarming, but when Jiang Hao saw the screen filled with question marks, he felt a chill run down his spine. What the? On the other side, Qin Yuanyin's live stream was also flooded with exclamations of shock and disbelief. Why? Because at the moment the lights in Jiang Hao's room went out, all viewers in both live streams witnessed a terrifying scene. In the pitch-black room, only Jiang Hao's computer screen illuminated the space. Following the glow of the screen, everyone caught sight of a ghostly figure in a tattered red dress, standing at the entrance of Jiang Hao's bedroom. Her disheveled hair, cascading down as she fixed her gaze intensely upon his back. Barefoot, she hovered above the ground. This sudden and terrifying scene sent shivers down the spines of all who watched. The barrage of comments erupted. "What the hell? Is that a ghost behind you? Jiang Hao, watch out. You can't be serious with this kind of scare at this hour. Wait, did that cabinet just move?" Qin Yu ran. Witnessing the spectacle, arched an eyebrow. "You have finally emerged." Rising to her feet, she declared, "Brothers, that's all for today. Goodbye," and promptly ended the stream. Subsequently, she dashed out of her home and arrived at Jiang Hao's door. With a crackle, she summoned a surge of lightning in her palm and struck the door. However, her hand was met with an explosive burst of red light that entirely repelled her. "What?" Qin Yu Ran's expression shifted dramatically as her gaze darted down the corridor to the sky outside. "This is bad. It's an extreme night." This turn of events was unforeseen for her. If that were the case, the ghost power will be multiplied several times over. Although Jiang Hao dabbled in the arcane arts, he was merely at the nascent stage of cultivation. This ghost, on this night, likely reached the foundational stage. Qin Yu Ran's countenance grew grave. Damn it, if only she weren't confined by her seal. How could I not even breach a door? In haste, she retrieved her phone and opened Jiang Hao's livestream. At that very moment, Jiang Hao found himself gripped by the ghost, her fingers tightening around his throat as she pressed him against the wall. "This is bad," Qin Yu Ran thought in a state of frantic anxiety. "Wait, you," Jiang Hao, ensnared by the vengeful spirit, felt the life force ebbing away as he struggled for breath. Though he attempted to gather the spiritual energy within him, it proved futile. Ding! Learning to endure punishment. Physique 10. Ding! Learning to hold breath. Spiritual energy 10. The comment streamed in. "Is that a real ghost? This can't be real. Wait, isn't this just a show? If he can control fire and ride the sword, this should be nothing, right? But host, aren't you supposed to wield a sword and control fire? You should fight back. Should I send a gift to support you? Never mind. You won't be able to cash out anyway. I'll just burn it for you. Host, the ghost is of the Yin attribute, and tonight is an extreme Yin night, meaning her power has greatly increased. She might be nearing foundation stage. Trying fire would be your best option. Wait, who's this guy upstairs? What do you mean by that?" As Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, he concentrated his spiritual energy and summoned flames. With a fervent strike, he thrust his fiery palm toward the ghostly woman's face. A piercing scream erupted from her lips as she recoiled several meters back, yet it seemed to have little effect. Overwhelmed, he thought, "I cannot win. I must flee." However, at that moment, a chime echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, you have triggered the quest, Exterminate the Female Ghost. Quest rewards, system points 1 million. Cultivation level upgrade to Foundation Establishment Stage 1, 5 Thunderites." The sudden system notification caused Jiang Hao, who had been prepared to escape, to hesitate. Wait, hadn't he completed a task and unlocked the first system shop? He had yet to peruse its contents. First system shop, combat power doubling upon redemption. The host's overall combat strength will double for 3 minutes, consuming 10,000 system points. Fortune telling, divination. Upon redemption, a single small event can be divined, consuming 10,000 system points. Fire language spell. Upon redemption, the host will acquire the fire language spell, which possesses significant lethality against malevolent entities, consuming 10,000 system points. Divine Thunder Spell. Upon redemption, the host gains the Divine Thunder Spell, which has even greater destructive power, consuming 20,000 system points. Heavenly Fire Gatling. Upon redemption, the host will obtain the Heavenly Fire Gatling, a high-frequency spiritual weapon effective against evil spirits, consuming 50,000 system points. Hunting Rocket Launcher. Upon redemption, the host gains the Hunting Rocket Launcher, a wide-ranging destructive spiritual tool, consuming 50,000 system points. Yin-Yang Exorcism Array Diagram. Upon redemption, the host receives a diagram for the Yin-Yang Exorcism Array, which can be activated directly, consuming 100,000 system points. Divine Ability Chart. Upon redemption, the host randomly acquires a top-tier divine ability, redeemable only once, consuming 500,000 1,000 system points. God Transformation Experience card. Upon redemption, the host will possess the Cultivation of God Transformation Stage 1 for 3 minutes, consuming 1,000 system points, redeemable once in a lifetime. Upon seeing the array of items in the system shop, a smile crept upon Jiang Hao's lips. He lifted his gaze toward the ghostly figure before him. Then, he stepped aside, quietly closing the bedroom door. Onlookers. Qin Chapter 7. The 36 characters of the Way of Heaven. The scene in Jiang Hao's bedroom left the viewers in all the live-streaming rooms utterly astonished. It was not merely a matter of disbelief. Regardless of whether the female ghost was genuine or not, one had to question the authenticity of the show's effects. After he forcefully repelled the specter with a single palm strike, should not his immediate instinct have been to flee? Instead, he chose to close and lock the door to his own sanctuary. Before him, the female ghost paused momentarily, glancing at the secure door and then at Jiang Hao. Strangely, despite being the ghost in this scenario, a shiver ran down her spine upon witnessing the unsettling smirk that danced at the corner of his lips. With a piercing shriek emanating from her throat, she lunged towards Jiang Hao. Exchange fire language spell. In the next instant, a talisman materialized in Jiang Hao's hand. Then perish. With a swift motion, he cast the fire language spell, which transformed into a fiery dragon, surging directly towards the ghost before him. The inferno engulfed her entirely. As the flames subsided, the specter vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the lights in Jiang Hao's bedroom flickered to life. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. Eliminate the female ghost. Task rewards. 1,000 system points. Cultivation level elevated to Foundation Establishment Stage 1. 5 Thunder Righteous Method has been granted. The fire language spell? Outside, Qin Yuan, watching the live broadcast, raised an eyebrow in intrigue. How fascinating. Few possess the ability to wield the fire language spell in this era. He indeed has a remarkable background. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed, I worried for nothing. She then languidly stretched and returned home. In his room, Jiang Hao felt a surge of power rising within him, propelling him directly into the Foundation Establishment stage. The audience in the live stream bore witness to the entire spectacle. Comments flooded the screen. Is that Li Bai? Incredible. The host is genuinely remarkable. You are undeniably a master of the craft. Salad, half a fanny. If you had unleashed that fire dragon sooner, who would dare call you a charlatan? That was astonishing. I'm a barrel. You're a gnarl. This feels like a movie. Is this real or merely special effects? I'm starting to doubt everyone, including the host. You're Ash. I'm the healer. What the hell? The fire dragon devouring the ghost was far too real. Honestly, even if it were special effects or props, I would accept it. Jiang Hao approached his computer, observing the barrage of comments and gifs with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, the performance concludes here for today. If there are future broadcasts, please follow this channel. Wishing you all a good night. Goodbye. With that, he hurriedly ended the stream, leaving countless viewers typing in the darkened chat room. Jiang Hao had not anticipated triggering an additional task, which turned out to be an unexpected boon. Foundation Establishment Stage 1 should be considered quite satisfactory, he mused while seated on his bed. Yet, he remained somewhat perplexed by the cultivation system and worldview of this realm. The Divine Arts Chart. Jiang Hao gazed at the options within the system's marketplace. Divine Arts Chart. Upon exchange, one may randomly obtain a Supreme Divine Art, redeemable only once, consuming 50,000 system points. The prospect of acquiring a singular top-tier divine art for the price of 50,000 system points, slightly less than the experience card for transcending divinity, enticed him, especially given its permanence. Jiang Hao concluded that despite the steep cost, it was an essential exchange. He proceeded to redeem the Divine Arts Chart. Ding! Are you certain you wish to exchange? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have redeemed the Divine Arts Chart, acquiring the random divine art, 36 characters of Heaven's Tao. Subsequently, a torrent of memories surged into Jiang Hao's mind. As the name suggests, the 36 characters of Heaven's Tao comprises 36 characters, each corresponding to a formidable power. The latter characters, in theory, embody greater strength. albeit with increased difficulty in their cultivation. The first character is Flame. Jiang Hao closed his eyes and began to practice. Ding. Learning Flame. Progress. Minor Achievement 5. Ding. This is the extraordinary capability of a divine-level intellect. Typically, Jiang Hao would require gradual training. However, this divine intellect acted as a premier enhancement, allowing him to learn swiftly, in less than a minute. Ding. Successfully acquired Flame. Jiang Hao opened his eyes and summoned his spiritual energy, swiftly inscribing the character Flame in the air before him. Ding. Learning to utilize Flame. Proficiency increased by 10, 90 remaining until mastery of Flame. Go. Whoosh. In an instant, a Flame character burst through the window, igniting flames in the air. Astonishing. The character Flame signifies a fire-based attack. What else lies ahead? As Jiang Hao continued to meditate and cultivate, the system's notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Flame has reached full mastery. With the mastery of Flame, Jiang Hao could directly proceed to the next character, which was Water. Quite remarkable. The night swiftly passed. The following noon, Jiang Hao opened his eyes, feeling completely rejuvenated. In less than a day, he had mastered up to the 8th character of the 36 characters of Heaven's Tao. One could only marvel at the sheer prowess of the divine intellect. The first character was Flame, the second Water, followed by Wood, Metal, and Earth. These 5 characters represented the 5 elements. The 6th was Ice, the 7th Thunder, and the 8th was Control. The challenge intensified with each subsequent character. Theoretically, mastering the first character Flame could take several months, yet the divine intellect proved overwhelmingly powerful. Jiang Hao then took out his phone to check the trending topics. 1. Stone Hammer. A certain 3-character Lee surname celebrity caught in a scandal. Hi, Shop. Last night on Cucumber Live, the host encountered a dramatic scene involving an exorcism. 3. 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Female ghost. Sword control. Fire manipulation. Do these phenomena truly exist? Comments. Present at the scene throughout. The initial skepticism transformed into awe. Jiang Hao is undoubtedly no ordinary person. I believe we need more individuals like Jiang Hao, for it is through them that we can glimpse an alternative facet of this world. I have always held the conviction that there is no smoke without fire. I even ponder whether myths hold a kernel of truth. Of course, this is clearly a product of a show-esque design, meticulously crafted by the individuals behind it. Didn't you notice? The effect has certainly been achieved, with the topic trending across the internet, garnering over 10 million views last night, resulting in considerable profit. The host, when his live stream had 0 viewers, was discovered by Ran Jia, who found him admitting that even his fortune-telling skills were lacking, merely a charlatan of sorts. Perhaps he and Ran Jia are part of the same team, orchestrating this spectacle. There are myriad opinions circulating. While last night was indeed astonishing, only a handful witnessed it firsthand. Even those who did may not fully believe. Jiang Hao, however, seemed unconcerned as long as there were rewards, as long as there was profit and growth to be gained. He simply needed to eat. Jiang Hao leapt from his bed, exited his room, and pressed the elevator button. Upon turning, he noticed a cardboard box beside him, filled with a tall stack of books. He recognized them as undoubtedly belonging to Qin Yuran, for their building had 2 households per floor, and this unit housed only the 2 of them. With a casual glance, he observed that the first book appeared somewhat aged, bearing the title, The Great Void Chaos Technique. A martial arts manual, perhaps? Curiosity piqued, Jiang Hao picked it up. Ding! Learning the Great Void Chaos Technique. Progress. 1. Huh? Jiang Hao was taken aback. Is this truly feasible? Could this be an authentic martial arts manual? He flipped through the stack. Sealing Sword Technique. Hiss, a swordplay manual? It seemed this collection was entirely focused on cultivation. Jiang Hao stole a glance at Qin Yu Rant's door. Could this woman also be involved in such matters? After all, when he moved in, her gaze and words hinted at an awareness of the supernatural presence in his home. Now, with this stack of esoteric books, it was indeed real, and she had left them out. Was this not a gift for him? How thoughtful of her. Jiang Hao then carried the box back to his residence. Once home, he sat on his bed and stacked the collection of books together. Could this truly work? He placed his hand atop the stack. Ding! Learning the Great Void Chaos Technique. Progress. 2 ding. Learning Sealing Sword Technique Progress, 3 ding. Learning Encyclopedia of Demons and Evil Spirits, Volume 1. Progress, 11. Ding. Learning Comprehensive Knowledge of the Martial Arts World, Volume 1. Progress, 6 ding. Learning 66 Ways to Seduce a Man, Progress, 4. Jiang Hao. Ding. Learning 18 Methods of Self-Defense for Beauties, Progress, 20. Jiang Hao. Chapter 8. A blood calamity awaits you in a minute not long after. Jiang Hao had comprehensively mastered the content of the entire stack of books. Astonishing. While other topics might not have felt as intuitive, the effects of the Tai Su Hun Dun Ju were strikingly clear. This technique is divided into 7 layers, each representing a distinct level of mastery. For instance, at present, Jiang Hao was at the first level of the foundation establishment stage. By unleashing the first layer of the Tai Su Hun Dun Ju, his cultivation would elevate him directly to the second level. If he were to reach the 7th layer, he would ascend to the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. Having read numerous fantasy novels, such an exaggerated advancement in cultivation seemed extraordinary. Remarkably, Jiang Hao, with his divine intellect, had already progressed to the 3rd layer. Unbelievable! Jiang Hao did not anticipate that Qin Yuran would be so generous as to bestow upon him such an extraordinary technique. He decided to head out for a meal. As he exited his room, Qin Yuran, clad in a simple set of pajamas, opened the door simultaneously. "Where are you going?" she inquired, winking at Jiang Hao with her enchanting eyes. "I'm going to eat. Would you like to join?" He replied. "Just give me a moment," she said, casting a curious glance at the spot where the cardboard box had been before closing the door. "Where are my books?" She pondered, leaning against the door in confusion. "They must have been taken by the cleaning lady. Oh well, they were meant to be discarded anyway," she muttered to herself. Among that stack of books, a few had been purchased from an elderly vendor during a recent shopping trip. The old man had claimed a special connection with her, offering her the chance to select whatever techniques she desired from his stall for merely 10 yuan each. Initially reluctant to buy anything, she had felt a pang of sympathy for the elderly gentleman and ended up purchasing 2 books. One was the Tai Su Hun Dun Ju, and the other was the Feng Chun Jian Ju. Did she truly believe these were genuine? Finding authentic treasures at a street stall seemed like a plot only found in fantasy novels. Moreover, what was the Tai Su Hun Dun Ju? It was a legendary technique from ancient times, and the Feng Chun Jian Ju was renowned as the signature sword technique of the first sword of antiquity. Both of these techniques had long since vanished from the martial arts world. She had not taken them seriously and had left them untouched. Before long, Qin Yuran emerged. Jiang Hao gazed at her. She wore a dark coat, with a champagne silk robe subtly visible underneath, paired with simple black leggings and white sneakers. This woman was truly beautiful. "Shall we go?" Qin Yuran said with a cheerful smile. The two entered the elevator and made their way outside the community. "What shall we eat?" "My treat," Qin Yuran offered. "Oh, treating me? Why is that?" Jiang Hao asked with a smile. "I've gained quite a few fans by riding on your coattails these past few days, so treating you to a meal is the least I can do," she replied with a grin. "In that case, I shall take full advantage of you," he joked. "Just keep it under 50, all right?" "I'm quite frugal," she retorted playfully. "Your leading supporter is quite lacking," Jiang Hao said with a smirk. Qin Yuran gazed at Jiang Hao, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Indeed. Would you care to be my #1 big brother? Or perhaps a little reward to unlock something?" "Not yet. I haven't gathered all my Maybach fragments," Jiang Hao shrugged. This woman, it seemed, was not as simple as she appeared. She resembled a beguiling rose with thorns. "However, I propose a wager," Jiang Hao asserted confidently. "Oh, what shall we bet on?" "Let us keep it simple. How about 10,000 yuan? 10,000. Sounds reasonable, but do tell me what the wager entails." Qin Yuan responded, intrigued. "In 1 minute, you will encounter a calamity," he challenged. "Do you accept?" Qin Yuan paused, laughter escaping her lips. "A calamity? What a jest. Who am I? I am Qin Yuan. Even if my abilities are currently sealed, I am not someone easily approached. What calamity could possibly befall me? Just admit you wish to invite me, and let's proceed with the bet," she declared, full of self-assurance. Jiang Hao chuckled as they made their way out of the community. Suddenly, Qin Yuan halted, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her face. Oh no, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Jiang Hao. Could it be he truly could foresee the future? Her aunt was approaching. So this was the calamity Jiang Hao spoke of. Wait for me. Qin Yuan hurriedly dashed back. Jiang Hao smiled. Soon, she returned. Pay up, she demanded, extending her hand. Jiang Hao held out his palm. Qin Yuan rolled her eyes and muttered, I'll transfer it to you later. Jiang Hao shrugged. So, you really can see the future? When we first met in the live stream, you played the part quite well. See the future? Jiang Hao chuckled. What he possessed was not foresight, but rather a divine intellect that allowed him to analyze and perceive Qin Yuan. Yet, this woman was indeed extraordinary. Her height, weight, and figure were all of the highest caliber. How about this? Since I've won 10,000 from the beautiful Yuan, I shall treat you to dinner today, Jiang Hao proposed. Oh, with a hint of amusement, Qin Yuan regarded Jiang Hao. What? You aren't trying to woo me, are you? Come now, what a joke. I am merely expressing my gratitude. Qin Yuan, hands tucked in her coat pockets, inquired. What do you thank me for? For the precious techniques you bestowed upon me. Jiang Hao replied candidly. Qin Yuan's expression shifted to one of confusion. What? She burst into laughter. Wait, did you actually take that box back? Jiang Hao regarded her with curiosity before nodding. Yes. Did you learn from the techniques inside? Indeed. What did you learn? Aside from the assorted nonsense. Wasn't it just the Tai Su Hundong Ju and the Feng Chun Jianju? Qin Yuan stifled a laugh, her exquisite face tinged with a rosy hue. So, what happened next? She inquired. I've been learning quite well. As for the sealed dust sword technique, I am unsure of its current level. But the Taishu Chaos Decision is undoubtedly top tier, Jiang Hao replied. And then? Qin Yuan continued. The Taishu Chaos Decision has 7 layers. How far have you progressed? The 3rd layer. Why are you laughing? Jiang Hao shot her an exasperated glance. Oh, the 3rd layer. How does it feel? Qin Yuan asked, unable to contain her amusement. Jiang Hao slightly activated the power of the 3rd layer of the Taishu Chaos Decision. Instantly, his prowess began to ascend from the 1st stage of foundation establishment. 2nd stage, 3rd stage, 4th stage. Ding! Releasing Taishu Chaos Decision. Proficiency increasing. Ding! The 3rd layer can elevate my level by 3 stages. Currently, I am at the 1st stage of foundation establishment, and after release, I will reach the 4th stage, a significant enhancement. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Hao's gaze turned towards Qin Yuan, only to find her expression frozen in disbelief. Not a chance, bro. Qin Yuan thought, her mind racing with confusion. Chapter 9. Your uncle is still your uncle. Qin Yuan's worldview was on the verge of collapse. What on earth is happening? She pondered, feeling the surge of power emanating from Jiang Hao. His cultivation had ascended from the 1st to the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage. According to ancient texts, the Tai Su Chaos Technique indeed had such an effect. The Tai Su Chaos Technique and the Sealing Dust Sword Technique were, in fact, authentic top-tier divine skills that existed in the annals of martial arts history. However, they had long since become extinct, and no one practiced them anymore. Thus, the old man who had sold her the book for 10 yuan. Could it be that he had actually sold her a genuine secret manual? What a twist of fate. Could such a melodramatic scenario truly exist? Yet, if it were a counterfeit, how could Jiang Hao have succeeded in his cultivation? It must be authentic. Then what about the other items at his stall? Goodness, that old man must be an extraordinary figure. Upon further reflection, Qin Yuan recalled the numerous legendary manuals that had adorned the old man's stall. She felt overwhelmed. What was she thinking? Jiang Hao inquired. Qin Yuan gazed at him, feeling utterly despondent. This sensation was excruciating. It was akin to 2 impoverished youths, one of whom gifted a lottery ticket to the other, only for the latter to win 10 million. She had to watch as the other bought luxury cars and mansions. It's nothing, she replied, shaking her head. Wait a moment. The cardboard box had been placed at her doorstep earlier that morning. It was still merely afternoon. This meant that Jiang Hao had only a few hours to practice the Tai Su Chaos Technique, and yet he had reached the 3rd level? Goodness. Qin Yuan felt as though she had stumbled upon something astonishing. The Tai Su Chaos Technique, a pinnacle method of cultivation. To progress from nothing to the 1st level would likely require several months, while advancing from the first to the second level might take years. Yet he had achieved 3 levels in just a few hours? What sort of monster was he? And she recalled that she had already attained sword mastery and fire control in the chi refinement stage. Wait, had he truly reached the foundation establishment stage? Just yesterday, he had still been at the first or second level of chi refinement, hadn't he? Is something amiss? She asked Jiang Hao. Indeed, he replied. Should I return it? Qin Yuran suggested. Does this include the 66 methods to seduce men? Jiang Hao inquired with a smile. Qin Yuran. It does. I'll give it to you after dinner, she said, her spirits lifting immediately. Wow, I'm invincible now. She marveled at the prospect of practicing such a top-tier technique. Let's go eat, she exclaimed, skipping along the path. Jiang Hao followed closely behind. Upon exiting the community, they encountered an elderly man struggling to push a tricycle laden with numerous bottles and cardboard boxes up a slope. Qin Yuran approached and lent him a hand, with Jiang Hao assisting as well. As they reached the top of the incline, the old man expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Ah, thank you, dear young ones. Indeed, there are still many good-hearted people around. Jiang Hao casually waved his hand, dismissing the gratitude. No need for such formality. It's no great matter. At your age, you appear remarkably vigorous, Qin Yuan remarked. Haha, indeed, though I am 82. I assure you my health is such that even someone 70 years old might struggle to compare. The old man replied with a hearty laugh. Jiang Hao jested. With such vitality, perhaps you could even take on a delivery job. Ah, young man, you wouldn't believe it, but I have dabbled in many professions during my youth. I've been a bank clerk, a white-collar worker, a salesman, a teacher. You name it. Just a couple of years ago, I even worked as a tour guide, the elder recounted with pride. Impressive indeed. A robust physique and a history of teaching. How admirable. Jiang Hao responded, feigning reverence. The old man wiped the sweat from his brow, chuckling, but alas, I've never been a delivery person. That's beyond my current capabilities. Nonetheless, your life's experiences are quite rich, having held so many different jobs, Jiang Hao remarked. Wait, young man, are those even considered jobs? The elder queried, bemused. Jiang Hao remained silent, while Qin Yuan simply stared in disbelief. Goodness, you truly are something else, she exclaimed, unable to contain her laughter, and then tugged at Jiang Hao's sleeve. The light is green. Farewell, old man. Jiang Hao waved goodbye with a smile. On Linen Pedestrian Street, the busiest thoroughfare in Linen City, bustling with activity during the day, Qin Yuan and Jiang Hao indulged in various street snacks, embodying the essence of a young couple enjoying a day out. This one isn't tasty. You take it. Qin Yuan offered a few remaining pieces of stinky tofu to Jiang Hao. He accepted it, replying, this rice ball is quite good. I have one left for you. That ice cream looks delightful. Upon finishing her statement, Qin Yuan made to walk over to the ice cream stall. Wait, Jiang Hao glanced at the assortment of treats in his hands. You can't just take a couple bites and pass it off to me. If you can't finish it, don't buy it. He expressed his frustration. Qin Yuan shot him a glare. Why are you so grumpy? The things I've tasted are coveted by others. Consider a privilege. At least offer me something mouth to mouth. Hand over that milk tea you're holding. Ugh, you're revolting. No way, she retorted, downing the milk tea in a few gulps and triumphantly shaking the empty cup at him. Jiang Hao shrugged in resignation. As they walked, a group of 3 men and 1 woman approached. One of the men, upon spotting Jiang Hao, gasped in astonishment. Wow, are you the Jiang Shun? Jiang Shun is a moniker many internet users have affectionately bestowed upon Jiang Hao, while his true name remains unknown to the masses. His online ID is Shimin Chui Jiang. Goodness, it's really Jiang Shun. You're even more handsome in person than online. Jiang Shun, take me as your disciple, please. I beg you. I want to cultivate immortality alongside you. Me too. I want it too. Wow. Please teach me 2 tricks. I want to be invincible in charming women. It is evident that they are quite exhilarated. In fact, the gazes of the 3 men upon Jiang Hao are tinged with a hint of reverence. Everyone believes in science. I am merely a charlatan. You truly believe me? Jiang Hao remarked. Indeed, it's far too genuine. Jiang Shun, you aren't here to set up a stall for fortune-telling on the pedestrian street, are you? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Jiang Hao's fortune-telling stall. What an enticing spectacle. Moreover, it can earn some pocket money. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered the task, Master Stall. Please operate a stall for 1 hour, offering enlightenment and fortune-telling. Task reward. For each individual you enlighten or tell fortunes for, you may receive a random reward. Jiang Hao. Very well then. Let us proceed. Hee, I believe this could work out. Qin Yuan smiled at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao inquired, how do we proceed? While you buy a cup of milk tea, I will handle the rest. Qin Yuan responded before dashing off. Jiang Hao purchased a cup of milk tea, and upon turning back, he noticed a table and a stool set up along the pedestrian street. There was also a cardboard sign that read, Jiang Shun Professional Fortune-Telling and Enlightenment. She is remarkably swift. Hello, brothers. Today we are live outdoors. Qin Yuan greeted the audience with a smile while holding her phone. Chapter 10. Ulick dogs are truly impressive. Qin Yuan greeted the camera with a cheerful smile. Today, even the calamity she faced was effortlessly predicted by Jiang Hao, down to the precise minute. One can only say that Jiang Hao possesses a remarkable talent for divination. Therefore, the content of today's livestream is bound to be exceptional. As Qin Yuan glanced at the barrage of comments in the livestream, she chuckled and then directed the camera towards Jiang Hao. Ladies and gentlemen, today it is not I who am broadcasting, but rather the outdoor session of the divine Jiang. Indeed, today Jiang intends to set up a stall, practice fortune-telling, and provide enlightenment. Comments flooded in. Wow, Ranjia, are you with Jiangshan? Right, you both are from Linen City. This is incredible. Jiangshan is actually live streaming his fortune-telling outdoors. I still remember the first time I saw Jiangshan in the live stream. He openly admitted to being a charlatan and claimed he couldn't predict fortunes. Now he is doing it outdoors. Clearly, there is no pretense here, is there? Where are you? Is it Linen Walking Street? Hurry over. In previous live streams, whether it was the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, controlling flames, or the female ghost, it was hard to determine whether it was all for show. However, now that he had begun fortune-telling, the host could no longer maintain a fa unless under a commission. In an instant, the fans in the live stream were abuzz with excitement. Jiang Hao had already settled onto a small stool, surrounded by many onlookers, most of whom were bewildered. Fortune-telling is a common sight. Yet first glance, who could believe that this youthful man resembling a college student was the one performing it? Qin Yuan, seemingly a social butterfly, called out, don't miss this opportunity. Jiangshan is offering live fortune-telling and enlightenment. If you miss this chance, there may not be another. Some young people were indeed drawn closer, and a few even recognized Jiang Hao. However, many were hesitant to have Jiang Hao read their fortunes. The authenticity was one concern, but with Qin Yuan live streaming and so many viewers present, the risk of Jiang Hao uncovering embarrassing or deeply personal secrets was quite daunting. Are you not going to have your fortune told? A girl among two boys asked one of them. I truly don't dare to have Jiangshan read my fortune, he replied with a bitter expression. At that moment, a young man with a backpack, resembling a college student, approached. Fortune-telling? Enlightenment? He glanced at Jiang Hao, and his eyes lit up. Isn't this the streamer who has recently gained popularity? To be honest, he found it quite credible. Encouraged by the crowd around him, he mustered the courage to step forward. Jiangshan, he said as he sat down in front of Jiang Hao. Would you like your fortune told or seek enlightenment? Jiang Hao inquired. Finally, the moment had arrived. The young man hesitated for a moment before responding, enlightenment. Speak your mind, Jiang Hao prompted after taking a sip of milk tea. Well, Jiangshan, I have liked a girl for a long time. For the past few years, I have been troubled by love, and it has caused me much pain. I do not know what to do anymore, and I wish to hear your thoughts. Caught in the throes of emotion, Jiang Hao stroked his chin, observing him closely, a trivial matter, 100. He immediately produced 100 yuan. Jiang Hao accepted it and said, here, hold this milk tea cup. And then, he looked at Jiang Hao, perplexed, clutching the cup. Now, dear beauty, could you kindly fetch me a pot of hot water from the nearby shop? The hot water was quickly procured, and Jiang Hao poured it into the milk tea cup. Soon, the water overflowed, spilling onto his hands. The intense heat compelled him to instinctively discard the cup. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Hao remarked calmly, do you understand now? It can only be said that you have not yet felt sufficient pain. When you truly experience pain, you will naturally let go. Oh, Qin Yuran's beautiful eyes sparkled. This fellow seemed to possess a certain insight after all. The comments flooded in. What? There appears to be some truth in that. Master, I have gained enlightenment. Yet, there lingered doubts about whether this man could truly comprehend it. If he remained oblivious, such revelations would prove of little utility. What a waste. Such a splendid opportunity squandered on a trivial question. If you seek Jiang to divine your fate, you might as well forget it. This chance may not come again. The man pondered Jiang Hao's words. Wait a moment, Jiang God. He retrieved a cup from his backpack and said, Jiang God, please try again. All right. Jiang Hao poured hot water into his own cup. The water soon overflowed, running down his hands. It was evident that he was in agony. Yet he bore the pain with stoic resolve. Still, he refused to release his grip. Jiang Hao, pouring water continuously, looked at him in bewilderment. Are you not scalded? Indeed. Does it not hurt? It does. Then why do you not let go? This cup was gifted to me by her. If I release it, it will shatter. Jiang Hao. Qin Yuran. The crowd. Good heavens. Truly remarkable. Jiang Hao could not help but exclaim. The man displayed a glimmer of excitement. Jiang God, are you saying my feelings for her are profound? I'm saying, you devoted admirers are truly something else. Jiang Hao retorted, don't interfere with me. Take your money and move along. The comments continued. Little Fairy 87 is fragrant. Haha, is this streamer really this entertaining? In Sakurajima, Maya's climbing. I can't stop laughing. This guy is admirable. Atomic bomb flying to Light Island. Bring forth some normal people. Is no one here to have their fate divined? I wish to see Jiang God's skills. Had I not been in another province, I would rush over. A new line appeared on the cardboard beside Jiang Hao. Devotees, please do not disturb. Ding. Task of elucidation successfully completed. Reward received. Permanent 10 strength. Permanent 10 spiritual power. Jiang Hao. Such trivial revelations can yield such exaggerated rewards. This is 10 and not 10. Goodness. Let us have some substantial orders. Nevertheless, the brief duration of this enlightening session allows him to fulfill a sufficient number of requests, which is acceptable. At that moment, another man approached Jiang Hao. He did not know Jiang Hao, but noticed a gathering of people and felt intrigued. What is your name? Jiang Hao inquired. My name is Wang Tao, and I wish to seek your guidance, he replied. Please, do share, Jiang Hao encouraged. Wang Tao sat before Jiang Hao and began, a few days ago, I went on a blind date with a girl, and to my surprise, she was far more beautiful than I had imagined, pure and ethereal. I find myself becoming quite serious about her. Oh, what kind of assistance do you desire from me? Jiang Hao asked. I have my first date with her tomorrow, and I wish to win her over. I notice you offer emotional consultations as well. I would like to know if you possess any remarkable strategies. If it goes well, I would be more than willing to return and compensate you generously. Jiang Hao shifted in his seat and said, I will first need to see what she looks like and examine her social media presence. Then, I can offer you tailored advice. All right, here's her social media profile. Wang Tao handed over his phone. Jiang Hao glanced at it, revealing a collection of exquisite photographs. She was indeed strikingly beautiful. A hint of pride appeared on Wang Tao's face as he continued. She is quite busy with work, but her passion is traveling. Throughout the year, she explores various places, both domestically and internationally, and she earns quite a bit. I've heard she bought a Mercedes and a house within 2 years, and, to be honest, I feel somewhat unworthy of her. Suddenly, Jiang Hao noticed a pinned post on the girl's profile. He paused briefly, reading, available for travel nationwide. He discreetly rubbed his forehead. Qin Yuran also caught sight of this post, instantly displaying a look of embarrassment. The comments erupted. Huh, what is going on? Traveling everywhere, bought a Mercedes and a house in 2 years. This guy is no less impressive than the first one. Haha, he is simply extraordinary. Yuran, can you travel too? Jiang Hao turned to Wang Tao, pointing at the pin post. Did you see this? The pinned one? Of course. I saw it, Wang Tao responded. Do you have any thoughts on it? This is her professional profile, right? It informs potential clients that she is available to travel anywhere for business discussions. Is there an issue with that? Wang Tao asked curiously. Let us do this. Do you have a secondary account? Yes, I do. Why? Can you add her from that account? Why should I do that? Just follow my instructions. All right. Wang Tao promptly added her as a friend from his secondary account, and she accepted almost instantly. Now what? He asked. Simply state that you were referred by a friend. Okay, I've sent it. What was her response? Jiang Hao inquired. 800 for the day, 2,000 for the night. The crowd fell silent. Chapter 11, how about we try the 800 first? At first, Wang Tao was oblivious to the underlying implications. However, upon witnessing the exchanged glances between Jiang Hao and Qin Yuran, realization dawned upon him. Damn it, he exclaimed, his surprise morphing into frustration as he angrily slapped 1,000 yuan onto Jiang Hao's table. That's too much. If it weren't for your timely reminder, my losses would have been even greater. Just you wait. I'll inform her mother. With that, he stormed off in anger. Hey, wait a moment. Jiang Hao called after him. What is it, brother? Jiang Hao suggested. Tell her mother not to rush. Perhaps we should first try the 800. Qin Yuran remained speechless, while the others looked on in disbelief. How shameless. Qin Yuran couldn't help but twist Jiang Hao's arm. Wow, brother. You truly are my brother. He then hurriedly made his exit. Ding, order completed. Rewards. Strength 10 permanently. Spiritual power 10 permanently. Jiang Hao stretched lazily and turned to Qin Yuran. Please alter the text on the cardboard to read fortune-telling only. Are you sure? Yes. All right then. Comments filled the screen. Jiang Shun is terrified by these exceptional cases. It's hilarious. It should only be fortune-telling. While emotional guidance is interesting, dear host, remember your role. This is a gross misallocation of your talents. I wonder what exciting events will unfold next. I eagerly anticipated. At that moment, a girl rushed in, breathless. Jiang Shun. She hurriedly approached Jiang Hao. Phew, I made it. I saw you were live streaming locally, so I rushed over. I need your help with something. Please, have a seat and tell me what's on your mind. She took a deep breath, her expression turning serious. I've been having the same dream every night lately. I dream of my deceased grandfather holding on to me, claiming he cannot rest in peace until I accompany him to hell. I wake up startled every night. As she spoke, her eyes began to well with tears. Once or twice is bearable, but now it's every night. I dread sleeping. It has become unbearably torturous. Qin Yuran inquired, have you paid your respects? Burnt offerings? I've done everything I should, but to no avail. Fortune-telling. Prediction. After exchange, one prediction can be made, limited to minor events. System value cost, 10,000. Jiang Hao discreetly exchanged for this effect from the system store and commenced his calculations. After a moment, Jiang Hao opened his eyes and asked, if I am not mistaken. It's not just you. Your father and many in your family have been experiencing similar occurrences recently, correct? The girl gasped, her face reflecting shock. Such profound inner turmoil could only be understood by her alone. Yes. My father is the same, as is my younger brother and my second uncle. One day, during a family dinner, my brother suddenly mentioned a dream he had. Both my father and I were taken aback, and it was only after that we visited my grandfather's grave. The comments flooded in. What? Is Jiang Shun really that impressive? Can he actually deduce this? Is this just for show? Surely this girl isn't an actress? It doesn't seem like it. Her eyes are so genuinely red. If she were acting, I must say, 99% of actors in the entertainment industry cannot compare to her. Calm down. Let us see what Jiang Shun has to say. Finally, something exciting is happening. Jiang Hao stated, you paid respects at the wrong grave. The girl blinked and shook her head. That's impossible. How could we possibly mistake our own family's grave? While the grave itself was not mistaken, the contents within had been swapped. What? Are you saying my grandfather's ashes were replaced by someone else? Yes, Jiang Hao nodded. How can anyone be so twisted? Jiang Hao replied, it's quite common. There are many reasons. The most likely scenario is that something malevolent has taken your grandfather's resting place. What? What should we do? Jiang Hao suggested, we need to excavate the grave, drive away the intruders, and place your grandfather's photograph inside. The comments erupted. Wait, are you serious? You want them to dig up their ancestor's grave? No way. I still want to watch your stream. Don't get yourself banned. Surely, one cannot engage in such morally reprehensible acts, right? However, if what you say is true, then I'll just pretend I didn't hear it. You truly are remarkable. Is what you said real? Please don't jest about something so serious. If they dig it up and find everything normal, wouldn't they come after you? Haha, these days, internet celebrities will stop at nothing for fame. How intriguing, the girl, feeling anxious, said then. I'll tell my father. Jiang Hao replied, first, let your father know. If he agrees, I will accompany you. This matter is beyond your capabilities. All right. Qin Yu ran her beautiful eyes over Jiang Hao. This fellow. The comments continued. She is more beautiful than you. What? Jiang Shun is actually going with them? Wow. I thought he would just say it and walk away. But since he is going, it must be real. Is it just you who is confused? What do you mean they cannot resolve it? Is there truly something unclean? Look at your return key. It feels like the internet is about to explode. Jiang Shun is so handsome. I wish to be his umbrella so he could hold my handle. Soon, the girl rushed over to Jiang Hao, saying, my father is watching the live stream and has heard everything. He agrees to give it a try. Normally, such matters are hard to believe. However, the events unfolded around them, and astonishingly, Jiang Hao was able to articulate the occurrences without any prior knowledge. This was indeed shocking. Jiang Hao glanced at the time. Their home was in Nansha village, right? Indeed. The girl was even more astonished. Well, it was getting late, so let us proceed. Jiang Hao then rose, preparing to leave. This task promised substantial rewards. Just as they were hastily preparing to depart, a man rushed over, drenched in sweat. Can you help me with something? He asked breathlessly. My wife has been missing for 72 hours. You can read fortunes, right? Could you assist me in discovering her whereabouts? I can pay. I have money. His expression was one of desperation. His eyes bloodshot as he frantically pulled out his wallet, placing 1,000 yuan before Jiang Hao. Have you reported it to the police? Jiang Hao inquired. The man, concealing his face in tears, replied, yes, but they haven't found her yet. I truly have no other options. I can only resort to desperate measures. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, as he covered his face, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. In that moment, the man garnered the attention and sympathy of a multitude of viewers in a live stream. Jiang Hao secretly exchanged again while feigning the act of divination. Fortune-telling, divination. After exchange, one divination can be conducted, limited to minor events. System value consumption, 10,000. After a while, Jiang Hao opened his eyes. Do you have a police officer's number? Yes. Dialing. Yes. The man dialed the number. Hello. Have you found any leads on your wife? A woman's voice echoed from the other end. Jiang Hao took the phone and said, there's a basement in his home where a dog cage resides, the place where he typically confines his wife. Upon hearing this, the man's pupils constricted sharply. Jiang Hao continued, beneath the locust tree in his yard lies a blood-stained iron chain. The blood belongs to his wife. Her body is buried on the left bank of the New City Qinghua River. With that, Jiang Hao hung up the phone. The man? Qin Yuan. The crowd? Ding. Fortune-telling task completed. Reward obtained. Permanent enhancement of spiritual power by 20 times. Chapter 12. I am truly a charlatan. The man trembled all over, his eyes wide open as he watched Jiang Hao and his companions walk away. He stared in disbelief. Could it be him? He isn't just a charlatan. Could he genuinely possess the gift of foresight? Meanwhile, Jiang Hao and Qin Yuanyin continued their live broadcast as they walked. The barrage of comments had gone wild. What do you mean, streamer? Please explain. What is going on? Is what you're saying for real? Are you implying he killed his wife? What a farce. This streamer is just putting on a show, creating a spectacle. He can say whatever he likes, and we have no way to verify his claims. A bunch of foolish netizens. It's no wonder they're duped. They keep showering him with gifts. Hey, did the streamer force you to watch? Just complain endlessly. If you don't want to watch, then don't. My friend enjoys it. What is wrong with that? He likes a bit of fun. Qin Yuanyin turned to Jiang Hao and said, could you clarify? Jiang Hao replied, it's quite simple. That man is an abuser, often subjecting his wife to violence and confinement. However, during one incident, he accidentally killed her. He cannot keep it hidden forever. He would eventually be discovered. So, after dealing with the situation, he called the police, thinking that reporting it would cast him in a favorable light. When he passed by and saw us live streaming, he hoped to use the broadcast to shape a narrative that he is a good husband. Qin Yuanyin remarked, so, He didn't recognize you and assumed you were a charlatan, only to stumble upon the truth? Jiang Hao chuckled. Indeed, I am but a charlatan. Qin Yuanyin shot him a playful glare before sweetly addressing the camera. Thank you all for the lovely gifts. What? The gifts are for Jiang Shen? Hee hee. What is mine upon arriving at their destination? Jiang Hao and Qin Yuanyin found the night had deepened. It was already past 10 o'clock. Their destination was a rural area, typically home to a large cemetery. Under the moonlight, they made their way there. In the pitch-black cemetery, lights flickered intermittently. A group of people stood there, their expressions grave. Among them, one man cast an angry glance at Jiang Hao and Qin Yuanyin as they approached. Brother, we really cannot engage in such outrageous acts, he exclaimed, pointing at Jiang Hao and Qin Yuanyin. They are merely attention-seeking internet celebrities, creating a spectacle. Are we really going to disturb our father's grave on a whim? This is no joke. Indeed, brother, another chimed in. Why should we heed their words? If he were an elder, it might be understandable to listen, but look at him. He might not have even graduated from college yet. Brother, we must remain calm. There is nothing supernatural about what he claims. If what he says were true, would that mean ghosts exist in this world? I watched his live broadcast, and it was undoubtedly for show. Qin Yuanyin glanced around, noting the heavy energy pervasive in such places. However, it felt particularly oppressive. Well, if you don't believe me, why did you seek out a master from the village a few days ago? This, brother, I don't trust him, nor do I believe in these internet celebrities. Jiang Hao interjected as he approached. I'm right here before you. What is there to fear? Kid, I don't know what kind of mind-altering substance you fed them, but I assure you, if nothing is found within, I will definitely take you on. The younger girl bit her lip and added, Uncle, he came all this way, and without me saying anything, he already knows that my uncle, my father, and my brother have all had such dreams, which surely indicates his capabilities. Her uncle sighed. Who knows if this is some kind of trick? The woman's father turned to Jiang Hao and asked, Young man, shall we begin now? Jiang Hao nodded. Yes, let us commence. As they did so, the scene before them was not that of a simple earthen grave. The stone tablet slowly opened, and a gust of chilly wind swept through. What is happening? Is everyone still here? The group hurriedly gathered closer, stunned into silence. It's gone. Truly gone. They widened their eyes, displaying expressions of disbelief. Beyond those present, the entire live stream was filled with astonishment, with countless comments flooding in. The barrage read, What? No way. Oh my goodness. Jiang Shen, you are nothing but a charlatan. Incredible. So the swordplay and fire control were real? At that moment, the group was completely taken aback, shedding any prior disrespect toward Jiang Hao. Master, what is happening? The woman's father inquired, looking somewhat flustered. Let us place the photo inside first, Jiang Hao instructed. All right. The photo was subsequently inserted. Uncle. The girl noticed her uncle standing there, motionless, and called out. No response. Uncle, what is wrong with you? She approached and tugged at his sleeve. Just then, damn it, you all will pay. Her uncle's expression suddenly twisted into a terrifying grimace as he violently seized her by the neck. Have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Her father shouted angrily, pointing at him. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. His demeanor, his expression, they had transformed as if he were no longer her kin. The comments flooded in. What the hell? What is happening? Could he be possessed by something malevolent? It seemed that this was indeed the case. No wonder Jiang Shen remarked that they were incapable of handling it, and that he needed to come personally. In a swift motion, Jiang Hao surged forward, delivering a fiery palm strike to the man's forehead. This blow would not inflict any physical harm upon him. However, it unleashed an invisible force residing within his body. In an instant, Jiang Hao waved his hand, sending forth a ball of flames that ignited into a human-shaped figure before him. The barrage of comments erupted. My goodness! Now let me see who dares to claim this is merely a staged effect. You tell me this is a performance? Fire appears in an instant, and I can hardly see anything, yet flames are taking the shape of a person before my eyes. Clearly, that must be a ghost, vanquished by Jiang Shen, and that very spirit had possessed someone. Come on, who else dares to question? I've maintained all along that he could indeed cultivate immortality. Goodness, Jiang Shen, please take me along. I implore you. Ah. In an instant, the comment section erupted with excitement. Chapter 13. Go away. You haven't even cut your nails. The situation seemed to have calmed down. Ahem. The girl, her face flushed from the choking grip, coughed incessantly. Master, this. Jiang Hao said, it's all right. Just seal it up. My brother. He's fine now. At this moment, the man gradually returned to a state of normalcy. What happened to me? He cast a puzzled glance at those nearby. They appeared both frightened and relieved. You were possessed by a malevolent entity. Ah. His eyes widened, and the hairs on his body stood on end. No. It can't be. You nearly killed us. It was the master who saved you just in time. He displayed a look of confusion, directing his gaze toward the extinguished flames. Then shifting to Jiang Hao. Thud. He suddenly knelt down. Master, I apologize for my earlier words. Jiang Hao helped him up, saying, it's nothing serious. The night is getting late. Once you've sealed it, you should return home to rest. We shall take our leave now. Quick, see the master off. No need. Attend to your own matters. Qin ran at it goodbye. The two of them then walked away together. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have received the reward, combat experience of the transformation stage. This reward brought a surge of joy to Jiang Hao. What does this mean? Although he possessed various techniques and items, he was essentially a novice. His fighting style resembled a chaotic tangle rather than a display of skill. Yet now, he had acquired combat experience at the transformation stage level. Though his realm was insufficient, his practical combat ability was remarkably strong. This was undoubtedly a valuable asset. This journey was worth it. Brothers, this live stream concludes here. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. Qin Yuran exclaimed hastily, shutting off the live stream. Wow, you really know your stuff, she said, chatting with Jiang Hao without hesitation. I'm only interested in how much we earned, Jiang Hao inquired. What money? Qin Yuran feigned innocence, blinking her large eyes at him. Stop pretending. How much in gifts did we receive during today's live stream? Jiang Hao rolled his eyes. Oh, not much. Jiang Hao, what the heck? You lost a bet and owe me 10,000, yet you turned around and made a fortune for me? We should split it. All right. Qin Yuran replied. We received a total of 350,000 in gifts, with the platform taking half, leaving us with nearly 180,000. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but exclaim, being an internet celebrity truly makes a lot of money. That is only if you have popularity, she countered. Besides, I didn't ask for any gifts today. The content of the live stream was rather heavy, and they contributed voluntarily. Soon, they returned home. Qin Yuran opened the door, blowing Jiang Hao a playful kiss. Good night, my little Hao Moa. Jiang Hao, all right? The techniques. Hold on a moment. Soon, Jiang Hao handed the cardboard box to her. Moa, good night once again. Qin Yuran swiftly entered her room. Back at home, she joyfully reclined on her spacious bed, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. I've struck it rich. Who needs to play games now? I might as well find Xiao Hao and stream outdoor adventures every day. Suddenly, she remembered the cultivation technique. With great enthusiasm, she took out the Tai Su Hun Dunju and opened it for the first time. She then began her practice. After a considerable time, Qin Yuran opened her beautiful eyes. How is it possible that Jiang Hao managed to reach the third level of cultivation in just a few hours? I feel absolutely nothing. She appeared utterly bewildered, sensing that this technique might be a mere fabrication. At that moment, her phone rang. Hello? A woman's voice, tinged with amusement, came through the line. I saw you today. That handsome fellow by your side seems rather capable. Is he your kept man? Qin Yuran rolled her eyes. Please. Haven't you seen all the trending topics about him online lately? No, I've been in seclusion for a week. What is going on? You should search for yourself. You don't love me anymore, came a pitiful voice from the phone. Irritated, Qin Yuran retorted, Scram. I never loved you. I'm straight. Thank you very much. Then she changed the subject. By the way, how much do you know about the Tai Su Hun Dunju? It's long been lost to the world. I have it in my possession. The other party fell silent for 2 seconds. Why can't I cultivate then? Is it really the Tai Su Hun Dunju? Authentic. For sure. I remember. It seems only men can cultivate it. Damn. Qin Yuran slapped her forehead. This technique must either be destroyed or kept hidden forever. I understand. Also, aren't you afraid of attracting trouble by streaming such content with that handsome guy? Qin Yueran stretched lazily and replied, I don't care. I just want to earn some pocket money. I'll come find you later to sleep together. Get lost. You haven't even trimmed your nails. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yueran looked at the Tai Su Hun Dunju in her hands. After a moment of hesitation, flames ignited in her palm, reducing it to ashes. The following day at noon, Jiang Hao opened his eyes from his meditation. Second stage of foundation establishment. That was quick. A smile crept across his face. He then took out his phone to check. As expected, yesterday's live stream had skyrocketed to the top of the trending charts. Trending topics. 1. Streamer Shimin Shui Zhang's fortune-telling live stream. What moment shocked you the most? Comments. How many years and times? I can only say it was beyond my expectations, especially at the graveyard scene. That was simply over the top. Fei Yangyang's quick push. Shi Yangyang is exhausted. Does anyone know where Jiangshin is? I'm skipping school to become his disciple. Who needs school when you can cultivate? I am now utterly convinced that this world undoubtedly allows for the practice of immortality. Cain, lying down, please call me. Why is that? On the first day of Jiangshin's live broadcast, he revealed the incantation for the myriad swords returning to the sect, yet I shouted all night without any response. Why can't I succeed? I even bit my finger, vowing with my blood, and I feel like I might bleed out. The second trending topic also caught many off guard. Second place. The case of a wife's murder in Linen was solved. Was it the contribution of a streamer? Comments. Wait, so the man who was looking for a wife during Jiangshin's last live stream really committed murder? Therefore, the police found all the clues based on what Jiangshin said at that time. Wow. Brothers, previously controlling the fire and wielding swords could be seen as props. But what about now? Even if we take a step back, it at least proves that the streamer is undoubtedly in the know, right? He truly possesses the gift of divination. If his divination is credible, does that not imply that the earlier events were also genuine? Observing these comments, Jiang Hao stretched lazily. For him, it was not particularly concerning. Meanwhile, at this very moment, a few uninvited guests arrived outside Jiang Hao's community. Chapter 14, The Arrival of the Fraudulent Streamer. 2 men stood outside the Jiang Hao community. All three appear to be burly figures, muscles well-defined. Brother Long, what are we doing here? Zhao Xianlong gave him a light rap on the head. Are you an idiot? Who did you see entering this community last night? Last night. All right, those 2 popular streamers, damn. Brother Long, do you think they're a couple? Are you here to dig up dirt on them? Zhao Xianlong kicked him lightly. Fool, what good would digging up dirt do? I'm here to expose the fraud and ride the wave of their popularity. Expose fraud? Wait. Brother Long, are you planning to expose that Shimin Shui Zhang's deceit? Zhao Xianlong nodded. Exactly. I've been preparing for this for a long time. The younger man scratched his head. To be honest, he felt somewhat apprehensive. Jiang Hao's antics were indeed quite terrifying. He had witnessed it all, transitioning from mere amusement to genuine belief. Coming to expose Jiang Hao? Frankly, he was uncertain. Brother Long, are those tricks of his really fake? The younger man asked hesitantly. Are you still questioning? Do you genuinely think there are immortals and monsters in this world? That is utterly ridiculous, Zhao Xianlong scoffed. But, Zhao Xianlong continued, it's merely a fade crafted by an internet celebrity. The team behind him must be a major company, sparing no effort or resources to elevate his status. And indeed, they have succeeded. Look how popular he has become. However, his streaming content is quite outrageous, Zhao Xianlong remarked. Which part is outrageous? The sword control and fire manipulation are trivial to accomplish. As for the grave digging, it's laughable. The woman who first appeared on the pedestrian street was an actress, and all those who visited the graveyard afterward were also actors. That possessed individual was merely performing, and the grave they unearthed was undoubtedly fake. Is that so hard to comprehend? Well, it doesn't seem too difficult to understand now. But what about him assisting in capturing that wife murderer? That does indicate he possesses some skill, the younger man countered. Zhao Xianlong replied impatiently. Yes, that part is certainly true, given the official announcement. But don't you find it too coincidental? He must have coordinated with Shimin Shui Jiang in advance. He has been apprehended, likely facing the death penalty. But knowing he would eventually be caught, he might as well collaborate with Shimin Shui Jiang and earn some money for his child. That makes sense, Zhao Xianlong asserted. Everything is too coincidental. Beneath coincidence lies deception, and I firmly believe that this world harbors no monsters or mystical arts. The younger man nodded. Moreover, Zhao Xianlong flashed a smile. With his popularity soaring, my endeavor to expose him will undoubtedly cause a sensation. Who knows, within days, I could be driving a Maybach. Damn, the thought filled him with exhilaration. Additionally, he had some impressive preparations in store. It would certainly be explosive. Come on, let's start the live stream. You film for me. All right, the live stream commenced. The name of the live stream is Challenge to Debunk Shimin Chui Jiang. This captivating title has attracted a multitude of viewers into the stream. 5 seconds is already impressive, one commenter mused, questioning whether the host intended to challenge Jiang Shun or merely expose the falsehoods. Another viewer exclaimed, finally, a remarkable individual has emerged to debunk Shimin Chui Jiang. I have serious doubts that last night's grave digging was anything but staged. Even the graves were actors. A cautious observer advised, be careful with your words, my friend. If Jiang Shun is indeed genuine, you may face dire consequences in the years to come. Zhao Xianlong, observing the influx of viewers into the live stream, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. There was no need for caution today. His primary goal was to unveil the truth, and the challenge was merely to demonstrate that there is no such thing as supernatural arts. Surely, if he were truly adept, he would not be able to best me. What if I too am well versed in the arts? Presently, I stand outside his community, confident that he will soon emerge. At that very moment, Jiang Hao stepped out of his apartment to grab a meal. As he descended the stairs, he spotted a Rolls-Royce parked a short distance away, with a middle-aged, rotund man waiting there. Paying little mind, Jiang Hao proceeded on his way. The portly gentleman approached him with a broad smile, introducing himself, "Greetings, Mr. Jiang. I am Wang Weijun, chairman of the Big Tycoon Economic Media Company. Here's my business card. It's a pleasure to meet you. May I ask what brings you here?" Pushing up his glasses, Wang Weijun continued, "I have watched all your live streams, Mr. Jiang. Your approach to this field is unprecedented and truly remarkable. I would like to discuss a potential collaboration with you." Jiang Hao feigned confusion. Collaboration? Indeed. I wish to sign you, and my company would handle your operations, Wang Weijun replied. Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Mr. Jiang, embarking on such ventures alone can lead to disaster. With a company behind you, we can provide strategic advice, public relations, and timely damage control. You must understand the advantages and disadvantages of quick profits versus long-term gains. I offer $50 million a year as a show of my sincerity. His words revealed his belief that Jiang Hao merely orchestrated entertainment with hired actors. Thank you, but I must decline, Jiang Hao responded. Wang Weijun's expression shifted slightly, revealing his disdain for Jiang Hao's apparent ignorance. With such immense traffic and popularity, relying solely on gifts will yield little profit. Even if you were presented with mountains of gold, you would not know how to capitalize on it. At that moment, Zhao Xianlong and his companion, who had been wandering the community while live streaming, happened upon the scene. Wait a moment. Zhao Xianlong's gaze fell upon Jiang Hao and Wang Weijun. Incredible. A confident smile crept across his face. There was no need for introduction. He instantly recognized Jiang Hao, and coincidentally, he was also acquainted with Wang Weijun. During a previous live streamer conference, Wang Weijun was present. He appeared to be the esteemed head of a prominent media company. At that moment, Zhao Xianlong became increasingly convinced that Jiang Hao's earlier antics were merely for show. It was evident that Jiang Hao had signed with Wang Weijun's company, which possessed the resources to orchestrate such grand spectacles to elevate a streamer-esque status. At this moment, he noticed Jiang Hao walking away, seemingly anxious to avoid being seen. A subtle smirk crossed Zhao Xianlong's lips. Thus, an intriguing performance was about to unfold. Brothers, we have identified our target, and soon, an exquisite show will commence. With that, Zhao Xianlong strode forward with determination. Chapter 15. The Five Thunder Righteous Method. Jiang Hao's gaze fell upon Zhao Xianlong, who approached him with a confident stride. Greetings, Jiang Shun, Zhao Xianlong said, offering a faint smile and extending his hand. Hello. Jiang Hao shook Zhao Xianlong's hand, feeling the overwhelming presence of the towering figure before him. Zhao's arm seemed to rival the thickness of Jiang Hao's thigh. Is there something you need? Jiang Hao inquired once more. With a chuckle, Zhao Xianlong replied, I came across various intriguing live streams of yours online. He then stretched his neck and continued, coincidentally, I too walk the path of the Tao. You possess the skill of 10,000 swords returning to the origin and can control fire through your swordplay. Am I right? Today, I have come specifically to seek your guidance in a friendly spar. Not far off, the CEO Wang Weijun overheard this exchange and smirked coldly. Fool, he thought, referring to Jiang Hao. I've told him he needs the company to manage his affairs. If something goes awry, the company has the capacity to handle public relations. But he refused. Now look at him. Someone else come and challenge him. If this live stream goes out, his carefully crafted persona will crumble. Once that facade shatters, he'll be finished, and all his earnings will amount to naught. He had his chance. Walk the Tao, you say? Jiang Hao regarded Zhao Xianlong with a serious demeanor. To date, the only person he had encountered from the Tao was Qin Yueran, with whom he had previously conversed. In truth, there are many individuals in this world who tread the Tao. It is possible that your classmates or teachers could belong to this realm. Many of the peculiar occurrences, explosions, thunderstrikes, or unusual weather often stem from the activities of those versed in the Tao. Zhao Xianlong might be the second individual Jiang Hao has encountered from his path. Well, will you accept? Zhao Xianlong asked, his smile unwavering. The audience's comments flooded in. Jiang Shun must accept. Show him what you're made of. How audacious. Jiang Hao found himself in a precarious position. If he accepted and were to lose, his carefully constructed image would be shattered. Conversely, declining might suggest his lack of confidence, casting doubt on his previous bravado. Ha, is this streamer really from the Tao? Or is he jesting? The audience found amusement in the situation, especially given the skepticism surrounding Jiang Shun's authenticity. Today would be the moment of truth. Jiang Hao shook his head, stating, this is pointless. Besides, if I accept and end up in a brawl, how will I explain that? The audience erupted with laughter. Ha, he won't accept. He's afraid. What a coward. His worries about fighting are merely excuses. Ha. It's evident that he knows he can't match up to Dragon Brother. Fellow brothers, isn't this the downfall of his persona? I wonder who will still claim that Shimin Chui Jiang is so formidable. He dares not even accept this challenge. To be fair, regardless of how impressive Shimin Chui Jiang seemed online, encountering the first challenger in reality has left him flustered. It only proves he is truly just a swindler of the Jiang Hao. Ha. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Xianlong could not help but burst into laughter. He was utterly convinced that Jiang Hao was nothing more than a charlatan. Zhao Xianlong advanced step by step, stating, your concerns are unwarranted, for I happen to manage a gym and a boxing club. Our sparring can easily be defined as a legitimate challenge. Now, do you have any remaining apprehensions? Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered the task, win the challenge, with the reward being Chaos Sword Body. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. Chaos Sword Body? Goodness, such a name sounds impressive. No more, Jiang Hao replied. Oh, does that mean you accept my challenge? Zhao Xianlong inquired with a smile. Jiang Hao nodded, saying sure. Ha. Then let us begin. Zhao Xianlong exclaimed, twisting his arms, producing a series of cracking sounds. He then turned to a few onlooking children and advised, step back. For this fellow might wield swords and control fire. Be cautious not to get hurt. Ha. Unable to contain his laughter, he continued, while the CEO, Wang Weijun, added, I too must retreat, lest I suffer an unfortunate accident. Ha. Wang Weijun was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, reveling in the misfortune of another. You were given the opportunity, yet you chose to act aloof and self-important, only to be publicly exposed. Naturally, I shall await the ensuing drama. Bullet comments flooded in. This is going to be entertaining. It is evident that Shimin Chui Jiang is bracing himself for a challenge. Indeed, his initial refusal stemmed from insecurity. However, with Brother Long pressing for an answer, he knew that further refusal would lead to a collapse of his persona, leaving him no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. It was clear that his carefully curated image was on the brink of collapse. Given the recent surge in his popularity, someone was bound to temper his fervor. Well then, I shall not hold back, Zhao Xianlong declared, stepping back to create distance between himself and Jiang Hao, adopting a battle-ready stance. Jiang Hao nodded, stating, "No need for courtesy. Very well, you had best give it your all, for should you falter, I shall not accept any excuses, ha ha ha." Jiang Hao replied coolly, "Rest assured." "Then let us begin." Zhao Xianlong's eyes narrowed slightly. He was certain that Jiang Hao was indeed a fraud, and with his boxing skills coupled with his physique, victory was all but guaranteed. Meanwhile, he had prepared certain devices for this moment. "Huh!" Zhao Xianlong shouted. Wildfire spreads. Following this, he let out another fierce roar. He discreetly crushed the hidden prop in his palm and then opened his right hand. To the astonishment of all, flames erupted from his palm, strikingly impressive, reminiscent of Jiang Hao's previous display of fire control. Bullet comments erupted. "What? No way. Host, are you also in this line of work?" "Ah, wow, that's so cool, truly impressive. Is this for real?" "No way." "Indeed, this is the prop meticulously prepared by Zhao Xianlong, approaching to challenge Jiang Hao. His popularity is bound to soar. Then, with a mere gesture before the camera, one can hardly imagine how many Maybachs he will acquire after today. It is inevitable. This fortune rightfully belongs to him. So many have hesitated to confront Jiang Hao, yet he boldly steps forward. At this very moment, Jiang Hao raises an eyebrow. What the? He assumed this fellow was merely here for amusement. To his surprise, is he truly from the underworld? In that case, I must take this seriously. A surge of spiritual energy courses through Jiang Hao. In the next instant, he raises his palms skyward. 5 thunder techniques. ZZZT. In an instant, several bolts of lightning descend from the void, striking Jiang Hao's hand. Subsequently, lightning coils around his arm, enveloping his entire being. Meanwhile, the concrete beneath Jiang Hao is shattered into fragments by the residual thunder. Not Zhao Xianlong. The crowd? Wang Weijun. Chapter 16. Hello. Su Xiao Zhao Xianlong stared in disbelief at Jiang Hao before him. No. My friend. Are you serious? Huh. The thunder entwined around Jiang Hao's body was unmistakably real. Even if he lacked understanding, it was evident to him. Could this possibly be a mere illusion for entertainment? An effect conjured by props? The residual force of the thunder had shattered the concrete beneath Jiang Hao's feet, which continued to crackle ominously. Moreover, Zhao Xianlong distinctly felt his hair standing on end and the fine hairs on his body bristling. Bullet comments. The great thief Han Buju, no way, my friend. What the heck? Is this for real? What the heck? Thunder control? 5 thunder execution? Goodness. Little Fairy 87 is fragrant. It's explosive. Invincible. My goodness. How can this be explained? Could this possibly be a mere show effect or a prop? She and Azar are both chickens. What the heck? This is just like in the dramas. Isn't it? So incredibly handsome. Thirsty, just drink water. Don't break your legs, huh? What the heck? Jiang God, don't mess with me. Everything I said before was just a joke, oh my. I'm so sorry. Zhao Xianlong couldn't help but swallow hard in fear. He stood there, paralyzed by the innate terror that arose from deep within human nature. Please, brother, no, master, don't. I was just joking. Zhao Xianlong's face turned pale as he stammered, swallowing nervously. The executive behind him had also fled far away, eyes wide in astonishment at Jiang Hao. Just joking? Jiang Hao glanced at the fire in his hand. Yes, just joking. It's all fake, a prop. Nothing like yours. Saying this, Zhao Xianlong hurriedly extinguished the flames in his grasp. Jiang Hao. Damn. Clearly, I still lack experience. Zhao Xianlong stared at the thunder swirling around Jiang Hao, nearly brought to tears by fear. Thud. In the next moment, he knelt before Jiang Hao. Brother, I truly am young and ignorant, failing to recognize a mountain for its grandeur. Please let me off the hook. Brother, Jiang Hao retracted the 5 thunder execution he had summoned. You needn't be so overly courteous. There is no need for such formalities. No, it is indeed necessary. I've been blind, foolish, brother, spare me, oh my. Jiang Hao responded. It's no great matter. So does this mean I have won this contest? Oh my. Of course it is you. I am beneath you. How could I possibly compete? Very well then. Jiang Hao displayed a satisfied smile. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Reward obtained. Chaos sword body. Bullet comments. My goodness. Today has truly opened my eyes. Jiang God, if you possess this thunder control technique, why not reveal it sooner? There were so many who doubted you. It's just too astonishing. Truly, it's beyond belief. The streamer came to debunk the myths, only to end up in tears himself. However, to be fair, his intentions were not misplaced. Who could have known that the opposing party was not merely a charlatan? Jiang Shun, I implore you to open a class. I would gather any amount of tuition you set. Is that all there is to it? I still need to eat. Jiang Hao inquired of Zhao Xianlong, who stood before him. You, still, need to eat? Zhao Xianlong instinctively asked. Zhao Xianlong trembled. I spoke out of turn, I truly did. Please rise. Jiang Hao commanded. Master, have you forgiven me? Jiang Hao nodded. Really? Can you truly let me go? Jiang Hao, with a hint of exasperation, replied. Just go your own way. I have no intention of holding anything against you. The crux is, Zhao Xianlong revealed a bitter smile. I fear that you have not entirely absolved me, that you might later seek vengeance upon me and sever my fate. I am genuinely afraid. His fear was sincere, given that this fellow possessed genuine supernatural abilities. Could not such a thing also apply to him? What are you saying? I am merely a wandering charlatan. At most, I can tell fortunes or engage in idle chatter. How could I possibly manage such feats? I shall take my leave now. Off to have a meal. With that, Jiang Hao strode away with confidence. Zhao Xianlong wiped the sweat beading on his forehead and stood up, wearing a face of distress. Brother Long, what shall we do now? What shall we do? Let us head back. I'm exasperated. Did you feel the hairs on your body stand on end just now? I felt every hair on my body rise. Zhao Xianlong then turned to the camera, gazing at the incessantly scrolling comments. Comments? Streamer, what is your feeling? Is this real? Streamer, you can't possibly have hired actors, right? I just saw the chairman of the tycoon internet celebrity media through the lens. Are you collaborating? Brothers, regardless of whether there's collaboration, that scene we just witnessed, that five thunder method, my goodness. Jiang Shun pointed skyward, and lightning descended from above. Did you not see that? Can such props create that? Brothers, I was genuinely frightened, truly frightened. Do not mock me, for you may not fare any better than I actors. I merely came to debunk myths and ride the wave of popularity. Could I be an actor? Let us not dwell on that. I'll refrain from further elaboration. Also, a brief advertisement. My gym is located on Hohai Road, named Tianlong Gym. All are welcome to come and work out. At this moment, Jiang Hao ordered a garlic scape and shredded pork rice bowl, savoring his meal while scrolling through videos. He was aware that Zhao Xianlong's challenge would surely trend on social media. Yet he was unfazed. I am indeed remarkable. I turned down a contract worth 50 million a year. Jiang Hao couldn't help but admire himself. He had given up the life of a billionaire. To be honest, not signing contracts or accepting advertisements, solely relying on gifts, does not yield an exorbitant income. Of course, it is not insignificant either. However, the pursuit of becoming a billionaire is fraught with challenges. But why is it that he can regard money as mere refuse? Having cultivated to such a level, his mindset has truly transformed. He no longer places significant value on wealth. Perhaps, in truth, he possesses ample means to acquire it. At this moment, a subtle fragrance wafted into Jiang Hao's nostrils. Before him sat a captivating woman. Upon taking her seat, she directly addressed him, saying, "Boss, I would like a serving of beef rice." Following her words, her enchanting gaze lingered on Jiang Hao, her lips curving into an intriguing smile. Jiang Hao regarded the woman before him. She bore a striking resemblance to Qin Yuan, a woman who also exuded an intoxicating allure. However, this woman appeared to possess a deeper mastery of such charms than Qin Yuan. Moreover, she was a stunning beauty, rivaling Qin Yuan in every way. Her wine-red curls cascaded lazily over her shoulders, and her cat-like eyes, half closed, held a misty allure, with the upward curve at the outer corners resembling honeyed hooks. She was undoubtedly among the two most exquisite women Jiang Hao had ever encountered. Indeed, his extraordinary intellect had not erred. He was destined to find a goddess-like girlfriend. Whether it be Qin Yuan or this woman before him, both epitomized such beauty. "Hello, Su Xiao," she smiled as she extended her hand toward Jiang Hao. Chapter 17. I currently find myself as the other woman, even without his extraordinary intellect. Jiang Hao could discern that Su Xiao had come seeking him. Extending his hand, he introduced himself. Jiang Hao. A subtle smile graced Su Xiao's lips as she took his hand, playfully scratching the palm of his hand ever so slightly. Jiang Hao. Ding. Currently acquiring the art of seducing men. Progress 2. Jiang Hao. This is truly something I can forego learning. Is there something you require? Misu? Jiang Hao inquired, his gaze fixed upon her with a smile. Wow, she is truly stunning. Is this woman a siren? It felt as if every lash of her eyelashes was luring him in. She undeniably surpassed Qin Yueyin in allure. While Qin Yueyin could be seductive at times, she still maintained a degree of restraint. This woman, despite their brief interaction, emanated the essence of a thorny rose, as analyzed by Jiang Hao's remarkable intellect. He felt as though her gaze could devour him whole. With a playful smile, Su Xiao addressed Jiang Hao. I am Yuan's close friend. Realization dawned upon Jiang Hao. Indeed, like attracts like, Su Xiao's gaze was unabashedly fixed upon him as she spoke in a teasing tone. I noticed you and Yuan have been getting rather close lately, so I wanted to see what kind of man could capture her heart. Cough, cough. Jiang Hao cleared his throat. Don't misunderstand. I haven't captured her heart. Oh, a beauty like her, and you have no interest? Su Xiao inquired with a grin. Jiang Hao touched his lips thoughtfully, replying, of course, there's interest. After all, she is exceptionally beautiful. Wouldn't you agree? But if it came down to a choice between her and you, whom would you select? Jiang Hao. Is it really appropriate to encounter such questions at this juncture? He unabashedly scrutinized Su Xiao before him. In terms of looks, they were comparable. She stood at 171 centimeters, while he was 172 centimeters. She weighed 101 jin, and he, 102 jin. Su Io's smile momentarily faltered. How did he know her height and weight? Jiang Hao continued. Her waist measures between 59 to 62 centimeters, while yours is 58 to 61 centimeters. Su Xiao. Why does she feel as if she is transparent before Jiang Hao? Their height, weight, and waist measurements were nearly identical, though he held a slight edge. A confident smile danced upon Su Xiao's lips. However, her bust measures 92 centimeters, while yours is merely 88 centimeters. I choose her. Su Xiao. How intriguing. Observing Jiang Hao before her, a look of interest crossed her face. Boss, the bill, please, Jiang Hao called out. Sir, yours is 15. Jiang Hao then inquired, how much is hers? Her portion is 18. Jiang Hao nodded, handing over 15 yuan, then added to Su Xiao, I inquired about the prices. So you needn't ask when you settle the bill. Su Xiao. With an air of confidence, Jiang Hao sauntered out. Su Xiao watched his retreating figure, a smile gracing her lips. She placed 100 yuan on the table before exiting alongside him. Outside, a journalist appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Jiang Hao emerge, she promptly approached him. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am A. Shuang, a reporter from Yozi Evening News. We are currently live streaming. May I ask you a few questions? Are you live right now? Jiang Hao glanced at their streaming camera. Indeed, we have been broadcasting for several hours. We heard you reside here and thought it might be a good opportunity to interview you. Jiang Hao nodded. No problem. But I want to be addressing any of the rumors circulating online. Rest assured, we want to touch upon those topics. We only want to ask some light questions about daily life, just to add some excitement to the live stream. She was rather straightforward. At that moment, the live stream, which had been somewhat lackluster, began to buzz with activity as the audience was thrilled to see the recently popular Jiang Hao being interviewed. All right, Jiang Hao nodded. Wait, do you know this lady? Suddenly, reporter A. Shuang noticed Su Xiao standing beside Jiang Hao. To be honest, she was taken aback by the beauty of another woman. We do know each other, Su Xiao replied softly. The comment section erupted. Wow, what a stunning lady. Is she a celebrity? I can't believe it. I should only have eyes for Jiangshan because I aspire to cultivate. Yet how can I dismiss this sister's presence? Is she perhaps Jiangshan's girlfriend? Please, don't make me feel nauseous. So handsome, so successful, and now he has such a beautiful girlfriend? Oh heavens, spare me. Well then, miss, may I start with you and ask a couple of questions? Sure, Su Xiao responded confidently to the camera. The questions are quite simple, just some everyday inquiries. May I ask, do you have a boyfriend? Su Xiao nodded, I suppose so. Then, does your boyfriend tend to be stingy? Without hesitation, Su Xiao nodded again. Yes. What specific ways does he exhibit this stinginess? Su Xiao glanced at Jiang Hao and smiled sweetly. Such a private question? I might find it hard to articulate. You would have to ask him. Jiang Hao interjected, no. Miss, I believe you may have misunderstood. I meant to ask if your boyfriend is tight-fisted. Yes, he is, Su Xiao replied. Jiang Hao. Ding. Knowledge invaded Jiang Hao's mind in a rather malicious manner. Ahem. Ha. You seem quite humorous. So are you two a couple? Oh no, I am currently the other woman. Su Xiao responded again. The audience? Jiang Hao quickly added, she is joking. Think about it. Would a genuine mistress so boldly declare herself as such? She is just trying to create a lively atmosphere. Goodness, this concerns my reputation. Ha, indeed. You must be jesting as a couple. At this very moment, what would Jiang Shun wish to convey to his exceptionally beautiful girlfriend? Jiang Hao cast a fleeting glance at Su Xiao, who, adorned with a smile, appeared somewhat expectant. A thought crossed Jiang Hao's mind. Driving his car? That fellow owes you one. He subsequently remarked to her, for today, I have been saving up for an entire week. Su Xiao, seemingly not quite grasping the implication, inquired curiously, but the total of our meal was merely 32. Jiang Hao replied, I'm not referring to money. Su Xiao. The reporter was flabbergasted. If this continues, the live stream shall be terminated. At that moment, Qin Yuan approached. Having stumbled upon the intriguing interaction between Jiang Hao and the debunking streamer while watching videos at home, she decided to seek him out for a meal. Upon arriving, she found Jiang Hao standing alongside Su Xiao, and she was taken aback. Come here. I have something to discuss with you. Qin Yuan walked over and directly took Jiang Hao's hand, leading him away. Su Xiao exclaimed, Hey, Yuan, can you not see me? She too followed after them, leaving behind a reporter in shock and a bewildered audience. From their perspective, Qin Yuan hurriedly approached and whisked Jiang Hao away. Through Su Xiao's words, she recognized Qin Yuan, the dynamic among the three. The comments flooded in. I can't believe it. That beautiful lady just now. Could she truly be Jiang Shun's mistress? This is evidently the case. The main character, upon seeing her boyfriend with his mistress, angrily drags him away, while the mistress gives chase. They don't even seem to be fighting. It appears they're competing for his affection. Wow, I am utterly repulsed. I feel so distressed. Why is this happening? I wish to cultivate immortality. If I could, I would surely be like this. Chapter 18. If you were to choose a girlfriend, whom would you select? Qin Yuan tugged Jiang Hao into the residential complex, completely disregarding Su Xiao, who was left behind. What is happening? Isn't she your close friend? Jiang Hao inquired. Despite Jiang Hao's extraordinary analytical mind, he found it challenging to decipher the situation between these two women and the reasoning behind Qin Yuan's actions. As she briskly pulled Jiang Hao along, she stated, 10,000 yuan, do me a favor. Oh, what sort of favor warrants such a sum? He replied, intrigued. Whenever the three of us are together, regardless of the activity, you must side with me. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. A sworn rival? What sworn rival? She's my good friend. Anyway, will you help or not? Transfer the funds first. Not a problem. At that moment, Su Xiao approached, questioning, You two seem to have little regard for me? With a playful smile, Qin Yuan turned to Su Xiao, grasping her hand, presenting a facade of sisterhood. Indeed, they were good friends. Oh, it's not that. It's just that this guy, Jiang Hao, is rather insufferable. I was concerned he might speak ill of me to you, so I hurriedly pulled him away. Su Xiao regarded the duo with an intrigued expression. Let us be honest. Are you two in a romantic relationship? Qin Yuan exclaimed. Are you joking? I would never date him. Jiang Hao was taken aback. What is with her tone? Su Xiao continued. Is that so? 171 centimeters tall, weighing 101 jin, a bust measurement of 92. Qin Yuan retorted, What the heck? You're a pervert. Rolling her eyes, she added, That is not something I disclosed. At that moment, Su Xiao shot a glance at Jiang Hao. Qin Yuan exclaimed, Wow, how do you know such intimate details? Jiang Hao shrugged, I could tell. You think this is a novel? You can't just deduce that. Honestly, Have you been engaging in any lewd activities? Qin Yuan scrutinized Jiang Hao with a hint of suspicion. What a lecherous man, she thought. However, it seemed plausible, for I too have been fully exposed to him. Susiyao sadendidimacht. Jiang Hao rubbed his nose. Ahem, your words. Qin Yuan glanced back and forth between the two, increasingly sensing something was amiss. Surely, Su Xiao hadn't divulged her bust measurements to Jiang Hao, had she? Well, it seemed inconsequential. They ascended the stairs together, each returning to their respective homes. Inside the room, Su Xiao was seated on Qin Yuan's bed. I must warn you, if you don't trim your nails, you cannot share a bed with me, Qin Yuan cautioned. With a smile, Su Xiao replied, and I wonder if this bed has ever been shared with any men? Qin Yuan chuckled, guess. Su Xiao remained silent, smiling. Then, Qin Yuan shifted the conversation, asking, by the way, did you come here for something specific? Yes. There's a place in Linen City called Bailing Cemetery. Have you heard of it? I have heard whispers of a graveyard, a relic from a century ago, though it has long since fallen into disuse. Presently, the 8-Li graveyard lies abandoned, a desolate region devoid of human presence. What brings this to your attention? Su Xiao replied, according to certain sources, it is rumored that the 8-Li graveyard may have transformed into a prime location for corpse cultivation, where those with ulterior motives are said to be nurturing the dead. Ah, I see. Hence, you have been dispatched to address this matter? Su Xiao languidly stretched and reclined onto her bed, stating, not quite. Such trivialities would naturally attract individuals inclined to resolve them. I merely seized this pretext to venture out for some leisure. Propped on her elbows, Su Xiao gazed at Qin Yuan and inquired, what is the situation with Jiang Hao? How would I know? Qin Yuan shook her head. To wield extraordinary powers in the mundane world may invite calamity. Qin Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. I am indifferent to such matters. I merely seek to earn some pocket money. Does that imply that if he is not your boyfriend, I may pursue him? Just as Qin Yuan prepared to open her laptop, she paused and glanced at Su Xiao, asking, what? A case of love at first sight? Not exactly, Su Xiao mused. I simply perceive him as a remarkable prospect. Is he truly a promising candidate? That is an understatement. He is nothing short of extraordinary. Mastering the void chaos technique to the 3rd level in just a few hours would send shockwaves throughout the realms of cultivation. Whatever, Qin Yuan muttered dismissively. I am off to visit next door. Farewell. Su Xiao then stood up. Hey. Qin Yuan exclaimed in alarm. Could you perhaps exhibit a modicum of restraint? You are a beauty, after all. With a playful smile, Su Xiao replied, what? Afraid I might steal away the future boyfriend you have your sights set on? Ridiculous. Do you believe you are more attractive than I? Superior in figure or allure? Let us be clear, should we both stand before him, he would undoubtedly choose me. Qin Yuan declared confidently, considering she had already gifted Jiang Hao 10,000 yuan. Su Xiao chuckled softly and proposed, a wager perhaps? I'm game. Wager on what? Anything you like, Qin Yuan responded. Huh, you're doomed. The two young women then exited the room together. They had grown up side by side, and regardless of whose cultivation level surpassed the other's, or who had more admirers, they would always compare their standings. This long-standing habit led them to treat even the most juvenile of behaviors with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao was in the living room, practicing his swordplay. Ding! As he trained, he received a permanent increase of 10 in strength and 5 in sword intent. Ding! Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered the quest, the Corpse King of 8-Li Graveyard. Please proceed to the 8-Li Graveyard tonight to resolve the disturbances there. Quest rewards. System points 1 million. Permanent doubling of strength, physique, and spiritual power. God-level sword intent. Oh, the sudden task piqued Jiang Hao's interest. 8 Mile Tomb. A burial ground. The Corpse King? As a native of Linen City, Jiang Hao was certainly familiar with the 8 Mile Tomb. It had been abandoned for many years. The site was dotted with numerous graves, but due to the passage of time, it was likely that their relatives had long since departed from this world. This place had completely transformed into a desolate zone. My spiritual power has already increased 20-fold. Doubling it would yield 40-fold. Goodness, my spiritual energy surpasses that of other cultivators at the same level by 40 times. The thought alone brought Jiang Hao a delightful thrill. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Click! Upon opening the door, Jiang Hao was met with the sight of two goddess-like girls standing on the threshold, leaving him momentarily flustered. After all, he was a young and vigorous man. To suddenly find himself acquainted with two such stunningly beautiful girls, constantly drawing near, was an overwhelming experience. What do you want? Jiang Hao inquired. Can we come in and sit for a while? Qin Yuan asked with a cheerful smile. Please come in. The two girls stepped into Jiang Hao's home. This was also Qin Yuan's first visit. It's quite tidy, Su Xiao remarked, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings. I don't have any extra cups, so if you want tea, there's a faucet in the kitchen. The corners of the girls' mouths twitched slightly. Make a choice, Qin Yuan said. Huh? If you had to choose between the two of us to be your girlfriend, who would you pick? Qin Yuan asked playfully, winking at Jiang Hao. It was a subtle reminder that she had indeed given him 10,000 yuan. With money comes responsibility. Jiang Hao. Chapter 19. Green tea. Oh, green tea. What do these two women mean? As for Qin Yuan, that's one thing. But how well does he know Su Xiao? This woman is also asking him to make a choice. Wait a moment. Jiang Hao seems to have guessed something. Well, he can't be blamed for that. The question is, does it even matter? Jiang Hao sat on the sofa, observing the two ladies before him. Su Xiao cheerfully remarked, you might just gain a girlfriend. Jiang Hao feigned a troubled expression and replied, honestly, it's a bit difficult to choose. Qin Yuan exclaimed, wow, what if it feels like throwing 10,000 yuan down the drain? Is it really that hard to choose? As she spoke, Qin Yuan shot Jiang Hao a knowing glance. Jiang Hao met her gaze for a brief moment before decisively turning his attention to Su Xiao. Qin Yuan gasped, is indeed like throwing money away. How shameless, Jiang Hao stated. Choosing a girlfriend is a matter that requires deep contemplation, and all I can see right now is your exterior. However, mere appearances are insufficient. I must also consider qualities such as gentleness, character, an interesting soul, and talents. I find that quite reasonable indeed. Su Xiao then approached Jiang Hao, taking a seat beside him and resting her head on his shoulder, her voice sweet as honey. What about me? Am I considered gentle? Jiang Hao was taken aback. This must be a reward from the heavens. Regardless of what these two women intend to do, the one who benefits now is Jiang Hao. Well, this is quite nice. I'm starting to lean towards choosing you. Qin Yuan stood frozen in place. They are not sisters. Wow, you are utterly shameless. You, an innocent young lady, can truly be this intimate with him? To win, you are indeed invincible. Fine, fine, fine. Then let us proceed. Clenching her teeth, Qin Yuan also smiled and moved to Jiang Hao's other side. She leaned against his shoulder as well. Such actions, however, later appeared insincere. Su Xiao smiled alluringly and remarked, is that so? Qin Yuan then placed Jiang Hao's hand on her thigh and slightly pulled up her pants, revealing her black stockings from ankle to calf. Hiss! Jiang Hao couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Su Xiao glanced over, recognizing her formidable rival. What did she put on those stockings? Little Jiang Hao, could you give my leg a little massage? They feel a bit sore. Qin Yuan provocatively challenged Su Xiao with a glance. Su Xiao in a coy tone asked, Brother Jiang Hao, what kind of fruit would you like? I can wash it for you and feed it to you. What does that sound? The term brother, Jiang Hao nearly melted him. Grapes, there are some in the kitchen. All right, I'll go wash them. Wait for me. After Su Xiao departed, Qin Yuan immediately exclaimed, shameless. You accepted my money. You promised me. In that case, I'll return the money to you, and I'll inform Su Xiao about this matter, indicating that I am completely fair. Qin Yuan. Wow, how shameless. No need. Here you go. Do you want any more fruit? I'll wash too. An apple. All right. Qin Yuan then walked towards the kitchen. How infuriating. These two are utterly despicable. Jiang Hao is really toying with her. So Su Xiao. Su Xiao, washing grapes. Turned to look at Qin Yuan beside her. I think that while we can wager, we must not allow ourselves to be at a disadvantage. Giving an advantage to a shameless man, right? That would be counterproductive. That makes some sense. Su Xiao nodded in agreement. Therefore, let us do nothing and simply allow him to choose. Agreed. Su Xiao nodded. Soon, The two women approached with their fruits. Jiang Hao, it's time to choose. If I and Su Shiyao are your options, who will you select? Qin Yu ran directly inquired. That despicable Jiang Hao, who had swindled her out of 10,000. Meanwhile, Su Shiyao, sitting beside Jiang Hao, playfully pinched a grape and sweetly said, Brother Jiang Hao, open your mouth, Qin Yu ran. No, sister. You. She is still too young. Green tea. Green tea. Jiang Hao popped a grape into his mouth and remarked, I think I already know who to choose. Is it me? Su Shiyao asked with a smile. Of course. Su Shiyao then cast a triumphant glance at Qin Yu ran, stood up, and said, Bets on. Accompany me for a manicure. I want to get long nails. Qin Yu ran. Night fell. Ding. Successfully acquired the characterly, now fully mastered. Jiang Hao also opened his eyes. The characterly is the 9th character of the 36 characters of the Heavenly Path. It's about time. We should head to Bali Fun. Jiang Hao exited the community and hailed cab. Driver, to Bali Fun. The driver paused upon hearing Jiang Hao's words. Young man, what are you heading to Bali Fun for at this hour? There's nothing much to do there. Jiang Hao replied, just to have some fun. So, you're one of those adventure streamers? You must have seen that live stream by Ximin Chue Jiang recently, right? I advise you to be cautious. It can be quite dangerous. It's fine, just take me there. All right, but I can only drop you off at the roadside. Jiang Hao nodded. Speaking of which, you young folks are quite bold, running to Bali Fun in the dead of night for fame. Even if nothing dangerous happens, it's still a graveyard. Jiang Hao casually remarked. As long as there are no ghosts, it's fine. Oh, that is hard to say. Oh, what have you heard, driver? As taxi drivers, we've heard quite a lot. There have been reports of drivers passing by, seeing ghosts floating on the road. Isn Ba leaf in a hill? Some claim to have seen dark shadows up there, quite terrifying overall. Jiang Hao nodded slightly. Never mind, if you're going, I'll just drop you by the roadside. Thank you. At this moment, for young men were venturing into Balafin, a relatively flat and expansive hill, overgrown with weeds and trees. Only a single expressway ran along its base. At this moment, these 4 individuals, renowned as adventure streamers, were live streaming their exploration of Balafin, having traveled from a neighboring city upon hearing of its intriguing reputation. The leader, Wang Wenyu, glanced at the comments streaming in and remarked, Brothers, we've arrived at Balafin. The comments read, Degree inflation. The streamer actually made it to Balafin. I've come across some rather frightening news about it. What is suitable is suitable. Balafin? Isn't that in Linen's city? The streamer has entered the domain of Jiangshan. Shouldn't you engage with your audience? I work at Mehe. Streamer, perhaps you should exercise caution. Have you not seen Jiangshan streams? At this juncture, it's best not to act recklessly. Wang Wenyu chuckled at the comments and replied, Brothers, I won't offer too many explanations, as I, too, am perplexed. However, we possess our own rationale. Longtime followers know that such ominous tales are often exaggerated. To be frank, we've live-streamed phenomena like the pencil spirit, ghost marriages, and even the ritual of peeling apples in front of a mirror at midnight. Yet nothing untoward has occurred. If there were truly anything sinister, would the 4 of us still be here, streaming for you? The comments continued. That does make sense. I've watched the streamer's eerie broadcasts, and indeed, none of the rumored events transpired. Could it be a matter of improper conduct? Streamer, perhaps it's wiser to err on the side of caution. Indeed, otherwise, how does one explain Jiangshan's situation? He has repeatedly proven himself not to be a charlatan. By day, his exorcisms are astoundingly authentic. Wang Wenyu responded, some matters simply reflect an information gap. What seems mystical to us may merely be tools available for purchase online. It was evident that Wang Wenyu and his team remained skeptical of Jiang Hao's claims, even if they could not produce substantial evidence to counter them. Balafin appeared desolate, shrouded in weeds and trees, likely home only to creatures such as mice. As Wang Wenyu spoke, he and his 3 companions ascended the hill. Suddenly, a voice from the last member called out, Wait for me. My foot is ensnared by vines. The 3 in front turned to look. I say, you truly are useless, Wang Wenyu remarked, shining his flashlight on the man's ankle. In that instant, all eyes widened, and a chill ran down their spines. Chapter 20. The gathering of souls on the path. The 8-mile graveyard was overgrown with various grasses, making it quite common to stumble. They instinctively assumed that he must have tripped over some grass or vine. However, when the beam of the flashlight illuminated his ankle, everyone was rendered speechless. It was not a vine that had ensnared him, but rather a hand, caked in earth and appearing exceedingly withered, reaching out from the ground and grasping his ankle. In the dead of night, amidst the eerie presence of the 8-mile graveyard, this sight terrified them all to their core. What on earth? What is happening? The man whose ankle was seized looked down and was instantly paralyzed with fear. A hand emerging from the soil clutched his ankle. For a moment, his mind went blank. Help me. Oh God, help me. The comments flooded in. Host, this can't be part of your show, right? Don't scare me like this. I knew this graveyard had ghosts. Calm down, calm down. It could be a prank by the hosts. Wah, what is happening? Wang Wenyu and his companions were so frightened that tears nearly streamed down their faces, completely frozen in place. Although they were paranormal exploration hosts, they were keenly aware that this was not part of their act. However, the next moment confirmed to everyone in the live stream that this absolutely could not be a staged effect. The male host, whose ankle was gripped, was yanked forcefully. His body was pulled directly into the earth. Help me. Sob, sob, sob. Please save me. He cried out in despair, half of his body already buried. Quick! Someone save him. Wang Wenyu snapped back to reality and rushed forward. Yet, after only 2 steps, he felt something grasping at his ankle. Gulp! Wang Wenyu swallowed hard and looked down. Another hand was emerging from the soil. Mommy, he screamed, and his body was also dragged into the ground. The remaining 2 were paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the earth. Help me! Sobi, sobi, sobi. The first male host was left with only his hair visible above the ground. The comments continued. It's over. Oh no. Host, are you all right? Host, oh my God, I'm terrified. One of the cameramen had fallen to the ground, completely dazed. He had forgotten to run, even neglecting to lower the equipment he held. The stream continued to broadcast live. Yet at that critical moment, a figure rushed in. Crackling thunder echoed as Jiang Hao slammed his palm onto the ground. With a tremendous explosion, a crater formed around Wang Wenyu. Jiang Hao extended his hand and pulled the first person out. He then repeated the action, extracting the second individual from the earth. Jiang Shun, the survivors, wiping away their tears, gazed incredulously at Jiang Hao. Bullet comments. Wow, Jiang Shun, it's Jiang Shun. My goodness, what a dashing rescue. Jiang Shun is incredible. Jiang Shun actually showed up. Host, you are truly fortunate. So, there really are such monsters in this world? Host, you aren't just putting on a show, are you? Surely you aren't actors hired by Jiang Shun? Jiang Hao observed the stunned individuals and remarked, You all are truly remarkable. Hurry down the mountain. Okay. They were so terrified that they even forgot to express their gratitude. The 4 of them stumbled and cried out as they fled along the path. After a harrowing escape to the roadside, they finally managed to exhale in relief. Brothers. Wang, when you looked into the camera, his sobs persistent. I was wrong, sob. I was truly mistaken. There are indeed filthy things in this world. It's terrifying. I won't stream this again. Never will I touch such things again, sob. Their young hearts have been deeply traumatized. The live stream ended. Meanwhile, a notification chimed. Congratulations on completing the task, offering assistance. Task rewards. Realm elevation by 3 levels. Super Strike card have been issued. Super Strike card. The power of the next strike will be enhanced tenfold. Jiang Hao's aura surged from the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment to the 5th level. This was a task he had just triggered and completed with ease, yielding considerable rewards. He continued deeper into the 8 Li tombs. Those must be the zombies. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. Indeed, the area was saturated with malevolent energy, making it an ideal resting place for the dead. It was likely that the corpses buried within the 8 Li tombs had already been transformed into zombies. Thus, the task he had activated probably required him to eradicate all the zombies in this vicinity. According to the task hints, there should also be a corpse king here. The 8 Li tombs were vast. As he ventured further in, the undergrowth and trees began to dwindle. Just then, he heard a commotion ahead. Jiang Hao heightened his vigilance. Soon, a man and a woman entered his line of sight. Brother Liu, its fellow travelers, the girl called out to the person behind her. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow and approached them. Hey, Aren't you that internet celebrity? What's your name? Shimin Chue Jiang? The girl recognized Jiang Hao immediately. Ah yes, Jiang Hao. Hello, hello. I'm Zhao Lin from the Five Elements Temple. Zhao Lin greeted him with a smile. Five Elements Temple. Jiang Hao was unfamiliar with it, but could surmise it was a cultivation sect. This is my senior brother, Lu Wenfeng. Hello. Jiang Hao nodded at Lu Wenfeng. So it's you. Lu Wenfeng's expression was one of disdain. Then he inquired, may I ask from where you hail, brother? Jiang Hao replied, I am a solitary cultivator. Ah, a solitary cultivator. No wonder you lack decorum. Lu Wenfeng expressed no surprise and couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Brother Lu, we are all kindred spirits in this path. Do temper your attitude, Zhao Lin chided gently. Lu Wenfeng retorted, I apologize, but my demeanor cannot improve. This fellow has inexplicably entered our realm, resorting to live streaming and gaining fame for profit, thereby disrupting the established order. Truth be told, his animosity towards Jiang Hao was not solely due to the latter's alleged breach of etiquette. The crux of the matter was jealousy. He had been cultivating under his master at the Five Elements Temple since childhood. However, the tenets of the Five Elements Temple dictated that one must not display extraordinary abilities in the mundane world, nor act ostentatiously for profit or fame. Yet, to be frank, he was merely human, and he too harbored those worldly desires. Jiang Hao, as a fellow practitioner, seemed unencumbered by such rules, engaging in live streaming and courting women, likely amassing luxury cars and opulent residences in due course. Damn, he felt envious. He too yearned for luxury cars and splendid homes. He longed to showcase his prowess before beautiful women, attracting countless admirers. He wished to frequent nightclubs and indulge in lavish hotel stays with companions. But alas, he cannot. Apologies, for a solitary cultivator adheres to no rules. Jiang Hao retorted curtly. So this is what it means to be a solitary cultivator, unrefined, merely a web celebrity, playing it safe, posing as something greater. This place is beyond your reach, Lu Wenfeng concluded before striding deeper into the area. Jiang Hao had little desire to engage further in conversation with him. I apologize for my senior brother's irritable temperament, Zhao Lin said, feeling somewhat awkward. No worries. Are there others besides you? Jiang Hao inquired. He had not anticipated encountering fellow practitioners in the Eight-Li Graveyard. Indeed, many await above, those from Qingyan Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, the Carefree Sect, and Daoxian Temple, among others, quite a crowd, she replied. Jiang Hao, so many? All gathered above? Indeed, Zhao Lin confirmed. And they ascended the mountain together. By the way, what brings you here? Jiang Hao asked. A senior foretold that a multitude of zombies would emerge today in the Eight-Li Graveyard, prompting us to come and exterminate them while honing our skills. Are you not here for the same purpose, Jiang Hao? Oh, are we capable of confronting a zombie king? Jiang Hao queried. With so many assisting him in this endeavor, it seemed rather fortunate. A zombie king? What are you imagining? How could there possibly be a zombie king? Jiang Hao responded, perplexed. Chapter 21. The loudest often are the weakest. The emergence of numerous zombies here suggests a lack of a corpse king. This cannot be. The absence of a corpse king is only conceivable if it has not been summoned, for the system task clearly indicates its existence. Zhao Lin elaborated. What exactly is a corpse king? It is a being at the golden core stage, akin to my Master S level. How could there possibly be a zombie king here? We are merely dealing with ordinary white and green zombies, and we are uncertain if there are even flying zombies. What is your cultivation level? Jiang Hao inquired. Me? My talent is rather mediocre. I am merely at the 9th stage of qi refinement and have yet to establish my foundation, Zhao Lin replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. And what are the others who have come here? Jiang Hao pressed on. They are all at the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. No seniors are present, Zhao Lin answered. This expedition serves as a training exercise for us. It is not particularly perilous, so the seniors need not attend. Jiang Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is it truly the case that the strongest among us are merely at the foundation establishment stage? It seems insufficient. As their conversation continued, they arrived at their destination. This place was remarkably flat and expansive. In that moment, nearly 100 figures congregated there. Upon seeing Jiang Hao's arrival, Lu Wenfeng let out a mocking laugh. Oh, look who it is, our internet celebrity. The crowd turned their gazes towards Jiang Hao, and laughter erupted among them. Ha ha! Who would have thought our cultivation world would produce such a big internet star? Ha! Brother Jiang, why not go back to live streaming? What brings you here to join the fray? Just so you know, we want to be protecting you later, huh? It was rather amusing, seeing a casual cultivator trying to fit in. They just hoped he wouldn't become a liability. The speakers were all young male cultivators, and one could understand their mindset. After all, they were envious of Jiang Hao, who boldly displayed his extraordinary powers in front of the world, attracting admiration and wealth. Unfortunately, those with a formal apprenticeship were typically prohibited from showcasing their unique abilities in the secular world. Lu Wenfeng scoffed, indeed. It's rather pathetic for a mere casual cultivator to seek out danger. However, at that moment, Jiang Hao, who had been standing still, suddenly sprang into action. In a flash, he appeared before Lu Wenfeng, launching a punch. With a whoosh, Jiang Hao's fist stopped just inches from Lu Wenfeng's nose. The force of his punch sent Lu Wenfeng's clothes billowing as he stared, wide-eyed in terror, at the fist before him. Staggering backward, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. With a smirk playing on his lips, Jiang Hao teased, "So, how is it that a so-called sect cultivator like you cannot even react to my attack?" The crowd around them gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. What? Foundation establishment stage? Could it be that he possesses the strength of a fifth-grade foundation establishment? This is unfathomable. A mere wandering cultivator has attained the 5th level of foundation establishment? Is this madness? How can he possibly surpass my own cultivation level? My senior brother is merely at the 6th level of foundation establishment. And yet this Jiang Hao possesses such prowess? Why is this so? The 5th level of foundation establishment. Lu Wenfeng gazed in astonishment at Jiang Hao. If Lu Wenfeng himself has reached this 5th level, how could Jiang Hao also achieve such a status? Observing the expressions of those around him, he could not suppress his anger. How dare he bring me shame? Lu Wenfeng rose to his feet, glaring fiercely at Jiang Hao and exclaimed, "What skill is there in ambushing? If you possess true ability, face me in a genuine duel." He is merely a wandering cultivator, and a rather mundane one at that. Someone who is infatuated with the material pleasures of urban life. Surely, he is a hollow figure, lacking in true strength. Even if they were of the same realm, Lu Wenfeng was confident he would emerge victorious. Yes, it must be so. He had to restore his honor. Whoosh, Jiang Hao gathered his spiritual energy and launched a straightforward punch. There was no embellishment. Gritting his teeth, Lu Wenfeng also unleashed his spiritual power. Noticing that Jiang Hao had not employed any mystical arts or martial techniques, he refrained from invoking any external force as well. Boom! The two fists collided with tremendous force. A pained cry echoed as Lu Wenfeng's body was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Thus, it is often said that those who boast the loudest are the most inept. Jiang Hao cast a casual glance at him and remarked blandly. Gulp! Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers swallowed hard. How could it be? In the same realm, actually overpowered Lu Wenfeng? On what grounds? How is this possible? They were of the same cultivation level, yet he is merely a wandering cultivator. Neither had summoned any extraordinary power, so why did he dominate Lu Wenfeng? This was utterly incomprehensible. The crowd regarded Jiang Hao with expressions of shock. You, Lu Wenfeng, his face ashen with rage, struggled to rise, fixating an incredulous glare at Jiang Hao. Why? How can this be? We are of the same realm. Lu Wenfeng felt utterly humiliated with Jiang Hao's simple display of strength. The others, regardless of their affiliations, were rendered speechless, their previous disdain for Jiang Hao evaporating. They realized that this wandering cultivator may indeed surpass them all. All right, everyone, cease your uproar. We have important matters to attend to, declared a disciple from Qingyun Mountain. Coughing, Lu Wenfeng pressed a hand against his chest, his expression grim as he retreated to a corner. According to the predictions of the elders, the zombie horde at the 8-Li tomb will likely emerge around midnight. And that time approaches. Everyone, prepare yourselves, one disciple announced. Indeed, a solemn silence descended upon the gathering. At that moment, two figures approached. I say, Why bother with such lengthy nails if you're coming here to fight? Is that convenient? I enjoy it. Qin Yuan and Su Xiao conversed as they made their way over, drawing the attention of the crowd. Lu Wenfeng and the other men were utterly captivated upon seeing the two young ladies. Their beauty was simply overwhelming, exuding a distinct aura of elegance and sophistication. The men present, all in the prime of their youth, were instantly mesmerized by their charm and grace. Among the crowd, Su Xiao's enchanting eyes scanned the area, and she soon spotted Jiang Hao standing nearby. What a delightful coincidence. "Hello, Brother Jiang Hao," she greeted with a warm smile, playfully linking her arm with his. How shameless, Qin Yuan thought to herself, yet she couldn't help but smile as she approached, wrapping her arm around Jiang Hao's other arm. The two young women had already established their rivalry in this first round. Now, they were poised for a second round, with 3 days to determine whom Jiang Hao would ultimately choose. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 22, An Ideal Graveyard. A swarm of corpses the onlookers could only watch in envy as two exquisite beauties flanked Jiang Hao. They felt an overwhelming urge to grind their teeth in frustration. Who, they wondered, truly embodied the essence of a rogue cultivator? How could a mere rogue enjoy such privileges? This disparity gnawed at their insides. They had embarked on the path of cultivation to achieve greatness. Yet here was a rogue living a life far superior to theirs, wealthy, renowned, accompanied by beautiful women, and free to indulge without restraint. What was the point of their arduous training? "What do you want?" Jiang Hao asked the two women beside him, a hint of exasperation in his voice. He was undeniably pleased by their attention, wishing only that their rivalry would intensify, allowing him to reap even greater benefits. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of being treated as a mere wager in their playful contest. "I just want to be close to you," Su Xiao replied with a bright smile. "Me too," Qin Yuan chimed in. Lu Wenfeng, witnessing this scene, clenched his fists in anger. How many men present did not wish to swallow Jiang Hao whole? With a scoff, Lu Wenfeng turned away, preferring to escape the sight. Others followed suit, choosing not to witness the spectacle any longer. As time passed, the moon reached its zenith, and the crowd began to return. "Everyone, the hour is upon us. The zombie horde should soon emerge," a disciple from Qingyun Mountain announced. "Prepare for battle." At the stroke of midnight, a chilling wind swept through the graveyard, and from all directions, hands of the undead burst forth from the earth. A deep, haunting roar echoed around them. At last, the crowd shared a knowing smile. Jiang Hao's previous psychological impact on them was about to be unleashed upon these zombies. One by one, the corpses clawed their way out of the ground. Jiang Hao observed them closely. These were the remains of the deceased. The overwhelming yin energy of the area made it a perfect breeding ground for the undead, gradually transforming them into zombies. "Wait, the zombies are out. Stand back," Jiang Hao remarked, directing his comment towards the two women. Su Xiao released her hold on him and scanned the surroundings with her beautiful eyes. They're merely low-tier white zombies, completely harmless. Indeed, there are quite a few green zombies as well, Qin Yuan added. Hearing their words, Jiang Hao realized his understanding of the world of cultivation was woefully inadequate. Though he had received a few encyclopedic volumes from Qin Yuan, no mere 2 or 3 books could encompass the entirety of this realm. "Could you elucidate?" Jiang Hao inquired. "The classification of zombies," Qin Yuan explained. "White zombies are considered very low level. Look at them. They move sluggishly and, aside from their slightly enhanced physicality, they are no different from ordinary humans. The creatures emanating a foul aura are the green zombies, which truly represent the entry level of the undead. Their realm is approximately between the 1st and 5th stages of qi refinement, rendering them rather feeble, incapable of unleashing any extraordinary abilities. However, among the 20 disciples present, 15 are at the qi refinement stage, and they themselves are not particularly formidable. Over there, the one with fur is a hare zombie, possessing a tough copper skin and iron bones. The higher its cultivation, the sturdier its physique, displaying agility that allows it to leap onto rooftops and trees. Soaring through the air, undeterred by ordinary flames or sunlight, existing below the foundation establishment stage. Jiang Hao cast a glance around. Quite weak indeed. Su Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are nearly 100 cultivators present, with the weakest among them at the 5th stage of Qi refinement. It's strange that there are not more players than these. Is this all? Shang Pinshan from Qingyuan Mountain scoffed, then extended his hand, summoning a blaze that spiraled around his arm, coalescing into a sword in his palm. The crowd promptly summoned their respective spiritual tools. Gentlemen, let us compete to see who can slay the most. Let us go. Up. Extreme Yang Finger. 3000 Thunder Control. Dragon Flame, Sword Qi. With a rush, everyone charged forward. Ding. Learning the 1st grade divine ability, Extreme Yang Finger, Progress, 20. Ding. Learning the 2nd grade divine ability, 3000 Thunder Control, Progress, 10. Ding. Learning Dragon Flame, Sword Qi. Ding. Learning Fire Control. Ding. Learning Thunder Control. The system notifications incessantly echoed in Jiang Hao's mind. Anything his eyes beheld could be directly learned. When others unleashed martial techniques or divine abilities, merely glancing at them initiated his learning. As they released thunder and flames, Jiang Hao could even further his learning. This was utterly absurd. In less than a minute, all the zombies were eradicated, with only the hare zombies proving somewhat troublesome. Yet, it must be noted that among the nearly 100 individuals present, there were also several dozen at the Foundation establishment stage. These cultivators could easily handle the hare zombies. Is that all? The expressions of these cultivators reflected disdain. It was effortless. It should not be so simple. The heaviness of the Yin energy here suggests there cannot be just this few zombies. Qin Yuan pondered aloud. Shang Pinshan raised an eyebrow. Here they come again. From all directions, a multitude of zombies emerged. Just as well, a Haven tea even warmed up yet. A young man, his fists swirling with flames, shouted Dragon Flame Fist. With a swoosh, he charged at a nearby zombie. Bang! His fist struck the zombie's chest directly. However, the creature did not even stagger back. What? He was momentarily taken aback. Others witnessing this scene were similarly stunned. Not good. A Foundation establishment zombie. Run! Shang Pinshan shouted. What? For a moment, he was caught off guard. Just as he prepared to distance himself, he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat. Immediately, he lowered his head stiffly, only to discover that his chest had been pierced by the arm of the zombie before him. Gurgling, blood churned in his throat. Thud! In the next moment, his body weakly collapsed to the ground. The crowd's pupils contracted in horror. Flying zombies. It's a flying zombie. This is bad. Not just one flying zombie. There are more over there. And there are 2. No less than 10. No. More than 10. They gazed into the darkness, where numerous figures darted rapidly from all directions, and an involuntary chill of sweat broke out on their backs. Flying zombies had already reached the foundation building stage, adept in spells, possessing resilient bodies, and capable of short-distance flight. They belonged to a formidable category of beings. How could there be so many flying zombies? Fear etched itself onto their faces. A flying zombie equated to a foundation-building stage entity, ranging from 1st to 10th tier. Among nearly 100 of them, the vast majority were still at the Qi refinement stage, making it utterly impossible to contend with the flying zombies. Prior to their arrival, they had anticipated encountering numerous zombies, but they assumed these would be relatively weak. Although the possibility of flying zombies existed, they had brought dozens of foundation-building stage practitioners. However, at first glance, the number of flying zombies appeared to exceed that of their foundation-building cultivators. Moreover, most of them seemed to be around the 5th tier of foundation building. Among the dozen or so foundation-building practitioners, only 3 surpassed the 5th tier. This is dire. Chapter 23. Where did you get the Gatling gun? The foundation-building stage is a formidable realm that is not easily attained, as evidenced by the overwhelming presence of Qi refining stage cultivators in the crowd. Thus, the numerous flying corpses represent a cataclysmic threat to them all. Despair etched itself onto every face. Flee. As they gazed into the ever-encroaching hordes of zombies from all directions, their hopelessness deepened. They might not even have the chance to escape. The number of zombies swelled, nearing 1,000, encircling them relentlessly. The flying corpses, too, multiplied in alarming numbers. It's over. Utterly finished. How could there be so many flying corpses? Is this madness? What is happening? Isn't this just a graveyard for the undead? How can such a multitude of flying corpses be birthed here? Even if there were the means to nurture them, where did all these bodies come from? What to do now? What can be done? There is no chance of escape. Does anyone possess spatial abilities? Master, save me. Master, there are hundreds of flying corpses here. We cannot escape. Shang Pinshun gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone, the flying corpses are for us foundation builders to handle. Deal with the other zombies." Lu Wenfeng's face was one of despair. With so many flying corpses, what can we fight with? Then stand here and await your demise. Lightning rained down in all directions. Swish, Shang Pinshun, sword in hand, enveloped in crackling thunder, charged towards the nearest flying corpse. Lu Wenfeng, resolute, declared, "Everyone, let's fight with all our might. Reinforcements are on the way. If we can hold out until they arrive." Swish. With that, 100 fighters joined the fray. Not far away, Jiang Hao, Qin Yuan, and Su Xiao wore grave expressions. This is not right. Qin Yuan furrowed her brow. Su Xiao extended her hand, releasing a surge of blue-white chill that coalesced into a sword. No time to contemplate. If we wish to survive, we must slay. Swish. With that, her figure transformed into a streak of frost, hurtling towards the nearest flying corpse, exuding an aura that reached the 7th stage of foundation building. The flying corpse gathered a wave of green energy and hurled it at Su Xiao. Heavenly Immortal Technique. Ding! Learning Heavenly Immortal Technique. Shadow of the Extreme. As Su Xiao charged forward, she suddenly conjured 2 doppelgangers. The 3 figures advanced, one forward, one left, one right. The flying corpse obliterated the foremost illusion, but the other 2 phantoms flanked it. In a flash of icy brilliance, Su Xiao's blade cleaved the flying corpse in twain. At the same moment, a flicker of flame ignited at the tip of her sword, and she surged towards the second flying corpse. The one she had split in half began to rise again, only to be engulfed in flames, turning to ash. "Be careful," Qin Yuan admonished Jiang Hao before joining the battle. Jiang Hao touched his nose. At that moment, a throng of ordinary zombies and 3 flying corpses charged at him. He has no pushover either. As Jiang Hao unleashed the formidable aura of the 5th stage of the Foundation Establishment period, he invoked the 5 Thunder Technique. Crackling sounds echoed around him as tendrils of lightning entwined his form. With a decisive motion, Jiang Hao brought his palm down upon the ground, and in an instant, the thunder erupted outward, obliterating all ordinary zombies in its path. The 3 flying corpses were also violently hurled away. With a swift motion, Jiang Hao surged toward one of the flying zombies. "Fire is the most effective," came the voice of Qin Yuan. "All right." Jiang Hao's fist ignited with flames, and he struck the head of a flying zombie with precision, setting its entire body ablaze. After landing, he reached for a sword discarded by a fallen cultivator, which flew into his grasp. He inscribed the character for fire swiftly in the air, then touched the sword with a fiery symbol, igniting it in flames. With a rush, he charged at the multitude of flying zombies. The sword pierced the first flying corpse, and as he withdrew it, the creature was consumed by flames, reduced to ashes. Is he truly this powerful? Qin Yuan, engaged in her own fierce battle, cast a glance at Jiang Hao astonished. Although Jiang Hao was at the 5th stage of Foundation Establishment, the flying zombies were of a similar realm. Theoretically, it should not be so easy to dispatch them, especially given their formidable physicality. "I cannot afford to fall behind," she thought, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of purple. She pointed her sword skyward, summoning a bolt of purple lightning that coiled around her being. In an instant, her figure transformed into a streak of purple light, weaving through the darkness. Wherever she passed, zombies were cleaved into segments. With a swift movement, she darted past a flying zombie at the 7th stage of Foundation Establishment, and in the blink of an eye, its head rolled to the ground. Yet, even beheaded, the flying zombie seemed undeterred, turning to charge at Qin Yuan once more. With a graceful evasion, she narrowly avoided a punch from the zombie that left a 3-meter-deep crater in its wake. At that moment, a pillar of flame erupted beneath the flying corpse, engulfing it entirely. In comparison to Jiang Hao's efficiency, Others struggled significantly. However, Qin Yueyin and Su Xiao were already among the most proficient at the Foundation establishment stage. Aside from Jiang Hao himself, this is troubling. Qin Yueyin observed the increasing horde around them. The number of zombies continued to swell. This location appeared to have been deliberately orchestrated. Her expression turned grave. A breeding ground for zombies naturally fosters their growth due to the overwhelming Yin energy. However, it seems this may be a result of sinister human intervention, cultivating a vast army of zombies. This cannot continue, Jiang Hao resolved, distancing himself while contemplating their predicament. The sheer volume of zombies was overwhelming, numbering in the thousands, with many flying corpses among them. Most concerning was the fact that for every flying zombie they felled, another emerged in its place. This 8-li graveyard was far more than a mere breeding ground for the undead. Such efficiency, it seems, will not last long. They will all perish soon. Jiang Hao pondered something. Exchange for the Heaven-Fire Gatling. Heaven-Fire Gatling. Upon exchange, one can obtain the Heaven-Fire Gatling, a high-frequency, malevolent, spirit-destroying artifact. System consumption, 50,000. Brotherly, be careful behind, shouted Shang Pinshin. Puff! A figure was struck by a wave of black, corpse energy conjured by the flying corpse, spitting out a mouthful of blood and being sent flying. This won't do. It's utterly insufficient. There are simply too many. Lu Wenfeng gasped as he surveyed the surrounding zombies. Though these flying corpses were mere beasts, capable only of rudimentary spells, their overwhelming numbers and formidable physiques posed a significant threat. It took immense effort to slay just one. To put mildly, these zombies could exhaust them to death. We are doomed. At this rate, we might not last 10 minutes. The reinforcements from our seniors will likely take at least half an hour to arrive. And we cannot hold out that long. I've used all my talismans, yet they proved futile. The sheer quantity is insurmountable. The most formidable ones are those 2 girls. But they are merely at the Foundation establishment stage. They cannot swiftly resolve this predicament. It's over. We are truly finished. Puff! Lu Wenfeng was struck in the chest by a flying corpse, spewing blood and staggering backward. I do not wish to die, damn it. Lu Wenfeng's face contorted in agony. Suddenly, he turned to look. There was indeed someone behind, wielding a Gatling gun. Wait, what? A Gatling gun? Everyone spread out. Jiang Hao shouted. No way. Lu Wenfeng was utterly bewildered. Big brother, you can't possibly think that a Gatling gun will annihilate these flying corpses, can you? Such firearms. Even if the flying corpses stood still for you to unleash a barrage, your bullets would never penetrate their defenses. Are you out of your mind? How can we possibly fight with such a fool? Chapter 24, Rocket Launcher. What kind of immortal are you repairing? Upon hearing Jiang Hao's voice, Qin Yueyin and Su Xiao instinctively dispersed, creating distance between themselves and casting serious glances in his direction. However, they were soon left bewildered. Wait, bro, a Gatling gun? Surely, you cannot be serious about its utility? Hold on. The crucial question is, from where on earth did you even procure that Gatling gun? In the next moment, Jiang Hao brandished the Heavenly Fire Gatling gun and pulled the trigger. The rapid-fire bullets unleashed a relentless barrage against the hordes of white, green, and hairy zombies, even the flying ones. This cannot be happening. We are all doomed, and you are here making a mockery of the situation? Lu Wenfeng gritted his teeth in disbelief. Yet, in the following second, his eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell? Every zombie struck by the bullets of the Heavenly Fire Gatling instantly ignited in flames. What? The onlookers gasped, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. What is this? This is certainly not a conventional Gatling gun. Could it be a spiritual artifact shaped like one? This is unheard of. What? The bullets incinerate the green zombies into ashes? What in the world is this? This efficiency. Incredible. Does this guy even penetrate the defenses of the flying zombies? Unbelievable. Qin Yuerin's mouth fell agape. This is simply outrageous. Even the green zombies at the 10th level of Qi refinement fell lifeless upon being hit. The flying zombies, though not dead, were engulfed in flames, clearly suffering tremendous damage. In that instant, hope seemed to glimmer for the crowd. They rushed towards Jiang Hao, seeking his shelter. Brother Jiang, I hope you can overlook our previous transgressions, Lu Wenfeng said, clutching his chest. Jiang Hao called out, "Don't all swarm over here. Zombies are coming from all directions, and I cannot handle them alone." Shang Pichon shouted, "Have some confidence in yourselves. Spread out and attract the zombies. Remember, it's not about fighting. Just buy time and provide Brother Jiang with ample space to unleash his attacks." Understood. Whoosh, whoosh, some individuals darted off in various directions. Whoosh, Qin Yuan materialized beside Jiang Hao, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at the Gatling gun in his hand. It looked so incredibly cool. "Xiao Hao Hao, may I give it a try?" she asked eagerly. Jiang Hao tossed the Gatling gun to her and proceeded to exchange for another. "Oh my!" Qin Yuan's eyes glittered with excitement. "Wait, is it possible to have a second one?" Da-da-da. Subsequently, the two of them wielded the Gatling guns, unleashing a furious onslaught. This feels like they are in the midst of a cheat. No traditional spiritual artifact of this caliber could possibly have such an outrageous firing rate. Goodness, if this keeps up, the two Gatling guns might very well annihilate these foes. They could truly survive this. "I want one too. I want one too." As Su Xiao's enchanting gaze flickered, she remarked, "You need not concern yourself. I shall engage with Xiao Hao Hai here, while you handle those flying zombies that approach us." Qin Yuan replied, casting a sidelong glance at her. "Is there not a possibility that our combined firepower could render it impossible for any flying zombies to breach our defenses?" "Enough chatter. Get on with it," Qin Yuan insisted, her Gatling gun sweeping through the air in exhilarating fashion. "Very well. Unleash your fury upon me," Su Xiao retorted, her eyes narrowing as she charged an approaching flying zombie. As Qin Yuan continued her onslaught, she was taken aback when her Gatling gun inexplicably vanished into thin air. "It's gone," she pondered, bewildered by the phenomenon. How could it simply dissolve? Such mystery. Jiang Hao tossed her another Gatling gun, for the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. The true challenge lay in the fact that the Heavenly Fire Gatling's power proved insufficient to inflict fatal damage on the flying zombies, particularly those surpassing the 5th stage of Foundation establishment, who could swiftly evade Jiang Hao's attacks. Fortunately, Su Xiao stood guard nearby. Then, Jiang Hao retrieved a rocket launcher. Hunting rocket launcher. Upon exchange, one acquires a hunting rocket launcher, a wide-area destructive spiritual weapon. System value consumption, 50,000. Qin Yuan. Su Xiao? The others? Wait, a rocket launcher? What on earth? The Gatling was one thing, but now a rocket launcher? They were incredulous. Could this man truly be a rogue cultivator? Might he belong to some unknown sect? How could he possess such extraordinary items? Did this rocket launcher also possess a unique power to exorcise demons, akin to the Gatling? Jiang Hao hoisted the rocket launcher, aiming at the location densely populated by flying zombies. "Let's test its might," he declared. With a resounding boom, a rocket launched forth, engulfing the area in flames. The onlookers could only watch in astonishment as the flying zombies were obliterated into mere fragments. They gasped in disbelief, their eyes widening. Then, exhilaration surged through them. If this continued, survival was indeed within their grasp. With another deafening explosion, Jiang Hao fired another rocket, reducing more zombies to ashes. In mere moments, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically due to his intervention. The efficiency was nothing short of astonishing. As the number of zombies dwindled, the group was filled with elation. "We have survived. We truly have." It was utterly astonishing. With the remaining zombies numbering only a few dozen, the situation appeared manageable. Once again, Qin Yuan's Gatling gun vanished, and Jiang Hao had expended his last shell. The immediate threat had been thoroughly neutralized. "Friends, there are but a few zombies left. Let us muster our strength and eliminate them." They rallied together. "Charge! To battle!" The crowd was filled with an overwhelming excitement, for in a mere span of time, they had miraculously escaped from the clutches of death. Despite the presence of a dozen flying zombies, the pressure had significantly lessened. However, Jiang Hao remained vigilant, acutely aware that the Zombie King had yet to make an appearance. "Be cautious. The Zombie King may be among us," he called out to Qin Yuan and Su Xiao, igniting flames that enveloped him as he charged toward a flying zombie. The mention of the Zombie king momentarily stunned the crowd. How could that be possible? What caliber of being was that? Could such an entity exist in this small locale? With the number of zombies dwindling, their spirits soared. Finally, it was nearing an end. They had not anticipated such formidable obstacles. Qian Yuan, Thunder Slash. Shang Pichin aimed directly at a zombie perched upon a stone ahead. However, as he thrust his sword, imbued with thunderous energy, into the zombie's chest, it remained immobile, unable to penetrate even a fraction further. The thunderous strikes against the zombie felt as insipid as raindrops falling upon skin. What? Shang Pichin suddenly felt a suffocating pressure. He stared wide-eyed at the zombie before him. The creature slowly raised its head, extending a finger to grasp the tip of his sword, effortlessly snapping it in two. Crack! His sword shattered. Shang Pinchin's pupils constricted, and he instinctively retreated. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the zombie vanished from his sight. In the darkness, a flash of crimson light flickered. Shang Pinchin's body collapsed to the ground, blood surging from his throat. The zombie landed behind him, dripping with his blood. Shang Pinchin, in a state of shock, looked down to find a gaping void in his chest. Thud! His body fell limply to the ground. Shang Xixiao. Shang Xiong. The onlookers gaped in horror at this scene. Dead. Dead? They stared in terror at Shang Pinchin, sprawled on the ground, blood pouring from him. This was impossible. Shang Xixiao was a 7th-tier Foundation establishment practitioner. How could a flying zombie kill him in a single blow? Such a notion was unfathomable, unless... Suddenly, realization dawned upon them, their pupils shrinking in horror. The Golden Core Stage, the Zombie King? Chapter 25. The Corpse King of the Golden Core. The crowd exhibited expressions of sheer terror as they beheld the figure shrouded in black mist. They had initially believed they had survived, yet who could have anticipated the emergence of a Corpse King? How could this be? A Golden Core Corpse King? Wasn't this merely a common corpse-rearing ground? How could a Corpse King arise here? With so many zombies and flying corpses, this hardly resembled an ordinary nurturing sight. If only I had fled when the situation became clear. It's over. All faces turned ashen. The Corpse King represented an existence at the very least of the Golden Core level. Such a being, barring any external influences, would require at least a millennium of cultivation to achieve the status of a Corpse King. What does it mean to be at the Golden Core stage? Among those present, their masters were scarcely more than Golden Core cultivators themselves. This was not a confrontation they were prepared to face. The Golden Core Corpse King intoned in a chilling voice, then struck the air with a hand engulfed in black mist. The darkness suddenly expanded, enveloping half of the graveyard. It seemed anyone who came into contact with this black mist would succumb to its deadly energy and perish. Witnessing this scene, despair gripped everyone once more. Even though Jiang Hao had rescued them from dire straits, confronting a Golden Core Corpse King rendered any hope futile. There was no possibility of victory. Their fate was singular. To be annihilated by this Corpse King. It was even conceivable that they might become new zombie puppets, mere shells of their former selves. Whoosh! What followed was a one-sided massacre led by the Corpse King. Regardless of whether they were at the Qi refinement or Foundation establishment stage. Any who fell under the Corpse King's gaze faced instant death. Run! Run! Help me! Ah! Cries of despair filled the air, echoing with sorrow. Indeed, there exists a Corpse King. Qin Yuan's expression turned grave as she glanced at Jiang Hao and said, "You all try to see if you can break this black mist barrier. I will hold it off for now." Su Xiao stepped in front of Qin Yuan and coolly replied, "Enough. You are weaker than I. Let me handle this." Under the moonlight, her hair and gown swayed rapidly, and at that moment, her raven locks gradually transformed into a snowy white. Suddenly, Su Xiao's aura surged dramatically. "Hey, don't!" Qin Yuan attempted to dissuade her. "Step back," came Su Xiao's voice, cold as ice, devoid of emotion. Her demeanor and essence had shifted, as if she were an entirely different person. Now, Su Xiao resembled an impenetrable iceberg, distant and forbidding. At this moment, the Corpse King sensed the only threatening presence in the vicinity, its gaze fixated on Su Xiao. Whoosh! Suddenly, with a powerful push from her feet, she flashed before the Corpse King. Where she stepped, the ground froze, and the air seemed to crystallize. Her aura was strikingly close to that of the golden core. So powerful? Jiang Hao was taken aback. Qin Yuan gazed ahead with a grave expression, then addressed Jiang Hao. I will see if I can create an opening in this black mist barrier. Be cautious. With that, she swiftly sped off into the distance. Jiang Hao had not anticipated the formidable strength of the golden core stage. He had thought his current level might suffice. However, it was clear now that they were not even on the same scale. What could he do? Furrowing his brow, Jiang Hao focused on the unfolding battle. A solution. The transformation experience card could elevate him to the golden core realm, which would undoubtedly allow him to dominate. But he lacked the 2 million system points required. This was dire. The golden core stage was simply too powerful. It was only because Su Xiao was exceptionally strong that she could hold off the enemy for a while. Just then, Qin Yuan dashed back, her aura surging, joining Su Xiao in the fray against the Corpse King. Clearly, she had not discovered a method to dispel the black mist. The only way to survive now was to slay the Corpse King. Jiang Hao frowned. Without hesitation, he charged forward as well. Stay back. Qin Yuan intercepted Jiang Hao and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. He was merely at the 5th stage of Foundation Establishment, a realm far too distant from the Golden Core stage. A single casual strike from the Corpse King would annihilate him. They could utilize certain methods to bring their power close to that of the Golden Core stage, at least ensuring they would not be instantly killed. Su Xiao and I will hold on as long as we can until the elders arrive to assist. If you have any other strategies, try them, but do not engage up close. With that, Qin Yuan charged back into battle. Ding! Learning the art of reversal. Ding! Learning the celestial sword technique. Ding! The system notifications echoed in Jiang Hao's mind. With a sudden surge of power from the Corpse King, both women were sent reeling, blood spraying forth. It was over. Witnessing this scene, the remaining onlookers were plunged into despair. It seemed the Corpse King had not even exerted itself fully. Had it unleashed its true golden core strength, the situation would be far worse. How infuriating! If it weren't for my sealed realm. Qin Yuan struggled to rise, wiping the blood from her lips. She could hardly fathom that such a mundane world could harbor a golden core Corpse King. Under normal circumstances, how could she possibly encounter such peril? Even if faced with other dangers, her current strength should suffice, as would Su Xiao's. Their realms were entirely sealed. Now, it seemed they might truly struggle to survive until reinforcements arrived. This was profoundly disheartening. At that moment, Jiang Hao approached the two women, a faint crackle of thunder emanating from him. He truly had no other options. His sole recourse was to confront the Corpse King head-on. It was time for him to step forward. When the crowd saw Jiang Hao become the last bastion among them, they understood their fate was sealed. Cough! Qin Yuan clutched her chest as she stood. Jiang Hao declared, "Leave it to me." Leave it to you? Unless Jiang Hao can produce a miraculous artifact that defies expectations, how could he possibly contend with the Corpse King of the Golden Core stage? The reason she and Su Xiao were able to hold their ground for a moment was due to their distinct capabilities and combat strength, which far surpassed that of these cultivators. However, Jiang Hao is fundamentally inferior to the Corpse King. The aura surrounding Jiang Hao surged continuously. The Void Chaos Technique. Su Xiao, with her flowing white hair, revealed a hint of astonishment in her icy gaze. Gradually, her hair began to return to its normal state, and her expression slowly regained its former composure. Ding! Learning the Void Chaos Technique, Proficiency 1. The Void Chaos Technique unleashed its third layer, elevating Jiang Hao's realm to the 8th stage of Foundation Establishment, effectively doubling his combat power. Combat power doubling. Upon activation, the host's overall combat strength will be doubled for 3 minutes, consuming system value 10,000. The aura surged once more. The 36 characters of Heavenly Tao. Jiang Hao swiftly inscribed the character for power before him, which then merged into his being, causing his momentum to rise again. The 36 characters of Heavenly Tao. Both Qin Yuan and Su Xiao gasped in surprise. Who exactly is Jiang Hao? Chapter 26. A sword piercing the clouds under the continuous augmentation. Even if Jiang Hao does not reach the Golden Core stage, his strength surpasses that of an ordinary 10th tier Foundation establishment. Sushi Yao, who then tossed the sword in her hand to him. With a swift motion, he charged towards the corpse king, accompanied by a thunderous attack. Upon contact, a formidable force erupted, yet it seemed to inflict no harm upon the corpse king. Simultaneously, Jiang Hao wielded his sword, now entwined with lightning, launching a relentless series of fierce strikes against the corpse king. Fengshan's sword technique? Sushi Yao was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Jiang Hao's swordplay. This was yet another long-lost supreme sword technique. The Fengshan sword technique embodies both the Fengshan sword method and the 9 styles of sword techniques. It is said that the complete Fengshan sword technique has nearly attained the level of a 9th grade divine ability. What does 9th grade divine ability signify? It encompasses various martial arts, divine powers, and spiritual artifacts, graded from 1 to 10. The average 3rd or 4th grade is already quite rare. 9th grade is nearly inconceivable. The Taisu Hunyuan technique is also of the 9th grade, verging on the 10th. I even told him to hold back. It turns out he is the strongest. Qin Yuran wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth and pondered aloud. However, Sushi Yao's expression grew grave. No, the Golden Core stage is still the Golden Core stage. Although his offensive seems incredibly fierce, it fails to strike at the core. Moreover, the Golden Core Corpse King has attained complete sentience. Indeed, while Jiang Hao's attacks appear extraordinarily fierce and his movements are remarkably agile, each strike merely grazes the surface, inflicting only superficial wounds. The Corpse King possesses an extraordinarily potent healing ability. Even if Jiang Hao were to inflict 5 or 10 wounds in a single second, they would all heal back to normal within moments. This exemplifies the absolute suppression of realms. Even though Jiang Hao's current power is astonishingly formidable, augmented by numerous permanent enhancements bestowed by the system, he still struggles to inflict effective damage. This is a testament to his remarkable strength. Without these enhancements, he would not even be able to cause superficial injuries. Make your move, Qin Yuran urged. Let's not hinder him further. Sushi Yao contemplated before continuing. I sense that while he may not be able to defeat it, he might hold out. It would be wiser for us to recuperate and take over when he falters. However, considering that Jiang Hao, fundamentally at the 5th tier of Foundation establishment, can engage in a back and forth with a 1st-tier Golden Core opponent is indeed terrifying. The prerequisite, however, is that Jiang Hao must evade or block all attacks from the Corpse King. Otherwise, should he be struck even once, he faces either death or severe injury. That is reasonable. Qin Yuran then called out, Jiang Hao, the Corpse King possesses complete sentience. Do not underestimate it. Her words served as a crucial reminder to Jiang Hao. The Zombie King possesses complete intelligence? This is indeed troubling news. However, it may present an opportunity for Jiang Hao. With swift movements, Jiang Hao engages in a fierce battle with the Zombie King. Utilizing the chaotic sword body and the sealing sword technique, he surprisingly holds his ground against the formidable foe. His strength is remarkable. Surrounding him, the other cultivators gaze in astonishment at Jiang Hao. Although he lacks the ability to slay the Zombie King, for a Foundation establishment cultivator to contend with a Golden Core adversary is beyond imagination. Why? Isn't he a rogue cultivator? Lu Wenfeng furrows his brow. No, this is not the time for such thoughts. If something were to happen to Jiang Hao, their lives would be forfeit. Therefore, he must persevere. The Zombie King, enraged, cannot fathom how a mere Foundation establishment cultivator dares to challenge him. He has sustained hundreds of sword strikes. He roars, summoning a thundercloud that materializes above, from which a bolt of dark lightning descends upon him, amplifying his power as he charges once more at Jiang Hao. A wooden character flies forth, morphing into countless vines that entwine the Zombie King, only to be instantly dispersed. Control. A character of control bestows Jiang Hao with a measure of defensive strength. Ice. Various spells are unleashed in rapid succession, dazzling the onlookers. Whoosh. Jiang Hao boldly advances, re-engaging in combat, though he begins to show signs of fatigue. This is untenable. He seems unable to withstand the onslaught. Initially, the Zombie King had not exerted his full power. Now, even a fraction of it is too much for Jiang Hao to bear. Did they truly expect a Foundation establishment cultivator to restrain a Golden Core one? Yet, He is their only hope. If he falters, they are all doomed. Under the overwhelming pressure of the disparity in cultivation, Jiang Hao is forced to retreat step by step. The spectators are filled with dread, but Jiang Hao perceives an opportunity. He has yet to unleash his ultimate move. Since the Zombie King possesses intelligence, at this point in the battle, he must view Jiang Hao as a troublesome opponent, one who is difficult to harm. The Zombie King, eager to eliminate him, charges with ferocity. Whoosh! The Zombie King descends upon Jiang Hao like a falling star. Jiang Hao exerts all his strength to evade the attack, yet the terrifying aftershock still sends him reeling. He spits out a mouthful of blood and struggles to regain his footing. It's over. Witnessing this scene, despair envelopes the crowd. They are doomed. The Zombie King shares this sentiment, pressing forward with relentless intent. He has awaited this moment. Jiang Hao's eyes sharpen. Sealing sword technique. First move, sword piercing the clouds. Super strike card. The next strike will unleash tenfold power. Indeed, Jiang Hao's ultimate weapon is the super strike card, inadvertently obtained as a reward for rescuing a few adventure streamers. With a tenfold increase in power, combined with the first move of the sealing sword technique. Sword piercing the clouds, he prepares to unleash his final assault. Moreover, with Jiang Hao's chaotic sword body amplifying the sword's ultimate prowess, and considering the seemingly high grade of Su Xiao's sword, this strike promises to be spectacular. As the moonlight bathed the scene, a glimmer of cold light flashed from Jiang Hao, momentarily crossing paths with the Zombie King. Time appeared to suspend at that instant. With a swift motion, Jiang Hao, standing behind the Zombie King, swung his sword. Simultaneously, the head of the zombie, frozen in place, slowly detached and tumbled to the ground. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Qin Yuan, Su Xiao. In the next heartbeat, chaos erupted among the crowd. What? Did he just sever the head of a golden core Zombie King with a single strike? Astonishment lingered in the air. How could a Foundation establishment cultivator decapitate a golden core being? Is the Zombie King's physique truly so formidable? The scene before them was beyond their comprehension. A fiery character surged towards the Zombie King's form, igniting in flames. Chapter 27. He wields a Gatling gun and a rocket launcher. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the figure of Jiang Hao before them. He was merely at the Foundation establishment stage, and not even at the pinnacle of that tier. A Foundation establishment 5th stage cultivator slaying a golden core Zombie King? Incredible. Qin Yuan gazed at the burning Zombie King, unable to restrain an expletive. Was Jiang Hao truly this outrageous? Su Xiao, equally astonished, observed Jiang Hao's silhouette. They had contemplated various outcomes, yet never imagined anyone would have the capability to vanquish a golden core Zombie King on the spot. This was utterly absurd. The crowd erupted with excitement. He survived. He survived. They gathered around Jiang Hao, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Without you, our fate would have been dire. I am Chun Mo from Qingqiu Mountain. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Despite their initial disdain for Jiang Hao, they could not deny that he had saved their lives. For a savior, their gratitude was profound. Jiang Hao nodded, offering no further words. Everyone, let us retreat for now. They promptly dispersed, wary of any unforeseen developments. Jiang Hao handed his sword to Su Xiao. Thank you. I owe you my life, she remarked softly. Isn't that a bit harsh? Qin Yuan gazed at Jiang Hao, utterly astonished. Not too bad, Jiang Hao replied with a smile. Qin Yuan sighed. From this day forth, your name will blaze through the realm. Slaying a golden core at the Foundation establishment stage is bound to astonish all. Oh, is it that difficult? Jiang Hao inquired with a smirk. Well, what do you think? The golden core stage is a significant chasm. Defeating a Foundation establishment cultivator as a chi refinement stage might cause a minor stir, but a Foundation establishment cultivator defeating a golden core, especially a being like a Zombie King, is exceedingly rare. Let us head back, Jiang Hao suggested. Yes, let us return. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. Zombie King of the 8 League Graveyard. Task rewards. System points 1 million. Strength, physique, and spiritual power permanently doubled. Divine Sword Intent has been granted. Jiang Hao felt his strength surging rapidly, and his heart brimmed with satisfaction. What a thrill! At that moment, numerous powerful cultivators finally arrived at the 8-Li graveyard. Quickly, they may not hold out much longer. Hurry! With a swift rush, they ascended the mountain. Master? Lin, Uncle, I'm here. As the various powerful figures spotted their disciples racing toward them unscathed, they were momentarily taken aback. Didn't they say there were hundreds of flying zombies in the 8-Li graveyard? Hundreds of flying corpses and countless zombies. How difficult it must be for them to escape. At this moment, they have all emerged? Master, senior brother Shang has perished. What? An elder from Qingyun Mountain's expression abruptly changed. Disbelief etched upon his face as he glanced at several disciples nearby. With so many Qi refinement stage cultivators surviving, how could the formidable Shang Pinshin have met his end? Could it be that Shang Pinshin sacrificed himself to shield them from those zombies? How did you manage to escape? What is the current situation at the 8-Li tombs? Lu Wenfeng replied, respectfully reporting, Master, all the zombies at the 8-Li tombs have been eradicated. As for our escape, it was due to a wandering cultivator who single-handedly vanquished all the zombies. A wandering cultivator? What realm? Golden Core? The crowd displayed expressions of incredulity. Foundation establishment. Fifth stage. Fifth stage? The various experts exchanged incredulous glances. A fifth-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, single-handedly slaying hundreds of Foundation establishment flying corpses? This is preposterous. How could he have accomplished such a feat? Lu Wenfeng pondered for a moment and responded, Gatling, rocket launcher. The crowd? Gatling? Rocket launcher? No. The experts frowned. Nonsense. Speak the truth. Lu Wenfeng said bitterly, Master, what I say is true. If you do not believe me, ask the others. He wielded a Gatling and a rocket launcher, and strangely, they proved remarkably lethal against those zombies. That must be some kind of spiritual artifact we are unaware of. The crowd nodded. It could only be explained this way. For how could their understanding of a Gatling and a rocket launcher contend with flying corpses? Let us return, Lu Wenfeng's master instructed. Furthermore, Lu Wenfeng added, There's a golden core stage corpse king on this mountain. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? A golden core stage corpse king exists at the 8-Li tombs? How could that be? How did you manage to survive? Lu Wenfeng replied. It was also that wandering cultivator. What? Are you saying he, at 5th stage Foundation establishment, defeated a golden core stage corpse king? Indeed. Hiss. The various experts exchanged glances, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. This, to slay a golden core stage corpse king as a 5th stage Foundation establishment? How could this be? Among those present were several golden core cultivators. They imagined themselves in the scenario. Even if their realm were a level or two higher than the corpse king, they feared they would not stand a chance against it. Yet, a Foundation establishment cultivator managed to kill a corpse king? How could this be possible? A 5th stage Foundation establishment cultivator could hardly breach the defenses of a golden core, let alone that of a corpse king. Indeed, despite his myriad of means, it remains exceedingly difficult to penetrate the defenses of the golden core. Moreover, the existence of a golden core cultivator makes the task of vanquishing a Foundation establishment cultivator seem as effortless as a mere flick of the finger. Who is this individual? Lu Wenfeng. He is the streamer who recently gained notoriety on the internet. Is it truly him? Does he possess such formidable strength? The crowd was left in astonishment. They were all somewhat aware of the situation. After all, it is quite displeasing for someone of their realm to seek attention through live streaming. Yet, could this person truly wield such power? Is he perhaps a rogue cultivator? This individual must originate from some extraordinary realm. An elder stroked his beard and remarked, Indeed, that must be the case, yet it is still profoundly unsettling. The presence of so many zombies and even a corpse king here suggests the interference of malevolent cultivators. We should return and report this matter to our superiors. If this person remains unchecked, significant troubles may arise in the mundane world. Let us depart. Chapter 28. The incarnation of Fortune Jiang Hao and his companions return home. Qin Yu handed Jiang Hao a healing pill. Thank you. We will return to recuperate. Be careful, she reminded him. Understood, Jiang Hao nodded. It was evident that the 8-Li tomb had been artificially created. Originally, it was merely an ordinary graveyard, but someone had transformed it into a concealed necropolis. Jiang Hao had effectively destroyed years of effort for this individual, and it was only logical that this person would seek revenge. The trio parted ways, each returning to their abode. Upon his return, Jiang Hao began his recovery and resumed his training. The Fengshen sword technique comprises 2 components, swordplay and sword intent. He had already mastered the first move, a sword piercing the clouds. There were a total of 9 moves, requiring a considerable amount of time to perfect. Ding! Training in progress. The following morning, Jiang Hao opened his eyes. His cultivation realm had risen from a 5th to the 6th level of foundation establishment. A pressing matter occupied his thoughts. Jiang Hao stroked his chin, realizing he needed to deepen his understanding of certain aspects of this world. Previously, he had been unaware of the levels of zombies. However, acquiring this knowledge would be relatively straightforward. All he required were relevant books, and with his extraordinary intellect, he could assimilate the information rapidly. The books Qin Yuran had provided were far from sufficient. His combat prowess was formidable, bolstered by the system, which continually granted him permanent enhancements to strength, physique, and spiritual power. His spiritual energy was now 40 times greater than that of his peers in the same realm, with his physical strength having doubled. Moreover, his swordplay and sword intent were at their peak. Perhaps I should consider purchasing a property, Jiang Hao mused, contemplating his financial situation. He had some money, but it was far from adequate. Engaging in live streaming might be a swift means to earn additional funds. However, if the system did not trigger a task, Jiang Hao felt that the time spent on streaming would not be as productive as honing his swordsmanship, which would provide lasting increases to his strength and sword intent. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a total of 3 million system points. The system grants an additional reward. Incarnation of Fortune. What? The sudden system notification left Jiang Hao momentarily stunned. Such unexpected gains were possible. The 3 million system points were the result of 3 tasks, initially withheld, now inexplicably granted. He examined the details. Incarnation of Fortune. For the next 24 hours, the host will be in a state of fortunate incarnation, attracting a series of fortunate events. Jiang Hao scratched his head. This was quite straightforward. Yet, what actions could he undertake to maximize the benefits of this buff during its duration? 2 words emerged in his mind. Make money. Although he could now cultivate, money still held significant importance. After all, he was a normal young man with a desire for material pleasures, spacious apartments, luxurious villas, exotic cars, and beautiful women. An idea sparked in Jiang Hao's eyes as inspiration struck him. At that moment, a knock echoed at his door. Jiang Hao opened it to reveal 2 stunningly beautiful women standing before him. These ladies were not ordinary. Good morning, brother Jiang Hao. Su Xiao greeted him with a cheerful smile. What plans do you have for today? Qin Yuan inquired, linking her arm with Jiang Hao's and beaming with delight. Their affection was somewhat suffocating. The 2 exchanged glances, each unwilling to concede to the other. It was amusing to Jiang Hao, who found himself caught in the midst of their rivalry. By the way, do you have any books related to the underworld? You know, various knowledge, strange tales, and so on? They were indeed curious. Jiang Hao's methods were rather extraordinary, yet he appeared to be a novice in matters of the underworld. There's plenty, but we don't have any on us, Qin Yuan replied. Then where should we go to acquire them? Jiang Hao asked. Su Xiao pondered for a moment and said, the simplest way would be to visit the black market. The black market? Jiang Hao was taken aback. Su Xiao explained, every city has its own black market, a street dedicated to the underworld. This street is usually well hidden, and those who frequent it are certainly part of that world. The black market sells various items, most of which are illicitly obtained. The people there are generally not upstanding citizens, so there should be plenty of such books, and they won't cost much. Where's the black market in Linen City? Qin Yuan chuckled. Come on, I'll take you there, but there will be a fee for my guidance. Not an issue. Jiang Hao nodded. I need to head back, Su Xiao suddenly announced. So soon? Qin Yuan and Jiang Hao turned to her. I received some urgent news this morning and have matters to attend to. Su Xiao replied with a hint of resignation. What about our wager? Qin Yuan asked. Su Xiao smiled. Consider a win for you. Such a victory is hardly noteworthy. Let's discuss it next time. Alright, Su Xiao nodded slightly, then waved at Jiang Hao. Brother Jiang Hao. See you next time. I've added you on WeChat, so please accept my request. With that, she playfully winked at Jiang Hao. Get lost, Qin Yuan nudged her. In response, Su Xiao drew an arc in the air, conjuring what resembled a portal. As she stepped through, she vanished before their eyes. Who on earth is she? Why did she seem like a different person last night? Jiang Hao inquired, intrigued. As they entered the elevator, Qin Yuan remarked, Oh, her? Well, I'll tell you when the time is right. It's not that important unless you're interested in her. How blunt? Jiang Hao replied. Well, if the relationship isn't merely platonic, it's essential to know a few things, provided you get to that point, she retorted with a knowing smile. Jiang Hao shrugged. These two women can never utter a single truth. Upon exiting the community, Jiang Hao spotted a lottery shop and walked over. Are you going to buy a lottery ticket? Qin Yuan asked. Her curiosity piqued. Just getting a few, he replied. Qin Yuan shook her head and remarked, not entertaining. I've indulged in this too often. It is all a deception. You can win, but ultimately, you will incur losses. Are you still engaging in this? Well, I suppose I yearn for a little extra cash. In my youth, I was quite naive, but now I've ceased such pursuits. Jiang Hao entered and directly handed over the money, stating, Boss, I would like a scratch-off ticket. This particular scratch-off was quite basic, featuring two sections. One for immediate prize revelation, displaying the amount won, or if there was any win at all. The grand prize was 500,000, with the first prize at 200,000, second prize at 100,000, and third prize at 50,000. Additionally, there were various corresponding numbers. Scratching off would reveal the amount, though it typically amounted to mere pennies. Qin Yuan couldn't help but mock. Winning big with scratch-offs is even less likely. Unless your aim is in the tens, there might be a glimmer of hope. My goal is the grand prize of 500,000, Jiang Hao responded while scratching away at the ticket. Qin Yuan erupted into laughter. 500,000? Are you dreaming? As someone who has experienced this, I can assure you, it is impossible. If it were that easy, why would I still be? Ding! The luck of the European monarch activated. Before Qin Yuan could finish her sentence, Jiang Hao handed her the scratch-off ticket. Grand prize. Qin Yuan. Boss. Chapter 29. Is there any justice left? Qin Yuan's initial reaction was one of sheer bewilderment. Her second response was disbelief. Surely Jiang Hao was merely boasting. The same sentiment echoed in the thoughts of the shop owner. Qin Yuan crossed her arms and murmured, All right, enough with the tall tales. How could that possibly be true? The owner, however, was caught between skepticism and astonishment as he exclaimed, No way. Handsome, you really won? What? Qin Yuan retorted, still skeptical, as she took the scratch-off ticket for a closer look. Holy cow, did I actually win the grand prize of 500,000? Wow, little brother, that is insane. The proprietor gazed at Jiang Hao with unabashed envy. What did you just say? Jiang Hao turned to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, attempting to maintain her composure, scoffed. This is sheer luck. You must be invincible. She was truly envious. She had once relished such games, harboring dreams of overnight wealth. Yet, reality had repeatedly dealt her harsh blows, and she had come to terms with it. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao casually struck gold, and her jealousy was palpable. Jiang Hao chuckled, reveling in his fortunate streak. Another ticket, please, he requested. The owner handed him another scratch-off ticket. Seriously, you can't possibly think you'll win again, can you? This is already too much, Qin Yuan commented. Undeterred, Jiang Hao scratched away. Ding! The effect of luck activated. He presented the ticket to the owner, declaring, First prize, Qin Yuan. Owner? Wait, is this for real? Qin Yuan snatched the ticket to inspect it. She was utterly stunned. Oh my gosh, has Jiang Hao become a luck magnet? This is indeed the first prize. 2 grand prizes in a row. Don't let me shed tears of envy, she exclaimed. The owner, equally flabbergasted, gaped in disbelief. No way. Can this really happen? Another ticket, Jiang Hao said, handing over more money. Qin Yuan frowned. You can't possibly. Ding! The effect of luck activated once more. Second prize. Jiang Hao passed the ticket back. Qin Yuan. Owner? Wow. Qin Yuan was dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Little brother, you're on fire. The owner was equally astonished, having never witnessed such luck in his years running a lottery shop. One more, Jiang Hao urged. Wait. Qin Yuan quickly interjected, her excitement bubbling over. Jiang Hao, let me give it a try. Jiang Hao nodded. Sure, go ahead. Awesome, Qin Yuan exclaimed, rubbing her hands together. She had a hunch. Perhaps this batch of scratch-off tickets was flawed. It seemed a printing error had resulted in a few prize-winning tickets being stacked together amidst millions of ordinary ones. What lies before me is precisely this. How else can one explain Jiang Hao's consecutive wins? Such a phenomenon is undeniably implausible. There must be a glitch in the system. Hence, it implies that regardless of her attempts, she is destined for victory. Money. She desires a plethora of small fortunes. There is no method of earning that is more effortless than this. Qin Yuan, with a beaming smile, handed the proprietor the money for the scratch cards. Boss, I shall take this entire stack. The owner, too, harbored doubts about whether a genuine error had occurred. To be frank, he contemplated pocketing the stack for himself. Yet, it was inconceivable to act so brazenly in front of others. All right, the total is 504. Here you go. Qin Yuan eagerly accepted the stack of scratch cards. For the first one, may the grand prize be mine. With excitement, she began to unveil the prize area. Thank you for your patronage. Huh? She furrowed her brow. This script seems incorrect. It shouldn't unfold this way. Beside her, Jiang Hao suppressed a laugh, remaining silent. No, this can't be right. Qin Yuan proceeded to reveal the second card. Still, thank you for your patronage. The third card yielded the same result. The fourth card revealed $5. Oh, come on. Qin Yuan's lips pouted in indignation. After scratching through all the cards, she amassed a total of $250, having spent over $500. Damn, Qin Yuan scoffed. Is this destined to be my fate? TSK, this won't do. Jiang Hao chuckled softly. It must be that those 3 grand prizes were all you managed to scrape away. Qin Yuan retorted in disbelief. Boss, I'll take another one. Jiang Hao handed over the money. Is this stack acceptable? Jiang Hao nodded, retrieving the topmost card. Please, don't jest. If you unearth another grand prize, I shall leave it to your discretion. Qin Yuan truly could not fathom such luck. Jiang Hao then began to scratch. Ding! The fortunate effect activated. Qin Yuan's beautiful eyes were fixated on the prize area. The first character gradually emerged. If her eyes did not deceive her, was that a 1? Qin Yuan. First prize. Jiang Hao presented the scratch card. The boss exclaimed, Wait, young man, are you cheating? Jiang Hao was elated. This stroke of luck was simply extraordinary. Is there even a semblance of fairness left? Qin Yuan was astounded. Could this person's fortune truly defy the heavens? For argument's sake, even if he were to possess some mystical ability or fortune-telling prowess, it should not be to this extent. Such occurrences are unacceptable. Moreover, the scratch card was handed to Jiang Hao by the proprietor, not selected from a myriad of options. Wait, allow me. Qin Yuan took charge once more. I want the last 2 cards. Undeterred by her previous fate, she scratched and revealed 2 more thank you for your patronage. Jiang Hao chuckled and remarked, That's about enough. Let's cash in our winnings. Originally, Jiang Hao had intended to try his luck with the lottery, casually aiming for millions or even tens of millions. However, this fortunate effect could only last for a day. Once the lottery results were announced, his luck would inevitably fade, rendering any hopes of winning futile. Goodness, my friend, you must claim the grand prize at the company. It's conveniently close by, he remarked. All right then. With a sense of delight, Jiang Hao exited the lottery shop, followed closely by Qin Yuan, who exclaimed, Xiao Hao, your luck is truly unparalleled. Not too shabby, he replied. I have an idea. What is it? Qin Yuan inquired. With such fortune on your side, why not venture into a casino for a big win? Jiang Hao pondered this suggestion and found it rather sensible. After all, with the aura of luck still surrounding him, wouldn't it be more profitable to try his hand at gambling than to scratch off lottery tickets? Besides, if he kept winning on those tickets, others might start to raise suspicions. Where to? Qin Yuan eagerly asked. I'll lead the way. Let's cash in first. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. After settling the taxes, they found themselves with a total of 810,000 yuan. With spirits high, Jiang Hao and Qin Yu headed toward the casino. I didn't realize you were so well-versed in these matters, he remarked. When I first descended from the mountains, I headed straight for the lottery shops and casinos, Qin Yu Ran proudly declared. And then? Jiang Hao prompted. Then, I was reluctantly forced to become a streamer to make money, she replied. Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Together, they stepped into a grand casino. Chapter 30. A trip to the casino for a grand fortune. The casino was far larger than one could ever imagine. The first floor was a cacophony of excitement, with gamblers flushed with exhilaration. Upon Qin Yueran's entrance, she instantly captured the attention of many. Despite her playful demeanor around Jiang Hao, her beauty and figure, even when casually adorned, rendered her an invincible presence wherever she went. This woman was intriguingly multifaceted, embodying both an elegant allure and a charming vulnerability, exuding a carefree spirit. It was perplexing to discern which aspect of her personality truly prevailed. How is it? Not too shabby, right? Qin Yueran inquired with a cheerful smile. Quite nice, Jiang Hao replied, grinning. With your luck today, you're bound to win a fortune here. Perhaps, he mused. By the way, today, I shall serve as your dedicated little secretary, ensuring all your needs are met. One wonders if Boss Jiang might share a portion of the spoils. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Should you perform well, there will surely be a reward, Jiang Hao reassured her. With that, Qin Yueran gleefully sauntered away to exchange chips. Let us convert all 80,000, Jiang Hao instructed. Absolutely, she chirped, her spirits high. Jiang Hao scanned the surroundings briefly. Ding, learning to cheat at cards. He thought, with the luck of the gods on his side, does he truly need to cheat? Theoretically, if one possesses sufficient luck, even a deceitful opponent should not pose a challenge. He approached a betting table, where the simplest game of high or low was underway. 3 dice were cast, with bets placed on high or low. Betting time. Make your choices swiftly. At this juncture, Qin Yueran returned, holding the chips. Jiang Hao took the chips from her and confidently placed them on the table. 80,000 betting on high. She paused momentarily, but you undeniably have remarkable luck. However, in a game of high or low, is it wise to go all in? What if fortune turns against you? His audacious wager of 80,000 drew the attention of those gathered. Upon noticing the stunning Qin Yueran by his side, their understanding became clear. Likely, a wealthy scion was entertaining his newly acquired girlfriend without concern for the stakes. I'll bet on low. 10,000 on low, proclaimed one gambler. I too shall bet on low, echoed another. In a flurry, numerous players placed their bets on low, enticed by Jiang Hao's substantial wager, hoping to reap greater rewards if victorious. With no further bets, the moment of revelation arrived. The dealer surveyed the crowd, then slowly unveiled the dice cup. Ding! The luck of the gods has activated. 466 high. A wave of despair washed over the onlookers. Qin Yueran's eyes sparkled with delight. Impressive. Jiang Hao smiled, subsequently pushing his accumulated chips back into the pot. Once more I wager on high. As the crowd witnessed this scene, they gritted their teeth in anticipation. Jiang Hao increased his bet even more than before. They continued to wager on small, hoping for a greater reward should they win. I bet small. 30,000 on small. 50,000 on small. The dealer shook the dice cup and placed it on the betting table. Is there anyone else willing to place a bet? Silence enveloped the room as everyone fixated their gaze on the cup, bracing for the reveal. Slowly, the dealer unveiled the cup. Ding! The luck of the European king was triggered. 556, a large win. Damn! In an instant, the gamblers who had placed their bets were frantically pulling at their hair, seething with frustration. Qin Yueran gasped, wow. Jiang Hao's luck is incredible. Keep going. In a brief span, Jiang Hao's chips soared from 800,000 to an astonishing 5 million. Qin Yueran stood by, utterly astonished. Can one person really possess such extraordinary fortune? This is exhilarating. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's remarkable streak caught the attention of the casino management. In an office on the second floor, a middle-aged man reclined casually, observing various surveillance screens. Just then, a short, disheveled man entered. Boss, speak. There's a guest on the first floor who has been consistently betting on small and large, going all in, and has quickly escalated from 800,000 to 5 million. The man raised an eyebrow. When he reaches 8 million, you intervene and win it back. Understood. The short man then exited. On the other side, as Jiang Hao continued to dominate, his chips surged to 8 million. Awesome, Qin Yuan exclaimed. At that moment, the short man approached with a smile. Brother, your luck is impressive. Jiang Hao glanced at him. Care to play a game? Haven't we been playing all along? Jiang Hao replied. I meant just the two of us, a solo match. All right, Jiang Hao said without hesitation. Li Ke was taken aback. What kind of rich kid is this? He has no defenses whatsoever? How intriguing. Let us go. The two sat across from each other, drawing a crowd of eager gamblers. How we play? Jiang Hao inquired. It's simple. We'll just play the basic game of high or low, relying on luck. Li Ke replied with a smile. Jiang Hao nodded, and then a male dealer approached. Shall we begin, gentlemen? Li Ke nodded. Let us start. The dealer quickly shook the dice cup and placed it on the table. Li Ke adjusted his glasses and smiled at Jiang Hao. Who goes first? Any order works. You go ahead. Jiang Hao then pushed forward 8 million in chips. 8 million on large. Li Ke exclaimed, what? This is pure madness. Going all in right off the bat. You're betting 8 million on a simple game of high or low. He had anticipated a more psychological game, a strategy to reclaim the 8 million, but this was a direct challenge. He decided to forego any ostentation. Through the lenses of his glasses, he possessed an extraordinary ability to perceive the world differently. He could discern the size of the dice within the cup. At that moment, the 3 dice showed 4, 5, and 5, which naturally indicated that Jiang Hao had bet on a high roll. However, did this guarantee Jiang Hao's victory? Certainly not. He had a remote control tucked away in his pocket, which was perfectly synchronized with the dice in the glasses. With a mere press of the button, the dice would flip over, allowing him to dictate the outcome of the game. Li Ke chuckled and remarked, Brother, going all in right away. Aren't you afraid of a mishap? Jiang Hao replied, Today is my lucky day. I haven't lost a single round thus far, so I believe my fortune will continue. 8 million. Can you keep up? Ha ha ha. Quite the coincidence. I've also won quite a bit today. I can indeed match that 8 million. Subsequently, Li Ke produced 8 million in chips and pushed them forward, declaring, 8 million, I bet low. Qin Yuan, standing beside Jiang Hao, felt a surge of anxiety. This was exhilarating. Let us begin, Li Ke instructed the dealer. Simultaneously, he unconsciously slipped his hand into his pocket. Ding! A notification echoed in Jiang Hao's mind, indicating the learning of cheating techniques. However, Jiang Hao remained unfazed. Just as the dealer was about to unveil the dice, Li Ke discreetly pressed the button on the remote hidden in his pocket. Yet, through his glasses, he saw no sign of the dice flipping. What? Li Ke was taken aback. Ding! The effect of the luckbringer was triggered. Doubting the situation, he pressed the button several more times, but to his dismay, there was no response. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Meanwhile, the dealer lifted the cup. 4, 5, 5 high. Qin Yuan exclaimed in shock. Chapter 31. It seems fortune favors me more. Qin Yuan was truly astonished. Goodness gracious, earning 8 million in just a minute. What a thrill. Jiang Hao is indeed like a money tree. Li Ke was left dumbfounded. How could this happen? Wouldn't his boss have him executed? Are you coming back? Jiang Hao inquired with a smile, gazing at the bewildered Li Ke. Li Ke desired to return, but hesitated. He felt compelled to inform his boss. The chips were gone. Perhaps it was best to refrain for now, he replied. Jiang Hao, with the chips in hand, stood and walked away. Li Ke, in a flurry, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He hurried to a secluded spot. Li Ke retrieved the remote control. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. Why was there no response? The remote had run out of batteries at the most inopportune moment. Oh my, trembling, he approached the casino owner's office. Boss, is it settled? Zhou Yimin asked indifferently. No. Zhou Yimin's brow furrowed as he glanced at Li Ke. Li Ke shuddered, clearly terrified of this casino owner. What happened? Boss, my subordinate has failed. I lost 8 million to him. Zhou Yimin's expression soured. Li Ke hastily explained. I truly did not expect the remote to be out of power. Please grant me another chance, and I will surely win back all the money he has. You lost everything in one go? Zhou Yimin inquired. Yes, he went all in for 8 million, quite reckless. Zhou Yimin replied coolly, all right. I shall not pursue your responsibility further. I will handle this myself. Boss, must you go to such lengths? Do you not understand? Very well. I shall send someone to bring him to the second floor. Understood. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao held 16 million in chips, reveling in his fortune. At that moment, a staff member approached. Sir, madam, you possess a considerable amount of chips. Thus, the casino suggests you both enjoy a higher-end gaming experience on the second floor, where the stakes are even greater. Shall we leave? Qin Yuan proposed. She felt it prudent to stop while ahead. Having turned 80,000 into 16 million was already quite sufficient. Continuing to play might lead to unforeseen losses. No worries, let us have some fun, Jiang Hao replied. Addressing the staff member, lead the way. Certainly, please follow me. The atmosphere on the upper floor was a stark contrast to that below. The space was less crowded, yet more refined, devoid of the usual cacophony. At that moment, Zhou Yimin approached with a smile. My friend, do you have a gambling companion? Ding. Practicing pretense. Jiang Hao, not yet. Care for a few rounds? Zhou Yimin proposed. Sure. Bring in the staff, clear the table. Then the two sat at the gambling table. Your brother's girlfriend is stunning. Far more beautiful than any star, Zhou Yimin remarked with a smile. Yet, he couldn't help but feel envious of Jiang Hao. Qin Yuan was undeniably captivating, stirring a profound admiration even in someone as worldly as him. Ah, she's merely a mistress, Jiang Hao replied nonchalantly. Qin Yuan. How infuriating. Zhou Yimin raised an eyebrow. Wow, this guy is quite impressive. Are all mistresses of such exquisite caliber? He chuckled. Though his thoughts were solely on Jiang Hao's wealth, he placed over 20 million in chips on the table. This sum is what I've won today. Shall we engage in a simple game of high or low? Either I win a substantial amount and leave, or I lose it all. What do you say? Jiang Hao nodded. Of course, no problem. Generous. Let's keep it simple. Dealer, please use a single die. 1 to 3 is low, 4 to 6 is high. He turned to Jiang Hao and asked, what do you think? Sounds good, Jiang Hao affirmed. Ha ha, splendid. Zhou Yimin then pushed 5 million in chips forward. Brother, you go first. It's merely a matter of luck. Whatever you bet, I will wager the opposite. Jiang Hao also pushed out 5 million, saying, then I shan't hold back. I bet high. Ha ha ha, it matters not. It's all about luck, so I'll wager low. The dealer then revealed the die. 5 high. I graciously accept, Jiang Hao said as he gathered the chips before him. Zhou Yimin smiled, quite normal. Let us continue. You go first this round. His primary aim in this initial round was to gauge Jiang Hao's strategy. It seemed he had none, so it was merely a matter of collecting his money. 5 million. I bet high again. Then I shall stick with low, Zhou Yimin replied. The dealer opened the cup again, and Jiang Hao won another 5 million. Jiang Hao chuckled. My friend, it appears your luck pales in comparison to mine. Zhou Yimin laughed. The odds are 50-50. You've won twice in a row. I don't believe you can win a third. I'm all in on low. Do you dare to match? With that, he pushed all his remaining chips, over 10 million, onto the table. Jiang Hao replied, then I must assert that where there are 2 victories, a third is bound to follow. Luck will ultimately favor me. I'll match and bet high. Jiang Hao pushed his chips forward as well. Zhou Yimin smirked inwardly. Let us begin, he said to the dealer. The beautiful dealer quickly shook the cup. Qin Yuan stood nervously behind Jiang Hao. At that moment, a woman hurriedly brushed past Zhou Yimin, accidentally colliding with him. I'm so sorry, she exclaimed, bowing repeatedly in apology. Zhou Yimin frowned, looking decidedly displeased. Watch where you're going, he snapped, then adjusted his coat. Ding! The lucky charm effect was triggered. The beautiful dealer placed the cup on the table. On Monday, Min adjusted his glasses and peered through the dice cup to discern the number within. It was a 4, the very figure that Jiang Hao had wagered on as high. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Min slowly placed his hand into the pocket of his coat, when suddenly, a jolt coursed through him. Where was the remote control? The remote that had been nestled within his pocket moments ago? No. Just a minute ago, he had confidently checked, ensuring it was there. How could it have vanished so inexplicably? He then examined another pocket. It was absent there as well. Min's complexion paled abruptly. How could this be? Wait. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. That woman who had bumped into him earlier? Damn, she could very well be a thief, having deliberately collided with him, inadvertently making off with the remote from his pocket. What a nuisance. Let it roll, Jiang Hao remarked nonchalantly. The beautiful croupier, naturally part of the same scheme as Min, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. She gradually lifted the dice cup, revealing a startling 4. The croupier was momentarily taken aback. Wow, Qin Yuan exclaimed. Jiang Hao flashed a grin. It appears that fortune favors me today. Chapter 32. The black market. Zhou Yimin's expression was decidedly grim. He had not anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events, nor could he have fathomed the existence of a force like the European emperor. Undoubtedly, he was reluctant to accept this outcome. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Jiang Hao and proposed, "Shall we play another round?" Jiang Hao chuckled softly and shook his head. "No, it is wise to know when to withdraw. I've won enough for today. Let us play again another time." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Qin Yuan, brimming with excitement, eagerly collected all the chips and followed Jiang Hao with a beaming smile. Zhou Yimin's gaze sharpened. 27 million had vanished just like that. While it was not a monumental sum for him, the fact that someone had the audacity to take money from his hands was intolerable. With a darkened expression, Zhou Yimin retreated to his room, followed closely by Li Ke. "Boss, are we just letting him go?" Zhou Yimin's eyes narrowed. "Find that woman in the brown coat and eliminate her. How dare she steal from me?" "Consider it done," Li Ke replied, but Zhou Yimin interrupted. "No, you have other matters to attend to. Follow that man, find an opportunity to dispose of him, and retrieve the money." Li Ke was taken aback. "Boss, I know who he is. He is the infamous Shimin Chui Jiang, who has recently gained notoriety online. He is likely connected to the underworld. And you are not affiliated with him?" Zhou Yimin retorted. "Understood, boss. I will take care of it," Li Ke said, nodding, and hurriedly exited. As Li Ke departed, Zhou Yimin furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease regarding his reliability. He then took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, I need some eliminated. The target is likely from the underworld, but should not be too formidable. I will transfer the payment through the website immediately, no matter the method. Please expedite this." Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yuan exclaimed, "Wow, Xiao Hao Hai, you are simply too handsome." She was practically a smitten fan, showering Jiang Hao with enthusiastic praise. In light of her fervent admiration, Jiang Hao handed her a card. "Here you go." "Hee, Jiang boss is so generous." Qin Yuan exclaimed, joyfully accepting the card. "Let us go to the black market. I've made a tidy profit, and now I can spend." She gleefully tucked the card away and led him onward. Soon, they arrived beneath a towering overpass, where the atmosphere was desolate, and a foul drainage ditch lay nearby. "We're here," she announced. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. With a playful smile, Qin Yuan placed her hand on the wall before her, channeling a subtle energy. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from Jiang Hao's sight. Whoa! Jiang Hao was taken aback. It was no wonder that ordinary people found it challenging to perceive what lay beyond the mundane world. He placed his hand on the wall as well, activating his own energy. The next moment, he found himself in an entirely new realm. Before him sprawled a street, rather, not just one street, but a labyrinth of interconnected avenues. The thoroughfares were dilapidated, flanked by crumbling buildings on either side. To Jiang Hao's astonishment, the crowd was indeed considerable. Not to mention the numerous pedestrians along the road, the makeshift stalls of black market vendors lined both sides, stretching far into the distance. A cursory glance revealed a plethora of items on display, various antiquities, swords, jade pendants, talismans, and the like, leaving Jiang Hao somewhat dazzled. If every city boasts a black market, then given the throngs on this street, it is evident that there exists a substantial number of cultivators in this world. Truly, they are adept at concealing themselves. Qin Yuan remarked to Jiang Hao, "The black market in Linen City is relatively ordinary. While it isn't a formal establishment, it must exist in a manner that is justifiable. You might liken it to a clandestine rendezvous." Jiang Hao nodded in understanding. The two continued their conversation as they walked along the path. Most individuals operating stalls in the black market are far from virtuous. The majority of their wares are ill-gotten gains, stolen, seized, or acquired through nefarious means. Furthermore, among 10 items, one being genuine would be considered fortunate. Those who frequent the black market either seek a stroke of luck or are newcomers, easily deceived due to their inexperience or lesser cultivation. Jiang Hao paused at one stall and inquired, "How much for this parchment scroll?" The vendor replied, "Ah, this is no ordinary item. It pertains to the whereabouts of a treasured artifact." Ding! Learning to deceive. Jiang Hao responded, "Never mind," and moved on. Ahead, Jiang Hao halted. A ring toss? He glanced at a nearby stall featuring a ring toss game. Unlike the exterior, the items on display appeared to be authentic. Various jade vials containing elixirs, an array of weapons, talismans, and ancient tomes graced the table. The quality of the items seemed promising. "You truly need to find something. Do you not even possess your own sword?" Qin Yuan queried. In the battle against the zombie king, Jiang Hao had utilized Su Xiao's sword. However, his swordsmanship was exceptionally formidable, having mastered the sealing dust sword technique. He genuinely required a fine sword. In the black market, fortune is the sole determinant. "I lack one, as I am merely a novice," Jiang Hao acknowledged, shrouded in mystery. Qin Yuan was aware of Jiang Hao's recent foray into cultivation, having met him during his qi refinement stage. In just a few days, he had ascended to the 5th stage of foundation establishment. While ordinary cultivators may toil for decades to achieve such a level, Jiang Hao accomplished it in mere days. Coupled with the Tai Su chaos technique and the sealing dust sword technique, Qin Yuan entertained the notion that Jiang Hao might be the reincarnation of some formidable figure. A ludicrous thought, indeed. She dared not share this with anyone, lest Jiang Hao be subjected to relentless scrutiny. "Young sir, would you care to try your hand?" The vendor at the ring toss stall inquired with a smile. "How does one play?" Jiang Hao asked. The vendor replied, 100,000 for a ring. Jiang Hao. He then continued, "Oh, do not consider expensive. The least valuable item at my stall is a grade 1 healing pill, and the materials for crafting such a pill alone are worth over 10,000. Not to mention the refinement process. As for the swords, techniques, mental arts, divine abilities, martial skills, and ancient tomes here, they're all genuine. Their quality may not be high, but there are absolutely no fakes. If any single item is counterfeit, I shall refund you in full." Qin Yuan glanced around and remarked, "If all of this is authentic, many individual items here could fetch no less than 100,000 in currency. That sword, for instance, must be at least grade 2. It could provide roughly a 30% boost in combat effectiveness. Although it is an entry-level sword, its monetary value is certainly around 1 million. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. There were no system prompts indicating he was being deceived. Thus what he said must indeed be true. "I will take 10. The vendor smiled and presented a POS machine. "Swipe your card." Jiang Hao promptly transferred 1 million. The vendor then stated, "Young man, you understand the rules, right? You cannot channel spiritual power. Treat it as if you were an ordinary person." Jiang Hao nodded. "Let's begin." He then grasped the 10 rings and casually tossed them forward. Ding! The auspicious effect was triggered. "No brother with that toss. What do you expect to catch, huh?" The vendor couldn't help but laugh, only to be left utterly dumbfounded. Qin Yuan was equally astonished. All 10 rings, and they all landed on genuine items? Chapter 33, Is it possible to have such luck? Qin Yuan gasped in astonishment, her mouth forming an O. Wow, is this for real? He casually tossed 10 rings, and they all landed perfectly? What extraordinary luck is this? Has Jiang Hao been on a winning streak all day? Oh my, even the street vendor was taken aback. What is this madness? Can anyone truly be this fortunate? Surely, didn't he employ any tricks? Yet, being a martial artist, the vendor felt no aura of spiritual energy emanating from Jiang Hao. He felt he had lost out significantly. "You are truly remarkable. This luck is beyond belief. Why don't you try your hand at the lottery?" Reluctantly, the vendor handed over the items Jiang Hao had acquired. "Do you have any records of various books related to the path?" Jiang Hao inquired. "I don't have that," the vendor replied. Jiang Hao nodded. Holding the sword in his hand, "It feels rather average." Naturally, it was only suitable for a novice and decent enough, but it paled in comparison to Su Xiao's sword. Jiang Hao acknowledged, "After all, that sword possesses the power to shatter a corpse king's physique." Profit was assured. "Very well, let's leave it at that. Thank you." Jiang Hao then walked away with Qin Yuan. "Let us continue exploring. There should be more to find," she suggested. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, a burly man had also entered the black market. His gaze swept across the area, and he approached, pulling out a photograph that prominently featured Jiang Hao. "Excuse me, have you seen this person?" he asked. The vendor glanced at the photo, but remained silent. The man then produced some cash and handed it over, prompting the vendor to immediately respond, "Yes, he just went inside." The man then departed, soon spotting the figure within. A smirk of disdain curled his lips as he ascended to the top of a nearby 4-story abandoned building, leisurely assembling a sniper rifle. He had received the assignment to assassinate Jiang Hao. This individual was a backup hire by the casino's Zhou Yimin, fearing that Li Ke might not be up to the task. Anyone who could enter the black market was undoubtedly a part of the underground world. As for the choice of weapon, a gun is so straightforward. Unless one's cultivation has reached the golden core stage, one's physical strength would not withstand a bullet. Without achieving that level, one must release defensive spiritual energy to withstand the bullets. However, bullets travel at such speed, in a state of unpreparedness. Who can react swiftly enough to release spiritual energy in time to defend? A single shot to the head would be fatal, no matter the circumstances. This method was far more convenient. Completing this mission would signify his full initiation into the Dark Alliance. As he chewed gum, he muttered to himself, indeed. This is a task assigned by the Dark Alliance organization. Consider it a test, complete it, and I shall officially join the Dark Alliance. How simple is that? Just one shot to finish it. The crux of the matter lies within the black market, where murders are regrettably commonplace. At this very moment, Jiang Hao and Qin Yuan have arrived at a stall brimming with an array of books. The atmosphere appears rather inviting. How much for each book? Jiang Hao inquired. The elderly vendor replied, these tomes are authentic and immensely valuable for newcomers seeking to comprehend the realm of cultivation. Each one is worth no less than 10,000. Qin Yuan exclaimed, wow, this is outrageous. Where could I possibly find these books for such a price? 10,000 for a single volume, and once read, they lose all value. The old man retorted, then seek elsewhere. The absence of any indication of deceit suggests that the old man speaks the truth. Jiang Hao remarked, no worries, may I at least take a glance? A glance? I wish to ascertain whether the contents are genuine or mere deception. Surely, you do not fear I might memorize them? Not all, go ahead. Jiang Hao picked up a book. Ding. Learning the Complete Guide to Warriors, Volume 1. Progress, 50. Ding. Learning complete. He then selected another volume. Ding. Learning the Compendium of Malevolent Beings. Progress, 50. Ding. Learning the Compendium of Monsters. Ding. Learning the Compendium of Spiritual Artifacts. The old man observed Jiang Hao flipping through the books, barely glancing at the text within. At that very moment, from a nearby abandoned 4-story building, a man had assembled a sniper rifle, quietly aiming it at Jiang Hao. Initially, he targeted Jiang Hao's heart, but then adjusted his aim slightly higher, zeroing in on his head. The formidable sniper rifle, even without releasing spiritual energy, could easily obliterate a head with a single shot, especially against someone caught off guard. By the time the gunshot rang out, it would be far too late. Concurrently, disguised as a different persona, Li Ke had arrived at the scene. His gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Hao, primarily due to the striking presence of Qin Yuan beside him. Li Ke felt a surge of anxiety. Despite his extensive experience in such lethal endeavors, he was fundamentally still only at the qi refining stage, having mostly targeted ordinary individuals. Jiang Hao, however, was likely a figure of the underground world. Yet, upon reflection, he reasoned that if he stealthily approached and launched a surprise attack, even if Jiang Hao was indeed a formidable character, he would most likely be unable to react in time. Without the ability to summon defensive spiritual energy, a single strike to a vital point would leave him with no chance to resist. As for the woman, so enchanting, his mistress, she was likely just an ordinary person brought along for the ride. Disposing of her would pose no concern. Li Ke advanced slowly towards Jiang Hao while discreetly gripping a dagger concealed within his clothing. Gradually, Li Ke approached Jiang Hao from behind, resembling a mere passerby. Simultaneously, atop the dilapidated building, a man had meticulously aimed at Jiang Hao's head, confident that for the next 2 seconds, Jiang Hao would remain motionless. He slowly squeezed the trigger. Bang! A crisp gunshot echoed. In that instant, Li Ke, now behind Jiang Hao, unsheathed his dagger, gripping it in reverse, and summoned his spiritual energy, thrusting it violently towards Jiang Hao's carotid artery. Just as the man atop the abandoned structure fired his weapon, he caught sight of an unexpected figure suddenly emerging behind Jiang Hao through the scope. What the hell? He exclaimed, unable to contain his expletive. How could such a situation occur? Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Ding! The effect of the lucky charm was triggered. Bang! Simultaneously, Li Ku's body was pierced by the bullet. He froze in place, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes wide open, reflecting a look of disbelief. Thud, his body collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Jiang Hao. Qin Yuan. Chapter 34. A mysterious sword. Jiang Hao was utterly unprepared for the unfolding events. He had not anticipated such a turn of fate. Engrossed in his studies, he merely sensed a passerby behind him and thought little of it, until the sound of a gunshot pierced the air. In that instant, fortune favored him. Everything transpired in a flash, and he soon felt a commotion behind him. Turning around, he beheld an individual collapsing with a dagger, having succumbed just behind him. A glance at the fallen Li Ku immediately revealed his identity. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Hao realized the gravity of the situation. Two individuals had conspired to assassinate him, yet due to his fortunate circumstance, Li Ku inadvertently shielded him from the bullet. Goodness, the power of this luck is truly remarkable. The denizens of the black market were unfazed by the scene before them. It was nothing to stir their astonishment. Upon realizing his failure, the assassin made a hasty retreat. Wait a minute. Isn't he the one for the casino? Qin Yu ran, observing the lifeless body beside her, engaged in a whirlwind of thoughts. Jiang Hao nodded in response. Little brother, are you still interested in buying? The old man inquired. Jiang Hao shook his head, no longer interested. I've finished studying. With that, Heath and Qin Yu ran off. Is someone protecting you from the shadows? Qin Yu questioned, her intellect not quite matching Jiang Hao's. She presumed that Li Ku was attempting to assassinate Jiang Hao, but someone intervened to eliminate Li Ku. Not at all. I am but a solitary figure. How could that be? Really? Qin Yu felt a shiver of fear. Goodness, if no one were protecting Jiang Hao, the outcome would have been dire. Both individuals had come to murder him. Jiang Hao's luck was astonishing. Li Ku had inadvertently acted as a shield. Your luck is truly invincible, Qin Yu murmured. Jiang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Those books you just looked at, do you not want them? They seemed worthwhile, albeit a bit pricey. For you, however, such an expense is trivial. Jiang Hao had already absorbed the knowledge, and thus had no need for them. No, thank you. Qin Yu was perplexed. Could it be that those books were mere fakes? She could not fathom it. At that moment, a disgruntled customer at a nearby stall voiced his displeasure. This is a counterfeit. It lacks any spiritual energy, yet you dare to sell it for 40 million? Old man, do you take me for a fool? The old man retorted, nonsense. I have stated that this sword is currently sealed, hence the absence of any spiritual energy. Once you break the seal, you shall discern the true nature of this sword. Bai Yin Tao, Jiang Hao was taken aback. Qin Yu remarked, that name, goodness, how good. Bai Yin Tao, upon spotting Jiang Hao, was equally astonished. Bai Yin Tao was his university roommate. The two had shared countless escapades online and in romantic pursuits, their bond having been one of the closest. It had not been long since their graduation. I never expected to encounter you here. Goodness. Bai Yin Tao was glancing back and forth between Jiang Hao and Qin Yuan. How did you manage to find such a beautiful girlfriend? I am utterly astonished. You might as well end my life. Jiang Hao offered no explanation. Instead, he remarked, you've concealed your true self quite well. I had no idea you were involved in this world throughout our university years. Goodness, are you not as well? Jiang Hao replied, me? I have only just entered the field. Ah, I see. I previously provided you with a manual, claiming it was a cultivation guide. I suppose you didn't take me seriously. Jiang Hao. Wait, that was genuine? Of course. However, it matters not. If such things are destined for you, they will come regardless. Bai Yin Tao chuckled softly. Clearly, Jiang Hao is unaware of his recent popularity online. Perhaps he has been in seclusion? Jiang Hao introduced. This is Qin Yuan. Hello, sister-in-law, Bai Yin Tao said. I rank fourth in the dormitory. He is second. Second. Qin Yuan smiled at Jiang Hao, seemingly unconcerned by Bai Yin Tao's erroneous perception of her identity, too apathetic to clarify. Jiang Hao. He then shifted the topic, inquiring, what brings you here? Bai Yin Tao replied, my father gave me some money to purchase a decent sword in the black market. This old man is selling the sword for 40 million. It lacks any spiritual energy. ISNT, that just a classic case of a swindler? Bah, I've already told you, this sword is sealed. The old man shot by Yun Tao an irritated glare. He then turned to Jiang Hao and said, I stumbled upon this sword a few years ago during my training in an uninhabited cave. Alongside the sword, I also discovered a skeleton. I can confidently assert that this sword is at least of 6th rank. Had it not been for my granddaughter's desire to purchase a villa, I would not part with it. Oh, my 6th rank? Do you comprehend the significance of 6th rank? In a cave, along with a skeleton? Have you been indulging in too many fantasy novels? Bai Yintao rolled his eyes. You insolent brat, be silent. Qin Yuan interjected. It is quite normal for the black market to be rife with counterfeit goods. Oh dear, the crux is that this old man is asking for an exorbitant price. Get lost. Do not obstruct my view. Bai Yintao made a dismissive gesture and then addressed Jiang Hao. Brother Hao, there is nothing worthwhile in the black market of Linen City. I plan to head to Tianjiang City. Care to join me? Jiang Hao shook his head. No. I'll simply buy a few things. Very well then. I have some urgent matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. I'll visit you when I return. Hurry along. Hey, sister-in-law, until next time. Bai Yuntao then departed. Damn it. So he's involved in this world. I suspected that during our school days, he and Lao San would endlessly discuss such matters. I thought they were merely enthusiasts of martial arts. Jiang Hao muttered in exasperation. Your friend is quite decent. He even provided you with a genuine cultivation manual, attempting to guide you into this realm. However, everyone knows that forcibly dragging someone into this world is not necessarily a good thing. So, such matters should be left to fate. He understands that. Jiang Hao nodded. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the sword at the stall. You're not actually considering purchasing that, are you? Qin Yuan asked with a frown. Jiang Hao had been engrossed in conversation with Bai Yuntao, but just as he was about to depart, a sudden realization struck him. The old man, during their exchange, had not exhibited any signs that his remarkable intellect was engaged in the art of deception. This implied that the old man had spoken truthfully. Regardless of whether the sword was indeed of the 6th rank, it was evident that the old man genuinely believed it to possess at least that level of quality. How much? Jiang Hao inquired, directing his gaze toward the old man. 40 million. No negotiations, the old man replied bluntly. I'll take it. Shall I use my card? Jiang Hao responded. Qin Yuan gazed at Jiang Hao in astonishment. Is he really buying it? 40 million. He had only made a little over 40 million on this trip. You're buying it? The old man appeared momentarily taken aback. Absolutely, Jiang Hao affirmed. You have a keen eye, young man. Your decisiveness earns you a discount of 3 million, the old man said, clearly impressed. Jiang Hao proceeded to swipe his card. And then, ding, the effect of the fortunate emperor was triggered. Jiang Hao. Chapter 35. This luck is truly unmatched. He purchased this sword, and the effects of the fortunate European monarch were activated. Indeed, this sword possesses something extraordinary. Jiang Hao held the sword in his hands. It was not the traditional slender rapier, nor did it reach the heft of a broadsword. At this moment, the sword appeared rusted and worn, yet it seemed remarkably resilient. Jiang Hao found it rather appealing. If this truly were a 6th-grade spiritual weapon, its monetary value would be incalculable. However, Qin Yuan did not finish her thought, as she found it too challenging to articulate. What does a 6th-grade spiritual weapon signify? Such treasures are exceedingly rare, particularly in the mundane black market. Of course, it is entirely plausible considering Jiang Hao's luck. Qin Yuan was left speechless. Jiang Hao then turned to the elder and inquired, how can the seal on this sword be lifted? The elder stroked his beard and replied, I have studied this for several years, and it appears that this sword can be unsealed using the Holy Radiance Flame Stone. The Holy Radiance Flame Stone. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. Qin Yuan remarked, the Holy Radiance Flame Stone? No. Upon hearing the name of this crystal, Qin Yuan felt even more convinced that the old man was a fraud. The Holy Radiance Flame Stone, in certain respects, holds greater value than a 6th-grade spiritual weapon. Moreover, the ancient texts Jiang Hao had recently studied contained references to the Holy Radiance Flame Stone. He was well aware of the crystal's rarity. Indeed, the Holy Radiance Flame Stone is exceptionally scarce. How to obtain it, the old man does not know, but I estimate that a mere fragment would suffice to unlock the seal on this sword, the elder stated. Jiang Hao glanced at the sword in his hand and nodded slightly. The elder continued, the reason I surmise this sword must possess a high grade is that despite its rusted appearance, I have exerted considerable formidable power upon it. Yet I could not destroy it, which attests to its uniqueness. Jiang Hao nodded once more. At that moment, a figure raced through the streets of the black market. Get out of the way. Move aside. Those who do not wish to die, step aside. Behind him, a middle-aged man led a group of several dozen individuals, unleashing their spiritual energy as they pursued the fleeing figure with full force. You scoundrel, don't run, the middle-aged man bellowed. The fleeing man glanced back at the approaching figures and scoffed. Catch me if you can. He then turned his gaze forward, and suddenly his pupils constricted. There was no time for any reaction, no opportunity to evade or slow down. His neck collided directly with the sword Jiang Hao held, as he was attempting to gauge its balance. Ding! The effect of the fortunate European monarch was activated. Ding! Learning a novel method of self-destruction. Jiang Hao. A fountain of blood erupted. The man's eyes widened as he clutched his throat, which had been slit, revealing an expression of disbelief. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently. Jiang Hao found himself in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him, but paid little mind as he was engrossed in testing the feel of his sword. Out of nowhere, a person dashed towards him at an astonishing speed, colliding with his rusted blade. Despite the sword's state, the force and angle were sufficient to inflict a grievous wound. Jiang Hao touched the tip of his nose, pondering the implications of a notification he had received moments ago regarding the lucky emperor effect. Qin Yu Ran, witnessing the scene, appeared equally perplexed. Strange occurrences seemed to abound this year, and this was certainly a peculiar one. After all, it was the other party who had initiated the confrontation, not him. Jiang Hao hastily explained the situation to Qin Yu Ran. Just then, a middle-aged man, accompanied by a dozen followers, arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the lifeless body on the ground, his gaze fell upon Jiang Hao's bloodied sword, and comprehension dawned upon him. Young brother, thank you for eliminating this beast, the man exclaimed, bowing deeply to Jiang Hao. Qin Yu Ran remained silent, while Jiang Hao stammered, no need for thanks. The middle-aged man continued. This scoundrel murdered my son and sought treasures. I have pursued him for a month, and, at last, I have found him. He was swift, but thanks to your timely intervention, he could not escape. Jiang Hao, with a look of righteous indignation, remarked, I had a feeling he was no good, which is why I acted swiftly. Qin Yu Ran remained speechless. The middle-aged man expressed his profound gratitude. I cannot thank you enough. Had he escaped today, it would have been nearly impossible to track him down in this vast world. Jiang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. The man then produced a ring, which Jiang Hao suspected to be a spatial ring, a rather rare item. The quality of such rings varied, determining the extent of space within. Within this ring lies a piece of holy radiance flamestone. If you do not mind, consider it my token of appreciation, the man offered. Jiang Hao was taken aback, while Qin Yu Ran and the old man looked on in astonishment. I couldn't possibly accept this. It was merely a small effort on my part. He feigned modesty. It is only right. I had issued a bounty for this scoundrel, offering the holy radiance flamestone as a reward, which you rightfully deserve, the man insisted. Jiang Hao then reached out to accept the ring, saying, well then, I shall not be coy. Thank you. Let's be on our way. They subsequently departed from the black market. Jiang Hao examined the spatial ring in his hand, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Throughout the encounter, Qin Yu Ran was left in a state of utter shock and disbelief. Is it truly possible for such a turn of events to occur? This sword requires a holy radiance flamestone to lift its seal, yet is notoriously difficult to obtain. And now, due to an accident, someone has gifted me a holy radiance flamestone as thanks. How can this be? Qin Yu Ran found herself enveloped in a state of bewilderment. While she could accept Jiang Hao's fortune earlier, this revelation shattered her understanding of reality. Let's head back, Jiang Hao remarked to Qin Yu Ran. Oh, she responded, regaining her composure. Subsequently, the two departed from the black market. Even upon returning home, Qin Yu Ran struggled to emerge from this astonishment. She swiftly slapped her cheeks. Phew, this must be a dream, undoubtedly a dream. Live streaming, earning money. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao examined the sword and the holy radiance flame stone in his possession. Given the effects of the fortunate encounter, He was certain that this sword was indeed a remarkable artifact. It was highly probable that, as the old man had indicated, the holy radiance flamestone would serve to unseal this sword. However, Jiang Hao pondered whether it was prudent to perform the unsealing within the confines of his home. After all, the commotion might be excessive. Indeed, that seems wise. Thus, under the cover of nightfall, Jiang Hao made his way to the outskirts. Chapter 36. Celestial Phenomena and the Sword's recognition of its master Jiang Hao arrive at the outskirts of Linen City. Technically, this area is not merely the outskirts. It is more accurately described as a new district still under development and construction. However, this place is generally devoid of visitors, for although there are towering skyscrapers, none are yet inhabited, nor are there any accompanying commercial facilities. Jiang Hao ventured into a small grove within the outskirts, subsequently drawing forth the sword and the sacred radiance flame stone from his possession. He contemplated that channeling the power of the sacred radiance flame stone into the sword should suffice. With that thought, Jiang Hao unleashed his spiritual energy, activating the immense power contained within the sacred radiance flame stone. A surge of fiery crimson energy erupted from the stone, which Jiang Hao then infused into the sword. In that fleeting moment, ripples of red flame danced along the blade's surface, confirming his intuition. As if responding to his will, the sword detached itself from Jiang Hao's grasp, gracefully hovering and rotating in the air before him. With each rotation, the rust that marred its surface gradually dissipated, revealing intricate patterns across the blade. There were 7 distinct patterns, yet at present, they appeared hollow, as if yearning for something to fill their void. But what that something was, Jiang Hao could scarcely fathom. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted, soaring towards the heavens. "What in the world?" Jiang Hao exclaimed, gazing upward. The once serene night sky transformed, morphing into a colossal vortex, swirling ominously as crimson thunder entwined within it. To Jiang Hao's astonishment, such a celestial phenomenon was beyond his wildest imagination. Was this not a tad extravagant for the mundane world? The commotion was overwhelmingly loud. Even at this late hour, many night owls within Linen City noticed the sky ablaze with color. Goodness, look at the sky over there. What is that enormous red vortex? And what is the crimson beam connecting the ground to the heavens? Is this some advanced military technology? Exclaimed the crowd in disbelief. Quick, capture this on camera. That's the new district. We must investigate what is happening. The onlookers were utterly astounded, for the magnitude of this spectacle was unprecedented. The vast vortex in the sky and such an extraordinary celestial occurrence were sights they had never witnessed before. The scene evoked imagery reminiscent of many fantasy dramas and animations, leaving them in profound awe. Simultaneously, beyond the earthly realm, various factions seemed to have taken notice of this event. Kunlun Void. At the pinnacle of Kunlun Void, an elderly figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the piercing crimson beam that traversed the clouds. What phenomenon has emerged? Such a commotion is unheard of. He pondered. Behind him, another elder approached, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. In Linen City, recent events have stirred considerable unrest. Indeed, yet another mundane practitioner has caused a tremendous uproar following the incident at Aitley Cemetery, and now we witness extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and the earth. Second Elder, what do you think these anomalies signify? The second elder stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "It is the awakening of a rare treasure. Such formidable power suggests it is likely of the 10th grade, perhaps a relic from ancient times. We must investigate thoroughly. Should this artifact fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, it could pose a grave threat to all righteous martial artists." The elder nodded and inquired, "Have we dispatched anyone?" The second elder responded, "Chu Tian, he has already been sent to Linen City to investigate the mastermind behind the Aitley Cemetery incident. The ability to create such a necromantic site poses a significant threat to the entire city, and we must uncover the perpetrator. If Chu Tian, he lacks sufficient strength, we must be prepared to support him." The second elder added, "That lad possesses golden core cultivation, and with several allies assisting him, along with support from other factions, he should theoretically be capable." Meanwhile, the considerable commotion had finally subsided. Jiang Hao was acutely aware that it would attract substantial attention. He had scarcely taken the time to observe anything before he grasped the sword that had descended from the sky and fled. After distancing himself, he noticed that many figures had begun to appear nearby, yet they found nothing of significance. Returning home, Jiang Hao encountered Qin Yuan just as she opened her door. Her enchanting gaze fixed upon him. "What are you doing out at this hour?" she inquired. "I went out for a spa." "Why?" Jiang Hao replied with a smile. Qin Yuan chuckled in response. "If you seek my company, I can don various uniforms, black or white stockings, your choice. Rather than letting others profit, why not let me earn it?" Jiang Hao nodded. "Shall we proceed now?" "It's rather late," she replied. "Good night." Jiang Hao then retreated into his home, closing the door behind him, while Qin Yuan also shut her door and returned to her room. Her beautiful eyes gazed out into the darkness, having witnessed the extraordinary phenomena earlier. Initially, she thought little of it, suspecting it was merely the result of someone's antics. However, upon hearing the commotion and Jiang Hao's return, she began to seriously suspect that he was the cause of the upheaval. Once inside his room, Jiang Hao examined his wrist, where a sword's emblem had manifested. Indeed, the sword had merged with him, seemingly acknowledging him as its master. A mental connection now existed between Jiang Hao and this blade. With a mere thought, the sword transformed into a radiant red light, suddenly appearing in his hand. "Impressive," Jiang Hao mused. "If a sword possesses the ability to recognize its master, its grade must be far from trivial." "Sixth grade?" "No. A sixth grade artifact is insufficient to establish a bond of ownership. Thus, it is indeed a remarkable find. As for the name of this sword, Jiang Hao is at a loss. The commotion it has caused, coupled with its recognition of ownership, undoubtedly indicates its extraordinary nature." Jiang Hao swung at once, producing a metallic sound. His swordsmanship practice enhanced his strength permanently by 10. What then do the 7 distinct patterns engraved upon it signify? Jiang Hao scrutinized them closely, but found no discernible clues. He sensed that this sword should not be easily revealed to others, lest it attract unwanted attention and perhaps incite greed-fueled violence. While he is untroubled by weaker adversaries, he fears encountering those whose power far exceeds his own. At that moment, Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. Residing on a higher floor, he suddenly perceived the presence of someone observing him from outside. He glanced out the window, but saw nothing. Yet, the sensation was undeniably vivid. Chapter 37. Sister Anne, do you have a man at home? Jiang Hao lingered by the window for a while, feeling an unsettling absence. Damn! He couldn't remain indifferent any longer. Furrowing his brow slightly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Qin Yuan. Ran, did you sense anyone outside just now?" Jiang Hao replied. "I did. Did you sense it too?" Ran, "Yes, be cautious. You might be under surveillance." Jiang Hao responded, "Understood." He could reasonably speculate who it was. Most likely, it was the mastermind behind the Ba Lifan incident. Jiang Hao was akin to having obliterated all his years of hard work in an instant. Naturally, this adversary would be eager to exact revenge on him. Ran, why don't you come to my place? I have a spare room, and we can look out for each other." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes brightened. "Jiang Hao, I'm coming in." After sending the message, he promptly stepped out of his home. Click! Qin Yuan opened the door, her beautiful eyes glancing at Jiang Hao. "You actually came?" She genuinely cared for Jiang Hao, as she too suspected that a formidable figure from Ba Lifan was monitoring him. The fact that they could even conjure a golden core-level Corpse King indicated that this individual was at least of that caliber. Although Jiang Hao had slain the golden core Corpse King, he was still fundamentally at the foundation establishment stage. Facing a hidden threat of golden core level was undeniably perilous. "Am I afraid?" Jiang Hao said, feigning innocence. "You killed a golden core Corpse King. How could you be scared? Come on, just because I succeeded once doesn't mean I can do it again. Besides, there are numerous special factors involved in my victory." Gumin. A sly smile crossed Jiang Hao's face as he entered Qin Yuan's home. The rented apartment was modest, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. Yet it exuded warmth and charm. The ambience was delightfully pink and fragrant, revealing her youthful spirit. "That's your room. You should bring your blanket over," she instructed. Jiang Hao replied, "To avoid being detected by that person, I've tried my best to leave no traces of my move to your place. If I were to return home, I might be discovered by those lurking in the shadows. Qin Yuan rolled her eyes. Wait here. I'll get you a blanket. Soon, she reemerged from her room, tossing the blanket to Jiang Hao. He inhaled deeply. It smells wonderful. Have you used it? Qin Yuan crossed her arms, smiling mischievously. But don't do anything strange. Well, that remains to be seen, Jiang Hao teased, carrying the blanket back to his room before glancing towards Qin Yuan's private quarters. Don't peek, what are you doing? She admonished, rolling her eyes again. Jiang Hao scrutinized her, grinning. Aren't you going to let me be your number one big brother? The card I gave you when we went out earlier isn't enough? Can't I even enter your room? Well, that's that. The money I earned during the day was through my own efforts. If you wish to become my top supporter, that comes at a different price, Qin Yuan remarked. Suddenly, she smacked her forehead, exclaiming, Oh no, this is bad. She then dashed into her room. At that moment, her computer screen was inundated with a flurry of comments. He said it's fine. Wow, Sister Ann, your mic is still on. Ha, what is going on? Is there a man at home? Who is it? Sister Ann, ha ha. The top supporter? Who did you go out with during the day? What is happening? What is happening? Qin Yuan stared at the rapidly scrolling comments, feeling utterly speechless. How could she be so careless? She was live streaming. She had merely turned off the camera, but how could she forget to mute the mic? Come on. Don't spread rumors. Don't flood the chat. It's just a joke. I'm just putting on a show, Qin Yuan hurriedly clarified. The comment continued. TSK, 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 we don't believe you. Even though we couldn't hear clearly, there was definitely a man's voice. Spill it. What's going on? Sister Ann, you're not that kind of person. Are you short on money? With 1 million followers, signing fees, advertising revenue, and countless gifts. Even if the market is down, you must be making at least 6 figures a month. There is no need to seek out a top supporter. You're practically a wealthy lady. Don't let us down. Qin Yuan looked at the increasingly outrageous comments and ran her fingers through her hair, realizing there was no way out of this. If this situation spiraled out of control, it could lead to a significant drop in followers, which meant a loss of income, and potentially even a breach of contract penalties. If she didn't clarify things immediately, waiting to rectify it later might not garner trust. All right. There is indeed a man at home, but it's not what you think. How about this? I'll have him come over to explain it to you. Qin Yuan said as she stepped outside. Hey, can you help me out? Jiang Hao shrugged. I'm about to sleep. Qin Yuan retorted, Don't be ungrateful. I've taken you in. Don't repay kindness with malice. Jiang Hao stroked his chin and replied, I was thinking of trying out a black silk uniform massage today. Qin Yuan was taken aback. To be honest, she had always been quite the talker, adept at teasing Jiang Hao, perhaps linking arms or such. Even with Su Xiao, she could manage that much. Anything beyond that, however, was quite challenging. But then she thought, if she didn't do something, she would be in trouble. Her little savings would vanish. Upon reflection, she realized she had worn a black silk uniform in front of Jiang Hao before. It wouldn't be too much to give him a little massage afterwards. It was nothing out of the ordinary. Fine, Qin Yuan grumbled. Jiang Hao grinned, but still. It doesn't work. Just a moment ago, you didn't allow me into your room, not even to take a look. I think you have a point. After all, you're a girl, and I must respect that. Qin Yuan exclaimed. Come in. Feel free to enter. She bit her silver teeth. You said it. I said it, he confirmed. Jiang Hao subsequently entered Qin Yuan's room, feeling thoroughly satisfied. The room was fragrant, adorned with numerous adorable plush toys scattered atop a large bed. Pink headphones, a pink keyboard, and a pink gaming chair completed the charming decor. Could you please pick that up? Jiang Hao pointed to a small item on the bed. Qin Yuan exclaimed, You scoundrel, as she hurriedly stuffed it into her pocket. At that moment, the barrage of comments was filled with confusion, as viewers were unaware of the situation due to the absence of a camera. They simply confirmed that a man had entered Qin Yuan's room. Jiang Hao then activated the camera, eliciting a flurry of comments. No way. Is that Jiang Shun? What's going on? Jiang Shun, are you at Sister Ant's place? Wow. Jiang Shun, where on earth have you been these past few days? I've been eagerly waiting for your stream every day. Did you go to purchase a Maybach? Oh my goodness. What is the nature of your relationship? Has it progressed so rapidly? Chapter 38. Cohabiting right after falling in love? As Jiang Hao sat before the screen, the audience erupted in excitement. It is essential to remember that Jiang Hao initially gained prominence while collaborating with Qin Yuan, which consequently drew a substantial following of his fans in her live stream. With a casual demeanor, Jiang Hao greeted everyone, saying, "Hello, everyone. I've been busy dating your sister Ran these past few days, so I haven't streamed, haha." Qin Yuan interjected, "Wait, what are you talking about?" Jiang Hao continued, "I must also express my gratitude to my brothers for helping to connect us. It seems we are quite fated." The comments flooded in. "I knew something was off between you two. You haven't streamed, and neither has Sister Ran. So, you really are in a relationship? Oh my gosh, my two favorite streamers are together? I can't handle this. I'm so envious." Qin Yuan leaned in and said, "Ah, he's just joking. What relationship?" Jiang Hao shot her a glance and remarked, "We've come this far. Why not just admit it? No one will have anything to say about it. It's not like it's something shameful." Qin Yuan's hand subtly twisted around Jiang Hao's waist. Fine, since you're saying that, I'll go along with it. We can pretend to be a couple for now, which conveniently explains everything that has happened." She added, all right, we are dating, but we've just started, so don't overthink it. His visit to my home was purely coincidental since we live in the same neighborhood." Jiang Hao smiled and glanced at the comments. The comments continued. "Did I just hear that you moved closer to Sister Ran?" "Yes, I heard that too. She even gave you a blanket. How do you explain that? You're cohabiting right after starting a relationship? And what was that about being careful not to be discovered? What does that mean?" Qin Yuan felt a wave of despair as she read these comments. Once a blooming goddess, she now found herself labeled as a cohabitant. Jiang Hao explained, "Oh, it's like this. As you know, some recent content from my live streams attracted the attention of some ill-intentioned individuals, making things quite dangerous. My rented place has been exposed, so I decided to temporarily seek refuge at Sister Ran's." The comments responded, "Got it. So someone from the underworld is keeping an eye on you? There must be some bad apples out there, right? It makes sense. But is this really true? Jiang Shun, are you fabricating this just to stay at Sister Ant's? Haha. By the way, you must have noticed the commotion in Linen City earlier, right? What happened? Wow, I caught sight of the video. It was quite the spectacle in the new district of Linen City. This chaos was indeed a result of Jiang Hao's actions, although he would certainly deny it. I have also noticed it, yet I am uncertain about the situation. What is this all about? I am merely a swindler in this realm. Oh dear, the incident at Balefin with the zombies and such is utterly fabricated, isn't it? The show's effect is rather poor. Wouldn't you agree? The comments acknowledged. We understand that discussing Jiangshun is not advisable, but we are all aware. This world is becoming increasingly extraordinary. Jiangshun, what shall we broadcast today? Ranjia, kindly take a seat. Today is Jiangshun's stage. Let us distinguish the primary from the secondary. Qin Yuan. Jiang Hao chuckled. My brothers, let us simply play some games today, perhaps engage in a few online chats, but there is a rather important matter at hand. This contribution, my brothers, is something you ought to provide, right? Comments. Qin Yuan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Jiang Hao continued. We have, in the presence of all of you, come together, and you all, being the very benefactors of the streamers, are now also our matchmakers. I implore you to shower us with small gifts, to support the streamers and share in our joy. Qin Yuan also leaned in with a cheerful smile. Indeed, brothers, shower us with gifts. Oh my, gratitude to Brother Nanshan for the Grand Rocket. Thank you. Acknowledgement to Brother Boo Bai for the 2 rockets. Wow. In an instant, a barrage of gifts flooded in. Within mere minutes, gifts exceeding 200,000 were bestowed. Haha. Thank you all. Now, shall we engage in some gaming? It has been quite a while since I last played. At this very moment, within a grand villa, a wealthy heir clad in pajamas sat in the living room, swirling a wine glass while scrolling through his phone. Outside, an open-air swimming pool hosted a multitude of scantily clad men and women frolicking in merriment. Clearly, a party was underway. The affluent Zhao Qi stifled a yawn. Just then, a frown creased his brow. That voice again. What the hell? Zhao Xiao, what is going on? What is that noise? A drenched figure rushed in with a query. Did you hear it too? Zhao Qi asked, his brow furrowed. Yes, I heard it. Was it you who played it? He assumed the sound emanated from Zhao Qi's speakers. The voice was particularly eerie, that of a woman reminiscent of a ghost from a horror film. Zhao Qi's expression grew solemn. Damn it. Who dares to play pranks in my home? Lately, he had been haunted by this ghostly voice. He suspected someone was orchestrating a trick somewhere within his massive villa. A Bluetooth speaker was discreetly hidden, occasionally emitting a sound or two. He had searched extensively, even employing numerous cleaners, yet had found nothing. The voice had just resurfaced. However, what perplexed him was the fact that a party was currently in full swing at his residence, creating a cacophony. Logically, such a sound should have been inaudible amidst the clamor. He dismissed it momentarily. Xiao, what is happening? What was that noise? An increasing number of people entered the room. Did you all hear it? Hearing this in the dead of night was rather unsettling. Had it not been for the presence of so many talented individuals, one might have been thoroughly frightened. A woman leaned in with a smile and remarked. Zhao Qi nodded in acknowledgement, speculating that it was likely some fool seeking revenge that had caused such a commotion. By the way, could you assist me in locating where that Bluetooth speaker is hidden? I have already searched for it without success. Certainly, everyone, let us lend our efforts to assist Zhao. The crowd dispersed accordingly. Zhao, there's something I hesitate to mention, a man beside him said. Speak. Could it be more than just a prank? Zhao Qi furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting something unclean? Indeed. You must have seen the live stream from that Shi Min Chue Jiang and the commotion in Linen City that has captured national attention. Could it be that such things truly exist? What a fool, if you believe in such nonsense. Do not speak to me again, Zhao Qi retorted. Zhao, consider this. Who could possibly invade your home? It is your first time hosting a party, and prior to this, who among your acquaintances harbors animosity towards you sufficient to orchestrate such an affair? It is better to err on the side of caution than to dismiss it entirely. Perhaps we should enlist someone to investigate? To be honest, his words caused Zhao Qi to feel a twinge of unease. Since Shi Min Chue Jiang is currently live streaming, shall we send a gift and request to join the broadcast? One of his subordinates inquired. Chapter 39. A hand in the painting, Zhao Qi furrowed his brow. As a scion of wealth, he was well aware that his father's generation placed great faith in the notions of feng shui and luck. Many affluent individuals believed their financial success was not due to their own prowess, but rather the whims of fortune. However, as a well-educated contemporary youth, how could he possibly endorse such beliefs? Each time his father spent hundreds of thousands, even millions, on the first fish of the season or the inaugural bell toll of the temple, he found it utterly ludicrous. It was all merely a source of psychological comfort. He regarded the bizarre spectacles of Jiang Hao's live streams, swordplay, fire control, and other phenomena like thunderous roars or the enigmatic hand emerging from the soil of the Eight Kings tomb, smashing into the ground and creating a massive pit, as something that could ultimately be elucidated by science. Such theatrics appeared impressive, yet he remained skeptical. Nevertheless, when strange occurrences began to transpire in his own life, a sense of trepidation began to creep in. Taking a sip of red wine, Zhao Qi remarked, If you need me, consult those masters. Why would I seek out an internet celebrity? Am I foolish? Young Master Zhao, it's a simple task, and it won't consume much time, came the response. Zhao Qi shook his head. Never mind, I don't believe in such nonsense. Yet, he had seen the videos capturing the commotion in Linen City. His expression darkened. Fine, let us give it a try. If it fails, then consider it a farce on my part. He then retrieved his tablet and opened the Huanghua livestream platform. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Hao and Qin Yuan were engaging in a dual gaming livestream. Suddenly, the chat exploded with 20 super rockets. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled. Wow. Thank you, young Master Zhao, for the 20 super rockets. How generous. The comments flowed in. Goodness. Young Master Zhao has arrived. What wind blew young Master Zhao in his sister Rant's livestream? Is young Master Zhao here for a reason? Seeking Jiang Shun? Coming in with 20 super rockets. How generous indeed. Zhao Qi also sent a message. If you need something, let us connect. Following this, Qin Yuan took action, and they established a connection. Zhao Qi called out, Hello, can you hear me? Qin Yuan replied, I can hear you. I can hear you. What brings you here, boss? Zhao Qi responded, I'm looking for a male streamer. Qin Yuan gasped, What? This is my live stream. Jiang Hao is stealing my spotlight. But she quickly dismissed the thought. Earning money was paramount. What can I assist you with, young Master Zhao? Jiang Hao inquired. Zhao Qi stated, I've heard you're knowledgeable in your field, right? I need your help with something. If you're capable, I assure you there will be a reward. But if you cannot assist, it's best to decline now." His tone carried an undercurrent of disdain. Clearly, despite reaching out to Jiang Hao, he remained largely skeptical of such matters. Jiang Hao remarked, "Let me remind you once more, there is no profound wisdom involved. Merely some trivial tricks from the world of Jianghu, such as fortune-telling, which are just for amusement and should not be taken seriously." Zhao Qi chuckled softly. "All right, if that is your perspective, then I suppose I shall give it a try. Recently, I have been hearing the chilling wails of a woman in my home. I suspect someone has placed a Bluetooth speaker to torment me. Could you discern who it is? If not, it suffices to locate the Bluetooth speaker. Ding! Congratulations. You have triggered the task, breaking the deadlock. Task reward, Spirit Vision, System Points 500,000. Since the task had been activated, Jiang Hao felt compelled to proceed. He quietly exchanged for a system item. Fortune-telling, divination, after redemption, allows for a single divination applicable only for minor events. Consumption of system points, 10,000. Jiang Hao then stated, "All right, I understand. You've searched for the Bluetooth speaker for quite some time, yet found nothing, correct?" Zhao Qi confirmed, "Of course. If I had found it, I wouldn't be seeking your help." Jiang Hao continued, "That's because there is no Bluetooth speaker to begin with." "Oh, really? Then what could be the cause?" Zhao Qi inquired with a smile. Jiang Hao asked, "Surely your home contains some antique collectibles?" "Yes, my father collects such items, but I have no interest in them and pay little attention." "Why do you ask?" Jiang Hao replied, "That is precisely the point. Please turn on the video." Zhao Qi frowned slightly and then activated the video. "And then?" he queried towards the camera. Jiang Hao asked, "Do you have any blank yellow talismans in your home?" Zhao Qi responded, "I believe there might be one. My father believes in these things. What do you need it for?" Jiang Hao instructed, "Retrieve it. There is no need to ask unnecessary questions. Simply follow my instructions." Jiang Hao's demeanor slightly irked Zhao Qi, yet he complied and brought forth a yellow talisman. Taking a seat on the sofa, many curious partygoers gathered around, their faces adorned with expressions of amusement. Jiang Hao swiftly sketched a simple talisman and said to the camera, "Now, find someone skilled at drawing to replicate my illustration as closely as possible." Zhao Qi chuckled to himself, finding the situation amusing. "Am I really expected to have someone draw a talisman and stick in my home? Who could possibly draw?" Zhao Qi surveyed the crowd. "I'll do it," exclaimed a girl in a bikini, approaching eagerly. The comments flooded in. "Wow, Zhao Gongzi's life is enviable. Brothers, seize the opportunity and draw along. It may prove beneficial in the future. Is this a joke? It's rather amusing. Isn't it? Just playing house." In no time, a simple talisman was drawn. "All right, where should it be placed?" Zhao Qi inquired. Jiang Hao instructed, "No need to affix it. Take the talisman to your father's antique room and keep the video running. Oh, everyone, come along with me." Upon finishing his words, Zhao Qi led a group of men and women toward a room. As the doors swung open, a vast space revealed itself, filled with an array of seemingly invaluable porcelain and ancient paintings, along with other antiquities that graced the screen before them. The individuals accompanying Zhao Qi gazed in awe at the treasures before them, each expressing their astonishment. "You don't mean to suggest that among these antiques my father has collected, there might be something sinister, do you?" Zhao Qi inquired with a smile. Jiang Hao then remarked, "Take down the painting on the far left of the wall." Zhao Qi approached to inspect it. The painting depicted an ancient woman, carefully preserved within its frame. Zhao Qi reached out to remove the frame, observing it closely as he said, "There's nothing remarkable about this." However, at that moment, a bloodied hand suddenly erupted from the depths of the painting, shattering the glass of the frame and reaching out to firmly grasp Zhao Qi by the throat. The crowd reacted with bewilderment. Chapter 40. My husband is possessed by the late husband of a widow. This unexpected scene sent shivers down the spines of all present. The girls behind Zhao Qi let out terrified shrieks and fled towards the door, only for it to slam shut with a resounding bang. No matter how hard they tried, they could not force it open. In a panic, Zhao Qi hurled his phone away. The live comments read, "What the hell? That startled me. What is that? Oh my God. Why is there a blood-soaked arm reaching out from the painting? Is this real? Are there really ghosts? Zhao, you aren't in cahoots with the streamer for some stunt, are you?" At that moment, Zhao Qi's face turned an alarming shade of purple. "Help, help me," he uttered weakly, but no one dared to assist him. One brave man mustered his courage and lifted a chair, aiming to smash the frame of the painting. It was only then that Zhao Qi managed to break free. He collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, his neck visibly marred with blood and distinct finger marks. "Run! Run!" Zhao Qi scrambled to his feet, desperate to escape. A puddle of urine marked the ground. He was so frightened that he had lost control. The door won't budge. Fear was etched on his face. Is there really something foul here? Are ghosts truly a reality? What was that hand? It felt as if it were trying to choke the life out of me. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly retrieved his discarded phone. Jiang Shun, what should I do? The door. It won't open. Zhao Qi exclaimed in terror to the camera. He believed now. He truly believed. Wasn't I the one who told you to draw a talisman? Stick it onto that arm, Jiang Hao replied. Zhao Qi's eyes widened as he gazed in horror at the bloodied arm still thrashing within the depths of the painting. The comments flooded in. What the hell? Did you see that? Is this real? Oh my god. Jiang Shun, if you claim to be a swindler again, I swear I'll unfollow you. This is undeniable proof. Right? This can't be an act. Who is there? Who will help? Zhao Qi gulped as he looked back at the others. No one dared to move, with some girls weeping profusely. Lu Fei, you come here, Zhao Qi urged, passing the talisman to the man beside him. I. If you succeed, I'll give you 1,000,000. With a steely resolve, Lu Fei took the yellow talisman and approached the ancient painting. He swallowed hard, inching closer, then swiftly pressed the talisman onto the bloodied arm before screaming and retreating. All eyes remained fixed on the front, the tension palpable. Immediately followed by a piercing scream from a woman. Her bloodied arm flailed wildly, gradually igniting into flames. The onlookers were struck with terror. Subsequently, the screams diminished. That arm was slowly consumed by the fire, vanishing entirely. Silence enveloped the scene. Gulp! Everyone swallowed hard. Is it over? Zhao Qi inquired fearfully. Jiang Hao replied, Yes, the painting can be hung back up. No. Is it really fine now? Zhao Qi asked. Indeed. Everyone stood in stunned silence. So, what exactly happened? Zhao Qi hurriedly questioned. Jiang Hao remarked, There's no need for further elaboration. It wasn't formidable. Or else I wouldn't have let you resolve it. Thank you, truly thank you. Zhao Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Jiang Hao smiled. As for the gift you promised earlier, Zhao Gongzi. Yes, definitely. Jiang Hao grinned. Then I must thank you, Zhao Gongzi. This concludes our connection. Farewell, and may you enjoy a pleasant life. The connection ended. Zhao Qi then frantically sent an array of super rockets, finally stopping after reaching a value of millions. Qin Yuan smiled brightly. Thank you, Zhao Gongzi, sending love. Zhao Gongzi also sent a barrage of comments. No, I should be the one thanking you. Truly, if anything arises in the future, I'll seek Jiang Shun. Comments flooded in. Jiang Shun. My family has been facing misfortune lately. What should I do? Jiang Shun, could you possibly help me with my romantic prospects? Jiang Shun. In an instant, the comments surged wildly. Even the most skeptical individuals began to believe. Due to the overwhelming number of comments, Jiang Hao selectively responded. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have received the reward. Spirit Detecting Eye, System Value 500,000. Spirit Detecting Eye, capable of probing the flow of spiritual energy and other ethereal phenomena. This reward is indeed valuable. At that moment, a particularly urgent comment appeared. Jiang Shun, my husband has been possessed. What should I do? Can we connect? This comment caught Jiang Hao's attention. He then chose to connect with her. Hello, Jiang Shun, can you hear me? A woman's voice resonated. Jiang Hao nodded. Yes, I can. Let us turn on the video. All right. A woman then appeared on screen, her expression displaying great anxiety. Jiang Shun, please help me. Jiang Hao instructed, please describe the situation. She then pointed the camera toward a sofa. Lying on the sofa was a middle-aged man clad only in his underwear, appearing unconscious. Beside him stood a seductive woman in a red dress. The onlookers were taken aback. What kind of scenario is this? The woman explained. The man sprawled on the sofa is my husband, Wang Ming. Recently, I suspected him of infidelity, and tonight, I caught him in bed with this woman. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, and then the woman in the red dress sniffled and said, I apologize, it was my fault. We are neighbors, and when I saw Wang Ming burst into my home, I was terrified. However, he insisted that he was possessed by the spirit of my deceased husband. Come to find me. Naturally, I cannot believe such a claim. Yet, sobbing, he recounted every detail and memory that only my husband and I shared. I miss my husband so dearly that. So we ended up in bed together, and then she caught us just now. Jiang Hao. The crowd. The woman in the call expressed her anxiety, saying, Jiang Shun, my husband has been possessed by her late husband. What should I do now? I want my husband back. Comments. Ha ha ha. Beautiful lady, I am your husband from a past life, and in this life I have finally found you. Where are you now? I will come for you. Beautiful lady, I am your husband from an even earlier life. I miss you so much. If you see this, please private message me your address. Ha ha, this is hilarious. You truly believe such nonsense? These two are acting, trying to deceive you. Wow, I've learned something today. The woman glanced at the comments, frowning, and asked, Jiang Shun, what do these comments mean? Jiang Hao cleared his throat and replied, the literal meaning. They are acting, trying to deceive you. You should get a divorce. Jiang Hao, all right, next. Chapter 41, Boss, Technician number 18 at your service. The live broadcast concluded swiftly. Qin Yuan cast a glance at the backstage, realizing that today's session garnered a staggering 2 million in gifts. Although over 1 million came from young Master Zhao, the contributions from others were nearly 1 million, which was truly astonishing. Qin Yuan was elated. Jiang Hao is indeed her golden goose. Half for each, right? Qin Yuan cheerfully suggested. No way, it's 70-30. I take 70, you take 30. Qin Yuan looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao replied, come on. I was the one putting in the effort. Qin Yuan pouted, entwining her arm around Jiang Hao's, playfully coaxing. Brother Jiang Hao, I've had my struggles too. How about 60-40 at most? All right, that is settled then. 60-40 it is. Qin Yuan readily accepted, recognizing that Jiang Hao truly deserved the greater share. Let us get to the massage, Jiang Hao said as he promptly lay down on Qin Yuan's bed. Hey, even if you're going to massage, at least go to another room, she exclaimed in disbelief. How could he just lie on her bed, the very place where she sleeps daily? I'm too lazy, move, Jiang Hao chuckled mischievously. Qin Yuan rolled her eyes, unable to contain her irritation. Jiang Hao noted how quickly a woman's mood could shift. What's wrong? We are in a relationship. Is this not permissible? Jiang Hao teased with a playful grin. Qin Yuan shot him another glare, but suddenly remembered something, smacking her forehead in realization. Oh no, you move into my house and started a live broadcast, creating such a ruckus that he is sure to notice. So, was the move even necessary? Jiang Hao nodded. It seems so. It's your fault. How is it my fault? Qin Yuan's words trailed off as she paused. Upon reflection, it indeed was her fault for sending Jiang Hao to explain himself, leading to the subsequent live broadcast. She felt a twinge of guilt towards Jiang Hao. What should we do now? Move together? Qin Yuan inquired. Not necessary. We'll face whatever comes our way. I reckon we won't have to wait long before it unfolds. There's no point in hiding. Let us just enjoy the massage now. Qin Yuan frowned slightly. All right, just lie back. Jiang Hao then said, Hey, you're not keeping your promise. What about the stockings and the uniform? Fine. Qin Yuan retorted with a playful glare. Men are truly incorrigible. Step outside. I'll change clothes and you wait in another room for me. Sure thing. Jiang Hao rose and moved to another room. Before long, Qin Yuan knocked on the door, her voice sweetly teasing, Boss, Technician number 18 at your service. Jiang Hao. Wow, is this woman really going for the roleplay? Instantly, he felt a surge of excitement. Guomin. Qin Yuan opened the door and stepped inside. Jiang Hao glanced over. Wow, this little OL uniform, the crisp white shirt, the stockings. Incredible. She has truly mastered the art of walking in high heels. Qin Yuan smiled gently and inquired, Are you satisfied, boss? Ding. Currently learning spa techniques. Jiang Hao. Ahem, it's you. All right, boss. What do you feel uncomfortable? She settled beside Jiang Hao, her hands beginning to knead his back. Prostate. Qin Yuan. I apologize, but we do not offer such services here. Jiang Hao, this woman is really getting into character. Is my strength acceptable? Qin Yuran asked with a smile. Quite good, Jiang Hao replied, resting his head down. Then that's fine. Jiang Hao then casually touched Qin Yuran's beautiful legs clad in stockings. You scoundrel. What a bold face. How lewd. Boss, no being naughty, or I will report you. Qin Yuran shifted her legs aside. What made you think of doing this? Jiang Hao inquired. Oh, it's all because of my gambling father and my younger brother in school. I had no choice but to resort to this. What services do you offer for overtime? Jiang Hao asked again. Qin Yuran, beaming, replied, You seem quite experienced, boss. It's just that I care about women like you who have strayed. It's young lady, not just woman, Qin Yuran teased. But you haven't even had a boyfriend yet. Jiang Hao shot her a sidelong glance. Well, why not stop doing this and follow me instead? I'll pay you 30,000 a month. Only 30,000? Come on, that's not much. You can't just look at those outrageous online stories about millions for cars and houses. That is too unrealistic, Jiang Hao said. Qin Yuran countered, but I'm quite beautiful. You're not even dating a star as pretty as me. 30,000 a month is definitely insufficient. You're a big boss. So why do you care about such a small sum? The key is to be obedient. Of course. Let me see. Jiang Hao reached for her leg once more. Qin Yuran quickly intervened. Boss, we can't be inappropriate just yet. She then stood up, saying, All right, this service is concluded. So soon? Indeed. Let's extend the time. Qin Yuran rolled her eyes and playfully punched Jiang Hao, revealing her true self. Get lost. That's enough. I'm leaving. Let's grab a late-night snack, my treat. You go first. We should go out together. You haven't even undressed, Qin Yuran replied, puzzled. You go ahead. I'll rest a bit. As Qin Yuran prepared to leave, she suddenly realized something. You wouldn't dare. Her beautiful eyes darted toward Jiang Hao's posterior. How shameless, how lewd, I spit. Qin Yuran huffed and quickly exited. Jiang Hao couldn't help but cough lightly. Can this be blamed on him? To be honest, with Qin Yuran's looks, her attire, and a playful banter, he is merely a normal man. After a while, Jiang Hao stepped out of the room. Qin Yuran had already changed in a casual attire and was seated on the sofa, awaiting the arrival of a rather unsavory character. Pervert, she muttered under her breath. Could you please behave normally? With a playful smile, Qin Yuran fixed her gaze on Jiang Hao. It seems I possess quite a strong allure for someone, don't I? What level are you at? Jiang Hao inquired. Currently, I am merely at the second stage of the Foundation establishment period. Why do you suddenly ask this? She replied. However, her true level was sealed, and she could only claim the second stage of Foundation establishment at present. Jiang Hao then stroked his chin, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he observed her. So, you are unable to defeat me. If I were to employ some forceful measures, you would have no ability to resist. Get lost, you pervert, Qin Yuran retorted, and with that, she promptly exited the door. Jiang Hao chuckled softly and followed her outside. The two descended the elevator and emerged from the building. Suddenly, they both looked up almost in unison. Although they saw nothing, if their senses did not deceive them, there had been a fleeting figure outside the building several floors above just moments ago. Jiang Hao and Qin Yuran exchanged a concerned glance. It seems that until we address this individual, we shall find no peace, Qin Yuran remarked in a low voice. Chapter 42. The Verdant is Good. The Verdant is best. Jiang Hao and Qin Yuran wandered through the bustling street of delectable snacks. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Congratulations. You have triggered the task, Slay Gu Qinxiu. Task rewards, system value, 10 million. Phoenix's Chronicle, 10,000 paths, Celestial Palace. Taken aback by the abrupt announcement, Jiang Hao paused momentarily. Slay Gu Qinxiu? Who is this Gu Qinxiu? Despite possessing extensive knowledge from ancient texts, Jiang Hao realized he did not encompass everything. Moreover, the task rewards. While Jiang Hao is unfamiliar with the latter two items, the prospect of gaining an additional 10 million system value was undeniably enticing. The intensity of this task is astonishing. Who is Gu Qinxiu? Jiang Hao inquired suddenly. Qin Yuran, who was walking beside him, halted and cast a curious glance in his direction. Why the sudden interest in him? She asked. This fellow is somewhat of a celebrity in the realm. Oh, Qin Yuran recollected, 55 years ago, Gu Qianxiu was a prodigious disciple of Kunlun Void. It was highly probable that he would become one of its pillars in the years to come. However, this individual harbored ill intentions, surreptitiously studying forbidden techniques. Upon discovery by Kunlun Void, he faced severe punishment. It was assumed he would cease his endeavors. Yet in the subsequent years, he became increasingly audacious, ultimately losing control over his malevolent aura. During an expedition, he murdered over 20 fellow disciples of Kunlun Void. Jiang Hao's understanding deepened. Qin Yuan continued. Though he is morally corrupt, his talent is exceptional. For the past several decades, there have been scant reports of his whereabouts. Some even speculate he may have perished. Thus, your sudden mention of his name took me by surprise. Perhaps the Eighthly Tomb is his doing, Jiang Hao suggested. If that is the case, Qin Yuan pondered momentarily. It is quite possible he has encountered the art of corpse cultivation over the years, potentially capable of rearing a golden core-level corpse king. If it is indeed him, we may be in grave danger. As Jiang Hao walked forward, he contemplated his next move. It was imperative to elevate his cultivation level. Although his realm was relatively high compared to ordinary cultivators, he understood that the common practitioners he had encountered at the Eighthly Tomb were merely the tip of the iceberg. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao found himself devoid of any attachments. Yet, in this context, it seemed fortuitous. The duo arrived at a street brimming with late-night food stalls. Despite the late hour, the street buzzed with vibrancy. What shall we eat? Spicy crayfish? Jiang Hao inquired. No, too troublesome. I prefer stir-fried dishes, Qin Yuan replied. All right, let's take a look. Just then, a middle-aged man at an open-air table glanced over. Wait a minute. Is that Jiang Shun? It must be Jiang Shun. Instantly, the table of 5 turned their attention towards him. Goodness, it really is him. Wow, we're seeing him in person. They rushed over eagerly. Haha, hello there. Jiang Hao greeted them with a smile. Are you here for late-night snacks? The man asked. Yes, Jiang Hao affirmed. Perfect timing. Why not join us? Wow, I'm your fan. I've been following you since your first stream when you had to stop broadcasting to work. I'm Zhou Hao. Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. That's not right. During that live stream, all his viewers came from my channel. So you shouldn't be. Zhou Hao glanced at Qin Yuan. Ah, yes, they were originally your fans, but they've since unfollowed. Ding currently studying poignant rhetoric. Jiang Hao chuckled. Haha, is that so? Then I shall not hold back. Come on, we haven't even ordered yet. I didn't expect to meet you in person. Boss, let us change to a private room. Qin Yuan looked at Jiang Hao's departing figure with a hint of melancholy, raising her fist in the air before following him. Inside the room, they engaged in lively conversation. Zhou Hao remarked, to be honest, among us big men, who hasn't experienced a bit of youthful fervor? Yet now, we are all tethered by the burdens of life and family. However, watching Jiang Shun's live stream has genuinely reignited that passion within me. Who could argue otherwise? Zhou Hao continued. Even if it were all an act, we still find it exhilarating to watch. Well said. Zhou Hao then inquired, Jiang Shun. We were all watching your live stream just now. My goodness, what was going on? Jiang Hao smiled and replied, it's all for the sake of entertainment. Is that for real? Zhou Hao asked. If it's something you shouldn't inquire about, then knowing too much could actually be detrimental to you, a man interjected. Yes, I was being impolite. I'll drink to that. Zhou Hao quickly waved his hands. You all know I don't drink, right? I can't drink. It makes my face flush. Instead, I'll substitute tea for alcohol and pour myself a pot. Qin Yuan chimed in with a smile. Isn't tea the flush from drinking a sign that one can hold their liquor? Sister Ran, you've fallen for those rumors, haven't you? Zhou Hao replied earnestly. The flush is due to insufficient enzymes in the body, which hampers detoxification. Poor detoxification can lead to health complications. Jiang Hao blinked. Is that true? Then Zhou Hao turned to Jiang Hao and said, Jiang Shun, you should also try to eat less of that duck meat on your plate, as it is genetically modified. Genetically modified foods are harmful. What is wrong with that? Jiang Hao asked. Zhou Hao explained, genetically modified foods are detrimental to health. Just hearing the term genetically modified doesn't sound healthy, does it? It's fine to consume occasionally, but if you eat it regularly, it could lead to serious issues. potentially causing genetic mutations. Qin Yuan coughed lightly and asked, "Is what Brother Zhou is saying true?" "Of course it is." Zhou Hao's tone grew increasingly animated as he faced the group. "I am a living example. Last month, I did a paternity test with my son, and guess what? Our genes didn't match. The excessive consumption of these genetically modified foods caused it." Jiang Hao, Qin Yuan, the others. "Wow, is that really a thing?" A man incredulously inquired. "Really? Why would I deceive you?" Therefore, he continued, "These genetically modified foods are truly unfit for consumption. Otherwise, they may indeed cause genetic mutations. Listen closely, genetically modified genetic mutations. What a direct correlation." Clearing his throat, Jiang Hao asked, "Who informed you of this?" "My wife," he replied. "Fortunately, she shared this knowledge with me, and I advise you all to refrain from these genetically modified foods as well." Upon hearing this, several individuals exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a newfound understanding. Qin Yuan remarked, "Oh, so that's how it is." She then pointed to the small greens before Zhou Hao, suggesting, "Then let us consume more greens." Jiang Hao promptly added cucumbers to Zhou Hao's plate, saying, "Cucumbers, yes, do indulge in more cucumbers. And this broccoli, consume more broccoli. It is the greenest of all." Zhou Hao nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, greens are beneficial. They're the best, and organic produce is the finest." Chapter 43, What a Coincidence. After finishing their late-night snack, the two did nothing else and returned home together. Jiang Hao slipped into another bedroom in Qin Yu's residence and began his cultivation. With the extraordinary capability of his divine intellect, his training progressed swiftly. Currently, he was focusing on 3 primary sources of power. The first was the 36 characters of the heavenly path. He had reached the 9th character, the Li character, and was poised to embark on the cultivation of the 10th character. The efficacy of the characters in the heavenly path increased exponentially with each subsequent character, making the cultivation progressively more challenging. The 10th character, Shun, presented a difficulty that was magnitudes greater than before. The second discipline he needed to cultivate was the Taishu Chaos Formula, which he had now reached the 3rd level. However, progressing to the 4th level would prove to be immensely challenging and could not be accomplished in a single day. The third focus was the sealing dust sword technique. This technique encompassed not only the swordsmanship, but also a series of 9 sword moves. The first move, a sword piercing the clouds, had already been mastered, and the second move was nearing completion. As time slipped away, an entire day had passed. Qin Yu seemed to sense Jiang Hao's cultivation and did not disturb him. That evening, Jiang Hao finally succeeded in mastering the 10th character, Shun, of the 36 characters of the heavenly path. The 4th level of the Taishu Chaos Formula would require a considerable amount of time to conquer. Thus, he needed to focus on mastering the second move of the sealing dust sword technique. Although Jiang Hao possessed formidable abilities, he had not amassed many. The 36 characters of the heavenly path were perfect, encompassing an array of powers. However, with his peak sword intent, the chaos sword body, and practical combat skills of the transformation stage, he now wielded a powerful sword that recognized him as its master. Consequently, his strength while using the sword was extraordinarily exaggerated. Therefore, it was imperative for him to concentrate on sword-related powers for the time being, necessitating his mastery of the second move of the sealing dust sword technique. However, practicing swordplay at home was out of the question. As he opened his bedroom door, he noticed a stack of books placed at the entrance. Curious, Jiang Hao picked one up. Beep. Currently studying matters of the path. Progress. 50. This appeared to be a collection of texts on the path that Qin Yu had specifically gathered for him. He glanced at the closed door of her bedroom, realizing that she had evidently put some thought into this, perhaps even contacting someone to deliver these books. Deciding to delve into the material, Jiang Hao carried the books back to his room, resting his hands upon them. Beep. In just 1 minute, every book became fully comprehended by Jiang Hao. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could his divine intellect facilitate this? He then searched for a fantasy novel on his phone, titled Battle Through the Heavens. If it were possible, could he learn the techniques and bizarre flames detailed within its pages? With that thought, Jiang Hao placed his hand on his phone. Beep. Currently learning. Listening. Jiang Hao. Damn. The phone's listening function had enabled him to learn. Forget it, forget it. It's utterly absurd. It seems impossible. Jiang Hao shook his head and then departed from home. He returned to the new district. But this time he sought a secluded spot far from where he had previously unsealed the divine sword. Let the training begin. With that, Jiang Hao commenced his practice. At this very moment, Linen City was welcoming an array of cultivators. Among them were individuals from Kunlun Void, Qingxiu Mountain, and Wujifu, all drawn by the need to investigate the mastermind behind the Eighthly Grave. These visitors were primarily young talents of the new generation. In the bustling commercial center, 2 men and 2 women from Qingxiu Mountain reveled in the city's vibrancy. It had been years since they had descended from the mountain, and the world outside had developed at an astonishing pace, remarked a female disciple. Wow, it smells delicious. Is that a meat sandwich? I really want to try it. And look, a revolving hot pot. Despite being cultivators, they were not isolated from the world. Rather, opportunities to appear in the city were infrequent. Junior sisters, we have come on a mission to seek out the shadowy figure behind the Eighthly Grave. If this person is not apprehended, many lives in Linen City could be at risk, one of the men stated with resolute conviction. Oh, Brother Zhou, after finally descending from the mountain, while we do have our task, we currently lack any leads. Why not indulge in some food? Perhaps we may inadvertently gather hints through conversations with others, suggested one of the sisters. Indeed. Moreover, there's so many from Kunlun Void here as well, another chimed in. Zhou replied coolly, with figures like Chu Qianni from Kunlun Void present, I must capture this individual before they do. Let us proceed with our investigation. Yes. The 2 women followed closely behind Zhou Yun. At that moment, a junior brother approached Zhou Yun, pulling out his phone and whispering, Brother Zhou, look, I found a spa and foot massage place. I just confirmed they have large rooms. Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow, yet his expression remained unchanged. Cough, cough. Given the current crackdown, many cities have been shut down. Are you certain? He inquired quietly. Absolutely confirmed. Linen City hasn't been swept yet. Zhou Yun nodded solemnly, then coughed lightly before turning to the 2 women, saying, I admit I am rather strict with you, but since it is rare for you to come down the mountain, you should indulge a bit, eat well, and perhaps get your nails done. You have a night off. Wow, Brother Zhou, you are too kind. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Will you not join us? Zhou Yun replied, No, I will be investigating with Junior Brother Li. You may go ahead. Understood. They then parted ways. Where to? Zhou Yun inquired casually. Follow me. An hour later, Zhou Yun and his junior brother, satisfied, descended from the upper floor, holding their receipts as they approached the front desk to settle the bill. Your total is 1,600, the receptionist stated. Junior brother Li prepared to pay, while Zhou Yun casually scanned the area and suddenly noticed 2 men wearing shoes nearby. Just as the 2 men heard the figure of 1,600, they lifted their heads in unison to glance over. Their eyes met and then, oh my, Brother Zhou Yun, what a coincidence. Zhou Yun looked at the 2 before him, his lips twitching slightly. It turns out it is Brother Wang and Brother Liu from the Martial Extreme Mansion. What a pleasure to meet you. Indeed a pleasure. So, what brings you 2 here, spending 1,600? Wang Chong from the Martial Extreme Mansion boldly inquired. Zhou Yun replied, Well, I heard from an informant that there might be clues here, so I came to investigate. To ensure a thorough inquiry without revealing our identities, I ended up spending a bit more. How about you 2? What a coincidence, the same. They chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, all of them furrowed their brows in unison, as if sensing something amiss. They exchanged glances, and in the next instant, they dashed out together. The world turned upside down. The flower shifted among the stars. The moment they burst forth, they unleashed some kind of supernatural ability. In the air, they vanished from sight. Moments later, they reappeared in the distance, racing after something at great speed. Zhou Yun remarked, I told you I came to investigate, right? It seems we have indeed discovered something. Wang Chong added, I sense that someone just unleashed a spatial-type power to execute a space jump and escape. And he fled from that very shop. Whoever possesses such abilities is undoubtedly formidable. If we catch up to him, he is likely our target. Chapter 44. The man in the black robe on the other side, in the new district. Ding. Cultivating the technique of falling petals. Unintentional progress. 99. Ding. Congratulations on mastering falling petals. Unintentional, current progress. Minor accomplishment. Jiang Hao opened his eyes. The second form of the ceiling dust sword technique, falling petals, unintentional. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes as his hand, gripping the sword, trembled slightly. In that instant, an abundance of pink petals coalesced around him, gently cascading downwards. In the subsequent moment, Jiang Hao vanished from his original position. This sword strike was both elegant and swift. Although it bore similarities to the first form, it was entirely distinct in certain aspects. As Jiang Hao flickered, all the petals split in two. He reappeared behind a tree, which, at that very moment, bore a deep sword scar. However, this scar was the result of 10 instantaneous strikes landing at the same spot, almost imperceptible to the eye. With a crash, the great tree toppled. Yet, Jiang Hao could not ascertain the exact strength of his attack. He pondered for a moment. Suddenly, at that moment, he abruptly sidestepped. A surge of black flames, concentrated by spiritual energy, brushed past him. Boom! An immense sound erupted, and the ground nearby exploded into a deep pit, igniting with black fire. Jiang Hao immediately turned his gaze forward. In the darkness, a figure cloaked in black stood there, his eyes glinting with malice as he fixated on Jiang Hao, uttering a grim voice. "You insolent brat! You have destroyed my years of hard work. Today, I have finally caught you. I shall turn you into my lifeless puppet." Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. Gu Qinxiu? Following this, Jiang Hao activated his Spirit Probe Eyes. Spirit Probe Eyes, capable of discerning the attributes of targets whose realm does not exceed 10 levels above oneself. As a 6th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator, Jiang Hao could glean certain details about a 6th-level core formation target. The black-robed figure's realm was clearly within Jiang Hao's perception, 3rd-level core formation. It appeared not as formidable as Jiang Hao had anticipated. With the Void Chaos technique, Jiang Hao's aura surged to 9th-level Foundation Establishment. He simultaneously doubled his combat power, causing his momentum to rise once more. Combat power doubling. After the exchange, the host's overall combat strength will be doubled for 3 minutes, consuming system points. 10,000. Normally, a Foundation Establishment cultivator would be effortlessly slain by a core formation cultivator, without any chance to retaliate. However, Jiang Hao possessed an extraordinary ability to combat across levels. While he could not guarantee the defeat of this adversary, he was certain he would not be easily vanquished. Such a boy. No wonder he could slay the zombie king I created. The enhancement in Foundation Establishment is quite remarkable. This exceeded the old man's expectations. Is this the extent of the enhancement? What power? What control? Subsequently, Jiang Hao inscribed the characters for strength and control in the air before him, augmenting himself. What? The 36 characters of Heaven's Way. Upon witnessing this, the elder's pupils constricted violently, followed by an almost frenzied excitement. The legendary divine ability had seemingly fallen into his grasp. The 36 characters of Heaven's Way consisted of 36 distinct characters. It is said that the final words possess the power to alter the very fabric of fate and the cycle of life and death. Yet, these 36 characters of celestial law have found their way into the hands of a mere novice in the foundational stage. Is this not a stroke of fortune for him? For a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, eliminating someone at the foundational stage should pose no challenge. If he can vanquish Jiang Hao, those 36 characters of celestial law shall belong to him. Boy, prepare to pay with your life. Jiang Hao focused his energy, channeling the 2 characters of force to empower himself. As Gu Qianxiu's withered claws, engulfed in raging black flames, reached out towards him, the air around them erupted with a deafening roar, and the ground beneath them cracked under the immense pressure. Falling flowers, lacking intent. Suddenly, the tip of Jiang Hao's sword shimmered with starlight as his spiritual energy surged, forming a swirling galaxy that violently shredded the black flames surging towards the elderly man. In the clash of immense forces, both Jiang Hao and the old man in black were forced to stagger back. Astonishingly, the old man's sleeve was torn by the sword's energy. How could a foundational stage practitioner breach the protective barrier of a Golden Core master? Impossible. The old man's hair stood on end in disbelief, mirroring Jiang Hao's astonishment. Despite the various enhancements he had undergone, he should not have been able to breach the constraints of the Golden Core stage so effortlessly. Previously, he had only managed to defeat the Zombie King with tenfold strength behind him. Wait. Suddenly, Jiang Hao realized something. It could be the sword in his hand. Goodness. This sword seems to lack the essential core of all power. It might merely be an empty sheath, yet it possesses such might. It enables him to breach the protective barrier of a Golden Core master with the strength of a foundational stage. If that is the case, he is doomed. A smirk crept onto Jiang Hao's lips. At this very moment, on Qingxiu Mountain, Zhou Yun and Wang Chong were still in pursuit of the figure that had fled from the spa. As Zhou Yun hurried along, he remarked, "This fellow is no ordinary practitioner. His speed is remarkable." Wang Chong scoffed. "The more he runs, the more it reveals his cowardice. That only proves we are on the right track. Zhou, why not unleash your abilities? Are you going to let him escape?" "Oh, that certainly won't happen." With a declaration of boundless universe, instant, a door resembling a ripple in water appeared before them. The two rushed through and vanished from their original position. They reappeared in a different location, where the fleeing figure came into view once more. The attire seems rather modern. Wang Chong, observing the fleeing figure's clothing, found it curious. In his mind, the mastermind behind the 8-Li tomb should be someone shrouded in darkness and malevolence. After all, blending in is essential in an urban setting to avoid drawing attention. Makes sense. Still trying to escape? Onward. The two sped after him. "You scoundrel! Where do you think you're going?" With a roar, a dragon and a tiger leapt into action, instantly blocking the path of the fleeing individual. A flash of blue light erupted as the fleeing figure unleashed a certain spell, managing to fend them off. Yet, at the same time, their identities were laid bare, and the figure attempting to escape came to an abrupt halt. The Thunderbolt 3 techniques? Both Wang Chong and Zhou Yun were momentarily taken aback. "Is it not the brethren of Kunlun Void ahead?" Zhou Yun inquired. The figure in front turned around. "Chu Qianni? Is this not the Chu Qianni of Kunlun Void?" "Ahem. Zhou brother, Wang brother." Chu Qianni clasped his fist in greeting. "Wait, Chu brother, what does this mean?" Then they noticed that Chu Qianni was still wearing the very slippers from that spa. In that instant, the two men seemed to grasp something profound. Chu Qianni was equally speechless. After much effort to descend the mountain and seek a job in service, who would have anticipated encountering disciples of two formidable factions, he feared being apprehended, for such a scandal would tarnish his reputation. Thus, he fled recklessly, never expecting these two fools to pursue him relentlessly, leading to the current predicament. "Damn it! Oh, by the way, who was I chasing? What about you two? Jutiani Feigen Ingodan. Ah, we were also in pursuit of someone and happened upon you." "Chu brother," Zhou Yin replied, playing along. All being men, they were acutely aware of the underlying situation, yet preferred to maintain the pretense. "Haha, what a coincidence, haha. Jutiani Akwadili Juka. Haha, indeed." The three shared an awkward laugh, seemingly forgetting the fabricated target of their chase. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted not far off. The trio turned sharply, their brows furrowing in unison. "Golden Core stage?" Chu Qianni remarked. "That must be the target of my pursuit." "Wang Chong, Zhou Yun, we are too." They exchanged knowing glances, as if a silent understanding passed between them. Let's hasten. Chapter 45, The Sea. A sea selection? As Zhou Yun and his companions rushed out, they witnessed a figure engaged in combat with a cloaked man. What? Initially, they sensed the formidable presence of a Golden Core cultivator. Given that this individual hailed from the mundane world, they surmised he was likely the mastermind behind the 8-Li graveyard. They were not afraid, as they too had reached the Golden Core stage. Although they were not of the higher tiers, their prestigious backgrounds endowed them with formidable abilities. Confronting a malevolent Golden Core cultivator as a united front should pose no challenge. However, upon seeing Jiang Hao battling the Dark Cultivator, they were taken aback. A Foundation establishment stage? He, a mere 10th-tier Foundation establishment cultivator, was matching a Golden Core cultivator in combat? Zhou Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Even Chu Qianni from Kunlun furrowed his brow tightly. This world is not devoid of prodigies. They themselves were exceptional talents. Yet, they were acutely aware of the vast chasm between the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages, an insurmountable gap. They had heard tales of someone from the 8-League graveyard slaying a Golden Core Corpse King at the Foundation establishment stage. Frankly, they had been skeptical, suspecting exaggeration or other factors at play. Now, witnessing the scene before them, how could they not be astounded? What was the crux of the matter? The Golden Core cultivator was already injured. At that moment, the cloaked figure was exhibiting signs of retreat. How had this come to pass? Such an astonishing swordsmanship. How old could he possibly be? This fierce technique was utterly extraordinary, was it not? No, this was the streamer, the very one who had slain the Corpse King at the 8-League graveyard. Was he truly this remarkable? For a moment, they forgot their intention to assist. It seemed assistance was unnecessary. The cloaked man, upon noticing the three figures nearby, cursed inwardly. What was this? How had he encountered such a monster? The inexplicable surge from a 6th-tier Foundation establishment to a 10th-tier strength, nearly rivaling the Golden Core stage. As if that were not enough, he could effortlessly dominate the youth before him. Yet, the young man's swordsmanship and spirit tools posed an exaggerated threat to him. In a brief exchange, numerous wounds had already marred his body. The injuries hindered his ability to contend with Jiang Hao. Moreover, the 36 characters of the Heavenly Tao, merely utilizing the initial few, the adept application had forced a Golden Core cultivator into retreat. Now, with 3 additional individuals arriving, his first instinct was to flee. Whoosh! His form transformed into black mist, surging away towards the horizon. Trying to escape? Zhou Yun and the others could no longer remain passive. Seal of the demon prison. Go! A black prison cage suddenly materialized, ensnaring the cloaked elder within. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, swift and decisive, darted away. A sword piercing the sky. Like a teleportation, Jiang Hao effortlessly maneuvered past the prison cage. Gurgle, gurgle, blood coursed from the elder's throat, his eyes wide with disbelief as he clutched at his throat. He actually perished at the hands of a mere youth? Thud, within the shrouded mist, the figure of the old man in black descended heavily upon the ground. How ruthless! Zhu Zun, Zhu Diani! And Wang Chong could not help but exclaim in astonishment. However, in Jiang Hao's mind, the system notification confirming the successful slaying of Gu Qinxiu did not resonate. This implied that the man in black was indeed the mastermind behind the 8-League grave, yet he was not Gu Qinxiu. Yet, Jiang Hao had inadvertently triggered the mission to eliminate Gu Qinxiu. According to the system's nature, it was evident that Gu Qinxiu was somehow connected to this figure. Thus, it was highly probable that Gu Qinxiu was the one behind this enigmatic man in black. Oh dear, the deed was done too soon. It stood to reason. Gu Qinxiu should theoretically possess more than just the 3rd stage of the Golden Core realm, right? Jiang Hao then turned his gaze towards Zhou Yun and the others. These 3 inherently regarded Jiang Hao with disdain. After all, a practitioner of the path engaging in flamboyant antics to gain popularity was beneath their contempt. Yet, witnessing Jiang Hao's extraordinary prowess compelled them to acknowledge a mixture of admiration and envy towards him. You must be Jiang Hao from the 8-League grave, right? I am Zhou Yun from Qingqiu Mountain. A pleasure to meet you. Zhou Yun clasped his fist in greeting. Wujifu, Wang Chong, Kunlun Su, Chu Tianyi. They were all prodigious disciples from their respective factions. A pleasure, Jiang Hao responded with a respectful gesture. Are you truly an independent cultivator? Zhou Yun inquired, half in disbelief. Wang Chong interjected, with that swordsmanship, you must have trained under a top-tier swordmaster since childhood to achieve such mastery. Chu Tianyi furrowed his brow. To be honest, he could not discern the lineage of Jiang Hao's sword technique. Jiang Hao smiled and replied, Indeed, I am an independent cultivator. The trio exchanged glances and then asked, This individual must be the mastermind behind the 8-League grave, right? In truth, the fact that such a key figure was so easily dispatched left them feeling somewhat unsettled. Darn it, having just descended from the mountains, the mission was already accomplished? Jiang Hao stated, Not quite. Oh, he continued, in recent days, I have been diligently investigating this matter. This individual is merely one of the puppets behind the 8-League grave. There are others who remain in the shadows. Jiang Hao was determined to disseminate this information. The mission only stipulated the elimination of Gu Qianxiu, without specifying that he must be the one to carry it out. If these individuals assisted him in the investigation and the eradication of Gu Qianxiu, it was entirely possible that he could complete the mission while resting at home. Is that truly the case? Jiang Hao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, and that person is far stronger. He is the true mastermind. I have encountered him, hence my certainty. In that case, we have a long road ahead of us, they agreed. Yes. I initially thought the mission would be easily completed, allowing us to return to our sect promptly, but it seems we require more time, one lamented. I still wish to cultivate diligently. Thus, we must expedite our search for the other mastermind. I will report this news to the mountain gate shortly. Ah, what a pity. I was so eager to return home after completing the task. They nodded in agreement. Jiang Hao chuckled and remarked, "It is indeed fate that brings us together. To have the opportunity to vanquish this foe today is an immense gain. You three have ventured down the mountain with great difficulty. So allow me to extend my hospitality and invite you to indulge yourselves." With a hint of mystery, Jiang Hao added, "I know of a place where the selection is abundant. The young ladies are predominantly post-2000s, and the service is unparalleled." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the three men instinctively brightened. Goodness, there is, ahem. Zhou Yin cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Brother Jiang, we are practitioners of the way. Although I do not comprehend the exact nature of your words, it is evident that they are not suitable for us. Such matters are best left unspoken." Wang Chong nodded in agreement. Brother Zhou is correct. We have descended the mountain to eliminate threats to the people, not for frivolity. Chu Tianyi also nodded, adding, "I advise Brother Jiang to refrain from such sordid affairs. While we may be wandering cultivators, we are still colleagues on the path." Jiang Hao acknowledged their words. "I have gained much insight." Zhou Yin then took out his phone and said, "Well, Brother Jiang, let us add each other on WeChat to stay in touch." Wang Chong chimed in, "Yes, indeed. It is a stroke of fortune to befriend such a talented young man." Chu Tianyi also took out his phone. "Let us exchange contact information, as it would facilitate our investigation and sharing of clues." Jiang Hao. Chapter 46. A sudden new task in this very moment. Within a dimly lit forest, a man approached. Before him stood an elderly figure clad in a black robe. "Master." The man bowed respectfully. The elder, with his back turned, spoke in a calm tone. "You are aware of the recent events, are you not?" Disciple is informed. "The disciples from various factions have descended the mountain to address this matter," the man replied. "A bunch of worthless fools," he added dismissively. "What shall the disciple do?" The man inquired. "Currently, I remain in the shadows while they operate in the light. Even those old-timers from Kunlun soon may not suspect that I am behind this. Hence they have sent their disciples to handle the situation. These disciples are inconsequential. The only one of significance is the youth named Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, the internet sensation. I am aware he was responsible for the 8 Li Tomb incident, and a few disciples have already encountered him. He does indeed seem formidable. But does he warrant such attention from you, Master? Do not ask further. This time, I intend for the major factions to pay a heavy price. I will guide you on how to execute this plan. You merely need to leverage your position and carry out the task effectively. Once accomplished, there is no need for you to return. Consider it a shared demise and follow me in cultivation. Understood. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao returned home. In this battle, the Fengshan sword technique, combined with the sword in his possession, completely compensated for his shortcomings in cultivation. Perhaps it was also due to the opponent's superficial mastery and sinister techniques, which masked a lack of true combat prowess. Yet, Jiang Hao could discern the formidable nature of this sword. It was still an empty sword, devoid of any source of power. The 7 markings upon it undoubtedly corresponded to 7 distinct forces. What could they be? Jiang Hao was uncertain. It seemed he would require more time for exploration. Gu Qianxiu Jiang Hao sat contemplatively on his bed. This individual must be observing everything, especially since his subordinates had already been eliminated by him. He should be well aware of the situation. Perhaps he did not regard the 8 Li Tomb as significant, for it might have merely been the doing of one of his subordinates. Yet he must have a grand scheme in motion, and likely he was keeping a close watch on Jiang Hao. Time to cultivate time passed swiftly, and 2 days elapsed in tranquility. During this period, Jiang Hao's cultivation had reached the 7th stage of foundation establishment. His progress was astonishingly rapid. For an ordinary individual, such advancement might take decades. Stretching his limbs, Jiang Hao stepped out of his room, where he found Qin Yuan seated alongside a man. Jiang Hao was taken aback. "Mr. Jiang, is it? A pleasure to meet you. I am Wu Bin." The man introduced himself, presenting his identification. His title was Captain. Jiang Hao instinctively assumed that Wu Bin had come due to the recent stir he had caused online, or perhaps because of the sinister cultivator he had dispatched. Though that seemed unlikely. Zhou Yun and his companions had grown accustomed to such matters, which were inherent to their line of work. They had long since resolved these issues. "Well, what brings you here?" Jiang Hao inquired. Wu Bin smiled and replied, "Do not be anxious. I have come to seek your assistance." Jiang Hao glanced curiously at Qin Yuan. She explained, "Recently, several exceedingly heinous crimes have occurred in Linen City. Wu believes they are not the work of ordinary individuals and wishes to consult you for any insights." Jiang Hao suddenly understood. "We aren't entirely sure of the specifics, so we hope you can accompany me to provide some conjectures or suggestions." Wu Bin, in truth, was skeptical of such matters. However, the bizarre occurrences of late had been utterly bewildering. He was uncertain whether Jiang Hao could shed any light on the situation, yet he felt compelled to seek his assistance. Treating this as a desperate gamble, he reasoned that even if Jiang Hao wasn't truly versed in these matters, he could hardly be an ordinary charlatan. "Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered the mission, investigate the case. Mission rewards, system value 500,000, Hand of Absolute Spirit." With the mission triggered, Jiang Hao was more than willing to participate. "No problem. Should I join you as well?" Qin Yuan asked. Wu Bin glanced at her. In his eyes, she was merely a female streamer acquainted with Jiang Hao. "Ms. Qin, I sincerely apologize, but we prefer to have Mr. Jiang attend this matter." Jiang Hao interjected, "It's all right. She understands more than I do." "Oh." Wu Bin seemed to recognize a significant point. "Very well, please." Subsequently, the two accompanied Wu Bin to his vehicle, where he took the wheel. "Wu, could you outline the situation?" Jiang Hao prompted. Wu Bin replied, "This matter requires your utmost discretion." "Of course." He continued, "In recent days, Linen City has witnessed several mysterious disappearances. Our investigation has yielded some leads, and we have discovered multiple bodies of the missing. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't seek your involvement. But the condition of the deceased is something I have never encountered in my career. You will understand upon arrival." "Understood." Soon, they reached their destination. "Woo-woo." Several individuals called out. Wu Bin nodded and instructed Jiang Hao and the others, "Please wait here for a moment." The group followed Wu Bin as he moved away. "Wu, aren't they those internet celebrities?" One person recognized Jiang Hao immediately. "Indeed," Wu Bin confirmed. "Are you serious, Wu? You actually believe in this? You really brought him here?" Wu Bin responded, "What alternative do we have? What if he proves effective? Wu, if you ask me, the root of these cases may very well stem from Jiang Hao himself. Consider this. He has stirred such a significant commotion online that many individuals now believe in the so-called concept of cultivation. And then what? Following this, some extremists have emerged. Engaging in nefarious activities based on purported methods of cultivation they have supposedly discovered, all in a misguided attempt to achieve immortality, resulting in the current predicament." Wu Bin remarked, "You make a valid point, but let us not forget that the condition of those corpses is not something that can be attributed to ordinary means. Perhaps it is a method unknown to us, a method that even the police find challenging to uncover. Do you expect ordinary citizens to be aware of it? While I may not hold out much hope for this situation, I cannot dismiss any possibility." "Very well, I shall take them with me." Subsequently, Wu Bin led Jiang Hao and Qin Yu ran away. Alas, the captain seems bewildered, likely overwhelmed by the case, feeling cornered. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao and the others enter a room. Chapter 47. How much does my brother consume? Jiang Hao and Qin Yuan gazed upon the lifeless body before them, their minds already reaching a consensus. This was undoubtedly no ordinary death. The manner of demise was evidently that of a dark practitioner. What did such a death entail? In truth, it was rather straightforward. It appeared as though the blood had been entirely drained from the body. However, the state of the corpse before them was far more severe It was little more than skin stretched over bone. Take a look at this, Wu Bin remarked. Qin Yuan approached and meticulously examined the remains. Wu Bin, upon witnessing such a strikingly beautiful young woman, remained utterly composed in the face of this gruesome scene, even daring to lift the cloth covering the body, sensed that something was profoundly amiss. What do you think? Jiang Hao inquired, turning towards Qin Yuan. Well, it seems that this may not be connected to recent events from our own sect, she replied succinctly. Her implication was clear. Neither Ba Lifun nor Gu Qinxiu were likely involved in this matter. It must have been the work of another individual. Are there any leads? Perhaps regarding the location where the body was discovered? Jiang Hao asked. Wu Bin responded, yes, the locations are primarily concentrated in the Minnan district. All the bodies were found in desolate areas, including the woods beyond the highway, and all the victims are female. Jiang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. I will assist in investigating this further. Is there anything you can deduce from your end? We can narrow down the area, but we lack any concrete leads on the perpetrator, Wu Bin admitted. I will look into that as well, Jiang Hao confirmed. All right then, if you uncover any information, please inform me without delay. Of course. With that, Jiang Hao and Qin Yuan departed, while Wu Bin stepped outside. Wu team, was that of any use? They've only been in there a short while, and will likely emerge with nothing but vague statements like, I don't understand or I have no idea, one officer remarked. Wu Bin, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall, cast a sidelong glance at him. What do you think of that woman? The female broadcaster? She is even more stunning in reality than on the internet. Quite a rarity. Not only did she remain unfazed upon encountering the corpse, but she even took the initiative to inspect it closely. At this, the expressions of the other officers shifted dramatically. As for Jiang Hao, there was scarcely a change in his demeanor, which further suggested the gravity of the situation. If they were merely two ordinary internet personalities trying to create a spectacle, would they truly react in such a manner? For a moment, uncertainty hung in the air. They were professionals in this field and understood all too well how an average person would respond to such a sight. Even they could not remain unperturbed. By all accounts, even if those two had committed murder, they should not display such calmness, unless there are extraordinary circumstances at play. Wu team, what do they say? Wu Bin replied. They asked a few questions and then left. They didn't reveal much. Now we just wait for more information. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao and Qin Yuan strolled outside. Their skill level should not be high. They seem to be newcomers. Otherwise, their targets would not be ordinary individuals, Jiang Hao mused. Qin Yuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it appears that you inadvertently came into contact with the techniques of the malevolent cultivators and commenced your cultivation. Jiang Hao then inquired, why have I never encountered these before? Is it because I was not involved in this realm earlier, thus trapped in an information cocoon? Qin Yuan replied, on one hand, yes. On the other hand, our world is now transitioning into an entirely new era. Oh, are you referring to the resurgence of spiritual energy? Essentially, that is the case. Consequently, many phenomena that were previously concealed will likely resurface gradually. Jiang Hao remarked, if that is the case, some truths are ultimately inescapable. Indeed, the populace will eventually come to understand the true nature of existence. Have you not noticed that no one has hindered your use of extraordinary powers during your live broadcasts? This is because to certain individuals, your emergence may facilitate a gradual familiarization and acceptance of these matters by the public. Jiang Hao pondered, well, never mind that for now. I must resolve this issue. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Qin Yuan unwrapped a lollipop and placed it in her mouth, saying, aren't those from Kunlun Su investigating the mastermind behind the 8-Li tune? Perhaps they could assist in looking into this matter as well. Jiang Hao shook his head. No, I fear they might frighten him off. He was eager to swiftly complete what seemed to be a simple task and secure the rewards. However, it's challenging. Unless the individual surfaces, they blend in with ordinary people. Unless you happen to encounter him and sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy within, how can one locate him? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao suggested, perhaps we could draw the snake out of its hole? Qin Yuan gazed at Jiang Hao, realizing something was amiss in his expression. You don't intend to use me as bait, do you? Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Qin Yuan rolled her eyes. But how can you be certain he will take action? Jiang Hao replied, I recall that Kunlun Su possesses a secret technique to deduce heavenly secrets, correct? Jiang Hao's own methods of prediction and fortune-telling obtained from the system were insufficient for this situation. Lives were at stake, and not just one, with implications relating to the Tao. His predictive capabilities lacked the strength to discern the fates of individuals involved. Yes, but such techniques are exceedingly taxing on one's essence. Why would they assist you? Everyone is here to eliminate threats to the populace. Then why not give it a try? If they respond that they cannot or lack the necessary guidance, what will you do? Jiang Hao chuckled. I have my ways. See you tonight. With that, he walked away. Jiang Hao retrieved his phone and sent an address to Chu Tianyi via WeChat, followed by a message. Old Wang, I found an incredible place. It's absolutely top tier, with all sorts of foreign beauties, whether for couples or groups. I just enjoyed it. Let us go together tomorrow. After a few seconds, Jiang Hao retracted the message and sent another. Apologies, I sent that to the wrong person. Chu Tianyi responded with an okay gesture and said nothing further. Subsequently, Jiang Hao made his way directly to the destination. Quite splendid. Is indeed better than that place we discussed previously. How delightful. Chu Tianyi removed his hand card and approached the front desk to settle the bill. Oh, Brother Chu? What a coincidence. A voice suddenly emerged from behind. Jiang Hao. Chu Tianyi's body jolted. Goodness, wasn't Jiang Hao just playing? Didn't he mention he would be with that fellow, Old Wang, tomorrow? How is he still here? Oh dear, this is terrible. Jiang Hao is a rogue cultivator, indifferent to such matters. However, he is a talented disciple of Kunlun Su, well regarded in the realm. Ah, ha ha. Brother Jiang, what a coincidence. I just came to, wander around. Jiang Hao chuckled and inquired at the front desk. How much did my brother spend? A total of 3,002. Jiang Hao. Goodness, this fellow is quite extravagant. Ahem. Chu Tianyi could not help but cough lightly. Chapter 48. The target appears. Chu Tianyi was utterly exasperated. How could he possibly encounter Jiang Hao here? Damn it. What the hell? 3,002? Isn't a typical massage merely a few hundred? How on earth did you arrive at that figure? Allow me to see the details of this situation, this project. Jiang Hao was about to approach and inspect the project. Chu Tianyi exclaimed, Wait, Jiang. Brother Jiang, there's no need for that. He hurriedly intervened. What project costs 3,002? Were you not here before? Don't you already know the score? Damn it. Chu Tianyi Guset Inwali. No, I'm just concerned that you might get swindled after all. You're not usually around here, and there are many tricks involved. Chu Tianyi forced a laugh. It's nothing, it's nothing. Jiang Hao continued. The main issue is that I didn't bring enough money today. I intended to treat you, but upon seeing 3,002, I was momentarily bewildered. It's nothing. I have the funds. Chu Tianyi promptly scanned the payment code and donned his shoes as he exited the establishment. Since fate had aligned so fortuitously, Jiang Hao suddenly remarked, I happen to need Brother Chu's assistance with a small matter. Chu Tianyi thought, I knew it. This Jiang Hao was clearly doing it on purpose. It was a trap. Now he had been caught red-handed by Jiang Hao. How could he, a disciple of Kunlun Su, not control himself? Ah, the irony. What sort of assistance? Chu Tianyi asked helplessly. I heard that Kunlun Su has the ability to divine the secrets of heaven. I would like Brother Chu to help me in deducing a minor issue. Chu Tianyi exclaimed, What? You've come to me for divination? He then replied, I must apologize, Brother Jiang. I have yet to master such skills adequately, and I fear I may not be of assistance. Jiang Hao smiled and said, But Brother Chu hasn't heard what I truly need. Then please enlighten me. Jiang Hao stated, I wish to ask Brother Chu to help locate a person. I only require an approximate location. That is too difficult, Chu Tianyi replied. Then I shall seek out other disciples of Kunlun Su to see if anyone else can assist. Farewell, Jiang Hao declared. Chu Tianyi thought, what does Jiang Hao mean by that? Is he threatening me? Ah, Chu Tianyi, you brought this upon yourself. Wait. Chu Tianyi immediately called out to Jiang Hao. Is there something else, Brother Chu? Chu Tianyi gritted his teeth and said, I can give it a try. No pressure. No pressure. Very well. Tell me, who is this person? I am not sure I can find someone truly formidable. Otherwise, I would have uncovered the mastermind behind Linen City long ago. Jiang Hao replied, it shouldn't be too difficult. It appears to be a novice, malevolent practitioner who cultivates by absorbing the essence and blood of others, likely within this vicinity. Chu Tianyi glanced at the map in Jiang Hao's hand. He then remarked, "This falls within my purview. But I must caution you that I cannot guarantee the specifics of what I can deduce." "That's fine. Let us find a secluded spot." They subsequently arrived at a stairwell in the underground parking garage. Thereafter, Chu Tianyi commenced his operation, with Jiang Hao standing beside him. A circumstance devoid of any need for evasion. Ding. Learning the grand heavenly transformation technique, progress. 1 ding. Continuing to learn the grand heavenly transformation technique. Ding. As Chu Tianyi persistently deduced, Jiang Hao also engaged in silent study. This extraordinary intellect proved to be exceptionally advantageous. Ding. Learning the grand heavenly transformation technique, progress. 99. Ding. You have successfully acquired the grand heavenly transformation technique. Current proficiency, minor achievement. Jiang Hao had indeed garnered substantial benefits. After a while, Chu Tianyi opened his eyes and rose to his feet. At midnight tonight, within no more than an hour, he would appear on Yong'an Road, though the precise location remained elusive. Jiang Hao smiled. Impressive. Generally speaking, I am still far from such prowess. Being able to pinpoint both time and a general location is already quite formidable. This was merely the deduction of a minor figure. Should it have been something of greater significance, not only would it be beyond my grasp, but I might even incur considerable harm myself. Such is the nature of the grand heavenly transformation technique. The efficacy of your deductions is contingent upon your own level of cultivation, your mastery of the technique, and the complexity of the deduced subject. Should you forcibly attempt to deduce something currently unattainable, or something deeply esoteric and nebulous, the price may very well be your own downfall. With that, Jiang Hao waved his hand and walked away. "Ah, Jiang brother," Chu Tianyi instinctively called out. "Is there something?" "No, nothing at all." Chu Tianyi chuka akwadi li. Watching Jiang Hao depart, he exhaled deeply. This fellow shouldn't divulge anything. As dusk gradually descended, Jiang Hao and Qin Yuanyuan had also dined nearby. The hour slowly approached 11 at night, with Jiang Hao and Qin Yuanyuan strolling along Yong'an Road. This road was rather secluded, with many sections devoid of streetlights. On either side, various trees lined the path, accompanied by foul drainage ditches. It was indeed a fitting locale for action. "How shall we proceed?" Qin Yuanyuan inquired. "You simply go about your business on this road, and the opportunity will present itself naturally," Jiang Hao replied. Based on their deductions, this individual possessed a low level of cultivation and had only recently entered the fray, thus could only target ordinary people. His method involved absorbing both vital energy and blood, rendering a person akin to a desiccated corpse. Furthermore, his focus seemed to be on women, suggesting that this malevolent practice might only yield benefits from female subjects. This task promised to be straightforward. As long as they could locate him and he took the bait, it would merely be a task Jiang Hao accomplished while en route to find Gu Qianxiu. "All right then, once the task is complete, remember to settle my performance fee," Qin Yuanyuan remarked. "Understood." Jiang Hao then moved off to a distance, leaving the remainder in Qin Yuanyuan's capable hands. After all, she was no ordinary individual. Qin Yuanyuan strolled along Yong'an Road, idly scrolling through her phone. Yet, she could not linger too long in one spot. Should her target notice her aimless wandering, suspicion would inevitably arise. Thus, she chose to sit by the roadside, engrossed in her device, presenting an air of emotional distress. One might even surmise she felt an urge to leap into the nearby, foul-smelling ditch. If she remained seated there for an extended period, it would likely draw little suspicion, even if she were to be noticed early on. In truth, Qin Yuanyuan was engaged in a conversation with Jiang Hao. After a while, from the depths of the darkness ahead, a man approached, his hands tucked into his pockets, slightly hunched as he walked toward her. Qin Yuanyuan caught sight of him from the corner of her eye. As he passed by, she initially thought he wasn't the one. However, he suddenly halted in his tracks. "Is there something troubling you? Sitting here alone? Beautiful?" Chapter 49. The hand of absolute spirit Qin Yuanyuan was acutely aware that her target had arrived. Now, all she needed to do was await his move. "I've just experienced a heartbreak," she remarked, lifting her gaze. The man subsequently settled beside her, replying, I too have recently suffered a loss in love. What a coincidence. She mused. Indeed, he replied, his hand gradually extending behind her, quietly coalescing a dark mist within his palm. In the next instant, he struck her back with a sudden force. Yet, to his astonishment, Qin Yu Ran did not flinch. Her body remained remarkably still. What? The man was taken aback. How could a strike have left her unscathed? Wait. Spiritual energy. His pupils constricted in realization. Young man, this approach is quite inappropriate. Qin Yu Ran chided lightly. With a swift motion, the man attempted to distance himself, but in the blink of an eye, Qin Yu Ran snapped her fingers. A myriad of water walls emerged around the fleeing figure, encasing him entirely before being swiftly frozen solid. Qin Yu Ran then retrieved her phone and sent a voice message to Jiang Hao. It's all taken care of. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Hao arrived at the scene. That went rather smoothly, he commented. Well, of course, when I intervene, success is almost guaranteed. Now, about my performance fee. Qin Yu Ran extended her hand expectantly. Jiang Hao placed a stack of cash in her palm, stating, just withdrew it. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Jiang Hao approached the now dazed figure encased in ice. What shall we do with this one? Qin Yu Ran inquired. Surely, we cannot involve the police? Of course not. Jiang Hao replied, gathering thunderous energy in his right hand. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a bolt that obliterated the frozen man and the surrounding ice into nothingness. Well, that seemed quite manageable, Qin Yu Ran observed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have received a reward. System value 500,000. Hand of Absolute Spirit. Upon hearing the prompt echo in his mind, Jiang Hao broke into a smile. How delightful! He then messaged Wu Bin to inform him of the resolution. As for subsequent actions, Wu Bin would undoubtedly know how to proceed, even if this issue remained unresolved. As long as no new complications arose, they could manage. Together, they returned home. Late into the night, Qin Yu Ran began a live stream while gaming, while Jiang Hao retreated to the adjacent room to examine the effects of the Hand of Absolute Spirit. Hand of Absolute Spirit. The host's hand belonged to the Hand of Absolute Spirit, isolating all forms of spiritual energy. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow as he contemplated the description. His hands could indeed nullify all spiritual energy. Since martial artist techniques were manifestations of spiritual energy, did this imply that if someone unleashed a martial technique against him, as long as he ensured his hands were positioned to intercept, the technique would become ineffective upon contact? It seemed to be the case. What further extensions could this have? Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. This would mean his hands had become a form of magical immunity. He mused thoughtfully. This could be a potent tool. I must give it a try. He then strode directly into Qin Yuyan's room. The live chat erupted upon seeing Jiang Hao's entrance. What are you doing? I'm in the middle of a game, Qin Yuyan remarked. Finish this round and come over for just a few minutes. Jiang Hao responded before stepping away. The chat buzzed. Her recall key is stunning. Haha, Jiang Shun. You're in a hurry. I prefer Sony devices. Is it really necessary, Jiang Shun? Sister Ran is live streaming. Heard the hospital has B ultrasound. A few minutes? Haha, Jiang Shun, you're unbelievable. You're so impressive, yet only takes a few minutes? Qin Yuyan glanced at these comments, her lips twitching involuntarily. They're all such beasts. Jiang Hao is doing this on purpose, right? No, don't misunderstand. He must be seeking my assistance, so don't be too crude. She rolled her eyes. After a while, she turned off her camera and microphone and moved to another bedroom. What is going on? Qin Yuyan rolled her eyes again. Attack me. Qin Yuyan. Release a weaker spiritual technique. Are you an idiot? She retorted bluntly. Jiang Hao. Come on, hurry up. Fine. Qin Yuyan said, gathering a surge of energy, but be careful. She then hurled a small bolt of lightning towards Jiang Hao. Yet, Jiang Hao didn't release any spiritual energy. He merely raised his hand. Qin Yuyan instinctively gasped. No, Buddhi, your realm is indeed higher, but without releasing protective energy, you'll still get hurt from my attack. However, in the next moment, Qin Yuyan was stunned. Jiang Hao had not released any power, yet her energy dissipated the instant it touched his hand. What extraordinary technique was this? What was happening? Jiang Hao chuckled softly. As expected. It's all right. You can get back to your tasks, he said. Qin Yuan rolled her eyes before returning to her stream. The audience was astonished by how quickly she returned. The chat erupted. Sister Ran, is it really that fast? 1 minute. Haha. Jiang Shi may look good, but he is useless. Sister Ran, consider me. I can at least last 3 minutes. Come on. Come on. Although we're dating, we haven't reached that stage yet, Qin Yuan replied. After all, during their last stream, they had pretended to be a couple for certain reasons. Let us continue the game. Today, I must secure a victory. Time swiftly passed. A day had gone by. Jiang Hao had been diligently focused on his cultivation. The main issue was that finding Gu Qinqiu's trail was proving exceedingly difficult. Although he had learned the great heavenly transformation technique from Chu Tianyi, it was unlikely he could locate Gu Qinqiu. Yet, Jiang Hao was determined to eliminate Gu Qinqiu. The rewards were immensely tempting, with the system value alone amounting to a staggering 10 million. His previous highest reward was merely 1 million. From the magnitude of this system's value, one can ascertain that the other rewards are undoubtedly formidable as well. That evening, shortly after 11 o'clock, Jiang Hao's phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Zhou Yun. Brother Jiang, we may have a lead on the mastermind. Would you care to join me? Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The disciples from various factions indeed proved to be quite resourceful. He promptly replied, I'm on my way. Subsequently, he exited his room. I'm stepping out for a bit, Jiang Hao called out. Do you need me? Came Qin Yuan's voice from within the room. No need. All right then. She resumed her live stream. Following the address provided by Zhou Yun, Jiang Hao arrived at a quaint tavern. Brother Jiang, over here, Zhou Yun beckoned. Jiang Hao approached with a smile. Beside Zhou Yun sat 3 individuals. One was his junior disciple, Li, and the other 2 were his junior female disciples from Qingqiu Mountain. Brother Zhou, how exquisite your taste is. Chapter 50. Clues from the Puppet Master. Gu Qinqiu, the 2 young women from Qingqiu Mountain, seated across from Zhou Yun, could not suppress their admiration upon seeing Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, a prodigious rogue cultivator capable of defeating those in the Golden Core stage while still in the Foundation establishment phase, certainly commanded respect. Moreover, he was both handsome and youthful. Haha, isn't he here to wait for Brother Jiang? Please, have a seat, Zhou Yun said with a smile. Jiang Hao took a seat beside them. Allow me to introduce. This is junior brother Li Jin, and these 2 are junior sisters Zhao Xian and Zhang Shui. Jiang Hao greeted them with a smile. Then, turning to Zhou Yun, he inquired, Brother Zhou, I saw in your message that you have some clues. What is the situation now? Zhou Yun took a sip of his drink and replied, For this matter, let junior, brother Li elaborate. Jiang Hao turned his gaze to Li Jin. Ahem. Li Jin cleared his throat and explained, Yesterday, we separated to search for clues. I suspected that this person might be hiding in some remote locations. So I eliminated some peripheral small towns and villages for investigation. I discovered an important lead in a small village. It appeared that the villagers were all under the control of some malevolent sorcery, exhibiting remarkably erratic behavior. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is that so? Li Jin nudda vigorously. Yes, I didn't dare to act recklessly and hurried back. Zhou Yun then added, The number of zombies in the 8 tomb is staggering. Many must have been killed and turned into zombies. The situation described by junior brother Li seems to align with the modus operandi of the same group. The villagers are likely targets for being transformed into zombies. What village is it? Jiang Hao asked. Beisha village. That is quite far. You went all that way? Li Jin replied, Yes, I thought it necessary to investigate since there were no leads here in Linen City, with so many people around. I figured it would be prudent to venture a bit further. Zhou Yun proposed, Shall we go take a look? Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. Sound good. At that moment, Li Jin quickly interjected, I feel perhaps we should all go together. Is that necessary? Brother Jiang possesses the strength to handle those in the Golden Core stage. He could scout ahead, Li Jin suggested, his brow furrowing with concern. My main worry is that the mastermind might be in the village, and there could be more than one of them. If we go, we might be walking into a trap, even if we can defeat them. What if we are unable to capture that person? Zhou Yun pondered, seemingly finding merit in this reasoning. You're right. Even if we can overpower them, If they managed to escape, it would complicate matters further. Finding them again would likely prove difficult. Zhang Shui added, if disciples from various factions converge, they will have ample means and spirit artifacts at their disposal. There should be a way to detain him. While it's possible we might go on a wild goose chase, we can at least ascertain that something sinister is afoot in that village. Jiang Hao remarked, I have no objections. Very well, let us take a moment to rest. I will contact everyone. Zhou Yun then produced his phone and opened a group chat containing over 100 members. Jiang Hao, is there such a group? Zhou Yun sent a voice message. Ladies and gentlemen, we have discovered a clue and urgently need everyone to converge and proceed to the destination. I will send the location. Please gather as swiftly as possible. Jiang Hao chuckled. This group, it seems that all forces under heaven are like one family. Everyone has descended from the mountain to resolve this matter, so they have been gathered into one group for the convenience of sharing any leads. Of course, if someone wishes to conduct their own discreet investigation and chooses not to share, that is beyond our control, Zhang Shui remarked. While everyone's cultivation is commendable, the adversary is undoubtedly formidable. We must collaborate with one another. Indeed, shortly after, Jiang Hao and the others stepped outside. Gradually, disciples from various major factions began to assemble. Ha, Brother Zhou, long time no see. Brother Bai, I trust you are well. Sister Xia, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. They exchanged pleasantries with cheerful laughter. Ah, you must be the internet sensation, right? A pleasure to meet you, a man said, grinning as he looked at Jiang Hao. His words, however, were laced with a palpable disdain for Jiang Hao. Clearly, despite being aware that Jiang Hao had slain the corpse king at the Foundation establishment stage in the Eighthly Grave, he still looked down upon him. All eyes turned toward Jiang Hao. With a smile, he regarded the man and said, You look familiar, brother. Familiar? Ha, we are not acquainted. We are not of the same ilk. How could I be familiar? Didn't we encounter each other at a certain massage spa last time? The man's expression shifted. Well, what nonsense! As a dignified, righteous cultivator, how could I ever visit such disreputable places? Absurd, utterly absurd. Yet at that moment, even if he hadn't visited, one could sense that doubts were being cast upon him by those present. Oh, perhaps I mistook you? Jiang Hao added, deliberately scratching his head and muttering to himself. Did I really mistake him? The man inwardly cursed vehemently. This is outrageous, cough. Brother Shun, this is inappropriate. Zhou Yun interjected with a dry cough. Before he could continue, Chu Qianni said, Indeed, this is not the time for such matters. You summoned us urgently. Do you possess any significant clues? Zhou Yun responded, Let us first proceed on our journey. We can discuss it slowly along the way. Agreed. They then set off together toward Beisha village. On a large bus, Jiang Hao and a portion of the group were aboard. 2 additional buses follow behind, carrying other disciples. So that's how it is. I believe it is highly probable that we have found our target, Wang Cheng stated. Chu Qianni nodded in agreement. After all, it is quite rare for a city to harbor 2 distinct factions of evil cultivators simultaneously, especially when both are making significant moves. Moreover, if the villagers are under manipulation, it strongly resembles the puppetry involved in corpse refining. The crowd nodded in unison. Jiang Hao, seated at the front, looked at Zhou Yun, smiling. Brother Zhou, impressive. You can even drive a bus. Zhou Yun smiled and replied, As disciples, although we seldom have the opportunity to descend the mountain for tasks, it is essential that we possess certain skills, is it not? This large vehicle, I initially learned to drive because I thought it looked impressive, and today, it has finally proven useful after all these years. Haha. Soon, the bus came to a halt a few kilometers away from Beisha village, deliberately avoiding drawing attention to our objective. The village lies approximately 5 kilometers ahead, and with nightfall upon us, it is the perfect time to proceed. Let's set off, but do remain vigilant for safety. At this very moment, within a humble earthen dwelling in Beisha village, a figure slowly rose to their feet. On the table, a mobile phone illuminated the screen, revealing a text message. The message read clearly, I will arrive shortly. Chapter 51. The emergence of Gu Qinxiu at this moment. Jiang Hao and his companions arrived at Beisha village in a grand procession. Some had already concealed themselves in various corners of the village. The village was modest in size, resembling a typical hamlet of 100 households. Jiang Hao cast his gaze around, and aside from the faint aura of malice they could sense, the village appeared quite ordinary. Every household had its lights aglow, yet the streets were deserted due to the darkness of night. Was there anything peculiar? After a cursory glance, nothing seemed amiss. Jiang Hao remarked, "The oddities have already begun to surface." "Oh." The group turned their attention towards Jiang Hao. Zhou Yun inquired, "What have you discovered, Brother Jiang?" Jiang Hao replied, "Every household is illuminated. Does that not strike you as strange? At this late hour, what else would they be lighting for?" One individual interjected, "But it's only a little past 10 at night. It's not yet the witching hour. Surely, some must have turned off their lights to retire for the night." "Indeed, the fact that all the lights are on indicates something is amiss in this village," another agreed. "This must be a ploy to obscure the truth, to mislead us into believing that the village is normal upon our arrival." Jiang Hao shook his head. "It likely isn't that simple. If the mastermind behind the 8 Li tomb truly orchestrated this, would they need to go to such lengths?" His gaze fell upon a figure ahead, none other than Zhou Yun's disciple, Li Jin. With his extraordinary intellect, Jiang Hao had sensed a subtle peculiarity in Li Jin's demeanor and eyes during their previous conversation at the bar. He had drawn a conclusion. Li Jin was deceiving them and seemed to harbor an ulterior motive to lure as many people as possible to this village. The reasons behind this were uncertain, but Jiang Hao had several theories, all plausible. Yet, why did he not expose Li Jin? Instead, he chose to advance. The reason was simple. He lacked concrete evidence. Gu Qianxiu was searching for them, yet concurrently, Jiang Hao was on a quest to locate Gu Qianxiu. He intended to investigate further. Chu Qianni stepped forward and knocked on a door. There was no response. With a creak, he opened the door and stepped inside. Moments later, he emerged, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, the house is empty. The lights were deliberately left on. This village is haunted. We have arrived too late. Had we come sooner, perhaps we could have saved some lives. Now, those poor souls have likely transformed into zombies. Friends, he continued, the village is small. Let us split into groups and see what we can uncover. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed from ahead. The group exchanged glances, and with a rush, they sped toward the source of the sound. Jiang Hao, however, strolled leisurely in their wake. A crowd had gathered ahead. Li Jin approached Jiang Hao and inquired, "Brother Jiang, are you not going to see what is happening?" Jiang Hao replied, "Then why aren't you going?" Li Jin chuckled softly. "As a junior of Brother Zhou, I cannot speak on such matters. It suffices that they are present. However, you are different, Brother Jiang. You are of utmost importance among us." Jiang Hao smiled and said, "We are all the same. Come on." He then draped his arm around Li Jin's shoulder, leading him forward. Hey, Brother Jiang." Li Jin appeared reluctant to move closer, though he concealed his discomfort. He was pulled alongside the crowd by Jiang Hao. "Brother Jiang, come over and take a look." Zhou Yun urged Jiang Hao. "No need. You all can observe. I will just spend some time bonding with Junior Brother Li." Jiang Hao replied with a grin. Brother Zhou, I will check the surroundings first," Li Jin stated, attempting to break free from Jiang Hao's hold. Yet, Jiang Hao tightened his embrace and cheerfully said, "Oh, there's no rush." Li Jin lowered his head, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, a colossal yin-yang symbol appeared beneath their feet, spanning 100 meters. What? This unexpected sight left many momentarily stunned. "This is bad." Li Jin's expression darkened. Before anyone could react, a surge of dark energy erupted, binding them tightly. "Damn it!" Li Jin gritted his teeth. What was Jiang Hao's intention? Why was he so fixated on him? The crowd frowned, scanning their surroundings. "The yin-yang earth formation," Chu Qianni remarked, his gaze intense. "The yin-yang earth formation? This is dire. How could there be such a formation?" Zhou Yun's brow furrowed in concern. "Someone has been waiting for us to arrive, intending to capture us all." Wang Chong then shouted, "Who can break the yin-yang earth formation? This formation isn't too high in level. If one knows how to dismantle it, there's a chance. Not too high, yet it is still a 6th grade formation. A multitude at the golden core stage would perish here." It was evident that the disciples lacked the ability to dismantle this formation. Panic ensued among the crowd. One disciple reached out to touch the edge of the formation's barrier. In an instant, he spat out blood and was flung backward. "Don't touch it," Zhou Yun bellowed. He then surveyed the surroundings. Are you still hiding? At that moment, a figure clad in black robes slowly emerged from the shadows. This individual was unlike the previous masked figures. He bore no mask and did not conceal his face with a hood. Upon seeing this figure, Chu Tianyi's eyes widened in shock. Gu Qinxiu. What? Gu Qinxiu? The mention of this name startled the crowd, as they were all familiar with it. For many years, individuals like Gu Qinxiu have been rare. He stands as a quintessential representative of the great powers. Do you, a mere fledgling from Kunlun Su, possess the qualification to utter my name? Gu Qinxiu's gaze sharpened momentarily. With a subtle flick of his hand, a surge of dark energy erupted forth, propelling Chu Tianyi away. The crowd gasped, their pupils dilating. Over 100 talented disciples from various formidable factions, having refined their skills into lifeless puppets, were undeniably stronger than mere mortals. A shadow of gloom flickered in Gu Qinxiu's eyes as he let out a chilling chuckle. Chapter 52. The Hand of Absolute Spirit. This is Gu Qinxiu's scheme. The plan is in essence quite straightforward. In ordinary circumstances, it is exceedingly rare to encounter such a multitude of disciples descending the mountain. This time, however, it was a spontaneous idea from Gu Qinxiu, and to his astonishment, it succeeded with such simplicity. Each of these disciples is a prodigy from various influential factions, most of them at the foundation establishment stage, with a few even having reached the golden core stage. If he could transform them into puppets, their strength would undoubtedly be formidable. Moreover, there's another reason behind this. Over the years, Gu Qinxiu has harbored a deep-seated hatred for Kunlun Su and the so-called righteous sections. He intends to declare war on these powers through the bloodshed of today. Ahem. Chu Tianyi clutched his chest as he struggled to rise. Gu Qinxiu, what are you planning? Gu Qinxiu wore a mocking expression. TSK, aren't you clever little ones usually? Why can't you discern my intentions now? He intends to turn us into puppets, Wang Chong stated gravely. The pupils of the crowd dilated sharply, followed by expressions of despair. Under normal circumstances, with so many disciples present, even if Gu Qinxiu was a senior figure, they would at least have the means to fight back. Even if they could not win, they could scatter in different directions to escape, couldn't they? Yet now, they found themselves ensnared within the yin-yang heaven and earth array. From here on, Gu Qinxiu would need to do nothing but wait for the array's power to gradually extinguish their lives. Though they may perish, their physical forms would remain intact, leaving the rest to Gu Qinxiu to craft into puppets. Amidst the agitated crowd, Li Jin's gaze was fixed on Gu Qinxiu, who returned the look with a cold smirk. When Li Jin saw the chilling smile on Gu Qinxiu's lips, despair engulfed him completely. A year prior, he had stumbled upon Gu Qinxiu by chance. In Kunlun Su, he was surrounded by countless geniuses, and he felt discontent. Unable to resist temptation, he secretly began to relay information to Gu Qinxiu in search of a greater breakthrough. Gu Qinxiu had promised to accept him as a personal disciple. But now, we have a traitor among us, Wang Chong suddenly realized, his teeth clenched in rage. What significance does that hold? A female disciple despaired. I just want to know who the traitor is. Who, for heaven's sake, is this despicable wretch? Wang Chong seethed. The formation was prepared in advance, encompassing such a vast area, waiting for their arrival. Zhou Yun's gaze then shifted to Li Jin. Li Jin lowered his head, trembling all over. Li Shidi, you. Zhou Yun pointed at him, flames of fury blazing in his eyes. And what of it? Li Jin glared back with a ferocious expression. Everyone has their own choices. I have chosen the path I believe to be right. Is there a problem with that? Huh? Is there a problem? Li Jin was acutely aware of his impending doom. At this moment, what significance did begging for mercy or yielding hold? You scoundrel! Zhou Yun struck him with a resounding slap, sending him flying. This is your choice. You are truly clever. Li Jin, wiping the blood from his face, rose from the ground. Is it meaningful? We are all destined to die. I will be the first to take you down. Wang Chong roared, throwing a punch. No one intervened. Yet, it was at this moment that the power of the formation erupted completely. It was over. A look of utter despair spread across everyone's faces. Gu Qinxiu stood there with great interest, quietly awaiting the formation to eliminate them all. He didn't even need to make any further moves. Brother Jiang, everyone, I apologize, Zhou Yun sighed. They were trapped within the formation, unable to call for reinforcements. Even if they could, would they arrive in time? Sigh. The group could only despair. What more could be said? We cannot simply give up. Let us think of a way. With so many people, can't we come up with a solution? One person suggested. Gu Qinxiu scoffed. He relished witnessing the futile struggles of those on the brink of death. Truly, it was the most beautiful scene in the world. At that moment, Jiang Hao stepped forward. He approached the front of the formation's barrier and raised his hand. Oh! Gu Qinxiu observed Jiang Hao with a hint of intrigue. Jiang Hao was perhaps the one he valued most among them. He might offer Jiang Hao a chance at survival, provided he agreed to train with him. Jiang Hao, don't touch it, Zhou Yun shouted. Jiang Hao's hand came into contact with the formation's barrier. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Jiang Hao did not fly backward. Instead, he calmly touched the formation's barrier. What? Everyone was taken aback. Gu Qinxiu's brow furrowed sharply. What does this mean? Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The spot where Jiang Hao's hand touched the barrier began to melt. In the next instant, the vast barrier shattered like glass, suddenly displaying countless cracks. Everyone. Gu Qinxiu. Bang! In an instant, the formation's barrier shattered completely. What the hell? Jiang brother, what have you done? Everyone gasped at the sight. Whoosh! They all rushed out in unison. How is this possible? Gu Qinxiu's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. This was Jiang Hao's acquired hand of absolute spirit. The hand of absolute spirit, which is immune to all spiritual powers, except for martial techniques released with spiritual energy. This formation barrier was undoubtedly composed of condensed spiritual energy. Thus, when Jiang Hao touched the barrier, it naturally became ineffective. You scoundrel! Gu Qinxiu gritted his teeth in anger. The scene before him was utterly unexpected. With no time to be shocked, Zhou Yun and the others swiftly summoned their spiritual weapons, their energies surging. Everyone, let us work together to defeat him. Charge! With that, hundreds of cultivators unleashed their full abilities. Ding! Engaged in the study of the Bodhi mind method. Progress, 1 ding. Continuing the study. Ding! Gu Qinxiu was consumed by an overwhelming wrath. Originally, your demise could have been a more merciful affair. Since you desire to experience suffering, I shall oblige. In the next instant, Gu Qinxiu spread his arms wide. In a fleeting moment, the night enveloped the surroundings. Yet, a dark mist emerged overhead, nearly obscuring the solitary starlight and moonlight. Ding! Engaged in the study of ghostly shadows. Progress, 0.5. What? Sensing this formidable presence, all eyes widened in disbelief. Yuaning stage? They had assumed that Gu Qinxiu was merely at a high level of the Golden Core stage, perhaps at the 7th, 8th, 9th, or 10th tier. Although the battle was indeed arduous, their numbers were considerable. They possessed various divine abilities, spirit tools, and strategies. They could fight, but he is actually at the Yuaning stage. Moreover, at the 6th tier of the Yuaning stage, despair once again enveloped the hearts of all present. Chapter 53. Ascension to the Divine Transformation. Chu Tianyi clutched his chest, consumed by despair. He had initially assumed that the mastermind behind everything held merely the strength of the Golden Core. However, upon recognizing Gu Qinxiu as a disciple of Kunlun Su, he surmised that the latter had likely attained the nascent soul stage. Indeed, his fears were confirmed. Run for your lives. The instinctive reaction of the crowd was to flee, hoping that a few might survive. Death. In the next instant, Gu Qinxiu appeared like a specter from the abyss, his form flickering and weaving through the chaos. One by one, the fleeing figures fell into pools of blood. Chu Tianyi stepped forward, golden light surging above him. Let few escape if they can. As for me, I shall stand my ground. This was the bitter fruit of his past actions in Kunlun Su, a debt that his fellow disciples were destined to repay. He ignited his own essence and lifespan, unreservedly employing Kunlun Su's secret techniques, which would temporarily elevate his combat prowess. As a second-tier Golden Core practitioner, he believed he could withstand Gu Qinxiu, perhaps even hold him off. Endless heavens, chaos. Yet, just as he was about to unleash his power, a hand landed on his shoulder. Chu Qianni turned to see Jiang Hao. Leave it to me. Are you certain he is Gu Qinxiu? Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. With that confirmation, there was no longer any need for concealment. Gu Qinxiu's formidable strength had surpassed everyone's expectations. However, it was precisely such strength that warranted the high rewards from the system. If Gu Qinxiu was not eliminated today, finding him again would prove exceedingly difficult. Not one shall escape. Death's veil, a force akin to a barrier, enveloped the surroundings, and now Gu Qinxiu's target was Jiang Hao. He had never anticipated that someone would possess the fabled hand of absolute spirit. If this individual were not dealt with, his death's veil would be easily dispelled. With a swift motion, Gu Qinxiu transformed his right hand into an eagle's claw, surging forth with a torrent of black mist aimed at Jiang Hao. Divine Transformation Experience Card. Divine Transformation Experience Card. Upon exchange, grants first-tier Divine Transformation Cultivation for 3 minutes, consuming 2 million system points, redeemable once in a lifetime. This was undoubtedly Jiang Hao's greatest trump card. Under normal circumstances, he would be reluctant to use it. However, faced with Gu Qinxiu at the 6th tier of the nascent soul stage, there were no other options. It was not only to fulfill a mission, but also a matter of survival. He had to utilize it. A formidable aura erupted from Jiang Hao, and, at that moment, thunderclouds materialized in the void above. The clouds churned ominously, heralding a cosmic phenomenon. Divine transformation? Gu Qinxiu's pupils constricted in shock as he charged forward. Impossible. What the hell? Zhou Yun's eyes widened. What is happening? Divine transformation? How can Jiang Hao exude the aura of divine transformation? Could it be that he harbors the imprint of a powerful being within his body? It seems that only this possibility remains. He activated the Mark of the Strong, granting him the power of the God transformation stage for a brief period. Incredible. I never anticipated he possessed such a skill. Of course, Gu Qinxiu could deduce how Jiang Hao was able to unleash such power. It was indeed beyond his expectations. He was also aware that this force would not last long. However, the might of the God transformation stage was overwhelmingly powerful. He could not afford a direct confrontation. In fact, he had to flee. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qinxiu instinctively sought to escape. Yet, Jiang Hao's formidable presence from the God transformation stage held him in place. You shall not subdue me. Gu Qinxiu, after all, was Gu Qinxiu. With his formidable tactics, he managed to break free from Jiang Hao's oppressive force. Then, he transformed into a wisp of black mist and instantly darted to the other side of the heavens. Jiang Hao gazed at the distant figure. The moment word of the 36 words of the heavenly way. In an instant, Jiang Hao vanished from his original position. Utilizing the moment word with the power of the God transformation stage was entirely different from his own foundation-building state. In the celestial horizon, Jiang Hao appeared directly, blocking the black mist. The ice word. With the emergence of the ice word, a chilling force swept over everything around. The ground, trees, and houses were all encased in ice in a heartbeat. The black mist before him was similarly frozen. Whoosh! Jiang Hao's figure darted past the black mist. Incredible! The disciples on the ground stared in astonishment at this terrifying power. Is this the God transformation stage? Such unimaginable strength. An independent cultivator? Are you telling me this fellow is an independent cultivator? Perhaps his background surpasses ours by an unfathomable margin. Thud! The black mist dissipated. Gu Qinxiu's body crashed heavily to the ground. The ease with which the God transformation stage dealt with the nascent soul stage was astounding. The higher the realm, the greater the disparity between each tier. Jiang Hao landed beside Gu Qinxiu. Thud! Gu Qinxiu's body twitched slightly, incessantly expelling black blood. Even though he was not dead yet, he was certainly doomed. He never anticipated encountering such a situation. Jiang Hao gathered a bolt of lightning in his hand. The dying Gu Qinxiu looked at Jiang Hao in despair. You won't live long. At least longer than you, Jiang Hao replied nonchalantly. The sun god sect will never, let you go. A bolt of lightning obliterated Gu Qinxiu completely. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. Slay Gu Qinxiu. Reward, system points 10 million. Phoenix's world record. Heavenly Palace of 10,000 paths has been distributed. Jiang Hao believed that although he had expended a significant amount of system points to use the God Transformation Experience card, the rewards were undoubtedly worthwhile. Whoosh! Zhou Yun and the others rushed over. "Brother Jiang, you were too concealed," Zhou Yun exclaimed in awe. "Brother Jiang, we owe you our lives. Thank you for saving us." Jiang Hao remained silent. Where's Li Jin?" Suddenly someone asked. "Oh no, did he escape?" In that moment of sheer despair, who could still focus on Li Jin? No matter. Jiang Hao subsequently extended his hand and unleashed the great heavenly transformation technique. What? Chu Tianyi beside him widened his eyes in astonishment. Could it be? This fellow has mastered the great heavenly transformation of Kunlun Void? Where did he acquire such knowledge? If he possesses this ability, why seek Chu Tianyi for guidance? Jiang Hao then directed his gaze towards a certain direction. Seizing the power of the transformation stage, Jiang Hao casually flicked his wrist. In the void above, countless heavenly thunderbolts descended in the distance. As for that situation over there, I shall leave it be. Zhou Yun clasped his fist and said, "I will take this back. Thank you, Brother Jiang. No need for such formality. Until we meet again, farewell to all." The crowd then parted ways. Jiang Hao returned home. Chapter 54. The Phoenix's Chronicle of the World, the Palace of 10,000 Ways, 10 million system points have been credited. The Phoenix's Chronicle of the World and the Palace of 10,000 Ways. Though Jiang Hao is unfamiliar with the specifics of these two entities, their names alone evoke a sense of profound power. Upon returning to his chamber, Jiang Hao commenced an examination of the two rewards. The Phoenix's Chronicle of the World is a form of supernatural martial technique, divided into 9 styles, each surpassing the last. According to the system's elucidation, even the first style possesses formidable and exaggerated strength. To execute the first style, one must at least be at the Golden Core stage. Such a significant limitation only serves to excite Jiang Hao, as it attests to the extraordinary might of this supernatural technique. If the first style requires the Golden Core stage to be unleashed, what level of cultivation is necessary to invoke the 9th style? The mere thought sends shivers down Jiang Hao's spine. As for the Palace of 10,000 Ways, Jiang Hao delves into its intricacies. To his astonishment, it proves to be rather profound. This palace functions as an array, enabling Jiang Hao to draw an opponent into its confines during combat. Within the Palace of 10,000 Ways, he reigns supreme. It encompasses multiple chambers and positions, such as the spirit position, the seal position, and the life position, among others. It incorporates the 8 trigrams and the 4 symbols. This is a mystical technique so profound that it may well be beyond Jiang Hao's current comprehension. Yet, the Palace of 10,000 Ways is beyond his present capabilities to wield. Each moment of its activation demands a tremendous expenditure of spiritual energy. Mastery of the palace likely requires an expert understanding of the 8 trigrams, a domain where Jiang Hao remains a novice. Thus, the immediate priority is to hasten his advancement to the Golden Core stage. Subsequently, Jiang Hao embarks on his cultivation. The following day, as disciples from various factions returned, the events of the previous night sent ripples through the community. It was utterly unforeseen that Li Jin's reckless actions nearly endangered everyone. An elder from Qingqiu Mountain bore a grave expression. "Esteemed colleagues, our young friend Jiang Hao has truly saved us. Otherwise, Qingqiu Mountain would have faced a dire reckoning." Indeed, Jiang Hao's merits are immeasurable. Though he is labeled as a loose cultivator, it appears he is far from merely that. He bears the mark of a nascent soul expert within him. Could he be from that esteemed lineage? An elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. Not only does he possess the mark of a nascent soul expert, but according to the disciples, he also wields the 36 characters of the heavenly Tao and the sealing sword technique. What? Such a revelation? Could it be that he is the disciple of that legendary figure? Yet, that seems improbable. It has been many years since then. The crowd buzzed with speculation, pondering Jiang Hao's true identity. It seems that the sinister grasp of the Sun God sect has infiltrated our various factions, remarked one. At this, the assembly nodded gravely. The Sun God sect is an ancient demonic cult, long associated with malevolent arts. Having vanished over a millennium ago, its shadow now looms once more. However, no one anticipated that, merely a few decades ago, the sun god sect would resurface into the light, seemingly having developed into a formidable force. They were perplexed as to who could suddenly elevate the sun god sect in such a brief period. For years, investigations had taken place, involving numerous confrontations. Yet they had never truly encountered the essence of the sun god sect. Gu Qinxiu, a formidable presence in the nascent soul stage, likely held a position of little significance within the sect. An elderly man with a grave expression remarked, in the nascent soul stage, yet not holding a high status. The sun god sect must be concocting a grand conspiracy. Furthermore, there was the matter of the imperial tomb becoming increasingly restless. Upon hearing this, the group's countenance turned grave. I fear I must seek the aid of the Kunlun Void and other major factions to attempt another incursion. Otherwise, should the imperial tomb breach its restrictions, chaos may ensue across the realm. At that moment, Jiang Hao opened his eyes, having made rapid progress in his cultivation. Now, at the 8th stage of foundation establishment, stretching languidly, he exited his room to find Qin Yueran reclining on the sofa, idly playing with her phone. The great hero, she remarked with a smile, clearly aware of the events from the previous night. How was it? Dashing, was I not? Jiang Hao seated himself beside her. Regrettably, I was not present to witness it myself. Alas, the power of the transformation stage is profoundly concealed, Qin Yueran remarked, gazing at Jiang Hao with a grin. He shrugged, replying, just fortunate. There's a lucrative opportunity. Are you interested? Qin Yueran suddenly inquired. What kind of profitable venture? Jiang Hao's interest was piqued. Although he could earn money as an internet celebrity or by signing with an agency, he was reluctant to pursue such a path. Nevertheless, his love for wealth was undeniable. If there were a way to intertwine profit with cultivation, he would be most eager. Do you recall me mentioning that in this era of spiritual revival, many entities from ancient times, even those of legend, would gradually re-emerge? Jiang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Recently, a village was slaughtered, and someone has come seeking your assistance to resolve the matter, offering a bounty of 3 million. Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled with interest. Who is it? You know, the police handle mundane affairs, yet the state must possess certain supernatural or extraordinary organizations that collaborate with major factions to address supernatural threats. You will gradually become acquainted with these. The one seeking you is a member of the Nightshade Group. That area falls under their jurisdiction. However, due to the Nightshade Group undertaking a significant secret mission and hearing about your exploits last night, they specifically dispatched someone to request your intervention. What is the situation? Jiang Hao inquired. It appears to be the work of some beastly entity. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered the quest, Exterminate Evil. Quest reward, Shadow Step. With the quest activated by the system, Jiang Hao felt a sense of obligation to accept it. Shadow Step, presumably a form of mystical movement technique, was indeed rare among the myriad of mystical abilities. Where is it? Jiang Hao asked. In the neighboring province, the first-class tickets have been secured for us, with our departure scheduled for the afternoon. Jiang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Yay! Qin Yueran exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I'll host a live stream then, with plenty of hype, and when the gifts from the viewers start pouring in, we'll be able to buy a house in a first-tier city. She laughed exuberantly. Jiang Hao couldn't help but wonder if this woman possessed some hidden talent for live streaming. Her enthusiasm for it surpassed his own. However, a sense of apprehension gripped him. His experience card for the immortal transformation phase had expired. If he were to encounter an existence beyond his capabilities, it could be perilous. Yet, he realized he needed a set of agile techniques. But I'm not that formidable, he remarked. It shouldn't be too difficult, and don't be so modest, she replied. Oh, I'm off to find 2 beautiful outfits. Qin Yueran clapped her hands cheerfully and returned to her room. Jiang Hao merely shrugged. In the afternoon, the two boarded the plane and soon arrived at their destination, Liyun City. By the time they reached, it was already late afternoon. They enjoyed a hot pot meal before heading to their intended location. Hello, brothers. Today, I'm out with Jiang Shun. Qin Yueran announced as she nestled her head against Jiang Hao's shoulder in the back seat, ensuring he was also captured on camera. Chapter 55, A Certain Beastly Monster. As Jiang Hao observed Qin Yueran commence her live broadcast, a clever idea surged within him. The influx of eager viewers was palpable, their excitement infectious. With a grin, Jiang Hao greeted, "Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, today I'm out with my girlfriend." Qin Yuran felt an unsettling sensation upon hearing Jiang Hao's words. Subsequently, he boldly wrapped his arms around her. Qin Yuran was taken aback. After all, in the eyes of their online audience, they indeed appeared as a couple. This action of Jiang Hao's was thus deemed reasonable. Internally, Qin Yuran berated him profusely. The comments flowed in. She is showing off her figure, and you're still not over it. I don't believe you're just casually outdoors. Is there something more significant happening? Will the entire broadcast be live? I'm eagerly anticipating. White Seam Black Chicken playing. Wow. If you're going live, please refrain from showering us with dog food. Hoping you're not just time-constrained. Jiang Shun, what are you doing with your hands? Why are you reaching into Ran Jiet's neckline? Qin Yuran swiftly swatted Jiang Hao's hand away. How shameless, she thought. Seizing the moment of her live broadcast, he took advantage of the audience's assumption of their romantic involvement, hugging her and daring to reach under her clothing. How audacious! Jiang Hao grinned, inching closer to Qin Yuran's face. Just a kiss, and I want to pester you. With gritted teeth, Qin Yuran seethed. What a shameless man. Get away from me. She pushed his face away. Jiang Hao chuckled, addressing the viewers. Brothers, if she doesn't kiss me, don't send gifts, understood? Qin Yuran gasped. How shameless. Truly without shame. If you don't want to send gifts, then don't. She shot him a glare, refusing to let him have the upper hand. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao realized she could resist the temptation of money. In that case, I shall kiss you. He swiftly leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek. Qin Yuran exclaimed, I'm going to kill you. She was infuriated with Jiang Hao's audacity. What could she do? She was in front of the camera. Get away. She pushed him again, vexed. Jiang Hao, satisfied, continued their journey. Soon, they arrived at their destination. All right, you two have arrived. However, what brings you to this place? The driver inquired. Just here to have some fun, Jiang Hao replied. Their destination lay deep within the mountains, and the vehicle could only take them to the nearest roadside, with still several kilometers to traverse. Oh dear, this place is not to be trifled with, the driver warned. I heard rumors about strange occurrences here just yesterday. It's quite bizarre, so do take care. Jiang Hao nodded. Thank you, driver. They then exited the vehicle. The comments erupted. Whoa, I knew your intentions for coming here were not simple. What is really going on? In the depths of the mountains, are there truly unsavory things lurking? My goodness, Jiang Shun, will you enlighten us today? Qin Yuran chuckled and remarked, Oh, nothing to worry about. Whatever we might encounter next is merely for show. For those interested, please send some gifts to elevate our live stream's popularity to over 5 million. They proceeded onward together. Soon, they arrived at a desolate village nestled in the mountains. The village at this moment exuded an aura devoid of life, bearing signs of having been meticulously cleaned. Rumor has it that the scene here is utterly horrific, drenched in blood, likely the aftermath of some official intervention. Jiang Hao noted that the village comprised merely 20 to 30 households. Qin Yuran responded, Indeed, it is a small village hidden within the mountains, inhabited mainly by the elderly who are largely self-sufficient, perhaps venturing to the town once a month. It boasts a history of several hundred years. She then addressed the comments, saying, It is said that there are strange creatures here, which is why Jiang Shun brought me along to take a look. Currently, the village is deserted. Comments flooded in. Creatures? Could they be ancient beasts? Is there really such a thing? The previous encounters with zombies and female ghosts were already shocking enough. Now we have mythical beasts. Keep performing, keep performing. Female ghosts, zombies, and now mythical beasts. Are you truly testing the audience's intelligence? Though you were indeed convincing before, I must admit I remain skeptical. Perhaps your preparations were simply too elaborate. Jiang Hao and Qin Yu meandered through the village, but uncovered no particularly useful information. It seems we must wait until nightfall to see what unfolds, Jiang Hao remarked. I shall create some commotion here and see if it yields any results. As night gradually enveloped the area, Qin Yuran and Jiang Hao engaged in conversation with their audience, illuminating the surroundings. Despite the lack of thrilling occurrences, the stream's popularity continued to surge, as if everyone awaited something extraordinary. Yet, The reality of whether anything would transpire remained uncertain. Consequently, many viewers continued to voice their skepticism. At that moment, Jiang Hao and Qin Yu Ran exchanged a significant glance, seemingly sensing something amiss. Jiang Hao stepped outside, with Qin Yu Ran following closely, smartphone in hand. Before them, Jiang Hao halted, and Qin Yu Ran noticed an enormous footprint on the ground, larger than that of a human head. The print resembled that of a large feline creature. Comments erupted. What? There really is a creature? Such a massive footprint. How enormous must it be? Even if there were tigers in these mountains, none would leave such a mark. Goodness, don't scare me like this. Surely, this is some elaborate prank to give the audience an air of mystery. In reality, it's all a deception. Even if a large creature were to appear, it would likely be staged, preordained, and anticipated. Jiang Hao had indeed never encountered these bizarre creatures. However, he had previously studied several texts on various beasts and malevolent entities, which provided him with a rudimentary understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, something captivating is about to unfold. Let us shower the gifts. Qin Yu Ran said with a charming smile directed at the camera. Jiang Hao felt as though he were merely a cog in the machine. Yet what could he do? Having triggered a task? Just then, a massive shadow darted through the darkness not far ahead. Whoosh! Jiang Hao surged forward in an instant. Qin Yu Ran, holding her phone, followed closely behind to capture the moment. It's about to begin. Everyone, please shower the gifts and help elevate the live stream as popularity to 10 million. However, before Qin Yu Ran could reach the scene, a thunderous roar erupted from the front. Immediately afterward, a flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings. Then came a bone-chilling roar that resonated deep within their souls. By the time Qin Yu Ran arrived at the location, only Jiang Hao remained standing there. Chapter 56. Is this a gladiatorial arena? What is happening? Qin Yu Ran inquired as she leaned closer. They ran swiftly like the wind, though their strength was not formidable. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. The ground is... Qin Yu Ran gazed around. Blood, surely. One could still trace it by following the blood trail. Bullet screen. Are you all serious or merely jesting? Did you not hear that thunderous roar of a beast just now? The blood on the ground, the footprints, are they fabricated? Brothers, do not be like fish caught on a line. This thunder, this beast's roar, these footprints, and this blood, could any of it not be prearranged? You only hear the commotion. Have you seen the target? No. Then they could easily concoct a tale. Ha ha! If today truly reveals some ferocious beast, I shall swim in a latrine. Butterfly stroke and freestyle, how amusing. Let us proceed. Jiang Hao and Qin Yu Ran traversed the dense forest, following the blood trail in search of their target. Ahead, in a clearing, Jiang Hao came to an abrupt halt. It's gone. Qin Yu Ran scanned the surroundings. Just then, watch out. Boom! From the shadows, a black-red flame surged towards Jiang Hao at breakneck speed. Jiang Hao extended his hand. Upon contact with his palm, the flame dissipated as if it had touched an ocean. Bullet screen. What the heck? Did you see that? What on earth is this? There is truly something new here? That was so cool. It felt like an anime. What is that? Just what is it? Where's the guy who was going to swim in a latrine? Did you see it? Well, wait for your next stream. In the viewer's perspective, from the darkness emerged a tiger, cloaked in shadows, its body seemingly ablaze with nether fire. Drip, drip. Blood continually fell from its underbelly. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. Nether demon tiger? This creature has actually appeared? Brothers, isn't this scene worth showering with a few gifts? Qin Yu Ran said with a smile. Jiang Hao replied, Do you think I've come here merely to toil? Qin Yu Ran, 300,000, a 1T take a single cent. Today, in this live stream, you get 90 and I take 10. What? Suddenly so generous? Huh. Qin Yu Ran lifted her chin. Jiang Hao smirked. Instant. In a flash, he appeared beside the nether demon tiger. Thunder. Crackle. Following, there was an overwhelming surge of power as lightning erupted. With the tiger's anguish cry, Jiang Hao swiftly dispatched it. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Slay the malevolent. Task reward. Shadow step has been issued. Bullet screen. Academic credentials are inflated and barely verifiable. What the heck? Instant téléportation? Did I not see wrongly? Jiang Shun suddenly vanished from his position and reappeared beside that monster. This tube is called longing what? Is this something that can be produced with special effects? Who still doubts it? Step forward. Brother is sweeter than me. Explosive. Absolutely explosive. What on earth? I can accept the fire control and sword manipulation. And I can refute those, but this teleportation, I genuinely cannot find a point to counter it. Coco, Andy from Shanghai. Science. Everyone must believe in science. Teleportation is all science. I adore science. Oh my. Qin Yuran is broadcasting directly. With such explosive techniques, she is somewhat at a loss for how to wrap this up. Sweetly, she remarked, well, it's all for show. If you find it interesting, please shower us with gifts. I love you all. Jiang Hao stroked his chin. What are you thinking? Qin Yuran inquired. Jiang Hao replied, don't you find it strange? It's not that it can't run. Why must it remain in this spot? There's a reason for its presence here. Qin Yuran nodded. Spirit-seeking eyes. His gaze flashed with a hint of purple. The spirit-seeking eyes can detect the flow of spiritual energy, illusions, and other elusive phenomena. Under the scrutiny of his spirit-seeking eyes, Jiang Hao indeed discovered the essence of this place. He approached a specific location and summoned his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Qin Yuran was interacting with a barrage of comments. Suddenly, she watched Jiang Hao vanish before her eyes. Hey, where are you? Hello. She hurried to the spot where Jiang Hao had just stood. The crowd. Qin Yuran mimicked Jiang Hao's earlier actions, condensing her spiritual energy, then crouching down, placing her palms on the ground. With a whoosh, she too disappeared from her original location. Bang, ouch. Qin Yuran descended from the sky, landing unceremoniously on the ground, her phone tumbling aside. She quickly sprang to her feet, rubbed her bottom, and then furrowed her brows. What the heck? She scanned her surroundings in astonishment. Where on earth am I? Her gaze shifted to Jiang Hao beside her, who was also surveying the area. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered the task. Live stream popularity exceeds 1 billion. Task reward. System points 5 million. Unlock second system all. Jiang Hao. Damn, this system truly wants him to become an internet celebrity, doesn't he it? But this reward, 5 million system points and a second system all. The items in the first system all are already astonishing. He has been eagerly awaiting the moment the second system mall would open. Qin Yuran glanced around. She picked up the phone beside her. At this moment, countless were furiously scrolling through the barrage. The live stream popularity had also surpassed 50 million, with over 100,000 VIPs online. Barrage, Jiang Shun, Ranjia. You guys are incredible. Is this a tomb? Are Tomb Raiders here? What the heck? This is a tomb? Are you telling me this is a tomb? This is definitely an arena. Wow. How did you guys get here? How can you change maps so easily? I now yearn for someone to candidly reveal to me whether all of this is merely an extraordinary script crafted by your ingenuity or if it is indeed reality. I'm utterly distressed. Why do they say this place resembles a gladiatorial arena? Because the locale they currently inhabit truly bears the semblance of such a battleground. The vast expanse is surrounded by impenetrable walls above and all around. There are 4 colossal iron gates, and it seems that something lurks within the pitch-black space beyond them. Jiang Hao leaned toward Qin Yuran and inquired, do you still have signal on your phone? Ah, yes, my phone signal receiver is specially designed, Qin Yuran replied. Jiang Hao then remarked, hello, my friends, let's shower some love with gifts. Love you all, moi. At that moment, a familiar beastly roar echoed in their ears. Jiang Hao's brow furrowed sharply. A roar erupted, and gradually, the 4 massive iron gates began to rise. From the darkness behind the gates, pairs of blood-red eyes emerged into their view. Jiang Hao, Qin Yuran, everyone. Chapter 57. Has this insufferable streamer ceased to perform? A pair of crimson eyes gradually emerged from the shadows, revealing colossal figures before them. 30 spectral demon tigers in total. Astonished, Qin Yuran trained her camera on these beasts, her heart pounding in trepidation. What manner of place have I stumbled into? Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, deducing that the spectral demon tiger outside must have escaped from this very location. The air was filled with resounding roars that reverberated deeply, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Fortunately, These were merely foundational tier, spectral demon tigers. Bullet screen comments flooded in. Wait, are you serious? What is this place? What kind of monsters are these? Surely you cannot be filming a movie? Unbelievable. This is utterly insane. Jiang Shun, please tell me you Haven T just rented a venue and used AI to conjure these illusions, right? It can't be real, can it? So many? This is extravagant. Jiang Hao smirked slightly, proposing, brothers, let us make a wager. If I can dispatch these creatures within a minute, those with funds could contribute a little, while those without could at least boost the momentum with comments. What do you say? To elevate the stream's viewership beyond 1 billion, we'll need more than just numbers. Gifts would certainly help. Count me in. Count me in. With a gleam of excitement, Jiang Hao declared, here they come. He then brandished a Gatling gun. Heavenly Fire Gatling. Upon redemption, one may obtain the Heavenly Fire Gatling, a high-frequency, malevolent killing spiritual weapon. System value consumption, 50,000. Qin Yu's attention was solely on the spectral demon tigers. Upon turning, she was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Hao wielding the Gatling gun. Is this really happening? The bullet screen erupted. What in the world? Where did you get that Gatling gun? With a thunderous roar, the spectral demon tigers surged forth from all directions. Jiang Hao pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Heavenly Fire Gatling unleashed a barrage of high-velocity bullets. Flames erupted on the bodies of the demon tigers that were struck, sending their massive forms flying through the air. Within moments, all the spectral demon tigers writhed in agony, engulfed in flames. Jiang Hao glanced at his watch. That took 7 seconds. The bullet screen exploded with comments. No way. Where did that Gatling gun come from? This is unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Jiang Shun is simply outrageous. The showmanship is beyond intense. Even if this is staged, I accept it. Has this insufferable streamer truly stopped pretending? A flurry of small gifts danced across the live stream. Suddenly, a wall began to slowly part, revealing a passageway leading who knows where. Jiang Hao and Qin Yu exchanged glances before stepping inside. Traversing the elongated corridor, they soon entered a vast, cavernous space once more. The space stretched to such an extent that it seemed endless. Before him, countless terracotta warriors stood in solemn silence. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, pondering, could this possibly be some sort of tomb? The barrage of comments erupted. Come on, streamer, you know better than anyone if this is a tomb. 666. The streamer is too on point. With Gatling guns and tombs, you've truly mastered the live streaming game. If this is a tomb, whose tomb could it be? What are these strange creatures doing here? What does it mean? So many terracotta warriors? It must be a tomb, my goodness. This is indeed an astonishing grand tomb. Meanwhile, in a villa, a middle-aged man displayed a look of urgency. A figure rushed in. Is there news? Big brother, it's bad. Jenner went on an adventure with others and entered the emperor's tomb. What? Guwen's eyes widened as he stood up. That rascal. That scoundrel. The emperor's tomb is universally acknowledged as a place one must never enter. To ordinary folks, they only know that excavating tombs is perilous, having given up after a failed attempt many years ago. Yet, to those in the know, they understand the grave dangers of the emperor's tomb. The emperor, recorded in history, was a tyrant from thousands of years ago, a time reputed as a golden age of cultivation. Anyone who could ascend to kingship must have been extraordinary, undoubtedly a master of the path, possessing remarkable power. Even the current forces like Kunlun Su would not dare to easily venture into the emperor's tomb. By chance, Guwen had befriended a senior practitioner in his youth, unveiling a whole new world before him. His son, 2 years prior, had embarked on the path of cultivation. Never did he expect that his son would recklessly enter the emperor's tomb with others. Did he truly believe that he could cultivate without peril? What is the situation now? Guwen swallowed hard and inquired. He's gone silent. There's a faint signal within the tomb, but we can't reach him now. Guwen hastily retrieved his phone, frantically dialing a number. Hello, Master Jiang. Please help me save my son. He has entered the emperor's tomb. What? An elderly voice responded on the other end. Master Jiang, I beg you, he is my only son. He just graduated from university. I will offer 100 million in incense money to Qingqiu Mountain next year. Master Jiang. Master Jiang. Disciple, this is dire. At that moment, A voice came through the phone, unmistakably that of Zhou Yun from Qingqiu Mountain. What is the matter? Master, Jiang Hao, the one who killed Gu Qinqiu, accidentally stumbled into the emperor's tomb. Master Jiang, this is madness. Utter madness. What are we to do? The disciple owes him a life. How do you know this? He is live streaming. Master Jiang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Live streaming? In the emperor's tomb? Ha ha. This is truly absurd. What a reckless creature, utterly unafraid of death. Subsequently, Elder Jiang picked up his phone and said, Mr. Gu, this matter is of utmost significance. We cannot easily venture into the imperial tomb. You should be aware of its history. 15 years ago, Kunlun Su joined forces with various factions to explore the imperial tomb. Many perished, and thus that place became a temporary forbidden zone. However, there may be a glimmer of hope. A fellow cultivator happens to be at the imperial tomb right now. If your son is fortunate, he might be the only chance for his rescue. He is currently live streaming. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Live streaming? Mr. Gu was taken aback. Live streaming from the imperial tomb? Who could that be? He quickly retrieved his phone. Goodness. It turned out to be this divine being. But this is unacceptable. He is merely a novice in the field, likely not much older than his son. He probably can only control fire and wield a sword. How could he possibly save anyone? Chapter 58. Blood Contract Diagram? I cannot comprehend it. At this very moment, Jiang Hao stood mesmerized before an astonishing assembly of terracotta warriors. The number of viewers in the live stream continued to swell. The barrage of comments read, "It is truly magnificent. Absolutely breathtaking. Brothers, this is indeed a tomb. What the heck? To those who claim it's fake, I ask you, would they create thousands of terracotta warriors just for show? Could it be that these are merely a backdrop? Exactly. Host, your background appears too artificial." Jiang Hao chuckled softly, then approached one of the terracotta warriors, extending his finger to rap lightly on its shoulder. The crisp sound resonated distinctly. The audience in the live stream was left in awe. Is this truly real? Qin Yuran was equally astonished. Wow, what tomb have they stumbled upon? Thanks to Brother Xiaoyao for the 3 fire gifts. Much appreciated. Gratitude to Brother Deju for the 5 fire gifts. Qin Yuran's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, wow, wow. This live stream might just enable us to buy a home in a first-tier city. The live stream's popularity surged, exceeding 100 million views. Qin Yuran exclaimed, "I want to have a closer look." Without hesitation, she approached one of the terracotta warriors, posing next to it while capturing a photo. The viewers watched with rapt attention. Suddenly, Qin Yuran noticed the barrage of comments on the screen, frantically filled with question marks. A sense of foreboding washed over her. The comments read, "Did you see that? Are those eyeballs inside the terracotta warrior? Why are its eyes moving? What the heck? I am terrified. Sister Ran, there's danger. Get out of there." Sister Ran quickly moved. To her shock, the terracotta warrior beside Qin Yuran silently raised the sword held. In an instant, it swung the sword directly at her. She dodged just in time, swiftly creating distance. What on earth? She stared, bewildered, at the assembly of terracotta warriors before her. At that moment, it seemed as if all the warriors had come to life. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie red light. In the blink of an eye, every terracotta warrior aimed their weapons at Qin Yuran and Jiang Hao. "Kill!" A merciless voice echoed. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The barrage of comments erupted. "Sister, make me dumplings. What the heck? Are they alive? These terracotta warriors have come to life? Always aiming for first win. Who dares to claim this is staged? All these thousands of terracotta warriors are truly alive? That place is very Syndra. What is happening? Why are the terracotta warriors moving? Aren't they made of clay? Cultivator Old Zhang. This is bad. They must have used living humans to create these terracotta warriors. Now, they might be akin to zombies. In pursuit of immortality. What on earth are you? How do you know so much? This is quite terrifying." Qin Yuran approached Jiang Hao, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. This place has become intriguing. Jiang Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Kill! Kill!" Suddenly, numerous figures charged towards the two. Jiang Hao leapt forward. The 5 thunder technique. The exaggerated thunder crackled like a myriad of threads, surging towards the multitude of terracotta warriors ahead. This spectacle left everyone in awe. Absolutely magnificent. The viewers in the live stream felt that Jiang Shun's combat skills were commendable and encouraged support, as their backing was the driving force behind their endeavors. Qin Yuran smiled cheerfully. Being experienced in the ways of the world, she knew that despite the sheer number of these terracotta warriors, they were, in truth, no match for the few spectral demonic tigers from earlier. However, as the dust settled, both Jiang Hao and Qin Yuran were taken aback and scathed. What? Huh? What does this mean? Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. Could it be they are not afraid of thunder? How peculiar. The Five Thunder technique is a high-level divine ability, and applying it against these beings seemed like overkill. Kill. Kill. They drew even closer. Fire. If thunder 1T suffice, surely fire will do the trick? A fiery incantation surged forth, transforming the area into a sea of flames. Yet, the terracotta warriors emerged from the inferno unharmed. Jiang Hao. Qin Yuran. This is bad. What is happening? Qin Yuran's brows furrowed tightly, momentarily bewildered by the scene before them. This is unscientific. Kill. They relentlessly advanced. Jiang Hao and Qin Yuran pondered while retreating, but behind them lay a dead end. If they couldn't devise a solution, they would be overwhelmed by this horde of terracotta warriors. Immortal practitioner Lao Zhang host. These terracotta warriors must possess some form of immunity to such attacks. The blood contract diagram would be effective against them. Upon seeing this comment, Qin Yuran turned to Jiang Hao and inquired, "Can you use the blood contract diagram?" "I can't," Jiang Hao replied. Qin Yuran then said, "Brother, he can't." Immortal practitioner Lao Zhang, you've already employed the Five Thunder technique, yet you can't utilize the blood contract diagram? In that case, you're finished, unless you possess overwhelming power. Otherwise, there's no way out. Comment section. No way, bro. You really know your stuff? Zhangge Master Zhang. Brothers, how many practitioners are in a live stream? 6,666. Jiang Hao then asked, "What is the incantation?" Immortal practitioner Lao Zhang. It's useless without prior knowledge. Merely having the incantation 1T allow you to release it. Jiang Hao. Please enlighten me. The cultivator, Old Zhang. The blood contract diagram unfolds, gathering energy from the nether. The blade devours the soul, extinguishing existence without a trace. Jiang Hao leaned closer to the screen, fixated on the incantation displayed before him. He began to mutter incessantly. The blood contract diagram unfolds, gathering energy from the nether. The blade devours the soul, extinguishing existence without a trace. Ding. Learning the blood contract diagram, progress, 10. The blood contract diagram unfolds, gathering energy from the nether. The blade devours the soul, extinguishing existence without a trace. It requires blood as a contract. Yet merely knowing the incantation is futile for cultivation. Ding. Continuing to learn the blood contract diagram. Ding. Qin Yuran stared blankly at Jiang Hao beside her. He was rapidly murmuring the incantation of the blood contract diagram over and over. And then, is he really going to master it just by mumbling? What nonsense! Brother, you truly must find a way. We have no retreat left. Qin Yuran gazed at Jiang Hao. He smirked, "Call me husband." Ding! You have successfully acquired the blood contract diagram. Immediately, Jiang Hao bit into his index finger. The blood contract diagram unfolds, gathering energy from the nether. The blade devours the soul, extinguishing existence without a trace. Break. With that, he pressed his palm against the ground. Swish. Crimson patterns burst forth like a spider's web, instantaneously forming a diagram on the ground. In an instant, the vast space was drenched in red. Qin Yuran. The crowd. Chapter 59. The following is all game footage. The visually stunning scenes left everyone utterly astounded. Beside them, Qin Yuran gazed at Jiang Hao, her mouth slightly agape. Could it be that this fellow was truly as oblivious as he appeared? Surely, he was merely putting on a show for effect. After all, how could a mere cultivator recite a few incantations and effortlessly unleash the blood contract diagram? Just as the seasoned cultivator, Old Zhang, in the live stream had remarked, the power of the blood contract diagram erupted, shattering numerous terracotta warriors into fragments. While there may have been something within, it was all rendered to naught, leaving only a ground strewn with clay. Kill, kill, kill. The multitude of terracotta warriors behind seemed incapable of thought, relentlessly advancing towards the two. Continue. Jiang Hao unleashed the blood contract diagram once more. Strangely, Qin Yuran felt an unexpected sense of security beside him. Brothers, how dashing is he? If you think Jiang Shun is handsome, shower him with gifts. Love you all. Comments flooded in. This is too outrageous. Absolutely too much. So damn handsome. Wow. Old Zhang in the live stream. Zhang Ge. Teach me. Why can't I do it? Blood contract diagram activated. Gathering energy from the underworld. Sharpness devours the soul, extinguishing all breath. That's right. Why can't I unleash it? Seriously, I've bitten my fingers until they bled, losing half a gene of blood. Why can't I do it? At this very moment, in Kunlun Void, a group of elders sat within a grand hall. Before them loomed a massive projection, displaying Jiang Hao's live stream. Old Zhang, this fellow must already know the blood contract diagram, right? Old Zhang stroked his beard and replied, what else could it be? Is it plausible that he learned it on the spot from a few lines I sent in the comments? That would be sheer folly. They all nodded in agreement. Presently, the entire mundane realm of cultivators was likely engrossed in this live stream. Alas, who could have predicted his entry into the Imperial Tomb? Years ago, numerous factions had sent many individuals and suffered grievous losses. Fate cannot be defied. It is inevitable that he will face such calamity sooner or later. All we can do now is offer our remote assistance. It is too late to reach the Imperial Tomb. Whether he survives depends solely on his own fortune. Indeed, all major factions are watching. It would be best if he survives, as everyone owes him a great debt of gratitude. I imagine the various factions will devise strategies to aid him as well. Meanwhile, at the upper echelons of Cucumber Live, a figure burst into the office. General Yu, what is it? General Yu inquired, puzzled. General Yu, the content of a particular live stream is exceedingly exaggerated and may lead to significant negative influences. Then shut it down. Why come to me? General Yu frowned. It's that Shimen Chue Jiang. General Yu's brow furrowed deeply. He was of course aware. Regarding this individual, their Cucumber livestream has generated an astonishing number of downloads and daily active users. Initially, there were intentions to shut down his streaming room. However, as the broadcast continued and the impact became so significant, no one from his company sought to engage in discussion, seemingly tacitly accepting the situation. Consequently, he paid no mind. Mr. Yu activated the live stream and took a brief glance into Jiang Hao's streaming room. He was flabbergasted. Goodness, is it truly this outrageous? Mr. Yu pondered. Isn't the influence rather excessive? The online viewer count surged towards 300,000. Rising from his seat, Mr. Yu began to pace thoughtfully. To be frank, he found it quite believable. If we were to ban him, what if he became displeased and severed his financial prospects? What then? Thus, he instructed, through the back end, overlay the live stream with a watermark stating all visuals are for gaming purposes. Incredible. Mr. Yu, that's brilliant. Hurry along. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao effortlessly dealt with the terracotta warriors scattered about. The ground was strewn with clay. These foes were remarkably weak. Astonishingly, the power he unleashed at the 7th level of Foundation establishment was rendered ineffective against them. Thankfully, there were formidable individuals in the live stream. The barrage of comments read, Counselor wants to check my GPA, 666. So incredibly cool. Gifts are pouring in. Cards are activated. Coco, Shanghai Annie. Mishue. Haha. All visuals are for gaming purposes? This is hilarious. Such words suddenly appeared in the stream. Mishue is truly sweet. Ha ha ha. What's the alternative? We must generate some survival instinct. Jiang Hao approached with a broad smile, expressing gratitude. Thank you to all the generous patrons for your gifts. Much appreciated hugs. The livestream's popularity soared to 300 million. At that moment, a series of rockets were launched in rapid succession. Sheep Boss, seeking private chat. Host, could you do me a favor? I beg you. Sheep Boss, seeking private chat. Host, I implore you, help me save my son. Each rocket corresponded with a striking comment. Oh, what does this brother sheep mean? Jiang Hao inquired. On the other side, Mr. Gu, infuriated, slapped himself. In his impatience, he forgot to switch accounts. Alas, there was no alternative but to proceed this way. His son was of utmost importance. Host, my son went missing while exploring a tomb with an expedition team. Currently lost in the Imperial tomb where you are. I beseech you to save him. The comments read, Goodness, the Imperial tomb? The host is in the Imperial tomb? This is too harrowing. No wonder the excavation was halted and completely sealed off. It turns out there are such things within. Sheep boss, your son is quite remarkable indeed. How dire the situation. If even a prominent figure like Jiang Shen finds it challenging, isn't your son doomed? Jiang Hao exchanged glances with Qin Yuran. She subsequently inquired, How long has your son been missing? 3 hours, but my son possesses some abilities. This statement subtly alludes to Jiang Hao and Qin Yuran, suggesting that his son is also involved in this realm. Jiang Hao nodded and remarked, No one knows the true extent or nature of this place. While rescue is indeed possible, it must occur fortuitously rather than through force. For we find ourselves unable to depart at present. Private message from Bao Yang. I implore you, Master Jiang, I am willing to offer 100 million as a reward. Please, you must save my son. Both Jiang Hao and Qin Yuran's eyes brightened simultaneously. Rest assured, your son will be safe. I assure you, Jiang Hao declared. Qin Yuran tugged at Jiang Hao, urging him to run towards the opposite side. Hurry, hurry. Charge ahead. In the live broadcast room, countless messages flooded the screen. These two money grubbers truly surpass all others. Ahead lay a lengthy, secret passage. The duo cautiously traversed it. Suddenly, a breathtaking scene unraveled before them, astonishing all onlookers. It was akin to a celestial realm. Ahead lay a vast lake, its waters a dazzling shade of azure. Floating upon its surface were numerous swaying coffins. Above, dozens of iron chains bound a crimson coffin, creating an exceedingly ominous sight. Chapter 60. Does this imply that she has yet to awaken? This celestial realm, with its azure lake and majestic coffins, is truly breathtaking. Such grandiosity. Qin Yuran gazed upon the scene before her, unable to suppress a sigh of wonder. Upon realizing that this was the Imperial tomb, a flicker of panic surged within her. She was well aware of certain aspects concerning the Imperial tomb. Non était danger notwithstanding. Their objective was not to explore the tomb itself. If they could discover a means to escape, survival would not pose a significant challenge. This place is indeed a hidden paradise. The lake here is larger than several football fields combined. Qin Yuran remarked, then approached the water's edge. Bullet comments. Be careful, streamer. Those coffins on the lake's surface seem rather ominous, especially the one bound by chains above. It looks like a boss. Exactly. Just like in a game. That must be the boss. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of Kunlun, the masters observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. This is... Elder Zhang furrowed his brow. We visited here once before, yet we did not encounter such a sight. This suggests that the Imperial tomb is far more expansive than we had imagined. We may have entered a different section. It appears that a formidable entity resides within that coffin. It would be prudent for them to refrain from rash actions. How many viewers do we have? Jiang Hao inquired, leaning closer to Qin Yuran. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's question, the powerful figures monitoring the live stream couldn't help but twitch their lips. Are you serious? Are you not aware of your current predicament? Are you truly concerned about the viewership? 500 million, Qin Yuran replied. Jiang Hao nodded, both appearing remarkably unfazed. Just then, the lids of the coffins on the lake began to slide open. Jiang Hao and Qin Yuran turned their gazes simultaneously. Inside, figures resembling zombies began to rise. These beings were not the traditional kind of zombies. They were clad in silver armor, reminiscent of ancient warriors. Oh no! At this sight, the brows of the various factions furrowed deeply. Immortal cultivator Old Zhang. Jiang, my young friend, these warriors possess tremendous strength. Their physiques are especially formidable. They are impervious to thunder and fire, and ordinary martial techniques and divine abilities would have little effect on them. Inflicting harm will prove exceedingly difficult. Keyboard warrior, Brother Zhang, you truly understand. Please enlighten me. Newbie target. When the world is this? Could these possibly be the warriors from the era of the Imperial tomb? That was thousands of years ago. Her mouth holds life. What on earth is happening in this world? Are all these beings from thousands of years past gathered here? In an instant, all present erupted into a frenzy. Are they all invulnerable? What can be done? Jiang Hao asked. Immortal cultivator old Jiang, for instance. Do you possess the ability to unleash an ultimate technique? The ultimate technique is capable of penetrating their armor and defenses, inflicting damage upon their core. Jiang Hao shook his head. No, provide a mantra. The cultivator old Jiang. There is no mantra. It is a form of technique. The audience in a live stream was left bewildered. Another cultivator, old Jiang, had emerged. What else could there be? Thus they let it be. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh at that moment. The warriors within the coffin leapt into the air, charging towards Jiang Hao, exuding a formidable aura close to that of the Golden Core stage. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. In the next instant, he summoned thunder and attempted to strike. Boom! His thunderous punch collided with one warrior's chest. As expected, although it sent the warrior flying, it seemed to have merely inflicted the impact of external force, nothing more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 15 formidable warriors surrounded Jiang Hao, yet he managed to fend them off effortlessly. How exaggerated! Qin Yuran's mouth slightly agape. Such combat prowess and skill were simply beyond what one of his age should possess. She had intended to join in, but suddenly felt that entering the fray might hinder Jiang Hao instead. Whoosh! Jiang Hao quickly created distance. No! The lad Wu Ti utilized the ultimate technique. He could hardly inflict substantial harm on these foes unless his realm was extraordinarily high. Otherwise, he would merely be worn down. Old Jiang of Qingqiu Mountain furrowed his brow. Master, is there another way? Zhou Yun hastily inquired. There is a method, but he must know how to execute it. Moreover, these are mere minions. The true adversary lies within that coffin above. I'm afraid. Old Jiang's expression grew grave. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao extended his hand, and the sword materialized in his grasp. Unable to breach their defenses? That was inconsequential. Jiang Hao was unconvinced that this sword could not penetrate. Although he was unaware of the 7 sources of power within this blade, it was capable of overcoming defenses of the Golden Core stage. Whoosh! Jiang Hao charged forward with remarkable ferocity. A cold glint flashed past, and the head of a warrior before him was severed cleanly. What? Qin Yuran gasped in shock. Old Jiang's eyes widened. What? Goodness! Master, it seems this sword possesses some lore. What grade is such a sharp spiritual weapon? Old Jiang was secretly astonished. Indeed, it works. Jiang Hao revealed a smile. So cool. Brother Jiang Hao is so cool. Qin Yuran exclaimed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Other warriors surged towards Jiang Hao, only to be effortlessly dispatched by him. While they were powerful, they were ultimately a group of deceased beings. Lacking sentience, Jiang Hao found it exceedingly simple to deal with them. The barrage of comments read, 6,666. Incredible. Amazing. It has to be the sword. Brothers, shower the streamer with gifts. This is too exhilarating to watch. Is this not a movie? Jiang Hao held the sword, gazing up at the coffin bound by chains above. The blade crackled as it intertwined with the essence of thunder. With a swift motion, Jiang Hao cleaved downward, unleashing a torrent of lightning sword energy that struck with a resounding explosion, shattering the coffin to pieces. From within, a figure tumbled into the depths of the water below. What transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. The once azure waters began to churn violently, transforming from cerulean to a macabre crimson, as if the entire lake were infused with blood. Suddenly, a column of blood erupted forth, revealing a figure draped in a flowing red gown, seemingly a woman, who appeared to have fallen from the coffin. This haunting scene left all spectators in a state of shock. This is truly beyond comprehension, exclaimed the cultivator, Old Jiang. This is the Blood Queen. She has gathered the essence of heaven and earth for thousands of years. We must flee. She may possess the strength of the nascent soul. Do not allow her to awaken, or you shall surely perish. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. So, you mean to say she has not yet awakened? Not yet, replied Old Jiang, urgency lacing his voice. She is in the process of awakening. This is merely the accumulation of her power prior to resurgence. We must escape. In a flash, Jiang Hao dashed forward, positioning himself upon the iron chains that loomed above the Blood Queen. Fire gather, he commanded, as his sword ignited with a terrifying blaze. With fervor, Jiang Hao unleashed a barrage of fiery, sword energy upon the awakening figure below. The corporeal form of the Blood Queen was severed into fragments with each strike. Returning, Jiang Hao clapped his hands together, smirking. Is this a turn-based game? Have you all indulged too much in novels and films? Shall I simply stand here and await your awakening? The crowd remained speechless. Chapter 61. I am truly live streaming within the Grand Hall of Kunlun Su. Old Zhang's lips involuntarily twitched, reflecting a shared expression of amusement among the others. His words seemingly held some merit. In truth, however, when such entities of this caliber converge their power, awakening is imminent, even if one were to attack her. Inflicting damage would be arduous. This was due to Jiang Hao's formidable strength. No, it was not merely his power. That sword of his bore significant implications. Old Jiang, do not hesitate to send your comments. Your suggestion is indeed valid. Jiang Hao sheathed his sword and approached Qin Yuran, greeting the camera, brothers. Today our goal is to surpass 1 billion in live stream popularity. Let us charge forward. The comments flooded in with fervor. Small gifts were continuously sent. Qin Yuran chuckled. This soy sauce is truly delightful. Let us go, earn some money. No, let us save some people. With that, Jiang Hao departed from the side, and Qin Yuran eagerly followed. The duo once again found themselves in the labyrinthine passageway, which became increasingly intricate, leading them to feel somewhat disoriented. Oh no, how do we proceed now? Jiang Hao gazed at the 8 pathways that appeared ahead, momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, Mr. Gu, watching from the live stream, felt a surge of despair. Such a convoluted route could lead to a potentially critical error in finding his son. Hey, Jiang Hao, there are markings here, Qin Yuran suddenly exclaimed. Oh, Jiang Hao approached, and indeed, there were fresh markings etched into the wall. Perhaps they belonged to that adventurous team? Let us proceed. They ventured into the path where the markings appeared. Not long after, sounds emerged from the enclosed passage. Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Voices were present. Just ahead, they quickened their pace. Upon turning a corner, they encountered 2 individuals. Who are you? The 2 middle-aged men, laden with backpacks, were startled upon seeing Jiang Hao and Qin Yuran immediately standing to attention. Are you human? One of them, sporting a bushy beard, inquired. Of course. And you are? Jiang Hao feigned ignorance. Wonderful, wonderful. We are here for an expedition. Everyone got separated, and we've lost our way in here, the frail man explained. Comments flooded in. 6,666. Jiang Shun has truly found them. If 2 have been located, others might still be discovered. However, these 2 did not resemble the son of that Mr. Yang. Where did you get separated? Jiang Hao questioned. We don't know. We lost track of our location. As we walked, suddenly a door descended, and it separated us, the slender man replied. Qin Yuran then asked, Mr. Yang, what is your son's name? Private message from Bao Yang. Gu Jinyan. Do you know Gu Jinyan? Qin Yuran inquired. Upon their introduction, it became apparent that there were 7 individuals in total, with one being their companion who had become separated. Jiang Hao nodded and said, all right, follow us. The 2 of them trailed behind Jiang Hao and Qin Yuran. The bearded man introduced himself. I am Du Sheng, and this is Huang Ping. Are you here for rescuer? Yes. That's great, that's great. We have lost our way. Huang Ping hurriedly interjected. To have made it this far alive indeed signifies great fortune. There hasn't been much danger along the way. We encountered merely a few traps. Huang Ping continued. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, realizing that they were fortunate indeed. It was likely they had traversed an archaeological passage, which might indeed be devoid of peril. Secretly, Jiang Hao activated his spiritual perception. Given that these 2 had been lost for several hours, it was only reasonable to assume they had strayed off course. Thus, he needed to locate any concealed doors. Spiritual perception, capable of discerning the flow of spiritual energy and other ethereal phenomena. As anticipated through his exploration, he detected the presence of a hidden door. Jiang Hao approached a wall and gently pressed his hand against it. To his surprise, a brick shifted under his touch. Du Sheng and Huang Ping exchanged glances. With a series of clicks, a stone door slowly creaked open. The powerful figures from various factions were momentarily taken aback by this revelation. How did Jiang Hao know there was a mechanism here? It appeared he had not conducted a thorough investigation, yet he had activated the mechanism directly. It seemed there was indeed something to this. As long as their luck did not run excessively foul, encountering entities they could not contend with, it was quite plausible they could escape, perhaps even rescue others. Jiang Hao stepped inside, with Qin Yuran closely following. The two men also entered, only to be met with astonishment at the sight of the tomb chamber before them. Bronze vessels, bronze tripods. This is a ceremonial cup. We struck gold. Brother, we struck gold. Huang Ping exclaimed, excitedly clutching a bronze vessel. We struck gold. I knew there would be something. Du Sheng issued, ikadi exidarated. These items cannot be taken indiscriminately. They must either remain here or be left untouched. Qin Yuran advised assertively, showcasing her strong principles. Suddenly, a mechanical sound echoed through the chamber. Qin Yuran sensed a cold object pressing against her neck. Du Sheng, with his gun aimed at her, commanded in a cold tone, "Don't you dare move." Meanwhile, Huang Ping had his gun trained on Jiang Hao, his expression now devoid of the earlier panic. "Move again, and I will shoot you. Stand together." "Wait, we still need him to get out," Du Sheng insisted. "I know," Huang Ping replied. As the tension rose, onlookers reacted in disbelief. Are they tomb raiders? Who brings guns on an expedition? Come on. Don't let it be that Jiang and Ran are not perishing at the hands of monsters, only to meet calamity here. The exclamations of shock echoed in the air. Du Sheng, his gun aimed at the two, tossed a backpack to another person. "Go, fill it with the goods." "All right, there are so many treasures here. We can't carry them all." "No matter. It will be enough for us to live comfortably for a lifetime." "Understood." Jiang Hao chuckled and remarked, "I told you. Who would venture into the imperial tomb for fun? Turns out you're grave robbers." "Indeed. So why are you here? Not fellow travelers, are you?" Du Sheng replied with a smile. He then added, "But rest assured, as long as you ensure our safe exit, I have no desire to take lives." It was clear he had no intention of leaving any witnesses. He turned his gaze to Qin Yuran. "Were you filming with your phone?" "Oh, I'm live streaming." "Sorry, big brother, but there are hundreds of thousands watching your faces right now," Qin Yuran responded. Du Sheng laughed heartily and approached the phone, forming a peace sign in front of the camera. "Live streaming? Is there even a signal here? You don't seriously think capturing my image will allow the video or photos to be transmitted, do you?" He scoffed. Live streaming is impossible. He believed Qin Yuran was merely attempting to capture his image, hoping her phone might be discovered by others. Ridiculous, he thought. "I really am live streaming," Qin Yuran asserted, flipping her phone around for him to see. Du Sheng's gaze fell upon the live stream screen, where countless comments were frantically scrolling. "You're finished. You've kicked a metal plate. It's over for you. Ha ha ha. Jiang Shun and his companions are not your peers. They are above you. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Hello, hello. How are you all? Du Sheng?" Chapter 62. Do you really carry a POS machine with you? Du Sheng briefly questioned whether he was ensnared in a dream. Where was this place? It was the Imperial Tomb. He was inside a crypt. How could his damned phone have a signal? And not just any signal, but one potent enough to support a live stream? What the hell was going on? Why was it that his own phone had no signal whatsoever? The compass was useless as well. No, he still refused to believe it. This had to be a video, right? Don't move. Du Sheng snatched the phone from Qin Yuan's hands, scrutinizing the screen intently. The comments read, "Buddy, you better return the phone to Sister Ran. We need to watch the live stream. Bro, you've gone viral. Assuming you can get out of this, becoming an internet celebrity could be a viable escape. Hurry, give the phone back to Sister Ran." What the hell? Du Sheng's face morphed into one of sheer disbelief. In sheer terror, he dropped the phone to the ground. This was no video. It was truly a live broadcast. The comments perfectly mirrored the events unfolding before him. Bewildered, he gazed at Jiang Hao and Qin Yuan. What on earth was happening? Du Sheng swallowed hard, his expression shifting to one of ferocity and malice. This meant that their actions were known to those outside. Their identities were exposed. Even if they managed to escape today, in this era, they would find it nearly impossible to move freely. Going abroad? That was likely an impossibility. Damn it all. Enraged, Du Sheng aimed his gun at Qin Yuan. After all, they had already been seen. If he were captured, death was certain. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Yet, to his utter disbelief, He watched as the bullet flew forth, only to hover in front of Qin Yuan, unable to advance even a fraction further. No! Du Sheng's pupils dilated in horror. There was a ghost. There was truly a ghost. Jiang Hao appeared behind him. Bang! In the next instant, he was felled by a single punch from Jiang Hao. Big brother, what's happening? The slender man, who had been packing artifacts, rushed over upon hearing the gunshot. He skidded to a halt upon witnessing Du Sheng restrained. What the hell? He hastily drew his handgun, but before he could aim, Jiang Hao was upon him, subduing him swiftly. Qin Yuan stretched languidly and retrieved the phone. Brothers, we've successfully eliminated a threat to the people. Send a little gift our way. The two men found their hands bound with rope, huddled in a corner. In that moment, they comprehended that the man and woman before them were far from ordinary. The scene that had just transpired was sufficient to reveal the truth of their situation. Brother, please let us go, Du Sheng pleaded repeatedly. Jiang Hao extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one for himself. What about the others? Did you kill them? No, not at all. We truly have lost our way. We do not even know where they are. Du Sheng lamented with a pained expression. Qin Yuan approached and inquired, should we take them along or eliminate them? Upon hearing this, the two men shivered in fear. Sister, my sister, you're live streaming. Please don't joke around, truly, Du Sheng stammered. Coughing lightly, Jiang Hao could no longer hold back. Eliminating them is also an option. The comments flooded in. Sew them up and we won't give you anything. Haha, they're terrified, oh my. Zhou Yu watches the small bridge and flowing water. Their eyes are devoid of light, trembling all over. Where's the bravado from earlier? Those who can spray are more than keyboard warriors. Zhang Shen and Ranjia are truly mischievous, haha. Chalk only exists in schools. But honestly, if you encounter two seemingly formidable individuals, you would worry they might actually do something, right? Unless they possess some value. Do they? Jiang Hao turned to Qin Yuan and asked. The two seemed to engage in a playful duet. What value can they possibly have? Keeping them around would only hinder us, Qin Yuan remarked. That's true. So shall we eliminate them? That works. Then Jiang Hao and Qin Yuan directed their gaze at them. Gulp! They hastily swallowed. No. I have value. I am valuable. I have worth. Du Sheng quickly asserted. Oh, what value do you possess? Jiang Hao probed. I have savings, 1 million in savings. If you spare me, I will give it to you. Huang Ping hurriedly added, I also have 1 million. I have it too. Oh, Jiang Hao's eye sparkled. However, I can only give it to you outside. There's no signal here. I can't transfer it. Du Sheng stated, perhaps revealing a hint of cunning. Oh, that's fine. Qin Yuan then pulled a POS machine from her backpack. Jiang Hao. Wait, sister, you carry a POS machine with you? So what? Qin Yuan rolled her eyes. Can it be of any use? Just kidding. Isn't it useful right now? Jiang Hao replied. Comments flooded in. Even I can hotspot it. It's usable. Qin Yuan winked at Jiang Hao with a playful smile. Impressive. Jiang Hao gave a thumbs up. Du Sheng? Huang Ping. Come, swipe your cards. Qin Yuan cheerfully handed over the POS machine. The two men reluctantly swiped their cards. Funds received. Just to clarify, this is not extortion or blackmail, gentlemen. What is this? Qin Yuan asked with a bright smile. Du Sheng bitterly replied, It is. It is our payment for your assistance in taking us out. Exactly. Jiang Hao affirmed. Then let us go. The two exited, with Du Sheng and Huang Ping, bound at the hands and upper bodies, trailing behind in despair. As they walked, Qin Yuan leisurely continued her live stream, casually chatting with the comments. Wow. Thanks to the illustrious contributions of the first handsome of Qingqiu Mountain, we have achieved 3 remarkable bursts of popularity, Qin Yuan sweetly remarked. Jiang Hao also cast a glance at the screen. 700 million in views. We're nearing the completion of our task. At that moment, a message flashed across the screen. Dear host, please be cautious. An illegal group from abroad has infiltrated the Emperor's tomb to steal cultural relics. They are equipped with highly sophisticated gear. We have dispatched personnel to pursue them within the tomb, but the situation is quite intricate. Please remain vigilant. Comments flooded in. What on earth is happening? Why is everyone suddenly rushing into the Emperor's tomb? Have they come from abroad? Damn it. Jiang Shun, let us take them down. How many of our priceless artifacts have been lost to these despicable individuals? Let's fight back. Qin Yuan turned to Jiang Hao and said, "A well-equipped foreign team has entered the Emperor's tomb." Jiang Hao replied, "We'll deal with it if we encounter them. If not, there's little we can do. Our primary objective now is to earn that 100 million. Oh no, first we must rescue those in danger." Everyone responded, "Understood." Chapter 63, Damn, Gatling. There, S.A. Gatling. At this very moment, within the tomb, a well-equipped team, exuding the aura of special forces, is cautiously navigating the surroundings. 7 individuals in total, armed with an array of rifles and submachine guns, with grenades strapped at their waists. The central figure clutches an instrument resembling a tablet. Damn, this is bizarre. None of our equipment is functional. What the hell? This place is too strange. How do we get lost? We've been wandering around and still ended up here? I heard there are others ahead of us who have also entered. Could we encounter them? Originally, their party consisted of 13 members, but they had encountered a creature, one with extraordinary speed, akin to an enhanced tiger. Some of their comrades had fallen victim to this beast. Shut up. A blond man at the front barked, holding his rifle. If they can get in, why can't we, with our superior gear? It would be ideal to find them. They must have unearthed valuable artifacts. If we eliminate them, those treasures will be ours. David concurred, though this place is perilous. Should we encounter them, and they discovered valuable relics, it would suffice for us. They proceeded down the corridor, reaching its terminus, where a left turn appeared to be their only option. The elderly man in the lead ventured out and swiftly turned left. In the next instant, he bolted back, colliding into David behind him. Damn it, Eurus. David couldn't help but curse. There are people, Eurus hurriedly exclaimed. Click, click. In unison, the 7 became alert, weapons raised. Who goes there? For individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. But I didn't catch a clear view, Eurus reported. That must be the group that entered ahead of us. David deduced. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao and Qin Yu ran into an unexpected encounter. Suddenly, a figure emerged from around the corner, and upon seeing them, retreated swiftly. Bullet comets, wow. The blonde, I saw it. It must be those foreign scoundrels, armed with rifles or submachine guns. Be careful. Damn it. Jiang Shun exclaimed. I'll set them ablaze. Brother, did you see that? Be cautious. Du Sheng was nearly petrified. It's fine, Jiang Hao declared, producing a Gatling gun, aiming it forward. Qin Yu. Du Sheng. Huang Ping. Wait, where did he even get that? A Gatling. Meanwhile, at the corner ahead, the 7 lay in ambush. I'll go first, Eurus stated, inhaling deeply, slightly anxious. Upon reflection, anyone who ventured here surely bore some valuable possession. It was only natural for them to be armed. They nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Eurus, clutching his weapon, dashed out, with the others following closely behind, prepared to engage. However, just as they were about to venture out, Eurus suddenly retreated. Bang! He collided directly with David, who was behind him. Damn it! David could not help but curse again. What the hell are you doing? Why are you backing away? He shouted angrily. Damn. There's a Gatling gun. A Gatling gun, Eurus said, trembling. He was utterly stunned. Initially, he had intended to rush out and open fire, but then he saw a figure in the distance, holding a Gatling gun with both hands. The barrels of the gun were still spinning, and he was paralyzed with fear. What? The few of them exchanged bewildered glances. A Gatling gun? They looked at the weapons in their hands. Is that for real? No way. Get out of the way. Are you brain dead? A Gatling gun? David yanked Eurus back forcefully. You must be joking. While a Gatling gun is indeed a heavy weapon, think about it. We're going underground. Who on earth would bring such a cumbersome thing? It must be a lightweight, cost-effective submachine gun. He must be seeing things. Get out of the way. David then charged out with his submachine gun. In that fleeting moment of stepping outside, his eyes widened. Holy hell! A man was wielding a Gatling gun in one hand and a rocket launcher in the other, aimed right at him. David? Oh shit! In a panic, he hastily retreated. David, is there a Gatling gun? A female team member inquired. Yes. And? A rocket launcher. What? They widened their eyes. Quick! Retreat! Their instinctive reaction was to flee back the way they came. However, just at that moment, a stone door suddenly descended in the passage they had entered. They gaped in shock. Oh crap! From Jiang Hao's perspective, the scene was quite comical. First, one individual dashed out, saw the Gatling gun, and hurriedly retreated in panic. Soon after, another person emerged, his eyes wide, only to immediately shrink back as well. The barrage of comments read, "Though it is the year of the dragon, I still want to apply for the year of the monkey. These two guys are dumbfounded." They came out and saw both a Gatling gun and a rocket launcher. Hilarious. Ingua and Yo Jing University. Isn't Jiang Shen the most formidable? No. Where the hell did these come from? Are you out of your mind? My teacher was shocked by my thesis. This is too intense. Invincible. The two Tomb Raiders stood there, their eyes wide in disbelief. Come on, guys. We thought having two handguns was sufficient. This dude has a Gatling gun in one hand and a rocket launcher in the other, and he was pointing a gun at us? What the hell are you doing? The popularity of a live stream skyrocketed. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Jiang Hao approached. "Hey, be careful," reminded Qin Yuan. Okay. With that, Jiang Hao stepped around the corner. Then, from their perspective, all they could hear was the sound of gunfire. Following that, silence enveloped the scene. Qin Yuan felt compelled to investigate the situation. At that moment, a bound blonde man was forcefully kicked out from the passage. Then came the second, the third, and ultimately 7 in total, all expelled by Jiang Hao, each one cowering in the corner. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Jiang Hao clapped his hands and stepped forward. "All of you, crouch down." They trembled in response. "Spare us, spare us." The barrage of comments read, 6,666. Incredible. Awesome. Fantastic. Jiang Hao cast a glance at them before approaching. "How shall we resolve this?" Qin Yuan shrugged and gestured towards the two individuals behind her. "Most likely, we'll have to take these two along." Jiang Hao nodded and then returned, kicking them one by one toward her. "Behave yourselves. You two, keep an eye on these 7. Did you hear me?" Du Sheng and Huang Ping shrank their heads slightly, understood. Let us go. Chapter 64. The Misfortune. Truly a misfortune. Thus, what was originally a journey for 2 transformed into one for 11. 9 individuals had all their equipment confiscated and were bound tightly, left with no choice but to walk obediently behind Jiang Hao and Qin Yuan. With Jiang Hao possessing the spirit exploration eyes, there was no chance of losing their way in this maze of corridors. Soon, they exited the winding passage. As they proceeded, a faint sound caught the attention of Jiang Hao and Qin Yuan. They exchanged a glance. To the left. Yes, let us follow it. They turned left. And with each step, the sound grew clearer, a noise reminiscent of someone tapping against a wall. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a tomb chamber, obstructed by a massive stone door from which the tapping emanated. Is anyone there? Jiang Hao inquired. Wow, there is someone. There is someone. A male voice responded from within. What's your name? How many of you are there? Gu Jinyan, it's just me. I'm trapped inside and can't get out. Comments flooded in. We found him. We really found him. Jiang Shun is incredible. He located the person, truly invincible. Brother Yang, your son has been found. Private message to Yang. Thank you, Master Jiang. Thank you, Master Jiang. I will trouble you further from here on. Jiang Hao and Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile. 1 billion. Step back, Jiang Hao instructed. All right, came to reply from within. With that, Jiang Hao's hand crackled with lightning. Oh my goodness. This spectacle left the 7 foreigners utterly astonished. FK, I told you there were skills to dismantle this. You and T listened and insisted on coming here. FK. Boom. In the next moment, Jiang Hao struck the stone door with his palm. The tremendous noise caused those nearby to retreat in haste. The stone door shattered instantly. Comment erupted. Look at the expressions on those foreigners. They're dumbfounded. Their greatest mistake was coming here. I wish I could share this video. What the heck? What's going on? Is this a movie? Inside, Gu Jinyan bolted out. Wow, Jiang Shun, it's you. His excitement was palpable, revealing his youthful visage, likely around 18 or 19, still bearing traces of boyishness. Jiang Hao nodded. Your father sent me to rescue you. Incredible. You're amazing. Gu Jinyan glanced back at the 9 individuals, momentarily taken aback. Is it safe here? Jiang Hao asked. Yes, we encountered no danger aside from traps. I just couldn't find my way out, Gu Jinyan replied. All right, let us go inside. Jiang Hao ushered the 9 individuals one by one into the tomb chamber. If there were indeed dangers within the tomb, Gu Jinyan would not have survived to this moment. The chamber was modest in size and appeared rather unremarkable. 9 individuals were bound and huddled against the wall. You all stay here. Shortly, rescue should arrive. And you can leave with them, Jiang Hao suggested. But Jiang Shunyu, Jiang Hao interjected, I will venture further inside. Upon hearing his words, the experts from various factions were rendered speechless. Jiang, my young friend, do not proceed further. Given the current circumstances, it is already a satisfactory outcome. Elder Jiang cautioned. Indeed, Jiang, this is likely the safest position. Let them exit with the rescue team, Elder Jiang added. Young Jiang, should you continue onward, it would be a certain death. Elder Wang warned. In an instant, the comment section was filled with various members of the cultivation community. Jiang Hao understood the peril that lay ahead. However, the livestream's viewership was nearing 1 billion. He was eager to delve deeper into the situation. Qin Yuanyin gazed at Jiang Hao with her beautiful eyes. I will accompany you. No need, I can manage alone. You stay here to protect them. In case of any mishap, it is best to have someone capable of defending. Jiang Hao replied. After a moment's consideration, Qin Yuanyin acquiesced. What is the current viewership? 900 million, Jiang Hao mused. Almost there. Brothers, remember to send gifts. With that, Jiang Hao turned his attention to the individuals crouched nearby. Perhaps it would be wise to incapacitate them, just in case they managed to free themselves. That could work. Qin Yuanyin nodded. Jiang Hao approached David, who was visibly trembling. Brother, please no. David pleaded, struggling in fear. If you wish to avoid suffering, cooperate, Jiang Hao instructed. Despair washed over David's face. In the next moment, Jiang Hao delivered a swift strike to his neck. A wretched scream erupted from David as he cried out in agony. The others gasped in shock. Goodness, that looked painful. Jiang Hao scratched his head. Is he not unconscious yet? Aren't people supposed to faint easily on television? Qin Yuanyin's lips twitched. Brother, didn't you say that cooperating would spare me pain? This hurts terribly. David howled. Perhaps my strike was too gentle. Let me try again. With that, Jiang Hao swung his hand once more. A heart-wrenching scream followed, causing those nearby to shudder. Still not unconscious? The comments exploded. Jiang Shun, you're killing me with laughter. Poor guy, this is too much. I've learned something today. It's not so easy to knock someone out, and it certainly hurts. This is cruel, truly cruel. Why can't you all just stay where you are instead of coming here to suffer? Unbelievable. Jiang Hao effortlessly lifted him, delivering several strikes to the nape of his neck. Amidst the desperate cries for mercy, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Surely, this must be a case of pain-induced fainting. Gu Jinyan remarked with a twitch of his lips. It's all right, Jiang Shun, please continue, he urged repeatedly. Jiang Hao then turned his gaze to the second individual. Upon meeting Jiang Hao's eyes, yours trembled all over. No, help me. Help! Jiang Hao reassured him. Do not worry, I have mastered the technique. If you comply, it will be entirely painless. He quivered in fear, shrinking back. Jiang Hao raised his hand. The air was filled with agonizing screams. After 4 or 5 relentless strikes, yours too succumbed to unconsciousness. Wasn't that much quicker? Jiang Hao then glanced at Du Sheng beside him. Please, brother, no. Du Sheng tombed. Uncooperative? If you resist, you will suffer, Jiang Hao warned. Du Sheng gritted his teeth, eyeing the 2 unfortunate souls sprawled on the ground. In that moment, his gaze hardened as if he had resolved to make a significant decision. Then, without hesitation, he turned and crashed himself against the wall with great force. The loud thud echoed as he knocked himself out. Jiang Hao, the onlookers. Chapter 65. The sword's reaction. Jiang Hao gazed at the unconscious Du Sheng sprawled on the ground, a twitch of his lips betraying his incredulity. Brother, would you rather bash your own head until it bleeds than allow him to intervene? Is it truly necessary? Such a display is quite embarrassing for me. Qin Yuran couldn't help but smirk as well. What a calamity! In this very moment, the viewers in the live stream were utterly in stitches. Bullet comments flooded the screen. The female superior demands my dedication. What a calamity! I'm dying of laughter. War pressure is too intense due to the boss's insistence. He would rather injure himself than allow Jiang Shun to sever his neck. Ha ha. She says I'm constantly nagging. How terrified must he be? But those first two foreigners truly cried out in agony. It's hilarious. Sunny with an umbrella. Jiang Shun has mastered the art of live streaming, balancing tension and excitement while always delivering a touch of entertainment. Jiang Hao then glanced at the others. Gulp. They trembled, unable to suppress their nervous swallowing. Who will selflessly volunteer to let me try again? Jiang Hao raised his hand, and in an instant, several individuals collided with the wall, all promptly fainting. Oh, wait. Huang Ping managed to stay conscious after a collision. He looked at Jiang Hao in terror and then turned toward the wall. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, he continued to slam against it 3 more times. At last, he succumbed to unconsciousness, a blissful smile gracing his lips as he fell. What a calamity! What were you all hoping to achieve by coming here? Qin Yuran shook her head in resignation. Jiang Hao then addressed them. Very well. You shall remain here. There should be no danger. Are you truly going? Qin Yuran furrowed her brow in inquiry. Let us see, since we come this far. Be careful, she advised. She wished to accompany Jiang Hao, but since she might be more of a hindrance than a help. The Imperial Tomb. She had heard whispers of its dangers. Theoretically, she absolutely wished for Jiang Hao to refrain from going. Yet, she felt he possessed the confidence to proceed. All right, I shall go first, Jiang Hao nodded. Stay safe. He then walked away. Qin Yuran watched Jiang Hao's departing figure, unable to suppress her worry. Is he truly so stubborn as to ignore my counsel? Inside the grand hall of Kunlun Su, Elder Zhang's beard bristled with irritation. The dangers within the Imperial Tomb are such that we would not dare to venture lightly. He clearly has the option to leave. Why does he insist on going alone? This lad is driving me to distraction. As a powerful figure within Kunlun Su, they naturally cherished exceptional talents. Jiang Hao's simple displays had won their admiration. A practitioner of such caliber, one cannot help but wish for his safety. Each individual must bear the consequences of their own choices. May fortune favor him in this endeavor. An elder pondered aloud. Fortune favors the brave? They could not conceive of a way to survive. They had a rough understanding of the circumstances within. In those years, they had suffered severe casualties before even reaching the depths. Why did he have to venture deeper? Even if fate favored the fortunate, survival was implausible unless he retreated in time. This was their sole hope. Jiang Hao proceeded deeper into the abyss. Why did he choose to descend further? Initially, it was an accidental plunge, subsequently undertaken to fulfill a task of immense significance. However, during Jiang Hao's battles, the sword in his grasp reacted. The response was subtle, yet he disowned it. Thus, Jiang Hao realized that within this imperial tomb lay the object of his quest. It was highly probable that the 7 sources of power required by this sword resided within the tomb. He had to press on, despite the lurking dangers. Yet, he was aware that the second system's marketplace was about to open, and he was nearing the completion of his task. Armed with the items from the first system's marketplace, he felt emboldened to descend further. Indeed, Jiang Hao held the sword tightly. It quivered ever so slightly in his hand. As he ventured deeper, the sword's reaction intensified. With a swift motion, the sword transformed into a beam of light, merging into Jiang Hao's wrist. He was even oblivious to the name of the sword. Spirit-gazing eye. Spirit-gazing eye, capable of discerning the flow of spiritual energy and other ethereal phenomena. With the spirit-gazing eye, Jiang Hao could traverse the imperial tomb with ease, spotting mechanisms and hidden doors. Most crucially, he could perceive the direction of spiritual energy. In his vision, spiritual energy manifested as a thermal map, revealing where it was densest and the direction for which it flowed. Thus, theoretically, he merely needed to follow the path of the most potent spiritual energy, which should lead him closer to his objective and deeper into the tomb. Navigating through a corridor, he entered another vast chamber, adorned with several colossal statues. These statues towered over 10 meters tall, depicting a myriad of creatures: rats, foxes, cows, tigers, lions, and more. Jiang Hao scanned the statues, feeling a palpable pressure. He advanced further, only to encounter coffins. 7 coffins lay before him, seemingly arranged in a peculiar formation, resembling a formation of sorts. Jiang Hao deemed it unnecessary to open these coffins, as there was no live broadcast, and thus no need for theatrics. His paramount concern was to locate the source of power for this sword. Instinctively, Jiang Hao turned to glance behind him, then swiftly returned his gaze forward. Suddenly, he froze in place, his mind racing with thoughts. Those statues, if his memory served him correctly, he had entered from behind, and all the statues had been facing him. Now, as he stood beside the coffins, the statues were turned away from him. As he turned his head to take a glance, if he was not mistaken, those statues that were supposed to face away from Jiang Hao seemed to have all turned to confront him instead. Jiang Hao's pupils constricted slightly. If a fight was to ensue, let it be. There was no need for such terrifying displays. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. Whoosh! In the next instant, he swiftly vacated his position. Bang! As Jiang Hao departed, a colossal hand descended from the sky, creating a 10-meter-wide pit upon impact. Jiang Hao's gaze shifted. Indeed, all those statues had come to life. A character for thunder. A thunder symbol surged towards the tiger statue before him. Crackle! The moment the thunder symbol made contact with the tiger statue, a terrifying burst of lightning erupted. Yet, in the face of such a formidable, thunderous assault, the tiger statue remained utterly unaffected. How strong? Could it be at the Golden Core stage? Jiang Hao's brow furrowed deeply. With a resounding cry, a giant bird statue suddenly took flight. It then unleashed a torrent of flames upon Jiang Hao from above. What on earth? Chapter 66. The second system mall. Jiang Hao had made extensive preparations, anticipating encounters with various entities. He never expected to confront such colossal statues. What sorcery is this? That these statues can come to life? Jiang Hao's figure darted through the vast expanse, evading the onslaught. Behind him, on the ground, and in the sky, a total of 13 statues pursued him with fervor. They unleashed a barrage of formidable energies aimed at him. Fortunately, Jiang Hao possessed a godly intellect, allowing him to analyze trajectories and impacts. To him, some of the forces appeared to move in slow motion. For the time being, evasion was manageable. However, he needed to devise a strategy to break free from this predicament. As he sprinted, a reddish-brown glow emanated from his right hand, manifesting a sword. Time to give it a try. The fourth level of the Taishu chaotic art. At the 8th stage of the Foundation establishment period, Jiang Hao could elevate himself by 4 levels. Theoretically, he would ascend to the 2nd stage of the Golden Core period. Yet, this transition appeared daunting due to the substantial realm gap. Even with the 4th level, Jiang Hao barely managed to reach the 1st stage of the Golden Core, still lacking a little, but it was close enough. The character Li emerged as he ran. It infused the sword in his grasp, the sealing dust sword technique. A single strike to pierce the heavens. Jiang Hao abruptly pivoted mid-run, in a manner akin to teleportation. He thrust the sword through the back of one of the tiger statues, positioning himself behind it. However, this strike merely left a shallow scratch on the statue's surface. Nothing more. What the hell? Jiang Hao gasped in astonishment. This sword is exceptionally sharp. He had assumed that even if his own strength fell short, combined with the sword, he should be able to cleave through it. Yet all he achieved was this faint mark. Trouble. A ferocious roar resonated as dark breath surged towards him. Jiang Hao instinctively extended his right hand. The breath enveloped him, causing the ground around to disintegrate. Yet, upon closer inspection, despite being engulfed, Jiang Hao held his hand before him, successfully blocking the breath's advance. The absolute spirit hand. Swiftly, Jiang Hao distanced himself as the other beast statues approached. The absolute spirit hand was indeed formidable. However, the awkward reality was that these statues were not only capable of unleashing various forces, but also possessed immense physical strength. A casual swipe from one could create a pit several meters deep. How could Jiang Hao withstand that? No. He continued to flee. Occasionally, he would whirl around to counterattack, but he inflicted no damage upon these statues. If this continued, even if he avoided their strikes, his spiritual energy would eventually deplete. The moment his energy ran out, his demise would be inevitable. Was there any means to escape? None. 5 Thunder Technique. Crackle, indeed. It was utterly ineffective. No. Conserve spiritual energy. He feared he had only one recourse left. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yuan awaited in her live stream. Thud, thud, thud. Sounds occasionally emanated from a distant grave. If one listened closely, faint roars of beasts and the cries of phoenixes could be discerned. The sound seemed remote, muffled by distance, yet still audible. Sister Ran, what is the situation over at Jiangshan? Gu Jinyan inquired. Hearing those distant noises is truly unsettling. I am not certain, Qin Yuan replied. Her brows furrowed. The barrage of comments read, does everyone adore Tianji? I heard it too, various beast roars and the cries of phoenixes. What on earth is happening inside? Damn it. The sweetest girl on the playground. It's a pity Sister Ran isn't here. It feels like we've missed the most thrilling moments. The most beautiful girl on the playground. Could something bad happen? It sounds quite extraordinary. Jiangshan wouldn't he have perished, would he? Perhaps we should send Jiangshan a gift? Even if he might not need the money, Sister Ran could at least buy something to burn for him. At this moment, in Kunlun Su, it's over. Zhang Lao sighed upon hearing the commotion. The beast statues. Our initial encounter with them had deterred us from advancing further. Indeed, despite our strenuous efforts, we managed to slay but a single beast statue. That creature, whose nature remains a mystery, possessed formidable defenses. It seemed to be at the golden core stage, yet wielded power akin to that of the nascent soul stage. Its physical strength was such that even those at the out-of-body stage would struggle to inflict any substantial damage. Our escape was purely a stroke of luck, bolstered by the presence of a few others. They could not help but sigh at the thought. Jiang Hao must have encountered those beast statues, and the outcome was inevitable. He must have perished. Jiang Hao continued to evade. Without his extraordinary intellect, he would have surely met his demise. Fortunately, his remarkable mind allowed him to exploit even the slightest openings in the chaos. Is the heat not yet at 1,000,000,000? Jiang Hao gritted his teeth. Qin Yuan, lend me some support. We were nearly there. The only means Jiang Hao had to confront these adversaries lay within the second system mall. Boom! A ressounding explosion. Jiang Hao could not evade the onslaught, propelled by a shockwave that sent him flying. Bang! His body collided with the wall before crumpling to the ground. Cough, cough. Jiang Hao coughed. This is bad. Congratulations, you have completed the task. Livestream heat surpasses 1 billion. Task reward. System value 5 million. Unlock second system mall has been granted. Upon receiving the system notification in his mind, Jiang Hao exhaled in relief. Well done. Second system mall, invincibility card. Upon use, it renders the user immune to all realms, entering a state of absolute invincibility for 20 seconds. System value cost, 10,000, usable once per day. Spirit binding card. Targets a single individual, rendering them unable to summon spiritual energy for 10 seconds, regardless of their realm. System value cost, 10,000, usable once per day. Fixation card. When used on a target, it disregards their realm, rendering them immobile for 10 seconds. System cost, 10,000 points, usable once per day. Deadly strike. The power of the next attack is amplified tenfold. System cost, 100,000 points. Rampage moment. Upon exchange, the user will directly ascend to the next major realm, effective below the God transformation stage, lasting 3 minutes. System cost, 200,000 points, usable once every 6 months. Sweet lollipop. When used on a member of the opposite sex, it permanently increases their affection for you by 20 points. Each individual may only receive one. System cost, 200,000 points. Immortal card. Upon activation, it invokes an unexpected manifestation of an immortal, lasting for 1 day. System cost, 1,000,000 points. Annihilation card. Within a radius of 100 meters, all is reduced to nothingness. Effective below the God transformation stage. System cost, 1,000,000 points. Redeemable twice in a lifetime. God transformation experience card. Upon exchange, one gains the cultivation of the 10th tier of the God transformation stage for 3 minutes. System cost, 5,000,000 points. Redeemable once in a lifetime. Divine body exchange. Upon redemption, One randomly acquires a type of divine body. System cost: 5,000,000 points. Redeemable once in a lifetime. Yama's decree. By inscribing the target's name on the decree, their information will manifest in your mind, enabling their immediate eradication, regardless of their realm or distance. System cost: 20,000,000 points. Redeemable once in a lifetime. Chapter 67. Should be dead, right? Jiang Hao gazed at the items within the second system mall. His mind too preoccupied to be truly astounded, his scrutiny far from meticulous. He was solely in pursuit of tools to navigate his current predicament. At last, he found it. Annihilation card. Within a 100-meter radius, everything is reduced to nothingness. Effective only below the divine transformation stage, consuming 1,000,000 system points, redeemable twice for a lifetime. Quite expensive, a tad extravagant. Yet, there was no alternative. Jiang Hao found himself at an impasse. Alternatively, there was the Divine Transformation Experience card. Unlike the one from the first mall, this one would grant him the prowess of a 10th tier Divine Transformation. The first system mall offered only the first tier. However, it was exorbitantly priced. Jiang Hao resolved to opt for the less burdensome Annihilation card. A 100-meter limitation, rather constraining. He would need to gather them together. But how could Jiang Hao possibly corral the 13 beast statues within such a radius? He feared for his life. Wait, invincibility card. Upon usage, it disregards any realm, placing the user in a state of absolute invincibility for 20 seconds. Consumes 10,000 system points, usable once a day. Quite affordable, an unbeatable cost-performance ratio. However, it could only be redeemed once per day. If he were to use it here and encounter danger thereafter, what's there to fear? Worst-case scenario, he could always use the Divine Transformation Experience card. After all, Jiang Hao possessed over 10,000,000 system points. Let us go. Invincibility card. The instant the invincibility card was activated, an intangible force enveloped Jiang Hao's body. He strode forward confidently. The beast statues, towering several meters high, raised their claws. A single strike could easily create a pit several meters deep. Should it land upon him, he would surely be reduced to mere pulp. Yet, when that claw descended, it could not shake Jiang Hao in the slightest. It struck just above his head, a mere centimeter from his hair, exerting all its might, yet failing to make contact. Jiang Hao marveled inwardly. Is this the power of the invincibility card? As Jiang Hao remained rooted in place, the beast statues converged toward him. A myriad of forces bombarded him from all sides, wind blades, thunder, and flames. Yet all were effortlessly thwarted by the effect of the invincibility card. How extraordinary! Jiang Hao mused silently. With all the beast statues now encircled around him, it was time. Annihilation card. Jiang Hao redeemed the Annihilation card. The moment the power of the card was unleashed, everything within 100 meters was obliterated by an unseen force. Jiang Hao watched in awe as the 13 colossal beast statues disintegrated into specks, carried away by the gentle breeze. Goodness! Jiang Hao couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. With the beast statues eliminated, a stone door in the distance creaked open. He had to descend, despite the myriad dangers that lay ahead. He was resolute in his need for this artifact. Jiang Hao stepped inside. The second system mall was predominantly filled with combat-enhancing items. Jiang Hao pondered. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. The Divine Body Exchange, a permanent enhancement. He requires it. After the exchange, if there are still sufficient system points to trade for the Divine Experience card, then let it be done. Exchange for the Divine Body. Ding! Are you sure? Confirmed. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired the body of 10,000 poisons. Body of 10,000 poisons. Immune to all toxins. Jiang Hao. He already possesses the chaotic sword body. It is quite useful, particularly in combat and swordsmanship. The body of 10,000 poisons grants immunity to all toxins. He shall fear no poison. Is it truly beneficial? To Jiang Hao, it seems rather inconsequential. In this era, even if poisons exist, they are undoubtedly rare methods. Unlike in fantasy novels where poisonous pills, powders, and various toxic natural treasures and beasts abound. But it matters not. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yu ran, and her companions noticed the sudden silence. The disappearance of commotion could indicate only two possibilities. Either Jiang Hao has perished, or he has dealt with those entities. Which scenario is more probable? In truth, Qin Yu Ran harbors a blind faith in Jiang Hao. Yet, a hint of worry tugs at her heart. It cannot be. Surely not. Just then, a battalion approached. Reinforcements have arrived. On another front, within Kunlun Void, the powerful beings exhaled deeply as the live broadcast concluded. Though they were reluctant to admit it, they had to concede that Jiang Hao was likely dead. Why? They were privy to the dangers within. They had experienced it themselves. They understood that survival was improbable. Of course, miracles could occur. Since Jiang Hao dared to enter, he must possess some form of assurance. However, what was that earlier disturbance? The myriad sounds indicated the presence of numerous beast statues. Yet, moments ago, all their noises had ceased simultaneously. What does that signify? Only one possibility remains. They have neutralized the target, thus quieting down. There exists a second possibility. However, in an instant, Jiang Hao may have eradicated all those beast statues. Is that feasible? Theoretically, yes, but realistically, it is implausible. Therefore, Jiang Hao is indeed dead. Ladies and gentlemen, we owe him a debt of gratitude, remarked Elder Zhang. We cautioned him, yet he chose to disregard our warnings. This young man, sigh, he is still too youthful, possessing formidable powers at such a tender age, even having slain the Yuan Ing stage cultivator Gu Qianxiu. This may have fostered a misconception of invincibility within him, leading to the current predicament. Alas, deep within the mountains, the rescue team emerged with Gu Jinyin and the 9 offenders in tow. Qin Yu ran silently followed behind. She is not foolish. She too discerned the implications of the discussions among the Kunlun Void members. Suddenly, all commotion ceased. It can only mean one thing. Jiang Hao has perished. Yet, she refuses to believe it. She simply cannot accept it. The mischievous visage of Jiang Hao seemed to linger before her, refusing to fade away. Miss Qin, you may depart now, remarked a member of the rescue team. You all go ahead. I shall wait here for a while. Qin Yuran replied. It is perilous. No witties. Stay safe. We shall take our leave. Qin Yuran silently crouched beside them, uncertain of the emotions swirling within her at that moment. What if she had chosen to accompany them? Perhaps the outcome would have been different. Could it be that she still possessed the ability to offer some assistance? Meanwhile, Jiang Hao ventured into the passageway. After traversing for approximately 20 minutes, navigating through a labyrinth of intricate corridors, he arrived at a dead end. Before him stood a wall, offering only left or right as options. Through the probing of the spirit eye, he discerned that both sides were infused with potent spiritual energy, yet each led to distinctly different realms. Only one direction aligned with Jiang Hao's intended destination. The right side appeared to harbor slightly denser spiritual energy than the left. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. Everything is destined to be free. With that, he turned and proceeded to the right. Chapter 68. Do not gaze upon the indecent. Do not gaze upon the indecent. Jiang Hao ventured deeper, following the direction imbued with the most potent spiritual energy. A modest tomb chamber stood before him, the only path available. Upon entering, he found nothing. His gaze swept across the entire space, which spanned 300 to 500 square meters, utterly devoid of any items. There were no discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy either. Yet, it seemed implausible that a tomb would be established here without reason. He decided not to dwell on it further and prepared to traverse the chamber, sensing that the spiritual energy ahead was growing even denser. He felt he was nearing his destination, gripping his sword firmly throughout the journey, convinced he was on the right path. The sword resonated with increasing intensity. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded as the tomb chamber sealed itself. Oh! Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. With a crackle, lightning surged from his hand, striking forward. However, the only result was a cloud of dust dislodged from the walls. Jiang Hao was not surprised. This imperial tomb was not of the traditional variety. The walls, though appearing to be mere stone, were far more complex than they seemed. Trapped within the tomb chamber, he noticed toxic green mist emanating from the ceiling. How fortuitous! Witnessing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. He had just acquired a body immune to myriad poisons, and now he faced poison. He allowed the mist to envelop him. feeling no ill effects aside from a faintly acrid scent in the air. Time passed, seemingly intent on ensuring the demise of any intruder. In Jiang Hao's estimation, even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage would perish here. After what felt like an eternity, the toxic mist began to dissipate, and the stone door slowly creaked open. Jiang Hao stepped outside into yet another elongated tomb passage. Utilizing his spirit eye, he discerned that the spiritual energy in this passage was particularly dense, emanating from the passage's end. Moreover, a palpable chill greeted him. He glanced at the trembling sword in his hand and proceeded further. As he walked, the cold intensified, becoming almost unbearable, even for a cultivator at the 8th stage of foundation establishment. The passage ahead was gradually coated in a thick layer of frost. The flames he conjured transformed the corridor into a crystalline pathway. Strangely enough, it was rather beautiful. Continuing onward, he approached what appeared to be the terminus of the passage, where light beckoned him forth. As he advanced, the sight before him left him utterly astounded. Was he truly within an ancient tomb? This was nothing short of an ice palace. The vast expanse seemed to stretch infinitely, every inch glistening with translucent ice walls, and an icy floor. In this frigid environment, an unusual sight emerged. A small river flowed steadily, defying the cold that enveloped the surroundings. However, an exceedingly terrifying barrier stood in his way. Jiang Hao extended his hand, invoking the spirit-nullifying hand. There was no other option. No matter how formidable the barrier appeared, his spirit-nullifying hand would counter it directly. The barrier dissipated, allowing Jiang Hao to step through. It was frigid. In his perception, the temperature here was akin to -50 degrees, or perhaps even lower. Any ordinary person venturing into this place would likely succumb to the cold in no time. What was happening? How could such a vast ice palace exist within the imperial tomb? Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. Furthermore, the spiritual energy here was profoundly thick. He glanced at the sword in his hand, which now felt restless. Indeed, he had come to the right place. The source of the sword's power resided within this ice palace. It was immense. Jiang Hao could not even see the end of it. He began searching for something within this expansive void. Soon, something ahead captured his attention. It was a staircase of ice leading upward. Jiang Hao ascended the steps, and as he approached, the sword's reaction intensified. Oh! Upon reaching the top, a scene unfolded before him that made him raise an eyebrow. That was an ice bed? A veil of ice adorned this bed. Jiang Hao slowly approached. Hiss! He couldn't help but gasp in awe. Through the veil of ice, he faintly discerned a figure lying upon the bed. It was undoubtedly a woman. Jiang Hao stealthily lifted the icy veil. How could one possibly describe the sight before him? A woman clad in a flowing white gown lay there, her jade-like feet bare, resting peacefully. Her delicate limbs and arms appeared as if sculpted from the finest marble. Her long hair cascaded gracefully around her. Gazing upon her visage, one would experience a heart-stopping moment, as her beauty was otherworldly. Flawless features and long eyelashes lay undisturbed, signifying she had been at rest for ages. Her hands rested upon her chest, clutching a bouquet of vibrant flowers that had not withered. This woman belonged to the heavens, perhaps embodying the very essence of a fairy. Jiang Hao couldn't suppress a sigh of admiration. Frankly speaking, it wasn't his wickedness. This woman was so breathtaking that even in death she evoked, cough cough. What a pity, Jiang Hao mused. Perhaps she was a consort of the emperor from millennia ago? In this imperial tomb, a vast ice palace had been constructed for her, preserving her physical form for thousands of years in an unblemished state. How could one live so splendidly? He felt a surge of envy, even in repose. She radiated an ethereal aura. Therefore, Jiang Hao realized he was likely in great peril. He might soon confront the greatest danger within the imperial tomb. Thus, Jiang Hao grasped the sword in his hand. What then was this sword truly responding to? A sense of unease enveloped him. As he pondered the impossibility of being affected by this woman, Jiang Hao scrutinized her from head to toe, reminding himself to avert his gaze and maintain decorum. Yet he found himself deliberately disrespectful. His attention was soon drawn to a necklace adorning her neck, which, rather than a mere ornament, bore a singular, striking purple orb. This orb reminiscent of a ping-pong ball in size, seemed rather oversized for a pendant. Could this be the source of his unease? A furrowed brow indicated his suspicion. With a sense of trepidation, Jiang Hao extended his hand towards the orb. "Forgive me, I harbor no ill intentions, but please, do not transform into a zombie or anything of that sort," he muttered under his breath. If this was indeed the case, she must be a formidable adversary. As his fingers made contact with the orb, a surge of terrifying power coursed through him. It was unequivocally this orb. Determined, he prepared to pull it from its resting place. However, in the next moment, Jiang Hao instinctively glanced at the woman's reaction, and he froze in place. She had opened her eyes, her gaze a delicate shade of purple, fixated on him silently. Jiang Hao was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 69. Is she not dead? Jiang Hao locked eyes with the woman on the ice bed. Astonishment coursed through him. Had she awakened? Was she truly alive? Or had a zombie been resurrected? How mortifying! In an instant, Jiang Hao swiftly distanced himself. As he moved, he attempted to snatch the purple orb from around her neck, but to no avail. This was dire. Furrowing his brow, he observed her silhouette as she sat up. In that fleeting moment, she appeared to be deep in thought, perhaps even reminiscing. Her long hair danced wildly, and her eyes glimmered with an otherworldly violet hue. "Scoundrel, you shall perish," her voice dripped with an icy chill, seeming to surpass even the coldness of this palace 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Before Jiang Hao could muster any response, an invisible force surged forth, propelling him into the air. It was a power he had never before experienced. Although he had once exuded the might of the transformation stage, in her presence, that seemed as insignificant as an ant. "Please spare me. This is a misunderstanding," he implored, realizing that this woman was not dead, nor was she a zombie. She was merely a person, perhaps one who had lived for a millennium. "Iarbo no intentions, mareli curiosity." Suspended in the air, Jiang Hao flailed helplessly. What on earth was happening? Even his second system's marketplace could not contend with her. The woman picked up a flower from the bed, and a wave of memories seemed to surge within her. Fool! Her cold eyes sparked with intense murderous intent as she raised her hand, seemingly intent on crushing Jiang Hao. Yet, just as she was about to strike, she hesitated, her hand faltering. Frustrated, she flung her arm, sending Jiang Hao crashing down. With a cough, he clutched his chest, bewildered. What absurdity was this? Had her capriciousness persisted since ancient times? Regrettably, he had failed to seize the purple orb. Yet, there was a silver lining. He was still alive. How peculiar it was that, despite her overwhelming desire to kill, she had refrained from doing so. Logically, she could have effortlessly ended his life with a mere flick of her wrist. Was it his handsome visage that stayed her hand? Or had his unintentional arrival roused her from slumber? The tale of Sleeping Beauty? Jiang Hao scratched his head, pondering the enigma. With his life spared against all odds, he sheathed his sword. She must be a consort of the emperor. It was no wonder that someone so powerful had once been a ruler-esque companion. Jiang Hao peered deeper into the abyss. Perhaps it was best to turn back. Discretion was the better part of valor. At least the objective has been partially achieved. He has come to understand the source of the sword's power, a peculiar orb. Perhaps a spirit orb? Jiang Hao retraced his steps. What is happening? Qin Yu ran awaited in the depths of the mountains. To her astonishment, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded above. The snow began to fall. The sky flickered with purple lightning, yet snowflakes descended. Strangely, it seemed that only this area was blanketed in heavy snow. Qin Yu Ran's expression turned grave. When the heavens and earth manifest wonders, it invariably heralds significant events. Suddenly, she spotted a figure emerging from an unknown location, a celestial maiden clad in white, soaring through the air. Qin Yu Ran, who has emerged from the emperor's tomb, possessing such aerial prowess, she must be at least at the transformation stage. And Jiang Hao? Qin Yu Ran glanced back. Has he truly perished within? She could not articulate her feelings. Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of loss intertwined with a peculiar sense of gain. What the hell? It's snowing? A voice suddenly echoed. Qin Yu Ran trembled. She swiftly turned to see Jiang Hao's mischievous figure stepping forth. Qin Yu Ran. He is not dead? Oh. Jiang Hao noticed Qin Yu Ran and wave her over. She approached him, having believed he had perished inside. Qin Yuran muttered. Jiang Hao's gaze fell upon her. While the beauty of the woman he had just encountered was beyond his imagination, Qin Yuran was not lacking in allure either. Hey, why are you dazed? Qin Yuran shot Jiang Hao an exasperated glance. Jiang Hao remarked, I just feel that, in fact, you are quite impressive. Far more relatable than some little fairy. Qin Yuran. Are you out of your mind, suddenly saying such things? Jiang Hao continued. Damn it. You have no idea what I faced inside. What? Qin Yuran furrowed her brow, hastily inquiring. A woman. Qin Yuran. Perhaps she was a consort of the emperor, an individual from millennia ago, lying upon an ice bed. I thought she was dead, merely preserved to prevent decay. But who would have known she would awaken? Goodness. Qin Yuran. You haven't done anything disgusting, have you? Jiang Hao. You are even more revolting than I had anticipated. Who knows what you might be capable of? Qin Yuran interjected, then shifted the topic. Just now, I may have seen the woman you mentioned. She has emerged? Qin Yuran nodded. Yes, she flew away. She is at least at the transformation stage. The snow falling here is likely conjured by her. Jiang Hao frowned. So she is indeed a living being, not a zombie. To leave the Emperor's tomb so effortlessly, it seems she was merely in slumber within. This is dire. A master of such caliber, appearing in the mundane world after millennia. Qin Yuan could hardly fathom the implications. She didn't kill you? Qin Yuan inquired with sudden curiosity. I have no idea. She was initially intent on ending my life, yet inexplicably lifted me up and cast me aside before fleeing. Jiang Hao responded, bewildered. Qin Yuan gazed at him in confusion. But why? Why did she spare you? Goodness. Should you be pleased that I'm still alive? Jiang Hao retorted. Qin Yuan chuckled mischievously indeed. If you were to perish, this lady would no longer need to share the fortune with you. 100 million plus 3 million. Not to mention the bountiful gifts from the live stream. You're insufferable, Jiang Hao replied, rolling his eyes. The two then proceeded to exit together. What transpired inside? Qin Yuan asked. Jiang Hao provided her with a brief overview. Is there truly an endless ice palace within the Emperor's tomb? She pondered. And why did she leave so abruptly? It's quite peculiar. If she was dormant in the Emperor's tomb, upon awakening, shouldn't she have similarly roused the Emperor? Even if that were not the case, wouldn't she have some purpose to fulfill within? Are there any significant details? For instance, while she lay there, was there something of great importance? Chapter 70. The affection of the fairy. Is there anything of significance? Undoubtedly. It is the purple orb adorning her chest. This extraordinary orb resembles a spiritual gem. Jiang Hao elaborated on the details of this gem. Could it be the legendary Thunder God Pearl? The mention of the Thunder God Pearl piqued Jiang Hao's interest. Indeed, it is said that 7 divine pearls exist in this world, with the Thunder God Pearl being one of them, each a supreme treasure. To possess even one is a colossal fortune for any cultivator, Qin Yuan responded. Jiang Hao grasped the implication. Coincidentally, the 7 divine pearls correspond to the 7 sources of power of this sword. Astonishing. A sword whose source of power derives from the 7 divine pearls? Clearly, the origins of this sword must be extraordinarily remarkable. From where do these 7 divine pearls originate? Jiang Hao inquired. Qin Yuan shrugged. Who knows? They have existed since ancient times, and after so many years, who can say where they have scattered? Jiang Hao chose not to press further. Is there anything else noteworthy? Qin Yuan asked. Particularly striking, Jiang Hao replied. Qin Yuan. How shameless. Have you touched her? Surely, if you did not dare to touch her, that is why she would want to kill you, right? Jiang Hao. To be honest, I would very much like to touch her. She's simply invincible, especially those jade-like feet. However, a thought crossed my mind. She is a deceased individual. Or rather, in her current splendid form, she could transform into a terrifying zombie at any moment. Jiang Hao felt dissuaded. Please, if I were to touch her, do you think she might not kill me? That seems reasonable. Qin Yuan chuckled and nodded. Oh, right. She held a flower in her hand, remarkably beautiful and multicolored. Jiang Hao described. Qin Yuan. What? A multicolored? Is it a real flower? Yes. You. Cough. Could you describe it more precisely? Jiang Hao pondered and said, It is indeed multicolored, with petals that seem to shimmer with light. It has thorns, but they are only in the middle, where she holds it. There are no thorns. Oh, right, it is in full bloom. Is its center as red as blood? Qin Yuan asked. Yes. Do you recognize it? Jiang Hao inquired. Qin Yuan. No way. This legendary item truly exists? Jiang Hao looked at Qin Yuan with curiosity. What? The affection of the fairy. The name of this flower, a legendary divine item I have only heard of in ancient texts. What effect does it have? Jiang Hao asked. Qin Yuan thought for a moment. I have forgotten. I will ask when I return, hoping nothing adverse occurs. At this very moment, in Kunlun Void, a gathering of powerful factions had also arrived here. Everyone, young friend Jiang Hao has emerged. Upon hearing this, many powerful figures displayed expressions of joy. Fortune favors the worthy. It is astonishing that he could emerge unscathed. It is truly incredible. We thought he was doomed, yet here he stands alive. Now, shall we proceed to the imperial tomb? An elder cast a glance at the assembly. We must venture forth. It is imperative that we enter, for if the imperial tomb opens entirely and the beings within emerge, chaos will ensue. Rather than face such turmoil, let us charge in. Agreed, let us depart. Yet, a day passed in this manner. They eventually reached the innermost depths. This place appeared to be an entirely different realm. Here there even stood a city, an ancient city. However, it lay in ruins. They searched for what felt like an eternity. To their utter astonishment, they discovered that apart from a few minor minions, there was nothing else within the imperial tomb. Where's the emperor? What the elite generals under his command? They had vanished. All that remained were the vast spaces, perhaps marked by the scars of battles from many years past. Have we missed something? Impossible. This is the imperial tomb, and the emperor must reside here. Elder Zhang furrowed his brow deeply. Yet now, their gazes swept the area. It seemed that many years ago, a cataclysmic battle had erupted here. No, it resembled a one-sided massacre. The slumbering emperor and his generals had perished, leaving only the minor specters before them. This is not favorable news. It can only be said that within this imperial tomb lies an extraordinarily formidable presence. The emperor, the sovereign of a dynasty 3 millennia ago. In that era, to ascend to kingship, one must possess the might to look down upon the world. Why would one entomb oneself? It was because the era had entered a desolate period. During that time, the ascension of realms became exceedingly arduous, and the prophecy foretold that 3,000 years hence, this place would herald a second age of prosperity. Beyond the emperor, many ancient entities sought a solution. They resolved to seal themselves and their armies. Otherwise, they would not survive to see this time. Upon awakening 3 millennia later, they hoped to seize the opportunity of a new golden age to attain immortality. This is no secret. The existence of the imperial tomb is predicated upon this very reason. However, now the emperor's stronghold has been vanquished. The woman Jiang Hao spoke of, a powerful figure interjected suddenly. It must be her. She has obliterated the emperor and claimed the imperial tomb for herself. This is a blessing. The threat of the emperor has been extinguished. But who is that woman? Who could she be? How does she possess such strength? The women of the emperor's era. Upon reflection, none come to mind as being so formidable. What the formidable women who rose after the emperor? That too seems implausible. The times have shifted. Spiritual energy has withered, and cultivation has become exceedingly difficult. It is improbable that anyone could ascend to such heights in that age. Could it be an existence from an even earlier period? As this notion was voiced, the expressions of the crowd darkened. An earlier era, perhaps the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 2 millennia from 3,000 to 5,000 years ago. Here, everything is fictional and does not connect to reality. Or, even earlier, the era of the immortals. They fell into silence. In any case, it appears that the mundane world is not experiencing any significant upheavals at present. It would be prudent to seek out the whereabouts of that woman without inciting her aversion. Understood. Foundation establishment stage, 9th level. Jiang Hao opened his eyes. The harvest this time was quite satisfactory. Regrettably, he did not acquire the Thunder God Pearl from that woman. It was indeed a pity. To obtain it again seems almost an impossible feat. He exited the bedroom. Qin Yuan had packed 2 suitcases. Good morning, she greeted with a smile. What brings you here? Jiang Hao inquired. Qin Yuran replied, I'm heading back for a while, perhaps a month, and I'll also help you investigate a few matters. To be honest, she shrugged, due to certain events surrounding the tomb of the emperor, the cultivation world is currently in a state of turmoil. My family has summoned me back to discuss some important issues. I will relay any useful information to you when the time comes. Understood. Goodbye. And by the way, Qin Yuran cast a glance at Jiang Hao. Make sure you don't squander that 100 million. When I return, I'll be collecting my share. All right then, Jiang Hao chuckled. Farewell. Take care of yourself. And feel free to reach out anytime. Qin Yuran departed. Jiang Hao felt a twinge of reluctance. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. He raised his hand. The sword embedded in the patterns of his wrist began to emit a faint red glow. This is bad. Chapter 71. Xianyuan Shui. Jiang Hao concealed himself within the confines of his home, suppressing his aura. The sword has responded. It reacts when approaching the 7 divine orbs. Yet, he remained indoors, untouched by the outside world, and still it stirred. What does this signify? The 7 divine orbs are actively seeking him. This implies the woman from the imperial tomb has come. She has arrived in Lianan City. Furthermore, she is undoubtedly very close. What on earth does she intend to do? Isn't it possible that she spared him then, only to harbor regret and return to exact her vengeance? Is this truly necessary? Or could it be that they encountered one another in a different province, in this vast world, and it is merely a coincidence that she appears here? Thankfully, Qin Yuan has departed. Jiang Hao raked his fingers through his hair. Who can withstand this? Jiang Hao summoned the divine sword, his gaze fixed intently. Curse it! She approaches ever closer. The sword's response intensified, indicating that the target is nearing Jiang Hao. After a brief wait, the reaction grew even stronger. It is confirmed. She is indeed coming for him. There is no room for coincidence. Closer still, at this very moment, the woman arrived at the first floor of the corridor where Jiang Hao resided. She stood before the elevator, lost in thought. She was undeniably stunning. Her noble aura radiating beauty. Clad in a flowing white dress reminiscent of ancient times, she was irresistibly captivating. Most strikingly, she was barefoot. In this era, the prevalence of ornate attire and cosplaying often rendered one unnoticed. Yet she garnered an unparalleled rate of admiration without arousing suspicion. She lingered there for quite some time. Just then, a woman accompanied by a young boy approached. Upon seeing the woman, they couldn't help but be momentarily mesmerized. She was breathtaking. The woman felt an inexplicable pull towards her. It struck her as odd. Why was she barefoot? The woman pressed the elevator button. As the doors opened, they stepped inside. Are you not coming in, miss? The woman inquired. The girl seemed to grasp something and followed them inside. The woman asked, which floor are you going to? Her gaze wandered over the array of buttons. Which floor? She had no idea. Ultimately, she pressed the button for the 16th floor. The 7th floor arrived, and the woman and child exited. How peculiar. The elevator doors closed. The 16th floor opened. She stepped out, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, falling once again into contemplation. The world had transformed so dramatically, no longer resembling its former self. She uttered a soft sigh. Then, as if sensing something, her figure vanished from sight, reappearing directly at the door of Jiang Hao's apartment on the 18th floor. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao could feel the commotion outside. He must flee, but how? The instantaneous word would allow him to teleport. Yet, this would expose his spiritual power. No, he cannot allow that. Jiang Hao then stealthily approached the balcony, carefully scaling over the edge from the 18th floor. A series of knocks echoed through the air. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Hao hastened his descent. At the door, Xianyuan Shui rapped lightly, yet received no response. She knocked again, still met with silence. Subsequently, her figure vanished from the spot and reappeared within Jiang Hao's home. She meandered through the house, undoubtedly noticing signs of other girls residing there. Approaching the balcony, she stood by the window, gazing out at the cityscape. Meanwhile, several meters below, Jiang Hao looked up and nearly caught sight of her silhouette. Goodness, this is truly terrifying. He froze in place. Xianyuan Shui lowered her gaze, and at that moment, their eyes met. Jiang Hao thought, this is bad. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Then, everything went dark. Jiang Hao found himself back in the living room of his home. What on earth? Is she truly this formidable? Xinyuan Shui strode out from Jiang Hao's room, her gaze icy as she fixed her stare upon him. Her eyes radiated malice and fury, which Jiang Hao could unmistakably sense. Although he acknowledged that this woman resembled a celestial being, he implored her not to act in such a manner. Sister, we have no grievances between us. Why must you pursue me so? I swear I have not harmed you. Xinyuan Shui slowly raised her hand, causing Jiang Hao's body to levitate once more. With a slight exertion of her strength, she attempted to reduce him to nothingness. Yet, despite her desires, there seemed to be an invisible force compelling her to refrain from such actions. Her expression and gaze revealed a struggle of sorts. At long last, she relinquished her grip. Damn it! Xinyuan Shui gritted her teeth in frustration. Is it still not possible? Jiang Hao found himself at a loss for words. What on earth do you intend to do? Will you kill me or not? You seem intent on murder, yet hesitate. Why have you pursued me here? What is your purpose? I ought to be the one to receive your gratitude, for it may very well be I who awakened you. Is it not? At the utterance of his words, an icy chill enveloped the entire house. Jiang Hao was taken aback as a surge of murderous intent and hostility arose. Did I say something wrong? He quickly reassured himself, stay calm. The wheels of his mind turned rapidly. The hostility dissipated. What is your name? Xinyuan Shui's lips parted, her voice devoid of emotion. Why should I tell you? She stood there with an air of nobility, her gaze fixed upon Jiang Hao. She then turned and entered Qin Yueran's room, another girl's domain. Stopping in her tracks, she pivoted to face Jiang Hao and inquired, Where's mine? Jiang Hao was bewildered. What do you want? He asked, perplexed. No response came. Xinyuan Shui furrowed her brow, evidently unsettled by her own question. She returned to the living room, seated herself upon the sofa, and closed her eyes. It seems that I have entered a state of restful meditation. Goodness, is this an act of usurpation? Jiang Hao cautiously glanced at her a few times before retreating to his room and closing the door. What on earth is happening? Jiang Hao felt utterly perplexed. The woman's behavior was indeed peculiar. However, it appeared that she had no intention of harming him, which was undoubtedly the most reassuring news. He was eager to uncover the truth of the situation. Silently, Jiang Hao returned to his room and shut the door. He hurriedly searched for information about the female figures documented from the era of the Empire Lin, such as the Emperor's consorts. He could find some references, yet he remained unaware of her true identity. Perhaps he should inquire about her name? Never mind, he decided to postpone that thought. Who could fathom her intentions? And so, a day passed. The following morning, Jiang Hao opened the door to his room. At that moment, he beheld Xinyuan Shui standing before a wall, seemingly lost in thought. Then, Jiang Hao watched in astonishment as she extended her hand, her fair fingers, poised to touch the socket in the wall. Jiang Hao. Xinyuan Shui withdrew her hand and turned her profile toward Jiang Hao, her delicate brows furrowed. What power of thunder could possibly be at play here? Jiang Hao. Chapter 72. The effect of fairy affection. Jiang Hao stood transfixed before the scene unfolding before him. This woman, how should one describe her? She exuded an air of danger, an aloofness, a nobility. Yet in this moment, she astonishingly displayed a certain cuteness. She poked her hand into the socket and then inquired why there was a power of thunder within. Incredible. This is electricity distinct from thunder, Jiang Hao remarked. Xinyuan Shui seemed to grasp only a fragment of his words. Are you not leaving? Jiang Hao asked. Where to? She retorted. How would I know where you intend to go? You should return to the Emperor's tomb, he replied. Xinyuan Shui furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Why return to the Emperor's tomb? Are you not sleeping within the Emperor's tomb? Jiang Hao countered. The individuals connected to you reside there. Xinyuan Shui gracefully approached the sofa and settled herself down. Though I slumber in the Emperor's tomb, I share no connection with those within. Share no connection? Are you not the consort of the Emperor? Jiang Hao felt an immediate chill, as a palpable sense of menace enveloped him. Goosebumps prickled his skin. Fine, she is not. What about my room? She inquired once more. Jiang Hao replied, Why do you insist on staying with me? Please, I assure you. I have not touched you, let alone anything else. What is it that you truly desire? To familiarize myself with this world, she stated coolly. Then, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Hao. You will assist me. Jiang Hao hesitated. Why must I help you? In that moment, he met her frigid stare. Very well. I shall assist. He conceded, resignedly retreating to his room. My room? Her icy voice echoed again. Why is she so fixated on this matter? Just a moment. Please do not bother me. Jiang Hao closed the door. Xian Yuanxue. He told her not to trouble him. Jiang Hao took out his phone and glanced at the messages. One was from General Gu. Master Jiang, thank you for saving my son. The funds have been transferred to your account. Please check. Jiang Hao smiled broadly. Handsome. Wealthy. All right. He sent a reply. Then, there was a message from Qin Yuan. One for the previous night. 214. Fairy Ran. The 3 million has been received. How about your 100 million? 215. Fairy Ran. An elder from the underworld has gone to the emperor's tomb. It is now vacant. Many of those who once resided there seem to have failed their slumber and were eradicated by someone, possibly that girl. 620. Fairy Ran. Have you perished? While I was away, did you indulge in debauchery? 821. Fairy Ran. What the hell? Respond. I have significant news to share with you. Jiang Hao replied. I have been preoccupied with matters here and neglected my messages. The funds have been received. What is your situation? Have you returned home? She responded almost instantly. I am home. I need to discuss something with you concerning the fairy affection. Fairy affection referred to the multicolored flower that Xian Yuanxue had held while lying there. Jiang Hao, please do tell. Then, Qin Yuan sent Jiang Hao several photographs of ancient texts. You can take a look yourself. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. Jiang Hao enlarged the images. They contained records concerning the essence of the celestial beings, exuding an air of antiquity. Jiang Hao skimmed through the content, which began with some introductions, followed by various applications of the essence of the celestial beings. This essence exists within the realm of legends for thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of years. It has likely evaded mortal eyes. Its uses are manifold, yet one application, which Qin Yuan notably highlighted, is the stabilization of one's realm. What does this mean? Many figures from millennia past, including mythical beasts, possessed methods to enter a state of slumber, halt the passage of time, or seal themselves away. During this period, they experienced no aging or significantly slowed passage of time, allowing them to endure until the arrival of a new golden age of cultivation, which is the present day. However, these methods are not without their drawbacks. Prolonged sealing results in a substantial regression of one's realm. This is an unavoidable reality. One must sacrifice small gains for greater ones. The essence of the celestial beings, however, ensures that one's realm remains unchanged during the millennia of slumber. Thus, this explains why she chose to sleep within the ice palace, surrounded by the essence. Jiang Hao pondered, finding this reasoning quite logical. He continued to read further. Yet, there exists a significant drawback to the essence of the celestial beings. Upon awakening, one will fall in love with the first person they encounter within half an hour, regardless of gender. After this half hour, such feelings dissipate. Jiang Hao was taken aback upon encountering this explanation. All of Xian Yuanxue's peculiar actions suddenly made sense in that moment. Why she had hesitated to kill him, and why upon her return she attempted to take his life, yet faltered. The key lay in this revelation. Astonishing. Jiang Hao rubbed his chin, momentarily lost in thought. What a melodramatic twist of fate. Her desire to kill him seemed entirely reasonable now. Jiang Hao reflected on Qin Yuan's revelation that the emperor's tomb was empty. All the countless slumbering powerful beings had turned to dust, a feat she had accomplished. Eliminating these beings had allowed her to rest in peace. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, she had also conjured a formidable barrier that had existed for millennia, ensuring no one could intrude, or, at the very least, that she could awaken in a timely manner. Yet, she could not have foreseen that millennia later, an individual possessing unparalleled prowess would so effortlessly breach her barrier, awakening her. After centuries of slumber, she must have awoken in a state of bewilderment, requiring time to recollect her memories. Then, she realized that within half an hour, she had laid eyes on a member of the opposite sex. The terrifying power of the essence compelled her to fall in love with Jiang Hao. She was furious, yet also aggrieved. She had not anticipated this turn of events. She desired to kill Jiang Hao, and indeed, she attempted to do so. However, she ultimately failed. Even in her frustration, she returned to finish the task, yet still, she could not succeed. In this manner, Jiang Hao touched the tip of his nose, contemplating the plight she faced. After all, the unfortunate one was indeed him, Jiang Hao. This implies that she has developed feelings for me. Yet, due to her memories, she comprehends the reasons behind her affections and does not wish to harbor them. Nevertheless, she finds herself unable to suppress these emotions, making it difficult for her to resolve to eliminate me. However, this does not grant me the liberty to act as I please. It is no wonder she remains preoccupied with the location of her room. Perhaps there are sentiments she is reluctant to articulate or convey. Yet, it seems she struggles to restrain her emotions. With a mischievous grin, Jiang Hao sent a message to Qin Yuan, pondering, what do I have to fear? He then pushed the door open and stepped outside. Xian Yuan Shui turned her beautiful gaze towards him. Pour me a glass of water, she requested. Xian Yuan Shui remained silent. Chapter 73, Spendthrift. Jiang Hao understood that although the other party had developed feelings for him, it was influenced by external factors. Such influences could be easily dismantled. Moreover, she was well aware of the reasons behind her affections. Thus, she constantly reminded herself that her feelings were not genuine. It was merely an uncontrollable attraction. Consequently, Jiang Hao was not inclined to act recklessly. For instance, if he were to propose intimacy, her agreement would stem from her feelings, which was no longer a feasible scenario. However, engaging in playful banter was still permissible, wasn't it? Xian Yuan Shui furrowed her brows. Did he expect her to pour him water? Jiang Hao then settled into a chair, crossing his legs, and remarked, since you require my assistance now, shouldn't you reciprocate in some manner? We are in a mutually beneficial relationship. Knowing all this, Jiang Hao felt no need for trepidation. Xian Yuan Shui conceded this point. Despite her disdain for Jiang Hao, as he had caused her distress, she couldn't deny a lingering fondness for him. All right, she responded, rising to search the room for something. Jiang Hao observed her figure, noting that she possessed a semblance of rationality. Xian Yuan Shui eventually retrieved a cup and proceeded to the bathroom. She encountered laundry detergent, body wash, and shampoo. Shampoo? Wasn't there water available? Emerging with the cup, her beautiful eyes fixated on Jiang Hao. Though she maintained her aloof demeanor, there seemed to be a hint of helplessness. Jiang Hao gestured toward the water kettle on the table and said, "There's water here." She looked at the kettle, seemingly processing the information, before pouring a glass and placing it in front of Jiang Hao. After taking a sip, Jiang Hao mused to himself that this woman was rather endearing. To truly understand this world is not an overnight endeavor. For now, you must assure me of one thing, he stated. Xian Yuan Shui nodded slightly. This realm is mundane, inhabited by ordinary people who do not comprehend the existence of immortals. You must guarantee that you will not display any supernatural abilities in front of them, Jiang Hao instructed. Understood, Xian Yuan Shui affirmed with a nod. Jiang Hao then glanced at her bare feet, pristine and delicate even while standing on the ground. However, it was unreasonable for her to remain barefoot. With Qin Yu's belongings all cleared away, Jiang Hao inquired, "What is your shoe size?" Xian Yuan Shui frowned slightly, looking down in uncertainty. It was evident she did not know. Jiang Hao estimated and suggested, "You should take a moment to rest." He proceeded to order takeout, including a pair of socks, 2 pairs of white shoes, and some clothing for her. In truth, he needn't have asked. He could ascertain her height, weight, and measurements with a mere glance. Before long, several outfits and shoes arrived. "Here, I bought you a few clothes. You should try them on, along with the shoes," he said as he handed them over. Xian Yuan Shui accepted the unfamiliar garments, appearing somewhat flustered. They were all quite simple and easy to wear. She entered Qin Yuan's room, carrying something, and closed the door behind her. Shortly after, she emerged, clad in modern attire. Jiang Hao glanced over astonished. The outfit she casually donned, consisting of pants and shoes, was quite striking. This celestial maiden had undergone a remarkable transformation. Indeed, anyone blessed with beauty and an admirable figure could wear anything and appear as a model. Xian Yuan Shui examined her own attire, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, she understood that this was the prevalent style among the people outside. Let's go, Jiang Hao suggested. Xian Yuanxue followed him out of the house and into the bustling community. As she observed the throngs of vehicles and pedestrians, she needed a moment to acclimatize. What about my room? She suddenly inquired. Jiang Hao's lips twitched. This woman was truly persistent. After all, her affection for Jiang Hao stemmed from her admiration of him as a celestial being. Discovering that he lived with another girl, who had her own room while she did not, naturally sparked a desire for her own space. This sentiment was quite understandable. Yes, 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 Jiang Hao replied repeatedly. Upon realizing this situation, his perception of her underwent a significant transformation. All right, she nodded slightly. For now, let me take you for a stroll to help you familiarize yourself with this world. Good. What is your name? Jiang Hao inquired. Xian Yuanxue, she replied. Jiang Hao, he stated. Jiang Hao, she murmured to herself. Follow me. The two arrived at a pedestrian street. Xian Yuanxue was undeniably stunning, particularly with her captivating aura, attracting countless admiring glances. However, she sensed some disapproving stares, which did not bring her joy. Nevertheless, at that moment, her attention was more focused on the myriad of sights around her. Would you like some milk tea? Jiang Hao asked. She slightly furrowed her elegant brows, seemingly attempting to comprehend what milk tea was. Yes, she finally responded. Jiang Hao stepped into a nearby milk tea shop. Just after he purchased the drinks, he noticed that Xian Yuanxue had vanished. Holding 2 cups of milk tea, he scanned the area and spotted her at a stand selling fried skewers. Pretty girl, your skewers are ready. That will be 38. The female vendor smiled as she handed the skewers to Xian Yuanxue. She accepted them, revealing a blue crystal in her palm. Here. Oh dear, we don't accept this. We only take money, the vendor remarked. Hey, I can help. Jiang Hao quickly approached, waving his hand. Got it. Let's go. Jiang Hao led the bewildered Xian Yuanxue away. A mystic crystal? Jiang Hao inquired, eyeing the gem in her hand. Yes, Xian Yuanxue nodded. Jiang Hao felt a wave of frustration. This item, leaving aside its effects, was simply baffling. If Jiang Hao were to refine this, he could effortlessly elevate his foundation stage from the 9th to the 10th level. In the realm of cultivation, such an item is a rare and exquisite spirit stone. She wishes to use this for a mere skewer? What a prodigal woman. A wasteful woman indeed. I shall buy you the skewers. You may part with this for me. Very well. Without hesitation, she handed the Xiantian spirit crystal to Jiang Hao, who felt a surge of joy within. The 10th level of the foundation stage is now within reach. He then offered her a cup of milk tea. Xian Yuanxue accepted it, observing Jiang Hao as she inserted the straw and took a sip. The flavor and experience were astonishing, leaving her utterly amazed. Throughout the years, she had never encountered such a sensation. She extended her hand, revealing a 9-star rainbow raspberry in her palm. The moment this celestial spirit object appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy surged dramatically. Jiang Hao, is this for me? Yes, I cannot accept your kindness without giving something in return, Xian Yuanxue replied candidly. Jiang Hao gazed at the 9-star rainbow raspberry. The golden core stage is now attainable. A wealthy woman. Undoubtedly a wealthy woman. Chapter 74. She is truly a wealthy lady. The 9-star rainbow berry, a treasure exceedingly rare in this era, takes a millennium to cultivate. When Xian Yuanxue presented the 9-star rainbow berry to Jiang Hao, he graciously accepted it, for she might very well be one of his future brides. What is yours is mine, is it not? Thus, let us hasten to elevate our realms, to better protect my future wife, shall we? With that, Jiang Hao stored it in his spatial ring. Upon noticing Jiang Hao's spatial ring, Xian Yuanxue hesitated momentarily. Here, she offered him a petite storage pouch. Jiang Hao accepted it. This inferior storage spirit tool will only diminish the essence of spiritual objects, she remarked. Well, I shall not be modest then, Jiang Hao replied with a grin, feeling quite pleased. Let us move on. There are many delectable treats ahead. He led Xian Yuanxue forward. If there is anything you desire to eat, just let me know, Jiang Hao said, glancing back. Xian Yuanxue held a cup of milk tea, sipping through the straw, her beautiful eyes curiously surveying her surroundings. How adorably charming. At that moment, a group of young people approached. Wow, is that Jiang Shun? It's Jiang Shun. Hello, Jiang Shun. What's the deal with the Imperial Tomb? So exciting. I watched the entire live stream. They exclaimed, surrounding Jiang Hao with uncontainable enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, just for show, Jiang Hao chuckled. Please, no need for modesty. They then noticed Xianyuan Shui beside him and gasped in awe. Is there truly a fairy in this world? She is absolutely extraordinary. They were momentarily spellbound. Wait, Jiang Shun, who is this? One of them asked, unable to hide their disbelief. A man and a woman strolling together, indulging in snacks. What else could they possibly be but a couple? Do you know? Yes, came the reply. Incredible. Jiang Hao interjected. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave. He then walked away with Xianyuan Shui, who held her milk tea, following him closely. She cast a few more glances at Jiang Hao. He seemed to have quite a reputation. No wonder he could enter the Ice Palace. There must be something remarkable about him. What is that item in your hand? Why do they disregard the Xiantian spirit crystals, yet you merely display yours and can procure their goods? Xianyuan Shui could not contain her curiosity about Jiang Hao's phone. It's a mobile phone. Mobile phone, Xianyuan Shui murmured. Precisely. As I mentioned, we are in the mundane world, and here, they do not recognize Xiantian spirit crystals or similar items. They only value currency. Therefore, if there is anything you wish for, you can give it to me, and I shall handle the payment, Jiang Hao explained, a smile gracing his heart. May I exchange spiritual items for your currency? Xianyuan Shui inquired. Of course I can. Jiang Hao paused, a smile dancing on his lips as he looked at Xianyuan Shui. But that depends on what spiritual item you offer. His gaze fell upon the purple thunder god pearl adorning her chest. Following Jiang Hao's line of sight, Xianyuan Shui glanced down. You want this? She recalled how Jiang Hao had attempted to take it from her in the Ice Palace. Is this the thunder god pearl? He inquired. Indeed, she replied. Jiang Hao was taken aback, astonished that it was genuinely the thunder god pearl. Without hesitation, she removed it and handed it to him. How much can I exchange it for? Jiang Hao was momentarily speechless. Wait, she is actually giving it to me? And she knows what it is? You don't want it? Xianyuan Shui shook her head indifferently. I have no use for it. Jiang Hao accepted it silently, mumbling it could fetch a considerable amount. Xianyuan Shui extended her hand towards him, signaling for payment. Hastily, Jiang Hao produced some cash and handed it to her. Here, take this for now. I'll buy you a phone later and transfer some money. All right, she acknowledged, taking the money before walking away. She soon approached a small ice cream stall, sipping her milk tea while curiously observing the surroundings. Jiang Hao examined the thunder god pearl in his hand. Did she truly just give it to him so easily? He had initially planned various strategies to acquire it. This is a genuine heiress. He could sense the cataclysmic power contained within the thunder god pearl. Though it seemed sealed, he tucked it away into the spatial pouch at his waist. With so many people around, he decided to wait for a more opportune moment. His gaze drifted to Xianyuan Shui in the distance. This girl appears quite remarkable, yet her identity remains a mystery. Xianyuan Shui. He had searched online, but there was no record of a woman named Xianyuan Shui from that era. This is a must-have. Xianyuan Shui pointed at the ice cream inside the stall. All right, that'll be 45. She handed a 100 yuan note. Your change is 55. Please take it. Xianyuan Shui accepted the money and soon held her ice cream, gazing at it with intrigue. Gradually, she leaned closer and tentatively licked a small portion. The taste elicited a glimmer in her frosty, beautiful eyes. Delicious. She approached Jiang Hao, silently offering him the unfinished milk tea. Here. All right. Jiang Hao accepted it. Xianyuan Shui continued walking ahead, ice cream in hand. Before them stood a makeshift boxing game. In simple terms, if you struck the machine with sufficient force to score over a certain number of points, you would receive a corresponding small prize. Xianyuan Shui stood curiously beside it, watching as others threw punches. Wow, brother, you've got some strength. Over 3,000 points. Here is your prize. Take it. Jiang Hao moved closer to Xianyuan Shui and asked, would you like to try? Not interesting, she replied flatly. Jiang Hao then handed over some money, saying, Boss, I'll take a punch. Sure thing, Jiang Hao said to Xianyuan Shui. Go ahead and give it a try. One must experience everything to become familiar with it. All right. Xianyuan Shui then proceeded forward. Nearby, a few bystanders caught sight of her and were momentarily taken aback. Wow, where did this beauty come from? One exclaimed. Oh, my lady, with just a score of 1,000 points, you could win this small gift. If you manage to score 2,000, there's a figurine, the proprietor remarked. Xianyuan Shui, without hesitation, threw a powerful punch towards the machine. With a resounding crash, the entire apparatus was obliterated by her strike. The boss stood in disbelief, while the crowd echoed his astonishment. Jiang Hao, equally shocked, thought, what in the world? In an instant, onlookers widened their eyes and retreated several paces, questioning whether they were caught in a dream. Jiang Hao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was bad. He had completely overlooked this aspect. Even without exerting her spiritual power, her cultivation level appeared exceedingly high. Such a casual punch, shattering an object of that magnitude, was effortlessly accomplished. Xianyuan Shui stepped back, expressing her disinterest, and then turned to walk away. Goodness. The proprietor gulped nervously. Sir, my girlfriend possesses extraordinary strength. I apologize. I truly apologize. How much will it cost? I will compensate. Jiang Hao hurriedly insisted. No need for that. Oh my. Chapter 75, Divine Sword. Heavenly Punishment. The entirety of the following day, Jiang Hao accompanied Xianyuan Shui on a leisurely exploration of the city, familiarizing her with various aspects of modern life. He also procured a mobile phone for her, complete with a SIM card. As night fell, the two walked along the riverbank. Although Xianyuan Shui had expressed a desire to slay him on several occasions, their interactions had surprisingly blossomed into a pleasant companionship, bound by a celestial connection. How do you find this era? Is it not quite easy to adapt? Jiang Hao inquired. Xianyuan Shui nodded in response. Yes, though some aspects proved to be quite challenging. Logically speaking, it should not be difficult for you to learn, Jiang Hao reassured her. Xianyuan Shui withdrew her phone, pausing momentarily, her delicate brows furrowed. This is quite hard to grasp. Jiang Hao chuckled softly. Take your time. I shall teach you. What about my room? She suddenly asked with an air of curiosity. Well, Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment before making a phone call. All right, I will head over now. After hanging up, he smiled at her. Let us go. I will show you to your room. Okay. They took a taxi to a luxurious villa district. Upon their arrival, Jiang Hao had already contacted a sales representative from a real estate agency. They had spent the entire day cleaning the villa, which was fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. At the entrance of the community, a smiling sales agent awaited them. Mr. Jiang, greetings. Everything is in order. I trust. Yes, it is all ready. Lead the way, Jiang Hao replied. The villa was modestly sized, consisting of 2 floors plus a basement, with a total price of 80 million. Jiang Hao had already paid the deposit. Inside the opulent villa, Xianyuan Shui wandered about leisurely while Jiang Hao engaged in conversation with the sales agent in the living room. Mr. Jiang, I kindly ask that you accompany me tomorrow to finalize the paperwork and remaining payment. I shall not impose further, the agent stated. All right, thank you very much. You're too kind. After the agent departed, Jiang Hao ascended to the 2nd floor, where he found Xianyuan Shui seated on the bed in her room. This room? Jiang Hao inquired with a smile. Yes. Very well. I shall reside next door. Oh, and let me first instruct you on how to take a shower. Jiang Hao remained with Xianyuan Shui until the early hours, before finally retreating to his own room. He lay back on the bed, exhaling deeply. The Thunder God Pearl. He extended his hand, revealing the pearl in his palm. With a mere thought, the sword materialized beside it. As they met, the sword quivered violently. Releasing his grip, both the Thunder God Pearl and the sword floated in the air. Simultaneously, the clear night sky above was engulfed by a tempest of raging lightning. In the adjacent room, Xianyuan Shui sensed the commotion and approached the window for a glance. With a subtle flick of her hand, the tumultuous storm above began to subside. With a soft click, she opened her door and stepped into Jiang Hao's room, taking in the scene before her. At that moment, Jiang Hao's room was enveloped in swirling purple lightning, wrapping around the entire sword. Thunder surged wildly into the sword blade. Witnessing this scene, Xianyuan Shui furrowed her brows. Tianzhu, she murmured. This legendary divine sword had fortuitously fallen into his hands? The Thunder God Pearl transformed into a myriad of lightning, completely merging with Tianju. The 7 intricate patterns now featured an additional purple line. Subsequently, Tianju melded into Jiang Hao's wrist. This sword. Jiang Hao was about to speak when Xianyuan Shui gently parted her crimson lips. Tianju, the supreme divine sword powered by the 7 divine pearls, possesses extraordinary might capable of slaying immortals. Once, the cultivation realm erupted into a great war over this sword, leading to the demise of the former era of immortals, paving the way for the subsequent era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and eventually an age of desolation where spiritual energy ran dry. Jiang Hao. He had also heard this segment of the cultivation realm's history recounted by Qin Yuran. Now, they were in a new golden age of cultivation. So, the once thriving era of cultivation was obliterated because of this sword? What a revelation! Xianyuan Shui regarded Jiang Hao with a hint of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. I never expected this sword to end up in your possession. Such fortune. Jiang Hao chuckled in response. However, you needn't worry too much. There are very few in this era who can recognize this sword. Indeed. Jiang Hao nodded. Where is the cultivation realm? Xianyuan Shui inquired. Isn't this it? Jiang Hao replied with confusion. Xianyuan Shui shook her head. No, there should be another place. Is that so? Jiang Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, for now, I'm not overly concerned. Primarily, your interest in this mundane world is quite intriguing. After that, Xianyuan Shui exited Jiang Hao's room. Jiang Hao lay back on his bed. Is there really another place? He took out his phone and sent a message to Qin Yuran. Are you asleep? Qin Yuran replied almost instantly. Not yet. Jiang Hao then made a call. Qin Yuran's voice came through. What is up? Are you enjoying your time with your celestial girlfriend? It's all right. When are you coming back? I can hardly wait for our joyful trio. Qin Yuran retorted. Get lost, you shameless one. Let me remind you, though the effects of celestial affection are evident, it doesn't mean she won't eliminate you if you provoke her. I know. When are you returning? You must be missing me, right? Qin Yuran teased. Didn't I say? I want to join you for our trio. What is the matter? Qin Yuran inquired. Is there another place in this era that is the true cultivation realm? Jiang Hao asked. Qin Yuran replied. I'm not too sure either. What use are you then? Qin Yuran rolled her eyes on the other end. Get lost. Where's my money? I bought a villa for 80 million. What? You spent 80 million on a villa to live with another woman? That's disgusting. Jiang Hao grinned. You're living here too. Get lost. Jiang Hao chuckled softly. Oh, by the way, I have heard some intriguing news. What is it? Jiang Hao inquired with curiosity. There's a possibility that an ancient treasure is about to emerge, likely in the next few days. It is expected to attract a multitude of people. If you're interested, you might want to take a look. Where is it? Qin Yuran replied. I only heard a rumor. For specifics, you might want to consult those in Qingqiu Mountain or Kunlun Su. All right then, I'll hang up. After ending the call, Jiang Hao sent a message to Chu Qianni. Brother Chu, are you in the midst of training? Chu Qianni promptly called Jiang Hao back. Is there something on your mind, Brother Jiang? During the expedition to the Imperial Tomb, you truly displayed remarkable prowess. I hold great admiration. Ha, it was merely luck. Nothing of great consequence. I heard there might be a treasure emerging. I wonder if you are aware of this matter. Jiang Hao posed a question. Indeed, I have just caught wind of this news as well. I am not certain about the specifics of the treasure, but it was foretold by a senior adept in divination within our circles. The location is in Tiancheng City, and it should occur in the next few days. Are you interested, Brother Jiang? I hold a modicum of interest. Who else is expected to attend? Chu Qianni cautioned Brother Jiang, I would advise against going. Chapter 76. The catastrophe of Heaven City. Chu Qianni's sudden change in tone piqued Jiang Hao's curiosity. What do you mean, Brother Chu? Jiang Hao inquired with a smile. Chu Qianni replied. According to the information we have gathered, the extraordinary treasure that has emerged is yet unknown in nature, but it is undoubtedly of significant value. At least a 6th grade treasure. In this era, a 6th grade classification is indeed prestigious. He continued. A 6th grade treasure typically signifies the presence of demon beasts, at least at the golden core stage, or even the nascent soul stage. Generally, before the emergence of such treasures, there are always extraordinary beasts acting as guardians. These beasts conceal themselves alongside the treasure, utilizing its power for their own cultivation, as they possess a heightened sensitivity to the existence of these treasures. When the accumulation of spiritual energy reaches a certain threshold over the years, the treasure will erupt forth, marking its emergence into the world. It is highly probable that a demon beast, which is cultivated alongside the treasure for many years, is lurking nearby. Would it allow the treasure to be taken by others? Demon beasts are inherently perilous, he elaborated. Take, for instance, the ancient times, entities such as Tao Tai, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhulong. These are all forms of extraordinary beasts, albeit of a more exalted caliber, and they indeed exist. There's nothing to fear, Jiang Hao reassured him. I know you are formidable, but do you truly believe a treasure of such caliber could fall into your hands? Chu Qianni pressed on. This time, I am not even qualified to participate. I am uncertain who will venture to Kunlun Void. Other factions are similarly constrained, and there are bound to be rogue, cultivators, and even malevolent sects mixed in, creating a veritable tumult. So, Brother Chu implies that a fierce battle among the major factions is inevitable in their quest for the treasure? Jiang Hao surmised. Precisely. Chu Qianni affirmed. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Everyone desires the extraordinary treasure. Some factions may have amicable relations, yet many others do not. Hence, it is highly likely that your efforts would be in vain. Alone, how could you contend against those formidable individuals? It has been decades since a 6th grade treasure has appeared. This time, the commotion may be substantial. Thank you for the insight. You're welcome. The call was subsequently terminated. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered the quest, Emergence of the Extraordinary Treasure. Please acquire the emerging treasure. Quest rewards. System points, 5 million. 5 elements divine techniques. I knew it. Jiang Hao chuckled to himself, for he genuinely wished to embark on this journey. Heaven City was not too far away. Jiang Hao then retrieved the crystal stone and 9-star rainbow berry that Xianyuan Shui had given him. First, I shall advance to the golden core stage. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Jiang Hao remained in his room, refining the celestial resources. In between, he took some time to complete the subsequent procedures for purchasing a property. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Shui was far from bored. A single mobile phone was enough to occupy her for quite some time. A powerful aura erupted from Jiang Hao, signifying his ascension to the golden core stage. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. The distinction between the foundation establishment stage and the golden core stage is indeed a realm apart. Even after Jiang Hao reached the golden core stage, he found himself somewhat perplexed about how he had managed to slay a golden core cultivator while still in the foundation establishment phase. The disparity in their levels was simply unfathomable. Stretching lazily, Jiang Hao exited his room. What is that smell? Covering his nose, he descended from the upper floor to the first. At that moment, in the kitchen on the ground floor, a figure clad in a white home outfit was bustling about, frantically preparing a meal. Jiang Hao quickly identified the source of the aroma. So it was Xianyuan Shui cooking? He glanced at the 2 plates on the table. One plate contained chunks of dark, unappetizing meat. Was that braised pork? The other plate held a dish that was an unsightly shade of yellow. Surely that wasn't some curry concoction? Faced with this scene, Jiang Hao instinctively retreated, pretending he had never arrived. Golden core stage, huh? Suddenly, Xianyuan Shui's almost emotionless voice floated from the kitchen. Jiang Hao froze. Yes, golden core stage. Xianyuan Shui then emerged, carrying a plate of food. Taste my cooking. Jiang Hao. What made you suddenly decide to cook? Xianyuan Shui sat down and replied nonchalantly. It seemed quite interesting, so I gave it a try, and it appears I have some talent. She then looked up at Jiang Hao. Is this considered talent? Jiang Hao. Yes, indeed, quite a talent. To produce such a dish on your first attempt, you must be a prodigy in the realm of cultivation. A faint smile graced Xianyuan Shui's lips. So, what do you think of the taste? Jiang Hao. Seeing her gaze filled with anticipation, Jiang Hao's lips twitched. Well, interests can vary widely. Shopping, gaming, yoga, crafts, any of these would suffice. Cooking isn't particularly remarkable. You could easily pursue something else. Xianyuan Shui replied. But didn't Tiyu just call me a culinary prodigy? Jiang Hao. Ah, yes, yes indeed. Let me have a taste. Jiang Hao took a seat. Beneath the table, he discreetly pressed an acupoint to numb his sense of taste. He then picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. Delicious, truly delightful. Indeed. A prodigy. Xin Yuan, you should hurry back. I have something delicious for you. Xin Yuan sat down and picked up her chopsticks. Oh, I'm eating. Jiang Hao immediately piled all the dishes in front of himself and began to devour them ravenously. In the blink of an eye, he had polished off everything. Xin Yuan was somewhat astonished to see Jiang Hao so fond of her cooking. I truly am a genius. She couldn't help but whisper to herself. Jiang Hao. Yes, a genius. Absolutely a genius. Fortunately, he was at the golden core stage. Otherwise, even with his taste buds numbed, he might not withstand the toxicity. If you enjoy it, I can cook often. Jiang Hao. Well. Just as Jiang Hao was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Master Jiang, greetings. It's me, Gu Mr. Gu. Is there something you need? Jiang Hao inquired. Master Jiang, I want to express my gratitude once more for saving my son's life at the Imperial Tomb. The president of Tianqing University has reached out to me, requesting that I contact you regarding a matter. Jiang Hao asked, what is it? There may be something unsavory at Tianqing University. He hopes to enlist your assistance. And of course, there will be generous compensation. Would you be interested? Tianqing University. Coincidentally, he had been planning to venture to Tianqing City in pursuit of extraordinary treasures. Congratulations, you have triggered the quest, Disaster of Tianqing. Quest rewards, system points 20 million. Uskaiwa technique. Huh, another quest has been triggered? 20 million system points? I am somewhat intrigued. What is the compensation? Jiang Hao is in dire need of funds. There were gold-digging women at home. 10 million. No problem. I will head over today. Oh, splendid. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. Chapter 77. The entire city transformed into a grand array. Jiang Hao hung up the phone, watching in astonishment as Xin Yuan Shui elegantly waved her hand, instantly rendering the bowl and chopsticks impeccably clean. Goodness, what sorcery is this? I need to step out for a moment, Jiang Hao remarked, gazing at her. Xin Yuan Shui sat there, exuding an air of grace and nobility, displaying no reaction whatsoever. Her enchanting eyes remained fixed on Jiang Hao, patiently awaiting his next utterance. Stay at home and familiarize yourself with things here. If you wish to venture out, it is permissible, but refrain from showcasing any worldly powers. Oh, Xin Yuan Shui appeared devoid of any emotional upheaval, yet a hint of disappointment seemed to flicker within her. Alas, what could she do? After all, there existed a celestial bond between her and Jiang Hao. Though she was acutely aware of everything, such sentiments occasionally manifested as subconscious expressions beyond her control. I'll tidy up, Jiang Hao said, ascending the stairs. Xin Yuan Shui remained seated on the sofa, tranquil and poised. Soon, Jiang Hao descended from the upper floor. Xin Yuan Shui's gaze followed him, her demeanor still exuding elegance, yet laced with a touch of innocence and charm. Jiang Hao could certainly sense her emotions. It's not that I don't wish to take you. Primarily, you lack identification. You cannot board high-speed trains or airplanes without it. Xin Yuan Shui rose, coolly striding past Jiang Hao. Understood. I had no intention of going, she replied, her voice devoid of inflection. Jiang Hao rubbed his forehead. No intention of going, yet you lingered on the sofa for quite some time, as if vying for something? Wait a moment, Jiang Hao called after her. In that case, I shall rent a car, and we could drive there, all right? Xin Yuan Shui paused in her tracks. Fine. Jiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Xin Yuan Shui turned. Her brow furrowed as she inquired, what causes your laughter? Nothing, just reminiscing about something joyous. Is it because that girl is returning? Xin Yuan Shui asked. Jiang Hao. Not that, my friend. Why does it already feel like a battleground? No, just change your clothes and shoes. Avoid wearing slippers. All right. Xin Yuan Shui ascended the stairs. Jiang Hao settled on the sofa, propping his leg up as he prepared to engage with his phone. Just as he thought he had time to spare, Xin Yuan Shui descended promptly. She donned a pure white turtleneck sweater, layered with a long, khaki trench coat. Her hair cascaded freely, and she wore snug jeans paired with simple white sneakers. Perhaps her outfit was slightly mismatched, as she was still unfamiliar with such styles. Nevertheless, being a woman, she inherently possessed a remarkable knack for coordination. This woman was undeniably formidable. However, Jiang Hao found himself preferring her barefoot, clad in a celestial gown. That was quick, Jiang Hao remarked, putting away his phone with a smile. I had expected a prolonged wait. Upon arriving there, I may find myself preoccupied with numerous tasks, while you should indulge in leisure and pursue your own affairs. Where to? Xian Yuanxue inquired directly. I could drive, I replied. No need. Simply indicate the direction and the distance, Xian Yuanxue responded. Tian City. Jiang Hao glanced around and pointed in a particular direction, saying approximately that way. A straight line distance of about 500 kilometers. 500 kilometers is 1,000 miles. Xian Yuanxue's hair began to dance, her enchanting violet eyes shimmering. Beneath their feet, a hexagram formation materialized. In the blink of an eye, a flash of light enveloped them, and they vanished from sight, only to reappear in a desolate location. Yet, the nearby highway attested to the fact that they were still within the blue star. Jiang Hao took a moment to glance at his phone's map. Wow, there seems to be a slight discrepancy in distance. However, they were now right at the edge of Tian City. Ahead lay Tian City itself. This is astonishingly convenient, Jiang Hao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Xian Yuanxue remained silent, casting her gaze skyward before striding purposefully toward the city. The weather was overcast. The moment Xian Yuanxue crossed into the territory of Tian City, her expression shifted to one of slight solemnity. Jiang Hao approached her. This city has its spiritual veins sealed, Xian Yuanxue stated. Sealed spiritual veins? Does that imply someone is siphoning off the city's lifeblood? Xian Yuanxue nodded. Not merely the lifeblood. Every inhabitant of the city is, without their knowledge, having their essence and vitality absorbed. Does this mean the entire city has become a colossal breeding ground for malevolence? Xian Yuanxue agreed. That would be one way to describe it. Jiang Hao inhaled sharply. Such an extensive endeavor? So the calamity task triggered in Tian City alludes to this. No wonder the reward system is so substantial. Is this some form of dark sorcery? Jiang Hao asked. Indeed, when the time is ripe, the entire city will serve as sustenance for that individual. Hundreds of thousands of lives. In this era, such a grand scheme likely stems from ancient forbidden arts. Had Xian Yuanxue not come here, even formidable beings like those from Kunlun Su would have been oblivious to this. The two walked alongside the broad road. Vehicles flowed by, creating an illusion of normalcy. Will you be able to find it? Jiang Hao inquired. It will require some time. After speaking, Xian Yuanxue turned to Jiang Hao. So, what brings you here? Jiang Hao replied, some troubling incidents have occurred at a university, and I intend to investigate. Moreover, there should be a rare treasure emerging in this vicinity. Xian Yuanxue glanced into the void. It does seem like a rare treasure is about to appear. Go ahead. I will look into the city's spiritual veins. You should be cautious. Jiang Hao began but reconsidered. It dawned on him that her presence here was undoubtedly a significant advantage. Unless an equally formidable opponent emerged, she would remain unchallenged. However, for the time being, it seems unlikely that we will encounter anything. Where is it small? Xian Yuanxue asked, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. No, it's not small at all. Jiang Hao replied, shaking his head repeatedly. Do take care, he added. Xian Yuanxue presented Jiang Hao with a jade pendant, saying, if danger arises, crush it. Jiang Hao accepted it with a smile. You care for me so dearly? Suddenly, the temperature around them plummeted. If you continue to speak frivolously, I shall tear your mouth apart. With that, she vanished from sight. Jiang Hao shrugged his shoulders. Women truly are capricious beings. Subsequently, he hailed a cab and headed straight to Tianqing University. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the university, the principal and several teachers awaited his arrival, while some students curiously gathered around. A taxi came to a halt, and Jiang Hao stepped out. Ah, Zhang. Brother Jiang. The principal approached along with his colleagues, extending his hand for a handshake. They had promised to come to welcome Jiang Hao, yet he had not prompted them to depart. Principal, esteemed colleagues, Jiang Hao greeted them. Please, after you. Chapter 78, Jiang Shun. Teach me the art of immortality. Initially, These individuals were skeptical of such metaphysical beliefs, perhaps harboring a slight inclination toward concepts like feng shui. However, recent occurrences within the school have sent chills down their spines. The principal has known Mr. Guan, for many years, and Guan is acutely aware that matters pertaining to the Tao should not be disclosed lightly. He subtly cautioned the principal regarding this. Furthermore, the live broadcast from the Emperor's tomb, along with the events surrounding Guan's own son, Gu Jinyan, have compelled them to believe. What is happening? Jiang Hao inquired. Brother Jiang, let us relocate to the office. It is too crowded here, came the response. Very well. They proceeded to the office, while a throng of university students gathered around them. Wow, Jiang Shun, is Jiang Shin here at our school? Exclaimed one student. Incredible. It truly is him. Jiang Shun. How handsome. Ah, Jiang Shun, please teach me the art of immortality. In an instant, a multitude of students excitedly encircled him. What are you all doing? Is there nothing else to attend to? Disperse, disperse. The principal urged the students to scatter. Subsequently, he and Jiang Hao made their way to the principal's office. The principal poured a cup of tea for Jiang Hao. Brother Jiang, please enjoy some tea. In truth, the principal was already 60 years of age, while the youthful Jiang Hao had only recently graduated from university. It seemed rather absurd for a man of 60 to accept that a peer of his students possessed extraordinary abilities. Yet, there was no alternative. Thank you. Now, please share the details. It is as follows: the principal's side. This month, our school has witnessed 3 incidents of students jumping from buildings. Initially, we did not consider this angle until the day before yesterday, when yet another incident occurred. Several students witnessed a female classmate kneeling by the artificial lake on campus. Rather than jumping into the lake to end her life, she submerged her head in the water, drowning in such a manner. This situation is relatively straightforward to diagnose. Merely a malevolent spirit haunting the premises. Indeed, this university is plagued by such a spirit. We simply need to identify and confront it. According to Xin Yuan Shui, Tianqing City has become a vast breeding ground for sinister entities. Such an environment is particularly conducive to the proliferation of malevolent forces. Is that all? Jiang Hao asked. Yes, the impact has been substantial. We kindly request your assistance in resolving this matter. Should you succeed, the school is prepared to offer a reward of 1 million as your remuneration. Jiang Hao replied, It is not primarily about the money. This is my obligation. The principal's lips twitched slightly. Mr. Gu had specifically advised him that Jiang Hao had a fondness for wealth. He had initially intended to offer 500,000, but with Gu and S' suggestion to raise it to 1 million, he complied. Indeed, the principal affirmed repeatedly. Very well. I shall attend to my duties. I will wander around the school to investigate the cause. Certainly, if there is anything you require assistance with, do not hesitate to speak up. Subsequently, Jiang Hao stepped outside in search of vengeful spirits. As he wandered through the university, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Goodness, Jiang Shun, teach me the ways of cultivation, please. Ah, so many students gathered around in excitement. Ha ha ha, everyone. Let us not spread rumors. It's all for show, truly. Jiang Hao chuckled. Jiang Shun, stop pretending. You are indeed cultivating. Indeed, teach us, we implore you. I yearn to soar through the skies and traverse the earth. Jiang Shun, it's merely for entertainment. I am but a charlatan. Do not take it seriously. Jiang Shun, have you come to investigate the recent incidents of students jumping off buildings and into the lake? Jiang Hao nodded. Yes. The drowning occurred in this lake, correct? Which spot? It was right here, a student pointed ahead. Jiang Hao nodded and inquired. Which building was the one from which they jumped? It was the girls' dormitory. All girls? Yes, all of them. All right, thank you. With just a few pieces of information, Jiang Hao was able to narrow down some possibilities. He first arrived at the lakeside and activated his spirit's searching eye. Through this ability, he sought to discern if anything lay within the lake. Goodness, there truly is something. Perhaps more than one. Jiang Hao lamented, pondering the plight of these university students living amidst such turmoil. At that moment, in the library, whispers circulated. Let us go. I heard Jiang Shun has arrived. Is that so? Is he here to investigate? Indeed, I said our school must harbor some unclean entities. If Jiang Shun is here, he will surely uncover them. These happenings have left me in constant trepidation while on campus, fearing it might happen to me next. Let's go take a look. Upon hearing this, four girls seated at a nearby table exchanged glances before rising and walking away. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao stood by the lake. The students had already been ushered away by their teachers, leaving them with the option of taking distant photographs with their phones. Master Jiang, does this lake hold any significance? The principal inquired. Yes, there are foul entities within the lake. Is that so? They exchanged wary glances. Truth be told, many remained skeptical. Could it not be mere trickery? You claim there is, but how can they perceive it? What shall we do now? Should we drain the artificial lake? The principal hastily questioned. That is unnecessary. There are likely two unclean entities within the school, neither encroaching upon the other, one in the girls' dormitory and the other in the lake. After stating this, Jiang Hao continued, perhaps the school should provide extra meals for the students over the next few days. Huh? They were momentarily taken aback. What could Jiang Hao possibly mean? Jiang Hao then squatted beside the artificial lake. He extended his hand into the lake, a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. Thunder erupted forth, and in the next moment, the entire expanse of water was engulfed in a cacophony of thunderous roars. Columns of water erupted violently from the artificial lake. The teachers behind him were left utterly astounded. What was this? He plunged his hand into the water, and the lake erupted? Their disbelief and astonishment were beyond imagination, as if the water had been preloaded with explosives. As the thunder continued to shatter the lake's surface, countless fish floated belly up, a stark realization dawning upon them regarding Jiang Hao's earlier mention of providing the students with a feast. Meanwhile, from the depths of the lake, a vengeful spirit surged forth, though it remained unseen by others. Jiang Hao, with a mere gesture, exerted his will from a distance. At the Golden Core stage, he was an undeniable force. The onlookers only witnessed something bursting in the air, and then tranquility returned. This matter has been resolved, Jiang Hao remarked indifferently. Chapter 79. To choose her or me. Applause erupted from the teachers, although they were utterly perplexed and could not comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, the sight of Jiang Hao causing the surface of the lake to erupt was sufficiently astonishing. Is it resolved? The principal inquired, astonished. It's not completely settled yet. There is still the girls' dormitory to address later tonight, came the reply. Should we secure the campus? The principal asked. Principal, that question is unnecessary. We cannot see those entities. If they wish to flee, sealing the school would not hinder them, one of the teachers stated. Jiang Hao smiled lightly. No need for lockdown. You all carry on with your evening activities. I will handle myself. Oh, and regarding the girls' dormitory, please grant me access. Inform the dormitory supervisor. Very well, but you must be cautious entering the girls' dormitory at night. What if? The principal expressed concern. His words were interrupted by the vice principal. Principal, there is no need for worry. Such matters are unavoidable, much like male doctors practicing gynecology or assisting in childbirth. No. I meant to say I'm concerned that some female students might develop an infatuation with Jiang, the principal clarified. Jiang Hao could not help but cough lightly. Principal, you doubt my professional ethics? Not at all. It's just that everyone is in their adolescence, and Jiang is exceptionally talented. Very well, we shall count on you. Jiang Hao nodded and subsequently left the school. However, before his departure, he affixed a talisman to the wall of the school gate. Principal, keep an eye on this talisman. If you see me emerge tonight, no one is to approach during that time. The principal nodded, understood. Shortly after Jiang Hao left, a girl linked arms with a boy as they headed towards the school exit. I don't want to return tonight, she said casually. The boy's eyes brightened. All right, let us spend the night out. They proceeded to exit the school. However, while the boy walked straight out, the girl suddenly seemed to be halted by an unseen force, stumbling back several steps. Xiaoqin, what's wrong? The boy asked, rushing back to support her. The girl's expression was not pleasant. I think I feel a bit unwell. Perhaps we should not go out tonight. Okay. I'll walk you back to the dorm. No need, I'll return by myself. The girl hurriedly departed. Curse that guy. Her expression twisted into one of rage. He has sealed off the school with a talisman. Had I known, I should have left sooner. The school is densely populated, providing too many advantages for me. She hastened back to her dormitory. Inside, Three girls sat engrossed in their phones, seemingly planning to invite boys to leave the school. "We can't get out." The girl who returned spoke briefly, drawing the attention of the other three. "That damned fellow has sealed off the school. We cannot escape." "What shall we do?" inquired a girl with golden hair. Another, with a menacing expression, declared, "Either we kill him, or we hide." Had we known we should have slain more and absorbed their energy, we would have been stronger and unafraid of him. A slow and steady approach is acceptable. Yet we did not anticipate his swift arrival, nor that he would come here, the golden-haired girl remarked. "His target is the girls' dormitory. If we can stay in the boys' dorm tonight, we should be able to evade him. He is young and likely not very formidable." This seemed straightforward. Shortly thereafter, one girl retrieved her phone and sent a voice message. "Darling, I miss you. Can you send your roommate out tonight so I can sleep with you?" Upon witnessing her actions, the other three girls' eyes brightened. What a brilliant idea. As night fell, Jiang Hao quietly arrived at the school. However, he did not proceed directly to the girls' dormitory. Spirits sensing eyes, he thought with a smile. The presence of malevolent spirits could manifest in two forms, either residing in a place of extreme negativity or in a state of possession. In a school, it was highly probable that they existed in a possessed state. The news of his arrival would surely have reached the spirit, and with Jiang Hao sealing off the university, the spirit had two choices: confront him or hide. Jiang Hao suspected it would choose the latter. Indeed, a subtle surge of spiritual energy appeared in the boys' dormitory. Jiang Hao entered the building, approaching the door of dormitory 312. At that moment, the girl rolling on the bed suddenly froze. "No way." In the next instant, Jiang Hao flashed into the dormitory. "Whoa, you, Jiang Shun?" The boy was taken aback. Pervert. Assault." The girl screamed. "Darling." Jiang Hao leaned against the door and turned on the light. "Do you trust me or her?" he asked with a smile. I." The boy looked between the girl and Jiang Hao, bewildered. Suddenly, he jumped off the bed, leaving the girl behind, and rushed to Jiang Hao's side. He had an epiphany. Jiang Hao had come to deal with the malevolent entity, and he was a fan of Jiang Hao. Lu Xiao, the girl he had long admired, had seemingly lured him into this predicament. The excitement surged within him, but at that moment, with Jiang Hao's sudden appearance, realization dawned upon him. He encountered a ghost? A clever one, Jiang Hao chuckled. Lu Xiao, meanwhile, discarded her pretense and flickered to the window, her expression now menacing. "If you wish to spare this girl's life, then step back," the boy exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. "What the hell? Has he truly lost his mind?" Jiang Hao, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, leaned against the wall and replied, "Go ahead, give it a try. Just don't blame me for the consequences." With that, she leaped directly out of the window. The boy merely felt a gust of wind rush past him. When he turned to look, Jiang Hao had vanished from his side. At that moment, Jiang Hao was plummeting downwards. He affixed a talisman to the girl's forehead. Just as the boy intended to rush to the window, he discovered that Jiang Hao had already returned with Lu Xiao in tow. Jiang Shun, he stammered. "Keep an eye on her. A teacher will arrive shortly to take her to the hospital." Jiang Hao then exited, making his way to the next room. Inside were merely a few ordinary malevolent spirits, still immature and easily dealt with. Jiang Hao strolled out with an air of confidence. Brother Jiang, how did it go?" The principal hurriedly approached. "All resolved. For girls are unconscious and in poor condition, but they are not in any danger. Just send them to the hospital." "Splendid," the principal exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "I'll send you the account number later, Mr. Gu." Very well." Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively and departed. Upon exiting the school, he retrieved his phone. Just then, a message arrived. The sender was noted as Snowy Wifey. It was a voice message, preceded by a cascade of texts filled with an assortment of emojis, periods, question marks, and commas, as if hastily typed in a frenzy. The voice message conveyed, "Come to me." Chapter 80. The grand formation of the city of breaking heaven Xian Yunshu sent a voice message, summoning Jiang Hao to her location, indicating she had made a significant discovery. Jiang Hao promptly prepared to head towards her. However, he paused and sent a voice message. "Sister, where are you?" Xian Yunshu replied with an emotionless tone. "How do you expect me to reveal my location? Also, refrain from calling me sister." Jiang Hao pressed. Could you send me your coordinates? She complied with a brief message, sending her location. To his surprise, her grasp of pinyin was commendable. Xian Yuanxue confirmed, sent. Jiang Hao's lips twitched. He had requested her location, her position in WeChat. Xian Yuanxue's voice carried a chill. Do not call me sister. All right. Could you at least share your location? Jiang Hao insisted. He opened the location feature in the bottom right corner of WeChat, only to find a live location option. After sending the request, he encountered a red exclamation mark. Message sent but rejected by the recipient. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Seriously, she has learned to share her location, but knows how to block me? Well, if she wants a block, let her be. With a girl like that, there's no need to coax her. She'll just have to return home on her own. Contemplating this, he felt a sense of relief. Her safety was not his concern. For Jiang Hao, the present situation revolved around two matters: the emergence of extraordinary treasures and the calamity of the city. The spirit viewing eye. Given that the entire city of Breaking Heaven had transformed into a colossal breeding ground, the spirit viewing eye would undoubtedly be effective in discerning the flow of spiritual energy. Indeed, the city resembled a breeding ground, with myriad currents of spiritual energy converging. According to Xian Yuanxue, this was a form of dark sorcery, yet more akin to a formation. In essence, someone had converted the entire city into a grand array akin to a breeding ground. Transforming an entire city into such a formation required extraordinary power, an ability beyond the ordinary. Jiang Hao surveyed his surroundings. Through the spirit viewing eye, he discerned 5 pivotal points in various directions that continuously siphoned spiritual energy. Clearly, these 5 focal points constituted the core of the grand formation, amalgamating the city's breeding ground. For others, identifying these points would be exceedingly challenging. However, Jiang Hao was capable of doing so. Thus, should he dismantle these focal points, the calamity of the city would presumably be resolved. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that Xian Yuanxue must have made a significant discovery, likely concerning malevolent cultivators. As a golden core cultivator, Jiang Hao felt a surge of confidence. Without further ado, he surged towards one of the focal points, following the direction of the converging spiritual energy. Upon arrival, he found himself before a hospital, a prominent tertiary hospital, standing at its entrance. He could unmistakably observe the influx of spiritual energy pouring into the building, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The pervasive aura of negativity within the hospital is indeed commonplace. However, it is precisely this atmosphere that allows one to evade the suspicions of certain practitioners. In the dead of night, Jiang Hao ventured into the hospital. The place was sparsely populated, with only on-duty doctors, nurses, and patients in the wards present at this hour. It was unlikely that he would be discovered in any conspicuous location. At the very least, there would be no overt phenomena above ground. Jiang Hao made his way to the underground parking garage. As expected, the oppressive energy was even more pronounced below. He observed the direction in which the spiritual energy converged, pondering thoughtfully. Yet, he was currently at the lowest level of the hospital's underground, suggesting there were deeper layers yet to be explored. How would he gain access? There must be a method. Jiang Hao swiftly inscribed the character for instant before him, intending to teleport directly below. If the distance was not solid ground, he would likely fall. However, the attempt failed. Was the ground still beneath my feet, even after 10 meters? Deeper? He inscribed the character once more, this time aiming for 30 meters. In a flash, Jiang Hao vanished from his location. Upon reappearing, he found himself suspended in a vast subterranean chamber. He landed gracefully, scanning his surroundings. The space was colossal, with a height of nearly 20 meters. It was somewhat dim, yet torches flickered around the perimeter, illuminating the emptiness. Ahead loomed a towering altar, rising several meters high with 100 steps leading to its summit, yet devoid of any presence. Indeed, Jiang Hao's vigilance heightened. All the spiritual energy was wildly converging towards this very spot, coalescing upon the altar. With a swift movement, he flashed to the altar's peak. What was this? The sight before him momentarily stunned Jiang Hao. It was a heart, a still-beating heart. The spiritual energy was surging into this heart. The heart itself was merely a heart, But the altar beneath the hospital served as one of the focal points of a larger array. Destroying it would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the entire goop breeding ground within the heavenly city. As for the heart, it was evident that it was no benign entity. Flames coiled around Jiang Hao's hand as he reached out toward the heart through the fire. "How dare you, brat!" Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, followed by an overwhelming force rushing towards Jiang Hao. He swiftly dodged and countered with a punch. The collision of their fists unleashed a powerful shockwave, propelling Jiang Hao several meters away. A fifth-stage golden core practitioner? Observing the figure before him, Jiang Hao couldn't help but smirk. The figure was a man in his 50s, clad in a white lab coat typical of hospital staff, with a name tag reading Zhang Fengshui, Chief Physician. A chief physician of a hospital possessing golden core cultivation. Truly remarkable. Zhang Fengshui's pupils constricted slightly, astonished that such a young individual also wielded golden core prowess. "Quite the skilled physician," Jiang Hao remarked in jest. At that moment, a dozen figures clad in black robes rushed towards him with alarming speed. Upon their black robes was emblazoned a crimson sun emblem. Oh, the cult of the sun god? Indeed, that Gu Qianxiu once donned such a black robe. Thus, the happenings in the city of heaven were not the actions of a solitary individual, but rather the machinations of this cult of the sun god. Zhang Fengshui extended his hand towards Jiang Hao, his visage menacing. "You, surrender your heart, and I shall spare your life." Jiang Hao clutched the heart tightly in his grasp. "Will you truly spare my life? Not only shall I spare you, but I will also ensure that your people receive free treatment at my hospital for eternity. What say you?" Jiang Hao nodded. That sounds quite enticing." With that, he exerted force, and the heart was crushed in his hand. It did not simply disintegrate into a mass of flesh, but rather transformed into a cloud of dark mist that vanished from sight, simultaneously unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. "You little fool! You seek death! Take him down!" Zhang Fengshui bellowed in fury. Whoosh! He, along with a dozen or so followers of the cult of the sun god, charged at Jiang Hao. Ice. A single word was uttered, and in an instant, everything in the vicinity was encased in ice. The dozen or so foundational cultivators from the cult of the sun god were utterly powerless, instantaneously becoming frozen statues. Only Zhang Fengshui managed to withstand the onslaught. "What is this?" Zhang Fengshui landed, his expression grave. Chapter 81. The ghost infant Zhang Fengshui, at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, found himself face-to-face with a youth who was merely at the 1st level of the same realm. How could a single supernatural ability from this young man instill such immense pressure upon him? Who indeed was the true 5th level of the Golden Core? With a snap of his fingers, a smirk graced Jiang Hao's lips. In that fleeting moment, the frozen practitioners of the Sun God sect were reduced to mere fragments. Despicable. Zhang Fengshui's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, as an ominous black mist coiled around him. Within the depths of this darkness, numerous spectral infant heads, adorned with black foreheads and red eyes, began to manifest. The chilling, eerie sounds of infantile wails and laughter echoed incessantly. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, recognizing this as one of the malevolent arts practiced by the Sun God sect, the ghost infant. These were the abominable creatures they nurtured, and once fully formed, they were exceedingly terrifying. Although this particular ghost infant had yet to take on a corporeal form, Jiang Hao grasped the sinister reality behind it. Working in a hospital, he understood the implications of cultivating a ghost infant. Countless innocent lives had likely been sacrificed to serve as its sustenance, tragically perishing at its hands. Perish! The thick black mist surged forth, accompanied by the spectral forms of numerous ghost infants, hurtling towards Jiang Hao. He sensed the imminent danger. Should he be struck, the consequences would be dire. With a profound concentration, he invoked the 4th layer of the Void Chaos technique. Instantly, his cultivation level soared to match that of Zhang Fengshui, reaching the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. "Come forth, fire!" The fiery essence coalesced within Jiang Hao's grasp. He extended his right index and middle fingers, directing them towards the approaching specters. Flames erupted forth. However, the ghostly mist displayed no trepidation towards Jiang Hao's power. Instead, it voraciously devoured the flames he had unleashed, growing even stronger in the process. Truly, a testament to the wickedness of dark sorcery. Zhang Fengshui, not far off, gritted his teeth in fury. Suddenly, Jiang Hao vanished from sight. What? Zhang Fengshui's eyes widened in disbelief, only to find Jiang Hao materializing directly before him. With a single, forceful punch, he sent Zhang Fengshui flying 100 meters, crashing into the wall and leaving a profound dent. In that moment, Jiang Hao discerned Zhang Fengshui's true nature, a novice who had taken a shortcut, utilizing his position to cultivate dark arts. Though he had progressed rapidly in his sorcery, he lacked true combat prowess. In essence, he was merely a pawn, a dog trained by the genuine members of the Sun God sect. As the ghostly mist surged forth once more, Jiang Hao extended his hand to intercept it. The hand of absolute spirit prevented the mist from encroaching upon him in the slightest. Crackling with electricity, Jiang Hao advanced, dragging the limp Zhang Fengshui from the fray. Despite his 5th-level status, Zhang Fengshui's physical constitution was remarkably feeble. One punch had already left him struggling to withstand the onslaught. With a swift motion, Jiang Hao stepped down. Crack! Ah! Zhang Fengshui's agonized scream filled the air as Jiang Hao crushed his arm beneath his foot, pinning it mercilessly. Speak! What purpose does this heart serve? Or face the consequences? I do not know. I do not know. Zhang Fengshui's face contorted in anguish. Jiang Hao felt an undeniable uncertainty. Then tell me, who is your superior, and where might they be? He inquired. I do not know. It was he who sought me out, urging me to keep a vigilant watch over the heart. He even assigned someone to assist me, and thus it has unfolded. Spare me, I beg you. Jiang Hao touched the tip of his nose. Although he had reached the golden core stage, he remained an exceedingly marginal figure. Flames coalesced within the palm of Jiang Hao's hand. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I have a wife and children to care for. Please spare my life. A deafening explosion resounded, and he was reduced to a charred corpse. Surely, he awaited the arrival of the Yangshan sect as followers at this location, for the heart had been destroyed. However, this lay beneath a hospital. First, he would obliterate this focal point. A heart is merely a heart, yet beneath the entire hospital lay a colossal formation, with this being one of its nodes. After destroying this place, Jiang Hao departed without delay. He wandered through the streets under the cloak of night. The fact that such a heart was entrusted to a peripheral figure signified its lack of significance. He knew precisely where to go next. There were 5 focal points situated in the cardinal directions and one at the center. The central node must undoubtedly hold the utmost importance, yet the others could not be overlooked. However, Jiang Hao found himself stretched thin. A sudden realization dawned upon him, and a smile graced his lips. He swiftly made his way to the outskirts. 5 Thunder Technique. He unleashed his divine power directly towards the heavens, an act unmistakably conspicuous. As anticipated, a surge of presences approached Jiang Hao. Upon sighting him, an onlooker displayed a puzzled expression. Sir, I am Zhang Miao from the Spirit Sword Pavilion. What transpired here? He inquired, clasping his fist in respect. There are wicked practitioners from the Yangshan sect, Jiang Hao responded. Wicked practitioners from the Yangshan sect? Where have they fled? They have escaped. Increasing numbers of individuals soon arrived, having learned of the situation. Among them were not only young disciples, but also seasoned masters. These individuals had congregated in Tiancheng, drawn together by the allure of rare treasures. Jiang Hao intended to attract them. Are you Jiang Hao, my young friend? An elder stroked his beard and asked. Indeed, Jiang Hao affirmed. Ah, I see. Might I inquire about your findings? Jiang Hao replied, I have uncovered certain information. It is imperative for you all to take up the mantle of protecting the lives of the common folk and eradicate the remnants of the Yangshan sect. We are indeed heroes of the righteous sects. Thus it is our duty, they declared. Jiang Hao then elaborated on the situation briefly. A ghost infant? That is indeed one of the sinister arts of the Yangshan sect. It seems they are concocting a grand scheme, he remarked. Jiang Hao produced a map and said, You speak correctly, esteemed guests, please observe. This is the result of my investigations. This stronghold has been destroyed, yet there remain 4 others at these locations. However, The Yangshan sect has undoubtedly become aware of our actions. I implore you to act swiftly. They scrutinized the map with care. Yet their initial intent had not been to take action. Their objective on this journey is not the Sun God sect. Should a confrontation arise, the potential depletion of their own resources could complicate the pursuit of the extraordinary treasures. However, with representatives from various major factions present, no one dares to voice any objections out of respect. They must face the situation with determination. Thus, we shall embark on this journey. I propose we head towards the northern stronghold of the Sun God sect. What say you, esteemed members of the Myriad Forms Temple? Very well. Farewell, young friend Jiang Hao. Subsequently, the crowd hastily departed. A smile graced Jiang Hao's lips. It would have been quite troublesome to go alone. This arrangement certainly simplifies matters. After all, these individuals are formidable in their own right. Each faction boasts a leader at the nascent soul stage, and often more than one. It is intriguing how these individuals emerge only when extraordinary treasures are at stake, yet remain elusive during mundane affairs. Jiang Hao chuckled softly, then produced his phone to send a meme to Xianyuan Shui. The red exclamation mark has vanished. Chapter 82. The feasting of the lips is not far off. Upon noticing the disappearance of the red exclamation mark, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a smile. Women indeed. He promptly sent a voice message. Where are you now? Xianyuan Shui quickly responded, killing. Jiang Hao, I have discovered clues regarding the Yang God sect. Xianyuan Shui, currently resolving the situation. Judging by Xianyuan Shui's demeanor, she must have once been a person of integrity. However, her elimination of so many lives under the Imperium casts a shadow on her character. Jiang Hao, send me your location, and I shall come. Xianyuan Shui successfully transmitted her coordinates, evidently having grasped the meaning of positioning by now. Jiang Hao glanced at it. Wow. Xianyuan Shui's location was precisely at the heart of the city's formation. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Hao arrived at the designated spot. There stood Xianyuan Shui, regal and graceful. By the roadside, Jiang Hao approached her. Have you resolved the matter? There's still a few small fry. Someone has gone to deal with them. Xianyuan Shui responded coolly. Jiang Hao nodded and said, then this formation covering the entire city should be considered neutralized, correct? Indeed. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission Disaster of Tianqing. Mission reward. System value 20 million. Sky-piercing technique has been issued. As the system chimed, a smile graced Jiang Hao's face. Come, let me treat you to something delicious. Xianyuan Shui slightly nodded, all right. Subsequently, Jiang Hao led Xianyuan Shui to a riverside hot pot restaurant. Meanwhile, members of the Lingjian sect beheld the scene before them. In Jiu Mountain, Yuchang, their pupils constricted slightly. The two were renowned figures of the Yang God sect, existing at the level of the sect's leaders, both recognized as advanced, nascent soul cultivators. The sight of their lifeless bodies left the onlookers in shock. A dignified, nascent soul expert had perished just like that? It seemed they had not put up much of a struggle, as if they were effortlessly crushed by bare hands. Yet there was a sense of relief. Had they merely come here, it could pose a risk. Who possesses such strength? Moreover, it appeared they had just been killed moments before. Did anyone see who left here just now? He urgently inquired of those nearby. In the dead of night, who could be around? One disciple frowned. I recall. A strikingly beautiful woman seeming to exit from this direction, but it could be mere coincidence. Never mind, never mind. It is a misfortune turned into a blessing. What on earth is the Yang God sect up to? At that moment, within a sinister hall, an elderly man sat within a formation, seemingly in meditation. Captain, it's bad. Captain. A figure rushed in haste. What is it? Yin Song, the captain of the Yang God sect in Tianqing, revealed a displeased expression. Two of our hall master soul lamps have extinguished. What? Yin Song's eyes widened in disbelief. Who did this? Could it be the individuals from various sects of Tian City? Impossible. Their cultivation levels could not have been so easily extinguished. And there's more. Speak. The 10,000 souls gathering spirit array has been destroyed. Yin Song trembled violently. What an outrageous act. Who, pray tell, has thwarted my grand scheme? This 10,000 souls gathering spirit array has existed for decades, undetected by anyone. It was a pivotal plan entrusted to him by the Yangshan sect. Once realized, the entire Yangshan sect would experience a significant enhancement in power. In merely a decade or so, they could have used the blood of 300,000 souls within the city to offer sacrifices to the spirits of heaven and earth. Normally, they would operate discreetly, avoiding the attention of powerful beings. Delaying for another decade would pose no problem. The day of blood staining Tian City would inevitably arrive. However, how could someone silently dismantle the grand formation of his entire city? What individual possesses such capability? It is over, it is over. Yinxing Song paced incessantly. As the leader of the Yangshan sect, he was held in high regard, yet he remained merely a leader. He yearned to ascend further. The Yangshan sect has existed for millennia. If he could rise to the upper echelons, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Yet, such a critical mission for the Yangshan sect has been obliterated. He feared. Nonetheless, this matter primarily fell under the jurisdiction of Elder Eight. He was not present in Tian City, so it should not fall upon my shoulders, right? Yinxing Song pondered aloud. Wait, who are the two deceased hall masters? What of Yin Jioshan? Yinxing Song inquired hastily. The one extinguished was indeed the sole lamp of Hall Master Yin Jioshan. Yinxing Song's gaze sharpened. Yin Jioshan was his younger brother. Although they had both practiced dark arts, and their emotional ties might not be as fervent, he was still his brother. Outrageous. This must surely be the consequence of the emergence of a rare treasure, drawing cultivators to Tian City. Clenching his fist tightly, he thought, the day a rare treasure emerges will be the day I offer your blood in sacrifice for my dear brother. At a hot pot restaurant, Jiang Hao and Xianyuan Shui indulged in a lavish meal, relishing their dining experience. It was Xianyuan Shui's first encounter with hot pot, and she found herself pleasantly surprised. Despite the late hour, the establishment was bustling with patrons, predominantly men and women, creating a lively atmosphere. How is it? Is it delicious? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Quite good, Xianyuan Shui replied candidly. She then looked up, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Hao, inquiring, how is it made? Jiang Hao, this woman, does she truly contemplate the preparation of food, even while dining? Does she possess an inexplicable fondness for cooking? No. Such delicacies are best enjoyed outside. There is no necessity for such endeavors at home, truly no need. Xianyuan Shui furrowed her brow lightly, reflecting for a moment before saying, but I believe dining at home can also be delightful. I will look into it. This is called hot pot, is it? Jiang Hao nodded in affirmation. Suddenly struck by a thought, she prepared hot pot, purchased the base ingredients, and acquired all the necessary components, making it hard to imagine it could taste anything less than delightful. Suddenly, Xianyuan Shui had an epiphany. Until now, her thoughts had been entirely consumed by the act of cooking and serving. It dawned on her that she and Jiang Hao were sharing the same pot. The chopsticks and the broth were laden with Jiang Hao's essence. She and Jiang Hao. Her mindset was, after all, rather conventional. She decided against it. This was inappropriate. Jiang Hao seemed to sense her shift in demeanor, perhaps realizing what she had come to understand. After all, why indulge in hot pot, if not for this intimate connection? Though it was entirely normal, her thoughts were excessively traditional. This woman was rather innocent. Awakening to this realization only now. I have matters to attend to. When will you return? Xianyuan Shui inquired coldly. The emergence of a rare treasure was likely imminent. With that, Xianyuan Shui exited. Jiang Hao settled the bill and followed her out, only to find her figure had vanished. Women, Jiang Hao sighed, stretching. He wondered when he might finally hold her hand. Once that happened, kissing would surely be just around the corner. A mischievous smile crept across Jiang Hao's face. Chapter 83, By Jove. A foot massage monk. Time swiftly passed, and a day had elapsed. Throughout this day, Jiang Hao remained oblivious to what Xianyuan Shui was occupied with. He lingered in Tian City, anticipating the emergence of the extraordinary treasure. Jiang Hao gazed towards the horizon. It seemed highly probable that the treasure would manifest tonight. As Chu Tian he had articulated, the contest for this remarkable artifact was indeed fraught with challenges. From his observations the previous night, he discerned that among the various factions present, there were those at the nascent soul stage. The distinction between the golden core and nascent soul realms was substantial. Moreover, Jiang Hao was merely at the first stage of the golden core. Competing against so many formidable nascent soul practitioners would undeniably be arduous. Nonetheless, he resolved to ascertain the nature of the treasure. If it proved to be of little assistance to him, he could only say that he would do his utmost. At that moment, two elderly monks emerged from a nearby foot massage parlor. Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile broadly. He had long heard tales of monks who, by day, toiled in their temples, and by night, drove BMWs to revelry. Upon witnessing them, it seemed the rumors held some truth. Indeed, Jiang Hao sensed something. It appeared they were still part of the Taoist path, albeit not the younger sort, more like those in their 50s or 60s. "Are you from Wuxian Temple?" Jiang Hao inquired with a grin. Upon hearing this, the two monks quivered, exclaiming, "You have mistaken us for someone else." They hurriedly averted their gazes and scurried away. As night descended, the evening sky over Tian City bore a peculiar aura. It was already 9 o'clock, yet through the window, despite the city lights, the sky appeared tinged with a reddish hue under their illumination. Such celestial phenomena alerted the various factions that the extraordinary treasure was indeed on the verge of revealing itself. "They have arrived." The gazes of the crowd fixated on the distant horizon. Only those of considerable cultivation could perceive the powerful surge of spiritual energy ascending skyward from that location, the likely site of the treasure's emergence. "Let's go." In a moment, a multitude of cultivators surged westward, fervently hoping that the treasure's manifestation would not occur too close to the city, which, under normal circumstances, seemed unlikely unless there were no guardian beasts. Jiang Hao too noticed the unfolding scene and hastened westward. Soon, they arrived at a secluded area on the outskirts of Tian City, a small town bordering the wilderness. So many people? At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Hao observed a throng of figures ascending from all directions. The number of those who had accompanied him was already substantial, and countless others had arrived before and were yet to come. How many in total? Jiang Hao began his ascent up the mountain. The terrain above was more expansive and level than he had anticipated, reminiscent of the 8-league graveyard, but even more vast. At this moment, his field of vision was filled with people bustling about and engaging in conversation. Haha, I never anticipated that individuals from the Celestial Wanderers would also partake in this venture. If even Kunlun's representatives have descended, what concern is it for us? Even the 5th elder from Qingqiu Mountain has come down the mountain. Hasn't the 8th elder from Kunlun also graced us with his presence? Haha, Elder Jiang, how delightful to see you well. Elder Zhang Chushan from Kunlun greeted with a cheerful smile. Elder Zhang, we encountered one another a few days ago at the Imperial Tomb. How can you claim to be well? Feeling a tad insecure, are we? Elder Jiang jested with a smile. Huh, what reason have I to feel insecure? I presume Kunlun has prepared numerous strategies to vie for this extraordinary treasure. Have you not? Elder Jiang inquired with a grin. Competition among us is commonplace. Fierce confrontations are the norm. Such is the tacit understanding we all acknowledge. There exists but one rule. Do not kill, do not cripple. If you possess the strength, incapacitate your rivals, rendering them unfit to compete, and the treasure shall be yours. Not at all, not at all. Elder Zhang Chushan stroked his beard and chuckled, but suddenly his expression darkened. Oh no, why is that young man here? Elder Jiang followed his gaze and furrowed his brow upon seeing Jiang Hao. He has arrived too? They had all witnessed Jiang Hao's rampage at the Imperial Tomb through live broadcasts, even commenting extensively. For reasons unknown, despite Jiang Hao being a youth and claiming to be a rogue cultivator, he instilled in these elders a sense of breaking the mold. They felt that, despite his youth and modest cultivation level, he was brimming with fortune and capable of creating miracles. Thus, upon seeing Jiang Hao, their immediate thought was, oh no, with so many present, including several at the nascent soul stage, could it be that he will ultimately seize the treasure? Young friend Jiang. Elder Jiang greeted him. Jiang Hao approached. Although he did not recognize them, he sensed a familiarity in their demeanor. I apologize, esteemed elders, but may I inquire who you are? Elder Zhang Chushan chuckled, stroking his beard. Haha, young friend Jiang, do you remember the cultivator, old Jiang? Jiang Hao suddenly understood. Ah, it is Elder Zhang. My respects. Haha. And this is Elder Jiang from Qingxiu Mountain. Elder Jiang? I am well acquainted with him through my good friend Zhou Yun, who has spoken of him numerous times. Elder Jiang nodded. Young friend Jiang, have you come to join the excitement? Given my limited experience, I merely wish to broaden my horizons by witnessing the festivities. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Surely, it cannot be merely for the sake of broadening one's horizons? Elder Jiang inquired with a smile. Jiang Hao shrugged. Would a mere junior dare to seize a treasure from so many esteemed elders? That would indeed be a jest of grand proportions. Speaking of which, did you make any unique discoveries within the imperial tomb, young friend Jiang? Elder Zhang, Chushan asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. I merely encountered some well-known divine beast statues. Realizing my strength was insufficient, I dared not venture further. In the future, one should exercise caution. The Emperor's tomb is merely one peril among myriad dangers, and fortune may not always favor one. Indeed, Jiang Hao cast a glance around, surprised by the multitude present. Zhang Chushan remarked, most of them are individuals from major factions. Yet there are also numerous wandering cultivators. It is likely that some nefarious practitioners have infiltrated our midst. By the way, I heard you recently annihilated several strongholds of the Sun God sect upon your arrival in Tian City. That was with the assistance of many esteemed seniors. Indeed, a commendable deed, came the reply. Many gazes turned towards him, seemingly informed of Jiang Hao through their exchanges. At that moment, Elder Jiang spotted a familiar figure and greeted him with a smile. Masterwan, Masterwan, how have you been? Coolme. Allow me to introduce you to this young friend, Jiang Hao, who has recently made waves in the cultivation world. Two monks clad in robes approached. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, their pupils constricted. Jiang Hao exclaimed, Goodness! A foot-bathing monk. Chapter 84. The exotic beast, the evil-eyed celestial demon Beastmaster when gazed at Jiang Hao, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Alas, it was indeed a serendipitous encounter with a fellow practitioner he had seen at the foot massage parlor. Umaba, it turns out to be you, young Jiang. What a pleasure to meet you. Masterwan performed a slight bow. Jiang Hao reciprocated with a bow, acknowledging, It is an honor to see you again, Masterwan. Cough, cough. Masterwan, along with the monk beside him, could not suppress a cough. Oh, you two have met? Elder Jiang inquired with interest. Masterwan hastily explained, It was merely a coincidence. We had crossed paths within the confines of Heavenly City. What a fateful encounter indeed. Indeed, Jiang Hao responded with a smile and a nod. Masterwan then addressed Jiang Hao, saying, Young Jiang, your cultivation level is not particularly high. Should danger arise, this old monk shall ensure your safety. Jiang Hao clasped his fist in gratitude. Thank you, Masterwan. Masterwan, do you share a close relationship with young Jiang? Zhang Chushan asked curiously. Masterwan chuckled. Though we have only met twice, such a prodigy as young Jiang would naturally evoke admiration from anyone. Quite true. Their gazes then shifted to the increasing number of figures approaching. Elder Jiang remarked, The emergence of this extraordinary treasure has drawn an unimaginable number of people. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder how many of these are dark practitioners. With the might of our various factions gathered here, how could these nefarious practitioners dare to act recklessly? They must consider the ramifications of revealing their identities, another voice chimed in. Exactly. The moment they expose themselves as dark practitioners, we shall eliminate them without hesitation. Jiang Hao stepped aside, contemplating it is not that simple. Once dark practitioners arrive, they are likely well prepared. However, at first glance, despite the many dark practitioners, they should not be able to shake the resolve of the formidable factions present. Furthermore, prior to this, no one can ascertain the exact location of the treasure's emergence. They cannot set insidious traps in advance. Yet, these powerful individuals subconsciously believe that dark practitioners would not dare to show themselves, given the overwhelming number of strong forces present. Unless they have lost their sanity, they would not dare to compete for it. The spiritual energy around them grew, increasingly dense. The crowd sighed in realization, signifying that the extraordinary treasure was soon to manifest. Some pleasantries had already come to a close. After all, they were ultimately rivals. Soon, everyone gathered according to their respective factions. However, Jiang Hao stood alone. Despite invitations from both Elder Zhang and Elder Jiang, he chose to remain apart. Adopting the guise of a lone cultivator, he leaned against a tree, awaiting the treasure's appearance. Uncertain of the nature of this exotic beast, he mused that it should not be overly powerful. Yet, even if it were, with so many strong practitioners present, it should not pose a significant problem. Jiang Hao pondered deeply. After a while, the sky above began to redden ominously, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently. It is coming. Everyone, be cautious of the potential appearance of the exotic beast. Ready for battle. In an instant, everyone fell into a state of combat readiness. Jiang Hao cast a cursory glance around. There were roughly 300 individuals present. Few were young, and those who were here must have reached the Golden Core stage, as those in the Foundation Establishment stage lacked the qualifications to be present. Suddenly, from the depths of the darkness, a blood-red light erupted from a distant thicket. Ah! Followed by a piercing scream. The crowd's gaze sharpened, turning in unison. Master! Master! A female disciple, nearing 30, exuded the aura of the Golden Core stage as she frantically rushed toward them in terror. However, whoosh! A black laser swiftly pierced through her chest. Her eyes widened as she slowly lowered her head, staring in disbelief at the gaping hole the size of a tennis ball in her torso. Thud! Her body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lingya! An elder from the Lingjian sect cried out, his eyes wide with shock. What madness is this? Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the crowd turned grave. That is, be cautious. Everyone be cautious. The beast must be at least at the nascent soul stage. The appearance of a nascent soul beast was anticipated, for these creatures had been cultivating alongside the spiritual treasures of this realm for many years. Yet, this particular beast was likely at a higher tier of the nascent soul stage. The physical prowess and combat strength of such beasts far exceeded that of cultivators in many respects. Everyone gathered in the open space, wary of the black laser. Jiang Hao's brow furrowed. It seemed familiar from a certain text. Could it be the evil celestial demon beast? Jiang Hao mused inwardly. It has arrived. In the distance, a massive shadow appeared to meld into the darkness. In the night, the shadow darted like it had executed several teleportations, charging toward a nascent soul expert from the Huiyun Pavilion. How swift! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Elder Hua, be careful. Their gazes converged. Seeking death. The elder's eyes blazed as if ignited by flames. Flame burst palm. He unleashed a tremendous force, illuminating the surroundings with fire amidst the darkness. He directly met the shadow with his palm, unleashing a colossal might that obliterated everything around. The shadow landed behind him, yet Elder Hua's body remained frozen in place, blood gradually seeping from the corner of his mouth. Thud! He slowly knelt down, then collapsed to the ground, slightly convulsing. No! Master! A disciple cried out, his eyes wide with horror. What? This scene profoundly shocked everyone present. The elder of the Huiyun Pavilion, at the 5th tier of the nascent soul stage, he was slain in an instant, even if that beast were at the 10th tier of the nascent soul stage. It should not have been able to instantly kill a 5th tier nascent soul cultivator who had unleashed their divine abilities. Their gazes turned toward the shadow, which had now settled not far away, adopting a predatory stance reminiscent of a feline. At the 8th tier of the nascent soul stage, the evil celestial demon beast, many felt a chill run down their spines, their scalps tingling with dread. It truly is the evil celestial demon beast. Jiang Hao felt a surge of alarm within. It was a creature approximately 5 meters in length, entirely cloaked in black, with flames of an indistinct nature flickering upon its form, reminiscent of tiger. What set it apart most remarkably was the presence of a third eye upon its forehead, known as the Eye of Evil. There exists a hierarchy among these extraordinary beasts, much like the distinctions among cultivators, ranging from the feeble to the extraordinarily gifted and prodigious. The reason the Eye of Evil beast evokes such trepidation among the masses is due to its lineage, belonging to an ancient and highly esteemed class of malevolent creatures. If one were to consider the most exalted bloodlines, they would include beings such as the White Tiger, Phoenix, Azure Dragon, and Shilin. Some ancient monsters are not far removed from them. including the likes of Zhu Long, the Nine Tails, Bai Zhe, Tao Tai, and Xiongqi. These are all classified among the top-tier ancient beasts. Within the tier below the T0 level lies the T1 echelon, wherein the Eye of Evil Beast is categorized. The disparities are vast. However, it remains formidable enough. Chapter 85. The Uncommon Treasure. The Overturning Seal, the malevolent demon beast, possesses an exceptionally potent bloodline. Once it reaches maturity, it can attain formidable levels of cultivation. Such beings exhibit extraordinarily exaggerated combat prowess. This explains why an 8th-tier Yuanying stage demon beast could swiftly slay a 5th-tier Yuanying cultivator in a mere exchange. While there was a slight element of carelessness involved, the more significant factor lies in the overwhelming combat capability of the demon beast. The creature's most fearsome attribute is, in fact, its third eye. The black laser that was just unleashed undoubtedly emanated from this eye, wielding the power to obliterate all. Even a powerful entity at the out-of-body stage, transcending the Yuanying realm, would find it utterly impossible to withstand such a laser with sheer force. Their body would be penetrated without fail. The battle rages on. An 8th-tier Yuanying cultivator is still manageable. Charge forth. In that moment, various formidable beings summoned their spiritual artifacts and tools, unleashing tremendous power. Unforeseen. Soul suppression. One sword to vanquish evil. Life Palace, Kuan Palace. A dazzling array of magical techniques unfolded before the eyes of all. Some individuals transformed into distant spellcasters, while others rushed forward in unison. The ensuing scene was a mesmerizing cacophony of battle. Despite being besieged by such a multitude of powerful attacks, the demon beast evaded and dodged with remarkable agility. A closer inspection revealed that even when struck by many forces, the damage it sustained appeared minimal. Its strength was overwhelming, and its speed was astonishingly rapid. Those who were hit often found themselves rendered incapable of combat. A mere brush with its vital points could spell near certain demise. Suddenly, the demon beast launched an aggressive assault towards one particular powerful cultivator. The Yuanying stage warrior furrowed his brow sharply. Ice Cascade. A formidable ice wall materialized before him. However, within the blink of an eye, the demon beast shattered the ice barrier effortlessly. Curse it! With a surge of spiritual power, the warrior braced himself against a claw strike, only to be sent hurtling backward. Upon landing, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Although his injuries were not severe, this was merely a casual blow from the demon beast. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao remained stationary, feeling utterly helpless. As a first-tier golden core cultivator, he stood no chance against an 8th-tier Yuanying adversary. Nevertheless, he was not entirely powerless. Force. Control. A torrent of power surged towards the battling experts of various sects, enhancing their strength and fortitude. Well done. Sensing the augmentation of their abilities, the cultivators expressed their delight. Although Jiang Hao's cultivation level was modest, the support he provided to the Yuanying stage fighters was still commendable. Divine Mechanism Umbrella Go. Zhang Chushan hurled an umbrella into the air, which ascended into the sky and began to lock onto the swiftly moving demon beast. Suddenly, the Divine Mechanism Umbrella cast a beam of light, ensnaring the demon beast within its confines. It was immobilized. Charged forth. Subsequently, a multitude of divine abilities surged forth with overwhelming force. A sword cleaved through the darkness. With a swift motion, a blade of energy, potent enough to sever mountain peaks, hurtled forward. How surprising. The onlookers stepped back, gazing intently ahead. Suddenly, amidst the swirling dust, a shadow leaped into the sky. With a single claw, it shattered the Divine Mechanism Umbrella. The evil demon beast landed with a furious roar, revealing multiple charred and bleeding wounds upon its form. Quite effective. If all else fails, we shall outlast it, shouted Jiang. Indeed, let us press on. At that moment, a radiant white light ascended toward the heavens. A formidable force enveloped everyone, deterring them from advancing. Jiang Hao looked up, captivated by a spiritual artifact resembling an imperial seal, slowly rising into the air. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd was momentarily stunned. The heaven-overturning seal. Following this revelation, expressions of shock and elation spread across their faces. What? The heaven-overturning seal? It truly is the heaven-overturning seal. They had never anticipated that this extraordinary treasure would be the heaven-overturning seal. Initially, they assumed it was merely a 6th-grade treasure. If it were slightly more impressive, it might be a 7th-grade artifact, a most unexpected windfall. But what is the heaven-overturning seal? It is a legendary artifact, one they were well acquainted with yet had never glimpsed in reality. Who could have foreseen its emergence? In an instant, the crowd was engulfed in exhilaration. Acquiring the heaven-overturning seal would elevate their strength beyond imagination, serving as a treasured emblem of their power. Forward, let us first eliminate the evil-eyed demon beast. At this moment, the heaven-overturning seal remained in a state of partial emergence. They could not approach it yet. They needed to vanquish the evil-eyed demon beast before contending for the seal. Roar! The evil-eyed demon beast let out another furious roar. Following this, a stream of white light surged from the heaven-overturning seal, penetrating the body of the evil-eyed demon beast. What? The evil-eyed demon beast can actually harness the power of the heaven-overturning seal? This is dire. Do not panic. It merely means that the beast has been in close proximity to the seal for too long and can slightly channel its power. The enhancement is not substantial. The evil-eyed demon beast's strength escalated from the 8th to the 9th stage of the nascent soul realm. Indeed, it is not a significant increase. However, it was evident to the naked eye that the injuries of the evil-eyed demon beast were rapidly healing, its condition improving swiftly. We must conclude this battle quickly, lest the evil-eyed demon beast outlast us. Forward! Roar! The evil-eyed demon beast roared once more. Its 3rd eye opened, unleashing a terrifying aura. A dark energy erupted forth, possessing the dreadful capability to shatter spiritual barriers. Simultaneously, its penetrating power was extraordinarily formidable. Otherwise, even those at the out-of-body stage would not dare to confront it. A powerful being merely lagged behind slightly. The black beam swept past his arm. Despite unleashing his utmost strength, his arm was effortlessly severed. Quickly, increase the distance. This simply won't do. We must take action. The abyssal-eyed demon beast is being incessantly healed by the celestial seal, and the spiritual energy it expends is even replenished by the seal itself. If we cannot swiftly conclude this battle, we shall surely be worn down to our last breath. However, how can we engage? Our ranged attacks are utterly ineffective against it, although we are numerous and could launch an assault from all directions. The moment we are struck by that sinister light, it would mean either death or grievous injury. It is exceedingly daunting to muster the courage for this. Even Master One from the Myriad Phenomena Temple had his golden bell shield and iron cloth technique broken. He merely managed to withstand the attack without being pierced through. Jiang Hao glanced around. Damn it, there are many spectators like him, seemingly composed of scattered cultivators. Yet, he knew he had to act. With a swift motion, Jiang Hao propelled himself forward, his hand extended decisively. Brother Jiang Hao! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yet, when the fearsome abyssal eye's light made contact with Jiang Hao's hand, astonishingly, it was repelled. The onlookers. Chapter 86. The Great Chaos, the Hand of Absolute Spirit. The onlookers from various factions were left astounded by the spectacle before them, as Jiang Hao exhibited the legendary Hand of Absolute Spirit. This extraordinary ability could sever all ties to spiritual power, embodying a force of low minimum, yet exceedingly high potential, capable of producing miraculous outcomes, much like the present situation. Under the enhancement of the heavenly seal, the malevolent eyeball demon beast experienced a surge in its spiritual energy, physical strength, injuries, and overall prowess. Its sinister gaze was lethal to those who dared approach. How could one possibly confront such a foe? Yet, suddenly, Jiang Hao emerged, effortlessly shielding himself from the terrifying light of the demon's gaze. Was this not a miracle? Without a moment's hesitation, the formidable figures from various factions seized the opportunity to charge forward. Jiang Hao's mission was to actively obstruct the demon's gaze. With a thunderous roar, the eyeball demon beast created distance, unleashing its deadly light upon the others. In a flash, Jiang Hao darted forward, extending his hand to block the attack. Well done, young friend Jiang. The onlookers cheered. Everyone, it is time to conclude this battle. Attack! Scattered cultivators surrounding the scene were equally astonished by the unfolding events. Among the crowd, Yin Xingtsong, the leader of the Sun God sect in Tiancheng, narrowed his eyes in alarm. This is bad. The hand of absolute spirit. Jiang Hao has inexplicably revealed this power, disrupting our plans. Leader, it is indeed the hand of absolute spirit. I have witnessed it, Yin Xingtsong remarked solemnly. Initially, this operation was designed as an encirclement by the Sun God sect, aimed at acquiring the heavenly seal while annihilating the members of the various sections. However, the emergence of the hand of absolute spirit had thrown their strategy into disarray. They had methods to ensure the complete subjugation of their enemies, but these were rendered ineffective against the hand of absolute spirit. If they could not confine their foes, they would be unable to eradicate them entirely. Yin Xingtsong's eyes gleamed with malice. Decades of my toil shall not be in vain. I will spare no effort to ensure these individuals meet their demise. And to think, it is the heavenly seal. Meanwhile, although the eyeball demon beast was formidable, it was repulsed by Jiang Hao's presence, coupled with the strength of the other cultivators. The demon's wounds became increasingly severe. With a cataclysmic strike, the beast's head was severed from its body. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. They had emerged victorious. However, the toll had not been insignificant. They could only be grateful that the eyeball demon beast was not in the out-of-body stage. Otherwise, none would have escaped. Now, their gazes turned skyward to the heavenly seal, which had nearly manifested in its entirety. Is the heavenly seal still up for contention? Inquired Zhang Chushan from Kunlun. This battle had claimed many lives and drained considerable resources. The presence of numerous scattered cultivators posed a potential threat. If the Sun God sect resorted to underhanded tactics, they could easily be overwhelmed. Initially, they believed the Sun God sect would not dare to act so brazenly. However, in this battle, so many onlookers surrounded them. Yes, one could assume they were conserving their strength for the contest over the celestial seal. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered amongst them. What does Zhang Lao mean by this? At that moment, a middle-aged cultivator stepped forward. Are you implying that we, the cultivators, should be disregarded while your sect takes the celestial seal? Indeed, we, who have journeyed from afar, are to merely observe. Is our effort in vain? The celestial seal belongs to the capable. Why should we not contend for it? Are the so-called Kunlun Su, Qingxiu Mountain, and Spirit Sword sect truly bullying us in this manner? In an instant, discontent brewed among the crowd. Zhang Chushan sighed inwardly. This is human nature. They are not entirely at fault. His concerns, however, lay with the likes of the Sun God sect, a nefarious entity. They could not afford to let the celestial seal fall into the hands of such wicked cultivators. A disciple pointed at the crowd, exclaiming, "How absurd! Have you ever lifted a finger against the evil-eyed demon beast? Now that it is slain, you dare to speak up?" Elder Jiang interjected. Everyone among this multitude, there are surely many wicked cultivators. What if we engage in a battle for the celestial seal and end up mutually destructive? At this juncture, Yin Xingtsong spoke. That is our concern. It does not pertain to you all. If the gentleman is correct, we do not require your assistance. Each has their own fate. Indeed, we each bear the consequences of our actions without imposing on your concern. Zhang Chushan and the others furrowed their brows, sensing that there were likely wicked cultivators stoking the flames of discord. Just then, the celestial seal in the void trembled violently, emanating a brilliant white light. The celestial seal had fully manifested. As it descended, astonishment lit up the faces of the crowd. Members of the Li family, follow me to seize the celestial seal. Yes, with the command of an elder, dozens surged towards the descending celestial seal. The Liu family, claim it for me. The Shun family will act, sparing no effort to acquire the celestial seal. Charge! In an instant, cultivators from all factions surged forth, their sights set on the celestial seal. A great battle was imminent. Unlike the various factions, those vying for the celestial seal were prepared to fight to the death. If it were merely an ordinary spiritual treasure, they might not be willing to pay such a hefty price. But this was the celestial seal. The situation was spiraling out of control. Zhang Lao, if that is the case, we must take action. An elder from the Tianxian pavilion spoke gravely. Do you think these so-called righteous sects are devoid of selfishness? Of course, they have their own motives. Yet, at times, due to face, they cannot express their intentions as overtly as other cultivators. But now that the situation has escalated, they must forcefully contend for it. Tianxian Pavilion, forward! Yes. With a swift motion, the cultivators of the Tianxian Pavilion plunged directly into the battlefield. You all! Zhang Chushan furrowed his brow, casting a sweeping glance around him. Damn it! Even in the absence of concrete evidence, it is evident that several individuals exhibit behaviors akin to those of malevolent cultivators, particularly those who linger on the sidelines, yet to make their move. They resemble sinister practitioners even more. As for those so-called cultivators from certain families, who can discern their authenticity, are they not merely a cabal of wicked practitioners masquerading as respectable? There is no recourse. We cannot ascertain their identities without them revealing their sinister powers. Only through the manifestation of dark arts can we confirm their true nature as malevolent cultivators. Zhang Lao, we must take action regardless, spoke a cultivator from Kunlun Su. If these individuals possess unknown methods, once the Tianyin seal falls into their hands, they could exploit such means to vanish from the scene, leaving us powerless. Indeed, should the Tianyin seal come into our possession, we would at least have a trail to follow. If it were to fall into the hands of others, it is likely to be seized by malevolent practitioners. Zhang Lao surveyed the reckless struggle surrounding him and, with a decisive grit of his teeth, commanded, strike. Chapter 87. The 12 Constellations. Originally, the situation was under the control of various powerful factions. Even if a conflict arose, lives would not be lost. Despite the presence of numerous rogue cultivators and some malevolent practitioners, they could maintain order. However, the situation changed dramatically with the appearance of the Celestial Seal. It was not just the rogues who were restless. Even some factions seemed poised to act. The circumstances had spiraled beyond control. It had become a matter of survival for those who sought the Celestial Seal. Jiang Hao stood at a distance, contemplating the Celestial Seal. A formidable warrior managed to grasp the Celestial Seal, yet before he could secure his hold, an unknown assailant severed his arm. Ah, the Celestial Seal is mine. Whoever stands in my way shall perish. He roared. Ah, wait! Lingdao Mansion, are you truly serious? Nearby, Yinqing Song of the Sun God sect cast a glance at Jiang Hao. This was an opportune moment. If he could eliminate Jiang Hao, their plans could proceed uninterrupted. The various factions had also entered the fray to seize the Celestial Seal, showing no inclination to protect a rogue like Jiang Hao. With a command from Yinqing Song, dozens of members from the Sun God sect targeted Jiang Hao. Yet, Jiang Hao was far from unprepared. Employing the shadow step, a top-tier movement technique, he moved with an almost ghostly speed. A residual image? Yinqing Song furrowed his brow. Is he at the first tier of the Golden Core stage? How can he create a residual image? Jiang Hao plunged into the chaotic battlefield. That lad is surprisingly clever, Yinqing Song mused. If Jiang Hao managed to escape, it would be easier for them to eliminate him. However, Jiang Hao was charging into the thick of battle. Though he was in danger and could be attacked at any moment, the chaos around him made it equally challenging for others to target him. Furthermore, Jiang Hao's movement technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Nevertheless, they could not afford to hesitate. Charge! With a swift motion, they plunged into the fray. This shadow step is quite something, Jiang Hao thought to himself as he observed the members of the Sun God sect rushing in. Utilizing his ghostly movement, he weaved effortlessly among the crowd. It was undoubtedly the Sun God sect, yet they sought his life. Jiang Hao quickly deduced their motive. The hand of absolute spirit. The Sun God sect likely intended to eliminate all righteous cultivators present to seize the Celestial Seal for themselves. To accomplish this, they must have a means to confine their opponents, and the hand of absolute spirit would be their method of restraint, hence their desire to kill him. Surrounded by numerous nascent soul cultivators, Jiang Hao, at the first tier of the Golden Core stage, recognized the challenge he faced. Yet he remained calm, for he had the option to exchange for a Divine Transformation Experience card. His system points were sufficient. He was determined to see if he could navigate this perilous situation without exhausting his 2 million system points. With a swift motion, Jiang Hao dashed to Zhang Chushan's side. Zhang Chushan instinctively struck out with a palm, but upon seeing Jiang Hao, he quickly retracted his hand. Young friend Jiang, you should leave this place at once. In the current situation, I can no longer maintain control, Zhang Chushan declared. Jiang Hao replied, the Yang God sect intends to eliminate everyone here. They seek to kill me because I possess the absolute spirit hand. Zhang Chushan immediately grasped the intentions of the Yang God sect. Everyone, cease your actions, he bellowed. Yet, it was in vain. Only a few righteous forces paused instinctively. However, as the assault continued around them, they had no choice but to retaliate. The situation was spiraling out of control. Zhang Chushan shouted again, the malevolent practitioners of the Yang God sect are here. Will you not stop? Those blinded by greed could only see the prospect of the heaven-turning seal. They subconsciously believed that with so many present, even if the Yang God sect arrived, others would shield them from harm. They were unaware of the Yang God sect's meticulous plotting. Meanwhile, a dark light flickered on the distant horizon. Through a certain formation, a multitude of figures in black robes emerged. In Sang's gaze turned cold as he revealed a smirk. They have finally arrived. A group of silhouettes rushed forth. This is bad. Zhang Chushan's pupils constricted as he noted the influx of adversaries. Gunlun Su, Zetiet, he shouted without hesitation. Thinking of fleeing? It's too late. The 8th elder of the Yang God sect's eyes narrowed. He threw a talisman into the air, which transformed into a massive barrier, isolating the surroundings. 8th elder. This Jiang Hao possesses the absolute spirit hand. In Sang cried out, reiterating the warning. He had long since informed the 8th elder about the absolute spirit hand, and they were well prepared. After landing, the 8th elder unfurled a scroll. Come in. Zhang Chushan's eyes widened. What? The 12 constellations diagram? In the next moment, Jiang Hao vanished from his spot, entering the realm of the 12 constellations, rendering his absolute spirit hand utterly useless. The 8th elder chuckled coldly. While the absolute spirit hand could break spirits, the 12 constellations diagram contained a starry realm from which he would never escape. Thus, the absolute spirit hand was of no avail. At that moment, those blinded by greed finally comprehended the dire situation. It was over. Their expressions changed dramatically. Seizing the opportunity, one cultivator stealthily concealed the heaven-turning seal within his treasure pouch. However, a swift black blade pierced the air, striking his throat. The 8th elder of the Yang God sect extended his hand, and the man's lifeless body was pulled towards him. The 8th elder removed the treasure pouch and discarded the corpse. Out-of-body stage, Shun Wanli, Zhang Chushan observed, his brow furrowed. He had anticipated some movements from the Yang God sect, but he never expected their actions would be so extensive. The Sun God sect, which had languished in silence for millennia, only revealed a glimmer of its existence a few decades ago. Yet, who would have thought they would dare to act with such reckless abandon? Zhang Chushan, it has been quite some time. A cold smile crept across Shun Wanli's face. How audacious of you, Sun God sect. Ha ha ha. Shun Wanli could not suppress his laughter. Since my Sun God sect has the audacity to make such moves, it signifies that we regard your factions with utter disdain. Soon after, a surge of hostility welled up within Shun Wanli. Eliminate them all. Yes. Chief Jiang bellowed. Fellow members, it is time to unite. Kill. Kill. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao found himself in a peculiar realm. Is this the 12 constellations diagram? Jiang Hao surveyed the vast expanse of the small world surrounding him. It was an endless prairie, part of the inner sanctum of the 12 constellations diagram. There exists no absolute invincibility. Even the most supreme spiritual artifacts must possess a means of being unraveled. Chapter 88. The siege must be flawed. Jiang Hao traversed the small world within the 12 constellations diagram. The external situation was likely a one-sided massacre perpetrated by the Sun God sect. However, the individual wielding the 12 constellations diagram was presumably the strongest at the out-of-body stage. There were likely several others at the nascent soul stage as well. Zhang Chushan and his companions could certainly hold their ground for a while. The crux of the matter was that Jiang Hao would also have to face attacks upon his exit. Nevertheless, he had to complete his mission. He needed to obtain the heaven-turning seal. Spending 20 million system points to acquire the heaven-turning seal was undeniably a worthwhile investment. Furthermore, if he did not exit in a timely manner, he would likely find himself at the Sun God Sect stronghold. This stronghold would undoubtedly contain formidable opponents at the transformation stage. At that point, he might confront numerous adversaries at that level. Even with the transformation stage experience card, 3 short minutes would be insufficient to resolve a battle, leading to certain death. He had to act swiftly and make his exit. Jiang Hao scanned his surroundings. Spirit-piercing eye. With the spirit-piercing eye activated, he discerned the flow of spiritual energy within this inner world. As a spiritual artifact's inner world, it was undoubtedly sustained by spiritual energy. Thus, by destroying the internal energy support points, he could dismantle the 12 constellations diagram from within. With purpose, Jiang Hao surged forward. Soon, he arrived at a location that seemed no different from the endless grassland surrounding it. Yet, only the spirit-piercing eye revealed the hidden truth. Here, the spiritual energy emanated from beneath the ground. A character for thunder appeared, and Jiang Hao unleashed it towards the ground before him. Attendre explosion ensuite, creating a deep crater. Yet, it was not sufficient. Another thunder. The ensuing roar illuminated Jiang Hao's vision. Beneath the surface lay a colossal spiritual stone, which was likely the energy support point for this small world. With a resounding crash, the thunder struck down, shattering the spiritual stone. In an instant, Jiang Hao found himself in another small world. The 12 constellations diagram comprised 12 distinct spaces, and he needed to shatter all the cores of power. Upon reflection, each space was vast. Even if one knew the method, locating such a small point within such expansive areas and finding 12 cores in total seemed nearly impossible. However, with the spirit-piercing eye, he could directly lock onto the targets. Outside, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The Sun God Sect, having made prior preparations, was bolstered by the Soul out-of-body stage elder and several nascent Soul stage members, thereby securing a distinct advantage. However, the various factions each had their own nascent Soul stage guardians, making them no easy prey. The casualties were rising, exacerbated by their prior confrontation with the otherworldly beasts and subsequent struggles. Their stamina and spiritual energy were severely depleted. This cannot continue. We are doomed. Zhang Chushan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This talisman has severed our connection to the sect, rendering us unable to call for help. The Sun God Sect had long prepared for this. We should have anticipated it. They have indeed come to realize the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to dispatch so many nascent soul practitioners. However, they remain somewhat careless. The solitary course of action lies in seizing Shun Wanli's 12 constellations diagram, thereby liberating Jiang Hao, who could then utilize his unparalleled spiritual prowess to break the barriers, offering a chance for survival. The losses will undoubtedly be substantial, yet this remains the sole method through which at least someone might escape alive. The possibility of fleeing from within the 12 constellations diagram is non-existent. Even today, should a transformation stage practitioner arrive, they would find themselves ensnared within the confines of the 12 constellations diagram, powerless to escape. Gentlemen, our target is Shun Wanli, Zhang Chushan proclaimed with resolute determination. There is no other option. Forward. Shun Wanli revealed a chilling smirk. Seeking death, are we? How dare they ruin decades of my labor? Otherwise, in a mere decade, the millions inhabiting Tian City would serve as sustenance for his Sun God Sect. It is they who are cursed. I demand the heaven-shattering seal. I shall take your lives. All of you shall perish. As time elapsed slowly, the several hundred cultivators had dwindled to fewer than 100. Those who remained were primarily the more formidable individuals from various factions. The scattered practitioners had nearly all perished. Yet at this moment, they too were on the brink of exhaustion. Even with their utmost effort, they could not shake the formidable presence of Shun Wanli in the out-of-body stage. Coughing, the remaining individuals wiped the blood from their faces, gathering together as the members of the Sun God Sect surrounded them. Gentlemen, it appears we may only find our graves here. Let us make one final stand. If we perish, we might take a few of those vile sun god sect practitioners with us, which would not be in vain. Unfortunately, merely wounding Shun Wanli seems insufficient. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Shun Wanli acknowledged that he had underestimated the prowess of these faction experts. Despite being in the out-of-body stage, he had sustained injuries from several nascent soul practitioners. The desperate struggle of these nascent soul cultivators undoubtedly posed a significant risk. Forward! With that command, a multitude of strong members from the Sun God sect charged towards them once more. Inqing Song, at your service. Shen Wanli sneered coldly. Go and create a one-person-sized breach in the barrier. Inqing Song furrowed his brow. Eighth Elder, if we do that, they will have the opportunity to escape. Huh? Do you not understand the principle of encircling an enemy while allowing for a means of escape? When you have them surrounded and victory assured, it is wise to grant the adversary a path to flee. The reasoning is simple. When there is a glimmer of hope, they will not resist to the last breath, thus eroding their will and preventing them from engaging in a desperate struggle. When a person perceives hope, rationality prevails. Conversely, when they are cornered, their primal instincts overshadow their humanity, rendering them reckless. And so it is with the powerful figures of these factions. Therefore, let us offer them hope. By doing so, they will be compelled to seek an opportunity to escape amidst the battle. Understood. Inqing Song employed the secret arts of the Sun God sect to carve out a one-person-sized opening. Gentlemen, their barrier is compromised. A cultivator shouted. What? As the group prepared for a desperate struggle, the instinct for survival ignited a spark in their eyes upon hearing those words. Indeed, there was a glimmer of hope, an opportunity to strike. Yet, Zhang Chushan remained rooted in place, gazing at the shattered barrier. The surrounding forces must have a vulnerability. His eyes narrowed slightly. How ruthless was Shun Wanli? Even if he discerned the truth behind it all, what use was that? Informing his comrades of the enemy's intentions would bear no fruit. The breach lay plainly before them, offering a flicker of hope that tethered them to life. Zhan Chushan, do you truly believe you can escape through a mere dog hole? Shun Wanli scoffed. There exists but one path, the hand of the absolute spirit, through which more could flee. Alas, the 12 constellations map lies within my grasp. Who could have foreseen this? No one could penetrate the inner sanctum of the 12 constellations map. However, just as his words fell, boom, a resounding crash sent a jolt of pain through his chest. The damaged 12 constellations map tumbled forth. What? A flash of white light erupted. Jiang Hao landed not far away. The crowd. Chapter 89. My wife has arrived. Shun Wanli gazed in disbelief at the figure of Jiang Hao emerging before him. He was within the internal space of his 12 zodiac diagram. How had he shattered the confines of the 12 zodiac diagram and escaped? Such a feat was nearly inconceivable, especially within such a brief span of time. How had he accomplished this? Good heavens! The 12 zodiac diagram, a treasure of immense value, had been ruined by him. Jiang Hao, Zhang Chushan, Jiang Lao, and the others, upon witnessing Jiang Hao's emergence, wore expressions of utter incredulity. How outrageous! Shun Wanli's fury ignited as his right hand transformed into a talon, flashing forward. Zhang Chushan and the others, without hesitation, surged forward to shield Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, break the barrier! Zhang Chushan bellowed. In an instant, Jiang Hao vanished from sight, reappearing hundreds of meters away beside the barrier. How dare you? Shun Wanli roared. Inqing Song was the first to charge toward Jiang Hao, but it was futile. Jiang Hao's speed was astonishingly swift. Moreover, shattering the barrier was alarmingly simple for him. Jiang Hao placed his hand upon the barrier. Crack! In the next moment, the vast barrier fractured like glass, splintering into countless shards before disintegrating into nothingness. This was all Jiang Hao could accomplish. The others seemed indifferent. However, he held a degree of respect for Zhang Lao and Jiang Lao. Retreat, Zhang Chushan commanded. The group scattered in all directions, with Zhang Chushan and Jiang Lao rushing toward Jiang Hao. Let us go. They hastened away with Jiang Hao. Their intention was straightforward. One among them was destined to perish. The question remained as to whom Shun Wanli would choose to eliminate. The odds favored Jiang Hao. Running alongside him offered the best chance of survival. If they could not escape, at the very least, they could ensure Jiang Hao's safety. Pursue them. As anticipated, Shen Wanli's focus zeroed in on Jiang Hao. They had covered some distance, but it quickly became apparent that they could not evade capture. Zhang Chushan's expression turned grave. Jiang Xiaoyu, you must flee first. We shall hold them off. Jiang Hao pondered. With the combination of Tianju and the Thunder God Pearl, if he unleashed his full power, could he contend against those in the out-of-body stage? Perhaps not. The disparity of two major realms posed a significant challenge. Furthermore, at his current level, he could not possibly harness the full might of the Thunder God Pearl. Better to flee for now. Whoosh! Jiang Hao darted away. The two exchanged glances, then continued their flight. Whoosh! The pursuers quickly closed in behind them. Let us fight with all we have. The two halted. However, Yingqing Song, Shen Wanli, and the other formidable members of the Sun God sect paid them no heed, instead veering to the sides to continue their pursuit of Jiang Hao. What? The two exchanged bewildered glances. Were they not significant members of Kunlun, Su, and Qingqiu Mountain? It cannot be said that they would disregard them entirely, can it? Oh no. Shen Wanli approached with the determination to eliminate Jiang Xiaoyu. Quickly, our lives were granted by him. Even if death awaits, we must make an attempt. However, in the next moment the two paused. What? They glanced around, sensing an unimaginable force. Suddenly, the ground and everything around them became encased in ice. Was there a flash of white light? What was happening? Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth. You truly leave me no choice, do you? There was no escape. The overwhelming pressure from the out-of-body stage would force him to spit blood and collapse. Kid, prepare to pay with your life. Shen Wanli roared. The oppressive force of the out-of-body stage descended. Jiang Hao had no choice but to exchange for a transformation stage experience card. Yet, Jiang Hao did not feel the weight of that pressure. A cold light flashed. Everyone chasing after him, along with everything around, was instantly frozen. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. My wife has arrived. How splendid. This saved me 20 million system points. Xian Yuanxua, with her noble figure, gracefully stepped through the snowstorm, weaving between the frozen figures of the Sun God sect. Jiang Hao looked at her and smiled, saying, At last, you have come. Had you delayed any longer, your husband would have perished. Husband? Xian Yuanxua tilted her head in confusion. Not important, not important. Why did you not crush the jade pendant I gave you? Xian Yuanxua inquired, her brow furrowing. Jiang Hao produced the pendant she had given him, recalling her words that it could be shattered in times of peril. I couldn't bear to. It was a gift from you. This statement momentarily stirred something within Xian Yuanxua. There is no need for such sentiment. After saying this, Xian Yuanxua turned to face the ice sculptures. The Sun God sect? Indeed. She slowly raised her hand and gently gestured toward the air. In an instant, all the ice sculptures shattered into fragments. What on earth? The two elders rushing over were left dumbfounded by this spectacle. What kind of expert is this? Is she at the 10th stage of the transformation realm? Could this be the powerful figure behind Jiang Hao? After all, Jiang Hao was quite young, yet possessed such remarkable abilities. Though appearing as a loose cultivator, he was undoubtedly extraordinary, with a formidable mentor guiding him. Jiang Xiaoyu. Who is this? Zhang Chushan inquired. Oh, she is my wife. Xian Yuanxua blinked her beautiful eyes. Wife. Is that so? The reality was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Xian Yuanxua approached and picked up the overturned Tianyin seal from the ground. The Tianyin seal. She slightly raised an eyebrow. So, this is the extraordinary treasure Jiang Hao spoke of? Such a remarkable artifact. She silently walked in front of Jiang Hao. Here, Jiang Hao, without any pretense, accepted it directly. What more could the two elders say? This rightfully belonged to Jiang Hao. Jiang Xiaoyu, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. The emergence of the Sun God sect signifies its formidable growth, and I fear that their subsequent actions may escalate considerably, rendering the realm of cultivation increasingly turbulent. I implore you to exercise caution, as should both of you esteemed elders. We shall take our leave now to inform the cultivation world of this matter. Farewell. The two elders also departed from the scene. Congratulations on the successful completion of the task, extraordinary treasure emergence, with the rewards being system value 5 million and 5 elements divine ability record. Recently, the completion of tasks has been quite exhilarating. The rewards include the Phoenix Ode, the 10,000 Tao Heavenly Palace, the Celestial Technique, and the 5 elements divine ability record. It seems I may not lack for divine abilities at this moment. Mastering these abilities is currently of utmost importance. Shall we head home? Xianyuan Shui inquired. Let us go then. Indeed. The two figures subsequently vanished from their location. Upon returning home, Jiang Hao reclined directly on the sofa. This journey was fraught with peril, yet the gains were substantial. What shall we eat? Xianyuan Shui unexpectedly asked while tying on an apron. Jiang Hao replied, How about I prepare something for you? You mean, serve me down there? Xianyuan Shui responded, All right then, I shall serve you down there. Chapter 90. Live broadcast with fellow practitioners, the cultivators class. After finishing the noodles prepared by Xianyuan Shui, Jiang Hao returned to his room to commence his cultivation. One must admit, the noodles, though simple, were quite delectable. Xianyuan Shui seemed to be engrossed in her own endeavors. The celestial art and the 5 elements divine techniques were on her mind. The celestial art is of exceptionally high caliber, divided into 3 forms. Even the first form should be considered Jiang Hao's most formidable move. He must learn it, as this celestial art is a vital assurance for his cross-dire combat. However, the most powerful technique should be the Phoenix's Ode to the World, consisting of 9 forms. But when comparing the first forms, the celestial art appears superior. As for the 5 elements divine techniques, they pertain to the 5 elements, significantly enhancing their power during practice. It would be prudent to cultivate further before making any judgments. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had elapsed. He had successfully mastered the first form of the Phoenix's Ode to the World, the Dance of the Phoenix in the Sky. The first form of the celestial art, named Starry Heaven, was also mastered. This was remarkable, as it took Jiang Hao's godly intellect 3 days to grasp the first form, underscoring the potency of these techniques. However, their true strength could only be ascertained through practical application. Currently, Jiang Hao had numerous divine techniques that required slow and diligent cultivation. He might need to find a suitable time to engage in intensive practice. With a gentle push, Jiang Hao opened the door. A delightful aroma wafted into his senses. He descended the stairs to find Xianyuan Shui clad in an apron. Aside from her frosty demeanor, she appeared every bit the charming housewife. Upon noticing Jiang Hao's presence, she removed a tray of pastries from the oven. Jiang Hao watched in astonishment as she effortlessly handled the scorching tray with her bare hands. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. What if a mundane friend happened to visit and witness this scene? Give it a try, Xianyuan Shui urged, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. She truly was a prodigy. Jiang Hao inhaled the enticing aroma and knew the pastries would be delightful. He took a piece and savored it. Quite impressive, he remarked with admiration. Xianyuan Shui joined him, elegantly taking a piece herself and placing it against her crimson lips. Indeed, they were delicious. Today, I can prepare a grand feast for you, Xianyuan Shui announced. Sounds wonderful. I'll go buy some ingredients, Jiang Hao replied. I'll come with you. No need. With that, Xianyuan Shui exited the house, seemingly relishing her newfound passion for cooking. Jiang Hao shrugged, unaware that during his days of solitude, individuals from the Sun God sect had been stealthily approaching, only to be quietly dealt with by Xianyuan Shui. It seemed that the Sun God sect had grown more restrained. At that moment, Jiang Hao's phone buzzed. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Qin Yuan. Hey, brother Jiang, are you enjoying your time with the beauty? It's been pleasant enough, just waiting for you to join us. Hurry up then. Have you missed me? Aren't you worried your cohabiting beauty might do away with you? Jiang Hao chuckled and replied, in her era, men had multiple wives. Her mindset aligns with that. If she can accept it, can you? Consider it quite thrilling. Shall I call Su Xiao over as well? That would be splendid. After all, we are cultivators, not mere mortals. Our bodies can certainly handle it. Qin Yuan rolled her eyes, then shifted the subject. Recently, a fellow practitioner has emerged, vying for your popularity. What do you mean? Qin Yuan explained. There's someone from his circle who has taken a live streaming, showcasing extraordinary powers in his broadcasts. Since you haven't gone live, His hype is substantial, and he constantly provokes you. Provoke me? Indeed, it seems he wishes to overshadow you, thus claiming the top spot in this arena. You might want to check it out. Initially, Jiang Hao was indifferent to such matters. After all, he was no mere internet celebrity. However, provocation was another matter altogether. Fine. I shall take a look. I'm hanging up now. After ending the call, Jiang Hao opened his phone and entered the streaming platform. Indeed, there he was on the homepage. The streamer SID was Cultivator Yi Chun, boasting an audience in the millions. The hype was undeniable. Jiang Hao entered the live stream. At that moment, a young man, appearing to be just in his early 20s, sat in front of the screen, playfully manipulating a ball of flame that danced around his arm. To those who found the streamer appealing, he urged, "Please send some gifts. Am I not more handsome than that Jiangshan controlling fire?" The chat erupted. "Without Sophie, I'll block. 666. He truly is handsome. Streamer, teach us. Tissue wiping belly, wow. Just got here. This streamer is incredible. Honestly, had you appeared before Jiangshan, you would surely be more popular. Sister is a miracle drug, alright? Alright, the upstairs water army has had enough. What is so impressive about playing with fire on screen? What truly earns respect is Jiangshan's subsequent tomb exploration, alright? If you're truly skilled, why not go on an adventure? Are you free tonight? Well said, it's evident your cultivation is lacking. You can only resort to such petty tricks. Jiangshan summons heavenly lightning and teleports, creating infernos at will. Can you do that? Haha. Yichin couldn't help but chuckle, replying, Yes, your Jiangshan is impressive, but I can only say, you truly know nothing. With that, he suddenly vanished from view, reappearing a few meters away against the wall. Chat erupted in disbelief. No way. This streamer has skills? My goodness. No way. This streamer is incredible. Wow. He can teleport too? In an instant, the live stream was in uproar. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. It appeared this fellow had considerable prowess, at least at the 5th stage of foundation building. Yichin then smiled, saying, It's not that I belittle your beloved streamer Jiangshan. I simply cannot contain myself. Subsequently, he continued, as a practitioner of the path. He did not intend to guide you fans on the journey of cultivation. He merely sought his own well-being. You must ponder, does he truly merit your support? Ha ha ha. Are you still oblivious to his intentions? He fears that among you, apart from a select few with exceptional talent, someone might overshadow him. Jiang Hao stroked his chin, sensing something amiss with this individual. Engaging in a live broadcast is indeed unproblematic, yet such remarks are rather distasteful. Then Yi Chun proclaimed, Here's the deal. Each day, I will select 10 fans from the live stream. You'll cover your own travel expenses, be it plane or train tickets, to come to me. The tuition fee is merely 10,000, and I shall usher you into the realm of cultivation. Upon this declaration, the entire live streaming room erupted in excitement. The barrage of comments read, Wow, incredible. Wow, I want to cultivate. Teach me, please. Just 10,000 to embark on this journey? Wow. Choose me. I'll offer 50,000. Host, please teach me cultivation. Chapter 91. The fish is hooked. Jiang Hao sat there, pondering something quietly. A figure from the underworld, so brazenly live streaming the recruitment of disciples and instructing the mundane in the art of cultivation. The implications of such actions are profoundly clear. His behavior evidently contravenes the principles of the cultivation realm. Does he not comprehend this? If cultivation were attainable by everyone, the world would have long been transformed beyond its current state. Such conduct fundamentally disrupts societal order. Yichin continued, of course, every day these 10 fortunate fans. My hope is that everyone can cultivate. Therefore, I have established a cultivation class, located at 269 Tianing Road, Linshui District, Linen City. Those interested may come to enroll. However, the tuition is not as simple as 10,000. Upon uttering these words, the barrage of comments became even more frenzied. Heretic. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao could confirm Yi Chen's identity. He was not necessarily a member of the Sun God sect, as there are numerous heretics, including many rogue practitioners. Yet, his assertion that everyone can cultivate can only be described as a heretical tactic. To so openly conduct heretical practices? Is he truly ignorant? Or does he harbor ulterior motives? However, the masses are oblivious to these matters. They are merely intoxicated by the allure of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered the quest, Investigate the Truth, to uncover the true identity of the streamer Yi Chun and thwart his nefarious actions. Quest rewards. System value 1,000,000. Mastery of Gossip for symbols, Fate Palace. Oh, the specificity of these rewards is quite striking. The system's top-tier divine ability, the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Palace, remains beyond his full comprehension as he lacks understanding of the 8 trigrams and 4 symbols. Now, by completing this task, he can commence his cultivation of the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Palace. Excellent. At that moment, Jiang Hao's phone rang. It was Elder Jiang. The matter of the spirit treasure had inflicted severe losses upon them, but they were gradually recovering. Jiang Xiaoyu, are you watching the Yi Chen's live stream? This fellow is likely a heretic. Just as I am, Jiang Hao replied. Elder Jiang continued. We need some time to get there. Can you investigate? I see he's already opened a class, and there may be quite a few who have strayed onto the wrong path. Given that Xinyuan Shui was by Jiang Hao's side, Elder Jiang felt assured in sending him to handle this matter. The Qingxiu Mountain will offer 5 million for Jiang Xiaoyu's assistance. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. The mention of money piqued his interest. Elder Jiang, what sort of relationship do we share? Discussing money feels rather impersonal. Ha ha! It delights me to hear you say that, Jiang Xiaoyu. I will handle this matter. Jiang Hao assured. Thank you. Then I will hang up. By the way, when will the funds be transferred? Elder Jiang's mouth twitched slightly. Jiang Xiaoyu, did you not just say that discussing money harms our relationship? Jiang Hao grinned and replied, not mentioning it harms our relationship even more. Ha 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 ha. All right, I will take care of this matter. Rest assured. After Elder Jiang hung up the phone, Jiang Hao cast a glance at the live broadcast before searching the map. The address pointed to a location in the suburbs, presumably a factory. However, the backdrop visible from his window clearly contradicted the location he had mentioned, as he was broadcasting from a bustling area. This indicated that the one teaching the art of cultivation was not solely him. There were others involved. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao's focus remained fixed on him, compelling him to seek out this Yi Chun. Subsequently, Jiang Hao entered his room, powered on his computer, and commenced the live stream. As soon as he began, an overwhelming number of viewers flooded into his broadcast. Comments poured in. Xiangcha Ziyak Shuili, wow. Jiang Shun, I've missed you so much. It's about time you started your stream. Quick answer, he.s. not moving. Jiang Shun, there's a fellow in the vicinity going by Yi Chun. He.s. running a cultivation class, and I suspect he's not a good person. I love sweet shrimp noodles. You're absolutely right. We are irrational fans, but there are many who are not. Let us consider the simplest logic. If he were a person of integrity, would he openly slander you? That just doesn't add up, does it? Jiang Hao greeted his audience, acknowledging their astuteness, as he remarked, I've heard he.s. defaming me? Very well. I shall connect with him and test his mettle. Jiang Hao then entered Yi Chen's live stream. The comments erupted. Oh my. Jiang Shun has arrived. The host. Jiang Shun is here. Wow. Jiang Shun, you finally come. Jiang Shun? Huh. Just a selfish individual, nothing more. Indeed, I even sent him a $3 gift before, and he didn't teach a thing about cultivation. Oh, Jiang Shun has arrived? Yi Chun smirked slightly, and then, to Jiang Hao's surprise, he proactively sent a request to connect. The two soon entered a collaborative state. Hello, Jiang Shun. Yi Chun greeted with a smile. Hello, Jiang Hao reciprocated. His intention was purely to locate Yi Chun. Simply visiting the site of his cultivation class would alert him and likely prevent Jiang Hao from finding him. Therefore, Jiang Hao aimed to confront Yi Chun directly. I've heard you've been slandering me? Jiang Hao inquired. Slander? Brothers in a live stream. Do you think speaking the truth qualifies as slander? Yi Chun retorted with a scoff. The comments surged wildly. Yi Chun continued, Jiang, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but if you possess the ability, why not share it with others? Are you afraid of being surpassed? Jiang Hao countered, but do you have the capability to teach? At that moment, the door to Jiang Hao's room swung open. Xian Yuanshu entered, carrying a bowl of pork rib soup. I'll just go eat, Jiang Hao quickly said. It's fine. I made it for you. I want to eat, Xian Yuanshu replied, placing the soup on the table in front of Jiang Hao. The comments erupted again. What's going on? Where's Sister Ann? Beast. You're a beast. What the heck? Is this truly a celestial being? How can one possess such extraordinary beauty? My friend, this must be her natural state, unadorned. Goodness. Jiang Shun, are you even human? And what of Ranjia? Jiang Shun, where is Ranjia? Please call her and tell her not to return. Goodness. Is she truly human? Nevertheless, Ranjia will always remain my cherished light. The sudden appearance of Xianyuan Shui caused the comment section to erupt in excitement. Yichun furrowed his brow. Why is this happening? I shall continue with my cooking. After Xianyuan Shui finished speaking, she walked away. Jiang Hao took a sip of the pork rib soup. Her culinary skills are indeed remarkable. Now, where was I? Yichun, are you capable of leading? All right, do you possess that ability? Yichun replied coldly. Whether or not you do, we shall find out through comparison, won't we? Very well, name a location, and I shall compete with you. Yichun, no problem. It will be live-streamed throughout. Any objections? None at all. Excellent. I will privately send you the back-end location. Let's meet at 3 o'clock sharp. Absolutely. Jiang Hao promptly ended the call, having achieved his objective. Meanwhile, Yichun's lips curled into a faint smile as he took out his phone to send a message to someone. The bait has been set. Chapter 92. Is that enough for you? Jiang Hao concluded his live stream with Yichun, then continued to broadcast while enjoying his meal and casually chatting with the audience. The comments flooded in. Who was that earlier? Jiang Shun? Yes. Who was it? And what about Ranjia? Aren't you two in a relationship? What's her situation? Spill the beans. Jiang Hao chuckled and replied, I won't tell you. His response left the viewers in the live chat gritting their teeth in frustration. The crux of the matter was that Xianyuan Shui was simply too beautiful. Her icy demeanor, her noble and ethereal presence, resembled that of a celestial being. Even in ordinary loungewear, her grace was undeniable. Ranjia has been home for a few days, Jiang Hao stated. The comments erupted. So you took the opportunity to find another girl? I suggest you introduce that divine sister to me. You beast. You're not even pretending anymore. Jiang Sheng, I dream of you. Everyone beast. Beast. I suggest everyone send me some gifts to soothe my heart. Ranjia has arrived. Ranjia, when you start your stream, I will definitely shower you with gifts. Qin Yuran was also exasperated. Jiang Hao was truly fortunate. Capturing a celestial being of such caliber was akin to receiving a divine gift from the heavens. Furthermore, upon seeing Xianyuan Shui on camera, it was the first time she truly beheld her beauty. She was indeed a fairy. Jiang Hao glanced at the time. All right, everyone, it's getting late. I must prepare to meet someone. See you shortly, goodbye. He then ended the live stream. Seems like someone is coming for me. Jiang Hao mused, stroking his chin. It appeared that Yi Chan was trying to attract attention, perhaps aiming to draw ordinary people into the ranks of evil cultivators in this manner. However, Jiang Hao held a different view. Evil cultivators were inherently beings of darkness. How audacious of him to conduct a live stream to recruit followers. Assuming he was oblivious to the implications, his incessant mentions of Jiang Hao during the broadcast were clearly attempts to capture his attention. If his true intention was to gather followers for the malevolent sect, then why provoke Jiang Hao in the live chat? It seemed a guise of attracting attention while plotting to undermine Jiang Hao and elevate his own standing. In truth, Jiang Hao believed that his primary target was none other than himself. Jiang Hao descended the stairs. I need to step out for a while. Xianyuan Shui cast a glance at him and nodded. I might need you to take action. With such a formidable partner by his side, Jiang Hao was certainly inclined to rely on her strength. All right, Xianyuan Shui agreed. But there is no need to rush. I'll first assess the situation. I suspect the Sun God sect has set a trap for me. They've likely had someone watching you these past few days, and I've dealt with them. Xianyuan Shui declared. That makes it all the more pertinent. The Sun God sect is aware that there are experts here in Jiang Hao's circle. In this manner, they sought to captivate Jiang Hao's attention, coincidentally in Linen City, a matter Jiang Hao was expected to resolve. They believed that if they could deceive him into coming, it was highly improbable that he would bring Xianyuan Shui along. Thus, they aimed to exploit this opportunity to eliminate Jiang Hao. As for their motivations, vengeance, the overturning seal, and various supreme powers were all part of their ambitions. Conversely, Jiang Hao too harbored intentions of locating Yichun. Departing from his home, Jiang Hao hailed a taxi and set off towards his destination. The driver inquired, "Young man, what brings you to that area?" "It's a collapsed zone, once bustling with factories, now abandoned and heavily polluted." "Oh, it's nothing serious. Just go to take a look," Jiang Hao replied. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at his destination. At that moment, Yichen stood amidst an expansive, desolate factory, streaming live on his phone. The audience was plentiful, eagerly anticipating the impending showdown between Yi Chun and Jiang Hao. Having witnessed numerous of Jiang Hao's broadcasts, they had yet to see a genuine confrontation among practitioners of the Tao. Of course, it was essential that neither party was a charlatan. They were authentic practitioners of the craft. Some even speculated whether this was a prearranged spectacle to enhance Yi Chen's burgeoning fame, considering his meteoric rise within the streaming realm. Perhaps he was associated with a popular influencer agency. Anything was conceivable. "Ah, he's here," Yi Chen remarked with a sardonic smile as he observed Jiang Hao entering the abandoned factory. The live chat erupted. "No way. He actually came. Now, let us see who is truly superior." Yet, doubts lingered in the minds of many viewers. If this was indeed orchestrated by an influencer agency, it would be utterly distasteful. Regardless, having witnessed such excitement, they acknowledged the impressive nature of the event. If it were the product of an influencer agency, one could only concede their prowess and profitability. "Brother Jiang," Yi Chun greeted with a smile. Jiang Hao cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chun. "What are we competing in?" he inquired coolly. "Let us first ensure the live stream goes smoothly, shall we?" Yi Chun replied, positioning his phone at a distance to capture a broader frame. "What else is there to compare? A one-on-one duel, perhaps? The victor will have the credibility," Jiang Hao stated indifferently. "Apologies, but your opponent is not me," Yi Chen retorted with a smirk. Jiang Hao was not taken aback by this statement. The audience in the live stream was left in stunned silence. Instantly, as Yi Chen's words echoed, a multitude of figures emerged from the shadows, all clad in black cloaks, hoods, and masks, obscuring their identities. Jiang Hao found this spectacle entirely unsurprising. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh and said, "Jiang Hao, who would have thought that after so many live broadcasts, your final stream would capture the moment of your own demise?" The barrage of comments erupted. "What do you mean? Who are you? What's happening? What is this Yi Chen character? No way. Is this a trap set for Jiang Shen? Murder? Is it real? Are they really going to kill Jiang Shen? No way. This must be a script, right? Surely not." Amidst the laughter, Yi Chen's fans were questioned about their own sense of morality. "Are you not disgusted by this? It has been said that traps do not fall from the sky. This is truly insidious." The individuals who had arrived were undoubtedly formidable members of the Sun God sect. The leader was also a transcendent figure, accompanied by dozens of others, all at the nascent soul stage. They needed to eliminate Jiang Hao. However, given that Jiang Hao had experts within his household, their only recourse was to attract his attention in this manner, luring him in for the kill. Furthermore, as long as he remained oblivious to their intentions, he would not bring along the expert who usually accompanied him. Moreover, they intended to broadcast Jiang Hao's murder live to establish the might of the Sun God sect, especially after suffering heavy losses just days prior. A slight smile curled at the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth. "Do you really believe that you are sufficient to accomplish this?" Chapter 93. My dear wife. It's your turn. A talisman was cast by a powerful being in the out-of-body stage, enveloping the surroundings in a barrier. They were aware that Jiang Hao was the hand of absolute spirit. However, this barrier was designed to thwart any spatial abilities Jiang Hao might possess. Would his hand ever touch the barrier? He would not have that opportunity, nor the ability to do so. Jiang Hao stood firmly in place, then proclaimed, "Dear viewers in the live stream, I trust you now comprehend that the heavens do not shower us with free gifts, do you not?" The barrage of comments erupted. Everyone, charge! Archers advance. I'm in tears. Even now, Jiang Shun continues to warn us. This is clearly a sinister trap meant to eliminate Jiang Shun. They are truly despicable. They don't even dare to show their faces. Will Jiang Shun truly come harm? Damn it, that Yi Chun is such a fool, and his followers are equally foolish. Could this be a script, a performance? Does anyone truly dare to commit murder in broad daylight, especially during a live stream? The out-of-body stage expert coolly declared, "Act swiftly to prevent prolonged troubles. Remember, let his demise be a brutal one." He was apprehensive about the possibility of a powerful ally arriving in time to aid Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao must perish in a gruesome manner. Although not affiliated with any prominent sects, Jiang Hao was undeniably an important figure in the hearts of many cultivators. His death during the live stream would undoubtedly deliver a crushing blow to the reputation of the Sun God sect, signaling their complete resurgence. What followed would be a scene of murder, one Jiang Hao wished to keep from the world. Without hesitation, he exchanged for an invincibility card. Invincibility card, upon activation, it grants immunity to all forms of damage, placing the user in an absolutely invincible state for 20 seconds. System cost, 10,000 points, usable once per day. With a swift motion, Jiang Hao charged directly toward the approaching elite cultivators. A reckless endeavor. One cultivator gathered dark mist in his hand and struck toward Jiang Hao. Yet, Jiang Hao made no attempt to evade. He allowed the blow to strike his chest. The effect of the invincibility card rendered him impervious to harm, not even causing him to budge an inch. What? As they witnessed Jiang Hao remain unscathed, disbelief washed over their faces. In the next instant, with a hand engulfed in flames, Jiang Hao delivered a resounding slap to that powerful being. Is that all? The out-of-body stage expert furrowed his brow. How could he withstand an attack from a nascent soul stage cultivator without a scratch? Was there a supreme defensive treasure on him? A subtle smile graced Jiang Hao's lips. He activated the shadow step. In the blink of an eye, the winds gathered beneath his feet, coalescing into thunder. He scarcely bothered to evade any of the incoming attacks. Thunderous punches rained down upon the bodies of the cultivators. The comets exploded. So cool. Wow. Absolutely stunning. What on earth is happening? Why did their attacks land on Jiang Shun, yet he remained unscathed? This merely indicates the overwhelming strength of Jiang Shun. Have they never encountered a fantasy novel? The greater the strength, the more robust the physique,